Chapter 46, 1.6 million. Master Yi swung his arm hard and fast. A heavy slam landed on Du Yuanming's cheek and sent him flying. The patriarch then landed heavily on the ground. 3 teeth were knocked out of his mouth when he was hit, his mouth was leaking blood and his cheek was swollen to the size of a mandarin. Du Yuanming was shaking, but that did not stop him trying to negotiate for his family members' lives. Master Yi, this is not fair. It was a chilling scene. Just moments ago he was the bully, and now the Du patriarch was a convincing victim. Another swing, this time on the other cheek. The patriarch took flight once again after a loud clap resounded. Argo AO2, his speech was no longer audible, nor was his face recognizable as it covered in tears, snot, and blood. Zhou Wu could see Master Yi was about to lose his temper and deliver the killing blow, so he threw himself in front of Du Yuanming and begged, "Master Yi, please show us mercy? Please give us a reason. Why don't I show you mercy? The real question is, why didn't you show mercy?" Master Yi answered calmly. He flicked his sleeve at Zhou Wu, and knocked him to the ground where he belonged. He would not reason with the unreasonable. Zhou Wu refused to stay on the floor waiting to be slaughtered. He climbed back up and kneeled towards Master Yi again while both Du Yuanming and Dong Ho were rolling on the ground, dazed and confused. "Master Yi, please listen to me." It was hard to tell what emotions Zhou Wu was experiencing from his facial expression considering how swollen he was. His trembling voice, though, gave it away. "You have 10 seconds, use it well." Master Yi had complete control over life and death for the moment. Zhou Wu was just blowing air more than he spoke. "Killing us won't benefit you or the Yi family. We understand our wrongdoings, and we will do anything to help out the Yi family if you let us live. We have learned our lesson. Furthermore, ending our lives here will anger other branches of the Du family, and cause more bloodshed and hatred. It would not be worth the hassle." Master Yi raised an eyebrow, and it took him a few seconds to register the logic coming out of Zhou Wu's comedically swollen face. Zhou Wu felt that his speech hit the right note, therefore he continued, "We promise, if you let us leave this arena alive, we will never bother the Yi family again. We will help and protect them whenever they need us." Master Yi was waiting for a declaration like that. He still looked cold, but it was all an act. He knew being ruthless wouldn't help the situation, and he did not plan to kill anybody, not today, not any other day. He did what he did because examples needed to be set, and words needed to spread, do not touch the Yes. He had experiences with hatred, revenge, and their consequences. The Runemaster then looked to Yi Zhengqing, "Patriarch, what do you think?" Yi Patriarch glared hatefully at Du Yuanming, who would need months to recover from the injuries the Runemaster inflicted, and said, "It's up to you, Master Yi. If you want satisfaction, I have no problems killing these guys for you, but consider the consequences." Master Yi said solemnly. He kept his act up as he wanted Yi Zhengqing to come to the right conclusion by himself. "Well, looks like they've learned their lesson. I will let this go," the Patriarch replied after a long sigh. Though he was glad his family got through this crisis and realized revenge doesn't solve anything, but he was still heartbroken for Yi Zhong's sufferings. "They better pray for cousin Zhong, if he doesn't wake up I will still make them pay." Yi Wei clenched his fists. He understood and respected his grandfather's noble decision, though still clouded by anger he was ready to let it go for now and focus on reviving Yi Zhong. Master Yi coldly glared at everyone in the Du camp, then grunted. "I will let you live, but compensation is in order. For all mess you've made." The Dus were slightly relieved knowing they would live to see another day. This was one of the best outcomes they could wish for now that someone who could easily eradicate them was involved. "So, the Du family is going to pay 1,000,000 silver to the Yi family, and I expect Dong Ho and Zhou Wu to pay the Yes 300,000 silver each," Master Yi calmly said, without any hesitation. Upon hearing the request the trio went from relieved to shocked. The Yi family was worth around 300,000 silver, whereas the Du family was worth roughly 2 million silver. Although the Dus were richer, but to gather that much money would not be an easy task. They would need to sell half of the family's assets. And as for Zhou Wu and Dong Ho, 300,000 was about 3/4 of their assets. Master Yi, Du Yuanming's could barely speak. With a sincere look he wanted to ask for a reduction, but the Runemaster's mind was made. "May I remind you that you hurt my legacy apprentice? You'd normally have to pay with your lives." Master Yi stared at Du Yuanming and said with an angry voice before the Patriarch could finish his sentence. Although the request was outrageous, they were in no position to refuse. They just had to swallow their unwillingness and be grateful for Master Yi's harsh mercy. "You have 3 days to deliver the full amount, or else." Master Yi grunted, then turned his face back towards the Yes. Master Yi's angry face was branded onto Du Yuanming's face. He was not sure if he would be able to come up with that much money on such short notice, but he didn't talk back because of the stress, and having a huge headache was better than dying. The damage done was not what money could compensate, but money talks. The Yi patriarch was smart enough to know the family would benefit more from the money than from the rest of the Du family from every corner of the land looking for revenge. He took a deep breath and thought, I can probably buy some welcome leaves for little Zhong with that money. Are you satisfied with this arrangement? Master Yi asked Yi Zhengqing. The Yi patriarch nodded and said, Thank you, Master Yi. If it wasn't for you, not only wouldn't we get compensation, the Yi family would not be here right now. We will be on our way now. The Du family no longer had business here, they bid farewell and headed back. This is over only for now. If my cousin does not recover, I will see you again. Yi Wei shouted. He was just a student, but his words were not to be taken lightly. The Dus trembled and left the arena, nobody dared look back. It wasn't long ago Du Yuan Ming wanted Yi Zhong dead. Now, however, the tables had turned, and he was praying for Yi Zhong instead. One day we will have satisfaction. You better hope Master Yi does not die before I do. With each of his arm over a youngster's shoulder, the Du patriarch mumbled while limping away from the arena. Back inside the arena, Yi Wei was fighting his resentment. He was calming down slowly, but anger could still be seen in his fiery eyes. Lin Ziyan gently pat his back after noticing this and said in a soft, comforting voice, Don't worry, we will find a way to wake him up. Yeah. To Yi Wei, Lin Ziyan's voice seemed to have a mysterious soothing effect. The audience left the arena soon after the Du family's departure. Within days, the news regarding Master Yi's newly acquired legacy apprentice spread between the martial families. Some of them sent gifts and medical supplies to the Yi mansion. Weeks after, most citizens of Green Moon City would learn and reposition the Yi family in their hearts. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 47, 4-star student. Chapter 47, 4-star student. Just stay home and rest for the next few days. I will search for welcome leaves. You will be the first to know if I get a hold of one. Master Yi earnestly rubbed Yi Wei's head, and he could feel his grieving apprentice's frustration. The Rune Master also understood there was no point training Yi Wei right now because distracted minds don't process knowledge efficiently. Yi Wei could even hurt himself training if he's not focused. Thank you, Master. Yi Wei gratefully answered. Yi Wei, I will get out there and also see if I can gather any information regarding welcome leaves. Promise me you will take care of yourself. Lin Ziyan could see the sorrow in Yi Wei's frown. It was a heartbreaking sight. Yeah, thanks so much, Ziyan. He nodded. Master Yi and Lin Ziyan boarded the Runicle together and left. Although they left, what they did today would stay in people's hearts forever. Nobody in Green Moon City would dare to make a move against them in the foreseeable future. A while after they left, the Yes placed Yi Zhong in a quiet part of the mansion, and he was carefully guarded by a dozen men. Days after the duel, the mansion became a busy place. It was filled with representatives from different martial families wanting to see Yi Wei. As for the hot topic himself, he occupied a room in Yi Zhong's quarter, and kept his door closed to meditate and cultivate. In a house on the east side of Green Moon City, a slim-built, handsome man was furious. His name was Lu Feng. A few feet away from him there was a bed where the stern-faced teenager was lying, spasming every half a minute or so. Imbeciles! You had one job. Damn it! Why was Master Yi there? How did some nobody from the Yi family suddenly become his legacy apprentice? Lu Feng threw vases onto the floor. Master Yi's intervention destroyed his plan completely. He was greatly discouraged, but he had not given up. He went back to the drawing board. No more mistakes. I need their ancestral land. Though for now he would have to lay low because their family name was mentioned in the Yi family arena, and even his father feared Master Yi. Yi Wei, huh? Just you wait, I will love to see what a little student can do without your master. An insolent smile appeared on Lu Feng's pale face. Back at the Yi mansion. Although Yi Wei was still a child, his position in the Yi family has changed drastically. His uncles and aunts would talk to him before making some decisions regarding the family business. Even the patriarch would sometimes consult him. However, Yi Wei's mind was elsewhere. He was distracting himself from worrying about his cousin by cultivating. The bullying from his classmates, betrayed by Zhou Yan, and more recently the dispute with the Du family. All these little events became motivation for Yi Wei. He hungered for power, he wanted control. Strength is the most realistic foundation of anything in this dog-eat-dog world. He realized he had been saved by dumb luck too many times, and one day his luck might just run out. My rune consonance is dirt, I have to train as hard as I can. Maybe a miracle will happen. I can't let Master Yi down. I can imagine teaching someone like me would be easy for him. I wonder what Ziyin said or did to change Master Yi's mind. Anyway, I can't let either of them down now that everyone knows I am his legacy apprentice. While taking a break from self-training, Yue looked back on the past few weeks. Both Lin Ziyin and Master Yi did not mention anything to anyone including Yue regarding the actual result of Yue's rune consonance test. It was safer that way. When Yue was stronger he would figure it out himself, and furthermore Master Yi thought the lack of confidence was a good trait to have for an apprentice. He wanted to keep it that way. Pride has always driven people away from greatness. I just want to be able to use stances. Why didn't Master Yi take me to train? Yue clenched his fist so hard his knuckles went white and his veins bulged. Learning about his non-existence rune consonants was more traumatizing than being told about his red sentient, but one's attitude can change things. Usually students can use stances when they reach the 7th star, but maybe I will be able to use stances when I am a warrior. I just have to train. His eyes showed determination. My body feels stronger. Did Master Yi do something to me other than healing? The Rune Master did mend his muscles, bones, and even his sentient, but what strengthened Yue's body was the golden flash in his sentient. Little did Yue know his body was ready for another breakthrough. Let's get back to work, Yue mumbled to himself while carefully reached for a jade pill bottle. He then poured a fiery sun quencher pill onto the middle of his palm. The Yi Patriarch gave Yue quite a lot of quencher pills, but none of them could compare to the ones Lin Ziyin gave him. Yue only consumed 1 out of the 10 fiery sun quencher pills, which aided his breakthrough to 2-star level days ago. Yue, one small step at a time. He took a few slow, deep breaths to clear his mind. When his mind was as calm as a still lake's surface, he took the pill. It melted in his mouth immediately, and it took only moments before his body started heating up from the surge of energy entering Yue's bloodstream. The hot but tender energy circulated through Yue's veins, and it turned his skin red. From the bloodstream into his muscles and bones, the surge was absorbed almost immediately. His muscles started vibrating at a high frequency as they grew bigger and tougher. There was even a soft metallic glow on his skin where his pressure points lay, as the quencher upgraded his body. The vibration quickened and turned into a humming sound. This was a sign of the breakthrough into 4-star level. As the humming sounds intensified, so did the glow on his pressure points. The metallic green glowing points suddenly started linking to one another, and Yue's body was slowly covered by a shining green web. It took Yue around 4 hours to fully absorb the pill's energy. The green glow on his skin became brighter and clearer and all the muscles and bones in his body were shaking. This was it. His sentient glowed gold as he became a 4-star student. Did I just become a 4-star student? Yue was euphoric. He opened his eyes and looked at his glowing body. Normally it takes students years to reach the 4-star level, but in the frame of merely few days he advanced 3 levels. After his next breakthrough, the green web would become an inner skin that glows when she flows into it. This reinforcement will make Yue's skin hard as iron. From the worst in class to a 4-star student, at the age of 13, Yue had now overtaken most of the students around his age as his class. There were only 7 of his classmates at 4-star level, and of course Xiaoqi who was a 5-star student. He couldn't yet compare himself to the prodigies in class of the gifted, but he was above average to say the least, and not the piece of trash he once was. Falling star form. Yue didn't stop after the breakthrough. He adjusted his breathing, and made a complex hand seal then started cultivating again. A willforce vortex formed and grew between his eyebrows. It sucked energy into his body from around him. He was taught a mid-mist form by his family, but a few days ago Yue discovered that the falling star form was originally a high mist form when he was hallucinating. Yue's improved falling star form purifies energy a few times quicker because of its complex routes. It directs the silver primal energy through 108 meridians as opposed to the simplified form's 36. After running the improved falling star form the whole night, a vast amount of primal energy had circled Yue's body, been purified, and now was stored in Yue's dantian ready to be used by the new 4-star student. I forgot to tell Gramps about the improved falling star form. I need to do that when I see him, so he can start teaching it to the others. Yue opened his eyes after a whole day of training, during which many visitors had asked to see him, but were kindly declined by the Yi Patriarch. Seeing the graceful morning, he immediately narrowed his eyes again because of the bright sun. He relaxingly took a deep breath as summer breeze caressed his childish face, after which he stretched his body and felt his newfound strength. Things are going well. Hopefully I'll get news from Master Yi or Ziyin soon, Yue mumbled to himself. Though he was in a good place, he was still bothered by his cousin's condition. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 48, Proposal. Chapter 48, Proposal. Knock. Knock. The day after his breakthrough, Yi-Wei slept very well. The sound of a few quick knocks on the door woke him up early in the morning. "Son, are you awake?" Jo-won asked soft and gently. "Mom? What's going on? Is breakfast ready?" Yi-Wei clumsily opened the door and narrowed his eyes to the person who looked like his mom. Lit by the morning sun, Jo-won's kind smile seemed warmer than usual. "You stink, go get changed," she urged after pulling her son's robe to her nose, sniffing it then frowning and narrowing her eyes. "Huh? Why? What's happening? You look suspiciously excited." Yi-Wei could tell his mom was hiding something from him by looking at her posture and happy face. "Something great is going to happen. Just shower and get changed already. You are our family's pride and Master Yi's legacy apprentice. You have to be presentable at all times." Though she started to get a little annoyed, the proud mother was still wearing a smile on her face while gently pushed Yi-Wei towards the bathroom. Okay, slightly confused by the intrusion, Yi-Wei reluctantly shook his head then took a quick bath. Yi-Wei was a good-looking young man, and even more so now that he was in a dashing white robe. "Yeah, that's better." Jo-won straightened the creases and made sure the robe was sitting right. She then nodded satisfyingly. I don't remember him being this tall. She was both proud and sad that time flew by and because she knew her son would not need her soon. "Mom, can you please tell me what's going on now? We are all waiting for you, just get to the Great Hall. You will know soon enough." Jo-won winked and smiled as she dragged Yi-Wei through the corridors. "The Great Hall? What's the occasion?" Obediently he followed his mom's lead, scratching his head in confusion. It was hard for him to make sense out of anything this morning. They followed the stone pathway and hallways and ended up at the bottom of a small set of stairs that led to a magnificent building with a symmetrically arched roof. It was supported by thick, sculpted pillars. Yi-Wei pulled back his shoulders then followed his mother into the Great Hall. The pair of old wooden doors to this spacious Great Hall were usually closed, and the fact that they were open meant the family had important guests over. The Great Hall was crowded and loud for how early it was. The patriarch too was present, chatting with people around him in his designated seat. On his left sat his sons and daughter, they all wore a smile on their faces. On his right sat the guests, all of them were familiar faces. The ruddy-faced old man with white hair and beard sat directly to Yi Zhengqing's left was none other than Zhou Zhengfeng, the Zhou patriarch. The Zhous and the Ye's friendship spanned generations. Yi-Wei's mother was from one of the Zhou family branches. Yi-Wei had seen today's guests since he was a toddler. However, they stopped associating themselves with the Yi family 3 months ago when Du Yuanming started their campaign. To the Zhou patriarch's right sat a boy and a girl, they were both wearing traditional family robes. The boy had a cold look, and he sat as straight as bamboo. This young man's eyebrows were arching slightly arrogantly, and the confidence and glow in his eyes drew some of the young Yi girl's attention. The girl was around Yi-Wei's age, her ear-length black hair was luxurious and glossy. The old-fashioned family robe contrasted her playful vibe. It was obvious she spent some time getting ready this morning as the womanly features perfectly emphasized her youthful face. Yi-Wei frowned. Under no circumstances will he forget that face. She insulted him twice at South Star Academy, and in their last encounter he was told, dragons don't associate with snakes. What the hell is she doing here? Yi-Wei mumbled and quietly grunted. He couldn't bear to look at her for more than a second, so he switched his attention to his family. Good morning Grandpa, Dad, Uncles, and Aunt Jingjing. You can take a seat little Wei. The proud smile made Yi Zhengqing look a decade younger. Yi-Wei's aunt and uncles too smiled genuinely at the young talent. The front door sill of the mansion had been worn down by all the visiting representatives from the different martial families since the duel. Despite that fact that dealing with an endless line of guests was tiring, the family did gain a lot because of Yi-Wei. Yi-Wei saw 2 empty seats next to his aunt, Jingjing. He realized that this was the first time he got assigned a seat that was so close to the patriarch. Yi Jingjing started talking before Yi-Wei could sit down. Little Wei, have you seen how pretty Joeen has gotten? She is going to become a very attractive woman in a few years. And I've heard she broke through not so long ago. A 6-star student at her age. That's quite something, right? If I remember correctly, you two were like 2 peas in a pod a few years ago. Do you two hang out at school? She looked at Yi-Wei and Joeen alternately while speaking with a cheeky smile. Hang out? Yi-Wei sat down and replied with a sarcastic smile on his face. With her mentality, I should not be associated with her. I am Master Yi's legacy apprentice, and I will overtake her cultivation soon enough. The bitterness soon calmed down. Yi-Wei replayed the 2 insulting encounters with Joeen in his head countless times since they happened. Although he decided to move on, the memories still bothered him. A silhouette of a long-haired, slim girl appeared in Yi Wei's mind. She has nothing on Ziyan. Talent, personality, appearance, and Ziyan is always on my side even through the bad times. Yi Wei suddenly found himself comparing Zhou Yin to Lin Ziyan. Yi Zhengqing's loud laugh snapped Yi Wei out of his imagination. He was chatting with Zhou Zhengfeng about their childhood. The fun, nostalgic episodes of themselves growing up together and more recently how Yi Wei had become the talk of the town caused him to laugh loudly. It was not an interesting conversation for anyone else but the two patriarchs. Little Wei, why do you think the Zhous are here with Zhou Yin and Zhou Pei? Aunt Jingjing started talking to Yi Wei quietly. To show off? Yi Wei answered. It was not a secret that the Zhou patriarch loved bringing the two most talented youngster of his family to social meetings, and that he was very proud of them. He had never come to the Yi mansion without them on his side after their birth. Yi Jingjing laughed. Haha, what bragging rights they have now that you are doing so well. I think they are here for a marriage proposal. Yi Wei's face turned ashen white, and Aunt Jingjing patted his back when she saw how nervous her nephew became. You can't be serious? Yi Wei looked at Zhou Yin only to discover her eyes were fixed on him. Her face immediately turned red as she lowered her head. Zhou Yin was extremely frustrated because she despised Yi Wei ever since she started at South Star Academy. When she learned the news regarding Yi Wei's new master, she spent half a day convincing herself what she heard was not real and the other half cringing in her room. Lin Ziyan's insult started to make sense, and she regretted her rudeness. No wonder why he was hanging out with someone like Lin Ziyan. Yi Jingjing's assumption was correct. When Zhou Patriarch heard Yi Wei had become Master Yi's only legacy apprentice and how the Runemaster fought off the Du family's best men, he immediately wanted to befriend the Yes again. What can link two families together better than a marriage does? With that in mind, the Zhou Patriarch had a brief chat with Zhou Yin. They established that the marriage would be great for both her and the family, and in the end having a legacy apprentice son-in-law was the same as having Master Yi in his family. And being Master Yi's extended family is what many could only dream about. Zhou Yin knew how much Yi Wei always cared for her and liked her. She believed a sincere apology would put her back into Yi Wei's heart. She was a beautiful girl with a lot of admirers, and she was aware of that, thus assumed Yi Wei would not say no to her. Although she was intimidated by how close Lin Ziyan and Yi Wei had become, she was convinced that she could win him back with her charms. As spoiled as she was, her confidence and arrogance didn't let her think otherwise. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 49, Decision. Chapter 49, Decision. Yi Wei chuckled when he saw Zhou Yin's fake charming look as he knew better now. Does she think I am stupid enough to be manipulated by her? He was more repulsed than charmed. Zhou Yin is very mature for her age, and not to mention she's a talented girl. She is already a 6-star student, and destined to become a warrior at a young age. Zhou Wan couldn't take her eyes off the young girl she saw as a good daughter-in-law. Nobody could blame her, the idea of having a warrior daughter-in-law was very attractive. Zhou Wan was a distant relative of the Zhous visiting today. She heard the rumor of a marriage proposal involving her son and Zhou Yin before anyone in the Yi family even knew they were going to have the Zhous as visitors. She was ecstatic after hearing the news, and Zhou Wan would be lying if she said she never thought about her son and Zhou Yin marrying each other. Now that the day had arrived, she could no longer contain herself. Yi Wei finally understood why his mom was so excited. He shook his head and decided it was not an enthusiasm he shared. He had no interest in someone like Zhou Yin. Back in the days when they were children, Yi Wei did like Zhou Yin, and they were very close to each other. But that was not the case now, not because she wasn't pretty enough, not because she wasn't talented enough to match Master Yi's legacy apprentice, but because he had seen her true colors. When he was going through hardships in his life, not only Zhou Yin was not there to support him, but she looked down on Yi Wei when he was suffering. If that had not changed his opinion about Zhou Yin, the recent insult surely did. It was not easy to come to terms with how little he meant to Zhou Yin, but Yi Wei dealt with the negativities and saw the bright side of things with a little help from his friends and family. Zheng Cheng, my brother. Your family is surely doing better with Yi Wei now appointed as Master Yi's legacy apprentice. That is an enviable honor. Zhou Zhengfeng's energy did not match his white hair and beard. He expressed his heartfelt respect to the Yi patriarch with great enthusiasm. Ah, don't mention it, the young ones in your family are not doing so bad themselves. Zhou Pei is what? 22? It's admirable that he is already a 5-star warrior. While on the topic, Yi Zhengqing thought about Ji Zhong, and he was slightly saddened. And you have Zhou Yin, she's a 6-star student, right? They are nothing compared to little Wei. The Zhou patriarch could not stop looking at Yi Wei enviously. He was willing to do a lot of things if in return he could call Master Yi's legacy apprentice his son-in-law. By the way, Yue is already 13 years old if I remember correctly. Is he engaged to anyone? It's about time for him to think about marriage, don't you think? Zhou Zhengfeng sipped his cup of tea, acting as casual as he could. In this age of the Zhou dynasty, 16-year-olds was the time when one was considered an adult. Not only was it common for children to get engaged at the age of 12 and married by 16, it was actually encouraged. Humanity always needed new blood to fight the savage beasts and demons. It has only been a few days, but news of Yue becoming Master Yi's legacy apprentice already spread far and wide. A few families had already come knocking on their doors discussing possibilities of their young daughters getting engaged to Yue. But Yi Zhangqing turned them all down because he was not satisfied with them. I don't know about that, we have to be very careful who we match Yue with. We don't want to upset Master Yi. He should have a say about Yue's future too. Yi Zhangqing knew exactly what Zhou Zhengfeng was implying as he looked at Zhou Yin, then replied calmly. After the Du family started their campaign against the Yes, the Zhous didn't think twice before cutting all ties with the Yes. Yi Zhangqing could understand the reasoning behind it, but he was still not entirely comfortable with how swift the Zhous handled it without even consulting him. The Yi patriarch was disappointed in the Zhou family, but he was also aware Yue and Zhou Yin were close. If Yue wanted to marry her, he would not say no. Zhangqing brother, what do you think about Zhou Yin? Yue and her basically grew up together, and they understand each other very well, I think. What do you say to giving them a life together? Zhou Zhengfeng attempted to hide his nerves, therefore, he suggested the matter in a joking tone. Knowing the Yi family won't really get anything out of the marriage, Yi Zhangqing played dumb. Oh. I've never thought about it. Not denying the request altogether, as he was under the impression Yue might be in favor of this arrangement. The Yi patriarch actually had an idea of matching Yue with Zhou Yin, but it was put to the side when Yue's embarrassing South Star Academy entry test results got revealed. With her talent and potential aside, Yi Zhangqing had always been charmed by Zhou Yin's wittiness. The picky patriarch was starting to convince himself that this engagement might actually make Yue happy. See? What did I tell you? Aunt Jingjing rubbed Yue's head and said in a cheeky voice. About time if you ask me. When Zhou Zhengfeng dropped the obvious hint, all of Yue's uncles cast their eyes onto Zhou Yin and briefly evaluated, after which they all nodded and smiled satisfyingly at her. Yue's mom too was wearing a big smile. She was glad that her son could have someone this excellent by his side. Zhou Wan was ready to spoil her new daughter-in-law. Zhou Yin was not stupid, and she slowly curled her lips into the cutest smile she could, seeing the older Ye's eyes were all set on her. She was slightly bothered with how their eyes met hers, so she looked at Yue instead. Never had she ever been this flustered before. Yue was an unworthy friend in her mind for so long, but now all the negative perceptions about him were replaced by his prestigious position, and Zhou Yin started to realize how good-looking he was, and how he was actually good enough for her. All but one person was excited, and he did not get carried away thinking about the engagement. Not one strand of Yue's facial muscles were contracted. He was sitting still with an emotionless straight face. Yue knew that if he stayed quiet, then Yi Zhangqing would seal the deal. Gramps. He took a deep breath and stood up. Little Wei, what's the matter? Yi Zhangqing was slightly confused. Why did his grandson look sad and concerned? You won the girl. Why do you look mad? Young kids are so eager these days. Gramps, I do not wish to be engaged just yet. The calm voice of Yue's provoked everyone in the Great Hall. They widened their eyes and put them on the Runemaster's apprentice. What? They would look good together. And he's 13. Hasn't he always been close to Zhou Yin? The Yi patriarch's mind went blank for a while. He frowned and apologetically waved at the embarrassed Zhou Zhengfeng. Being the patriarch, the news of his engagement request getting declined would make him a laughingstock in Green Moon City. With that in mind, Zhou Wan and Yi Jingjing pulled Yue's robe simultaneously, trying to pull him down and make the situation less awkward for everyone in the hall. Though Yue tried to sound as mild as possible by not directly declining the idea of an engagement, but even still both the guests and the hosts could not help but cringe a little. They all thought the two would make a beautiful match. Yue ignored his mom and aunt's wishes, and kept standing regardless of how hard they were pulling his robe. Not this time. He didn't like Zhou Yin anymore and was afraid he would have to spend the rest of his life with someone he couldn't trust. Yes, she was gorgeous and talented, but Yue's trust had been shattered from the 2 times Zhou Yin insulted him and left him in the ditch. It was not hard to figure out Yue and Zhou Yin had bad blood now, judging by the way he was looking at her. Knowing the deal was probably not going to happen, Zhou Zhengfeng failed to keep up the casual act. He stood up and said, Little Wei, did Zhou Yin wrong you somehow? You don't look too happy. If that's the case, we can talk it over. I will be a fair judge and the peacemaker. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 50, Cracks. Chapter 50, Cracks. It has nothing to do with Jolene. I just became Master Yi's apprentice, and I want to focus on learning and training. Getting engaged and married would be distracting right now, Yue calmly said while looking at Jolene, who was looking down to avoid eye contact. He did not hate Jolene, nor did he hold a grudge because of what she said to him. It was her own choice to behave the way she did, and Yue just could not trust her. If Jolene didn't really care about him, there was no point for him to invest his emotion in this relationship. Telling everyone what Jolene said to him certainly won't help, nor would apologies do anything meaningful. Trust is like a mirror, you can fix it if it's broken, but you can still see the cracks in the reflection. Yue was over Jolene. He did not want to get even with her, and he did not want anything to do with her. Zhou Zhengfeng noticed the difference. Yue used to smile when he called Zhou Yin's name, and it used to sound sweet. The Zhou patriarch knew in his heart that it was over. If Yue doesn't like Jolene anymore, nothing can be done. Even if Yi Zhengqing doesn't agree with him, he would respect and follow his grandson's wish. It won't be surprising if Yue could find someone better than Jolene. Experiencing humiliation for the first time, Jolene widened her beautiful eyes in disbelief. She had never been rejected before. Since Jolene was a little girl, she had countless boys complimenting and tailing her every move. She genuinely thought Yue would still dance on her palm if she told him to. But that was not the case. Zhou Yin's heart ached like it was stabbed and tears built up around her eyes uncontrollably. Why? Jolene raised her head to look at Yue then screamed. Is it because of Lin Ziyin? Why? Yue was disgusted with how his discreet response was not appreciated. He laughed and replied, Jolene, you know better, don't you? You told me we don't live in the same world. You told me dragons don't associate with snakes. You said that in front of tens of South Star students outside Green Phoenix halls. I forgave you, and now you feel insulted? Jolene, don't be so self-centered. The world does not revolve around you. You are a pretty girl, and because of it there is always a queue of boys following you, doing whatever you tell them to even if you treat them like dirt. That is not me. Do you think I cared about you because I fancied you like those other boys? You could not be more incorrect. I cared about you like you were my sibling. It hurt when I realized you don't care about me the same way. When I got my sentient test result back, how did you treat me? You couldn't get away from me fast enough. You didn't want to be seen with me for all that time, and now that I am Master Yi's legacy apprentice you would like to be engaged to me? I don't want your fake attention. If I get married I want someone who really cares about me. Yes, you are pretty and talented, but my future wife will be a better person than you. Yue did not want to make a scene, but when Jolene shamelessly talked back, he needed to get that negativity out of his head and draw the line. He also wished Jolene would realize how manipulative she was. These words stabbed Zhou Yin's heart like a sharp knife. 2 lines of tears ran down her cheek as Yue finished his rant. Yue always treated her well and those words did hurt, but Jolene was more emotional than she appeared to be. Memories came crashing like a tide overwhelming Zhou Yin's mind. They used to play together, train together. Yue always shared toys and treats with Jolene. Every time he was nice to her, she would pull the corner of his robe and say thank you Wei. It was not before now that Jolene realized she misunderstood Yue and that she might be losing someone who genuinely cared for her. She thought Yue was one of her admirers and no matter how far she gets ahead, he would always be there when she turned around. However, what she saw right now was that Yue was further away, at an unreachable place. Jolene just wanted him to care for her again, to be reachable again. Yue, will you forgive me? I know it's my fault, I messed up. In the beginning, Jolene felt undignified but Yue's emotionless face somehow hurt her. She started to understand how much her arrogance and willfulness actually wounded him. Whatever it may be, I will change it for the better. Jolene said. Seeing tears streaming down her face, Yue let out a long sigh. Jolene, can you stop being so dramatic? You don't get it. If I was not Master Yi's legacy apprentice, I really don't see you apologizing. You've hurt me enough, and I am sure we have grown apart now. After hearing Yue's confession, Jolene could feel nothing but guilt. She knew if Yue did not become the Runemaster's apprentice she would probably still be ignoring him, neglecting his feelings. She truly felt guilty and regretful, and she realized the bond they had might never come back. I'm sorry, but I have to check on cousin Zhong now, excuse me. Yue bid his farewell, nodded at Zhou Zhenfeng then headed out the door. If the Runemaster's legacy apprentice wanted to leave the room nobody could stop him, not even the Zhou Patriarch. A drop of golden sunshine landed on Yi Wei at the hall's entrance. It lightened up his mood as he stepped away from the drama. He took a deep breath then moved on. Looking at Yi Wei's silhouette getting further and further away, Joanne felt emptiness and a sense of unease. She would later learn that something irreplaceable just left her life. There was tension building up inside the great hall as Yi Wei departed. Zhou Zhengfeng felt as if he was sitting on a carpet made of needles. He did not know the relationship between Joanne and Yi Wei was this dire. He took a sip from his teacup then said, "Kids always make a huge fuss out of the small things, it should be resolved soon." He smiled awkwardly as he spoke. Yi Wei was Master Yi's only legacy apprentice. If this engagement worked out, we'd be protected by the Runemaster, even the big three would fear us. How stupid is little Ian? Why didn't she tell me she messed up? Zhou Patriarch's eyes darted around as his mind wandered. Make a fuss out of small things? Yi Zhengqing was not happy with how the Zhous reacted during the Du family's campaign, but he was able to be the bigger man because he thought Joanne was close to the hero of the hour. But now that did not seem to be the case, there was no reason to be nice to the Zhou family. Dragons don't associate with snakes, that's a good one. Yi Zhengqing said in a cold sarcastic tone. The Yi Patriarch's words made Zhou Zhengfeng feel increasingly embarrassed and uneasy, his face was red as a tomato. Zhou Wan could see how bothered Yi Wei was from his posture. The slow steps he took and how he kept his head down as he walked out. The enthusiasm she had earlier disappeared from her eyes. Although she is related to the Zhou family, she is also Yi Wei's mother. The moment her son revealed the details, she forgot about the engagement and started siding with him. Zhou Patriarch, excuse me. Yi too wanted to leave the scene. He was there when his son told him about his red sentient, he knew exactly how vulnerable Yi Wei was. To Yi and Zhou Wan, what Joanne did to their son was intolerable. Their son's wish was clear, therefore they had no business here. They weren't worried about his future, Master Yi's legacy apprentice deserves better. Aunt Jingjing was known for her bad temper and caring for the youngsters, she stood up and grunted while staring at Joanne. It would have been less traumatizing if the insults came from a stranger, but she knew Yi Wei had been looking after and cared for Joanne since he could walk. Yi Jingjing realized she did not pay enough attention to Yi Wei. Only if I had spent more time to talk to him, it could have avoided him getting hurt. Following Jingjing's lead, the rest of the Yes left their seats quietly. For goodness sake. Zhou Zhengfeng trembled in anger under the social pressure, he shouted at Joanne, what were you thinking? Apologize to them now. Brother Yi, kids say silly things all the time, don't take this too personal. After shouting at Joanne, the Zhou Patriarch spoke to Yi Zhengqing in an apologetic tone. Don't be silly, you are thinking too much. Why would I take children's words seriously? The Yi Patriarch sounded diplomatic, but his cold facial expression told another story. The recent developments showed him the darker sides of the Zhous. They were too opportunistic and manipulative. It's getting late, and I'm not young and energetic like I used to be. Yi Hai, do you want to show the Zhous the way out? The Yi Patriarch stood up and faked a yawn. Sure, Dad. Yi Hai stood up, Uncle Zhou, this way. He said indifferently. Drop the act. Zhou Zhengfeng felt extremely bitter. Not only did the Zhous get embarrassed from the proposal, he was pretty sure the Yi family wouldn't be interested in doing any kind of business with him. A relationship that spanned through generations came to an end today. When the words from today spread, the Zhous will become the laughingstock of the city. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 51, Return to South Star. Chapter 51, Return to South Star. Yi Hai sullenly escorted the Zhous out of the mansion. Joanne emotionlessly followed while staring at the floor as her mind wandered. Anger? Yes, but here was no sign of tiredness on Yi Zhengqing's face as he conversed with his sons and daughter. When the Dus were at war with us, the Zhou family did not help us one bit. It is understandable they don't want trouble with the big three. The patriarch was an understanding man. But it's obvious they just want to use little Wei for their own advantage. That is just disrespectful. And that girl. She abandoned my grandson when he was going through hard times. I can't imagine what kind of parents would put values like that in their kid's head. Yi Zhengqing tightened his grip as he exclaimed. The jade teacup in his hand turned into dust. Yi Hai let out a long, disappointed sigh and said, that is pretty cold-blooded, even for a kid. From now on our family will not be affiliated with the Zhou family. Yi Zhengqing said with determination. Dragons don't associate with snakes? Who the hell did she think she was? Said the angry aunt, Yi Jingjing, who was bold enough to stand up against the Du family. If Joanne didn't look so regretful, she would have slapped her right in the face. Terminate all the deals we have with the Zhous. With compensation on the way and their newfound reputation, Yi Zhengqing did not need the Zhous anymore. He would rather work with people he trusted. Outside Yi Zhong's room stood Yi Wei looking at the clear blue sky. I will prove myself with actions. I'm not going to let my rune consonants drag me down. If Master Yi thinks I am good enough to be his apprentice, then there must be a way for me to improve. I will shut everyone up, and all the people who insulted me will be proven wrong. The countless insults Yi Wei received throughout the 3 years at South Star Academy strengthened his mind enormously. He was a lot more mature than the other kids of his age due to the constant bullying. His youthful face looked incredibly confident. Apart from getting accepted by Master Yi, Yi Wei's quick progress also played an important role in him improving his self-esteem. Being a 4-star student was not that impressive, but his fast speed of improvement due to the original falling star form he discovered in the fiery sun quencher pills he was given, Yi Wei had an advantage over others his age. On top of that, the dense cosmic energy Yi Wei received while refining the White Tiger's assault gave him strength that other 4-star students could not match. Now, he could probably take down an ordinary 5-star student in real combat. In the next few days, Yi Wei trained non-stop next door to his cousin's sick bed. Yi Zhengqing arranged a 3-day feast which welcomed guests to celebrate with them the end of their family's crisis and Yi Wei becoming Master Yi's legacy apprentice. While the big families were there feasting in the mansion, the Yes took the chance to ask if any of the guests knew anybody who might have Welkin leaves in their possession. But despite their effort, they got no news regarding the rare herb. The school holiday passed by in a flash and before packing up for the return to South Star Academy Yi Wei passed the original falling star form to the Yi Patriarch. The Patriarch was stunned by Yi Wei's discovery. Although they were struck by the Du family, the Yi family obtained more than 1 million silver and gained a high mist level formula. With that kind of resource, the family would soon become drastically stronger. When Yi Wei was asked how he got his hands on the perfect falling star form, he mentioned Master Yi's name which stopped Yi Zhengqing from questioning further. There was another thing Yi Wei wanted to do before leaving. Cousin Zhong. I have to return to South Star Academy soon. He stood in Yi Zhong's room with a heavy heart. Yi Wei carefully wiped the sweat off Yi Zhong's pale face with a warm towel. Scenes of the cousins' time together kept replaying in his head as he took care of the unconscious patient. I'm not strong enough right now, but when I become a run master, I will take this matter into my own hands, and you will be avenged. Yi Wei swore with a fiery spirit. Master Yi is searching for Welkin leaves, and if anyone in Green Moon City has the herb, I'm sure Master will retrieve it for us. Although he looks sketchy and dirty, he is a strong man who we can trust. Yi Wei spoke solemnly, hoping his cousin could somehow hear him. It's late, I should get going. There was a hint of tears in Yi Wei's eyes. He adjusted and straightened Yi Zhong's blanket and left the room with his head lowered. Unfortunately, obtaining them was easier said than done. Welkin leaves are simply too rare. Their rarity means Master Yi's influence would not make the search any easier. Even if he managed to get a hold of some and wake up cousin Zhong, a full recovery of his sentient is not guaranteed. If his sentient didn't fully recover, would cousin Zhong be able to accept that? Yi Wei was distracted by the countless possibilities. I will do everything I can to help your recovery, cousin Zhong, and I will find a way to fix your sentient. Yi Wei looked at Yi Zhong as he mumbled and closed the door. Yi Wei then returned to his room to finish packing. With the help of some guards, he loaded his luggage into the horse carriage and left for South Star Academy soon after. Yi Zhengqing wanted Yi Wei to take the quicker and more comfortable beast carriage back to school because a legacy apprentice deserved a bit of luxury, especially now that Yi family was financially secure. The Yi Patriarch could afford to get Yi Wei a new beast carriage. However, Yi Wei turned it down. He didn't want to be too flashy and draw too much attention, so he opted for an ordinary horse carriage. South Star Academy students were mostly from ordinary families. Martial families preferred home education as they usually had an established system to train the youngsters, unless it was an unusual circumstance. In Yi Wei's case, he had to go to South Star Academy because the Yi family's system would not work on someone with a red sentient. For Zhouyin, the Zhou family's system was too rough and physical for girls. And all the other marital families' children and talented South Star students were there under the same instruction: learn the pole Starfinger. Only 3 powers had possession of high-level mist stance in Green Moon City. They were the City Lord, Master Yi, and South Star Academy. The City Lord's mist stance was passed down from the Zhou dynasty under the strict order directly from the royal family that it shall never be taught to outsiders. Master Yi's mist stance was passed down from the Holy Conservatory, and he would only teach it to his legacy apprentice. The only way for a civilian to learn a mist stance was through South Star Academy. The founder of South Star created the stance in his youth. Every top-ranked students had one chance to challenge the Emerald Flaming Maze, and the stance was passed down to whoever could get through the gauntlet perfectly. In the recent decades, only a handful of students overcame the challenge and got their hands on this powerful stance. Thank you. You can just drop me off here. Yue got off the carriage and gave the coachman a nice handful of silver. Greatly appreciated. The coachman smiled and respectfully bowed towards Yue. With the generous tip, he would buy a bottle of fine rice wine at the Drunken Hermit when he got off work. Unbelievable. Even with this kind of fame, little Wei is still so caring and kind. The Yi family's uprising made the Yi mansion as busy as a marketplace, to the point where people from martial families were even starting to bribe the Yes servants for inside information. The students at South Star had not seen each other for a whole week, and a lot of them were excited to see each other again, so they had stayed at the school gate to chat and catch up. Yi Wei was only carrying 2 hand-sized suitcases, which allowed him to slip through groups of students without anyone noticing. He then followed the crowded path back to his room. All classes had a mandatory meeting on the evening students' return from their break. Yi Wei's plan was to finish unpacking his room and tidy up before heading to the meeting. However, after seeing the state of his room, his plans were going to have to change. As he stepped foot through the door and looked around him, he became furious. His fists were clenched, and his knuckles cracked. The table was in pieces, and the floor was covered by ripped clothes. His blanket and bed stank pungently of piss. Who did this? Yi Wei said fumingly. Was it Xiao Qi? The first person he suspected was the infamous class bully. No, it can't be him. He stopped being irritating to me ever since I answered those questions correctly in Ian's lecture. He doesn't have the courage to come after me. But I don't see who else would do it. He was convinced Xiao Qi was guilty, or at least had something to do with the vandalism. Whoever you are, I will make you pay. Yi Wei was not in the best mood. If he wanted it his way, he would have stayed by Yi Zhong's side until he heard from Master Yi, Lin Ziyan, or anyone to bring news about the Welkin leaves. Yi Wei took a deep breath then left his room. Yi Wei slammed the classroom door open only to find out Xiao Qi was not there. The students from martial families were wealthy, and they usually went out together for food at a random restaurant close to the academy, whereas the students from ordinary families would stay in the classroom and chat. With both his parents working at the academy as senior instructors, Xiao Qi was probably enjoying a cage of dim sum with his friends. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 52, Conflict. Chapter 52, Conflict. What now? The less privileged students in the classroom had their eyes set on Yi Wei. Some of them were happy for him, but most of them were rejoicing when they heard of his misfortune and then were jealous of his recent fame. Yi Wei was the punching bag of junior class 3, whoever was having a bad day would lash out at him verbally and sometimes even physically. Being at the bottom of the class, that kind of bullying was not justified, but it was common. His classmates would look the other way and talk about it during breaks. Who would have thought that this one-star student had the potential to become a runmaster? Some of Yi Wei's classmates were happy that he finally got out of the toxic cycle of being bullied, while the others were envious that Lin Ziyan was on his side since he showcased his newfound talent. Some people can't be happy about the good fortune of others. The rest just liked the drama. They looked forward to what the tutor had to say about how Yi Wei skipped school for 3 days in a row, and if Du Mingze was going to continue bullying him now that school was starting again. At this time, only the upper class and martial families had heard about what happened in the Yi family arena a few days ago. The vast majority of South Star students were oblivious of the duel, and how even the Du patriarch was afraid to cross Yi Wei now. They thought the Du family was still what they were before the break. Yi Wei skipped school 3 days in a row. Xiao Qi is definitely going to bring it up during the class meeting and make it sound worse than it is. I wonder what his punishment will be. But he is Lin Ziyan's pet now. I don't think he will be punished that much. He will probably just get detention or something like that. Du Mingze might give him a rough time though. He brought it onto himself. All he did was answered a couple of questions correctly. Do you really think he will get lucky again? The monthly assessment is in 2 weeks, and he is still a 1-star student. Ha ha. I look forward to seeing him getting the worst grade again. The quiet gossip continued as the class was hesitant to tease him openly, but they couldn't wait to see how the drama was going to unfold and laugh at him when everything goes south. Chao Ning waved. Yi Wei, come over here. He was worried sick. Having sat next to Yi Wei in class for years, he was one of the few real friends Yi Wei had. When Du Mingze and his little gang raided Yi Wei's room, Chao Ning was close by Yi Wei's dormitory, so he saw them entering Yi Wei's room and heard the noise they made. What's up? Yi Wei hid his anger and replied with a casual smile. He walked to his seat and sat himself down, slightly confused about Chao Ning's anxious tone. Yi Wei saw Chao Ning as his closest friend in class. He was not going to let his negative emotions affect their friendship. How can you be smiling? Chao Ning covered his earnest face with his hand, frustrated by Yi Wei's carefree attitude. What's up? We're having a class meeting soon, that's what. Xiao Ning was struggling to empathize with Yi Wei as he continued to rant in a serious tone. You know about our class tutor's temper. You skipped school without telling anyone, 3 whole days. Do you think he will let you off? Xiao Ning was a bit grouchy from having nothing but studying and training on his schedule for the past few days. His eyes were slightly bloodshot from the lack of sleep. The monthly assessment is in 2 weeks, and you're skipping school while we were preparing for it during class. Miss Ziyan saw something in you from what I could see. Aren't you afraid to let her down? What would she think if you came in last again? Oh. About that, Yi Wei rubbed his nose and replied with an awkward smile. He had completely forgotten about it. The assessment was split into 3 parts. Part 1 was a rune knowledge test. Part 2 was a cultivation level check, and Part 3 was a real combat test. Thinking about it, Yi Wei was not worried about any aspects of the assessment. He passed Master Yi's written exam with a perfect score. He couldn't yet compete with the other gifted kids of his age due to his late start, but his 4-star cultivation was more than impressive when stacked up against everyone else in his class. Furthermore, Yi Wei's body had been strengthened by cosmic energy, a high mist level cultivation formula, and fiery sun quencher pills. He didn't know it yet, but he could probably beat a 5-star student in a duel. Xiao Ning patted Yi Wei's shoulder and said, "It is pretty tight, but you still have 2 weeks, you should start caring about it. Miss Ziyan knows about your situation. I don't think she expects you to do that well, but at least don't come in last. You could really use a teacher on your side right now." Yi Wei had a moment of clarity, but Xiao Ning misinterpreted his facial expression as a blank out due to panic. Coming in last? Yi Wei smiled bitterly. He was agitated by the frustrating memories of coming last throughout the 3 years he was at South Star Academy. It won't happen again, he thought. And Xiao Ning scanned the room to make sure nobody was eavesdropping as he pulled Yi Wei close to him, then continued in a whisper, "You have to avoid Du Mingze at all costs. He came looking for you with a gang of friends from his senior class. I don't think they had good intentions. When they couldn't find you in our classroom, he went to your room." The worry on Xiao Ning's face looked sincere. In Xiao Ning's mind, he thought that for Yi Wei neither how well he did in the assessment or minimizing his punishment was an urgent matter compared to his dispute with Du Mingze. Because this dispute could potentially destroy his social life at South Star and get him severely hurt. If you can't stand it, just head home. You can train with your family instead where you will be safe. Xiao Ning bit his lips as he suggested. He didn't want anything bad to happen to Yi Wei. The two were each other's only real friends in South Star Academy, and Kan Ning could not help solve this problem, therefore, he wanted to at least try to persuade him. Du Mingze? Yi Wei asked with a cold glare. Having to think about the dues, Yi Wei started to get fired up. A Du would have the guts. But Xiao Qi volunteered to help, he led them to your room. Xiao Ning continued whispering. Xiao Qi and Du Mingze. I see. All the puzzle pieces suddenly started to come together. The coward found a bully to help him. Right as Xiao Ning was going to tell Yi Wei not to cause any trouble, the classroom door was kicked open. Xiao Qi stomped in with a swagger and the gossip instantly died down while the brown-nosers greeted him. Being the number 1 student of the class gained him some respect from both teachers and students. He was often assigned to help discipline the class during breaks and therefore every student feared and obeyed him. Since Yi Wei's show of talent, the atmosphere in Junior 3 had changed slightly. The class feared his strength more than they respected him as a person. They would not side with Xiao Qi if he decided to say or do anything to Yi Wei. Yi Wei. Xiao Qi scanned the whole classroom with his eyes, feeling superior as his classmates nodded at him and avoiding eye contact out of fear. He was going to start bullying again, thinking Du Mingze was on his side. Only you are dumb enough to provoke Du Mingze. How do you like the new decor? Xiao Qi said in a sadistic tone as he walked towards Yi Wei's seat. And, you are also the only person dumb enough to skip school 3 days in a row. How dare you disrespect our teachers and the school rules? As the prefect, I will make sure our tutor hears about this. Xiao Qi stood next to Yi Wei, looked down at him and chuckling. Yi Wei frowned, he was finding it hard to control the anger within as he darted his angry eyes on Xiao Qi. The moment before Yi Wei was going to stand up, Xiao Ning pulled his sleeve and tried to convey to him the message, without Miss Ziyin in the classroom, you are in no position to challenge Xiao Qi. He is a 5-star student. Yi Wei, you rascal. It will be fine, said Yi Wei as he shook Xiao Ning's hand off his sleeve. He patted Xiao Ning's shoulder and slowly stood up to stare Xiao Qi straight in the eyes. Xiao Qi, did you lead Du Mingze and his dogs to trash my room? Yi Wei asked calmly in an interrogative tone. As I said, you deserved it. You shouldn't have offended Du Mingze. Xiao Qi grunted coldly and answered by not denying it. The tension built up as the pair refused to stop staring at each other. The whole class was nervous, and they didn't know who to root for. They didn't know if they should notify the teachers either. The class prefect nor the potential runemaster wanted to back down. Yi Wei has changed a lot. Nobody talks to Xiao Qi like that. It would be foolish if he started a fight though, his runic knowledge won't do him any good in a fistfight. Xiao Qi wouldn't start a fight, right? In the case, Yi Wei does become a runemaster in the future. And Miss Ziyan might have something to say about it too. Have you forgotten about Du Mingze? He is from one of the big three and seemed to be pretty close to Xiao Qi from the last time he came to our classroom. The gossip started again as the room was becoming too quiet and the atmosphere got heavier. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 53, Martial Families. Chapter 53, Martial Families. Just answer me, did you lead Du Mingze to my room? Yi Wei's glare was intense and cold as he narrowed his eyes then slowly clenched his fists. He looked ready to fight. Oh, what is this? Do you want to fight me? Xiao Qi saw Yi Wei's fists and said jokingly in a mocking tone. He was not afraid of a one-star student who answered a few of questions correctly during class. You assume correctly. I did lead Du Mingze to trash your room. You're lucky you weren't there, otherwise you too would have been trashed. There were not a lot of things Xiao Qi enjoyed more than mouthing off to people inferior to himself. What if I told you that it was me who led them there? Will you do something with those fists, or are they just for show? Xiao Qi's arrogant smile grew bigger. Yi Wei, don't let your emotions get the better of you. Xiao Ning was afraid that Yi Wei was going to fall for the insults and taunts, and he attempted to hold him back again. If Yi Wei started the fight, Xiao Qi would be blameless and get off the hook by claiming he fought in self-defense. Xiao Ning reached for Yi Wei's arm but he grabbed nothing but air, and before he could finish his sentence Yi Wei had already launched himself towards Xiao Qi. *T. Xiao Ning's face turned pale, and he could do nothing but watch. The class was staring at Yi Wei surprised that he would fall for Xiao Qi's taunts, and they were even more surprised by his decision to fight someone much stronger than he was. Ha, I was afraid you would never come at me. Xiao Qi's lips curled into a prideful sneer. He took a step forward with a heavy stomp and channeled his qi. A green metallic glow shone under his skin as his qi flowed through, hardening his body from head to toe. Xiao Qi threw a punch, and it cut through the air creating a shrill piercing sound. A small whirlwind violently spread throughout the whole room from Xiao Qi's punch. The pressure tilted the tables and pushed over the books set atop. Xiao Qi did not hold anything back, he showed off his full strength, the strength of the 5-star student that Junior 3 feared. Xiao Ning's eyes were closed. He shut his eyelids the moment Xiao Qi threw the punch as he did not want to see his best friend get hurt and suffer. The rest of the class too simultaneously looked away. They were aware that Xiao Qi mercilessly gave this punch his all and that it was going to break some bones. They thought there was nothing Yi Wei could do to avoid the bloodshed from happening, therefore, they looked away. On the other hand, there was no trace of panic on Yi Wei's face. He was terrifyingly calm. He saw through the mind games Xiao Qi tried to play and was ready to confront him physically and mentally. Yi Wei channeled his qi, and his bones and muscles surged with strength. With the momentum of his whole body, he answered Xiao Qi's strike with a punch of his own. Yi Wei's qi was condensed from cosmic energy, the fiery sun quencher pill, and that golden flash in his sentient. His fist and the rest of his skin were covered in a soft fire red glow decorated by dots of golden light where his meridian lay. The red fist and the green fist met in midair, and they collided together like two pieces of solid steel. The collision created a shower of sparks and a force wave that knocked over all tables and chairs within 2 meters from the point of impact. How is this possible? Xiao Qi's full-powered punch was stopped by Yi Wei's counterpunch, neither of them gaining an inch. He stared at Yi Wei's fist, and his eyes widened in shock. When did this idiot become this strong? I thought you were the strongest in our class? While holding his fist against Xiao Qi's, Yi Wei grunted. His right fist traveled from his waist to his opponent's abdomen at lightning-like speed akin to a venomous snake striking its prey. Xiao Qi's body bent backwards, and his organs were pressed together by Yi Wei's powerful right hook. Within seconds, he was overwhelmed by pain. Stomach acid gushed out from Xiao Qi's mouth, and his eyes widened as Yi Wei's fist dug deeper into his abdomen. Xiao Qi's strength was drained by the pain. His punch weakened, and his fist dropped. He just couldn't hold his arm up. Yi Wei seized the window of opportunity as he followed through with a left punch and landed it on Xiao Qi's jaw. The left cross knocked Xiao Qi over, and his body fell on and smashed the chair behind him. After the noise had died down, everyone turned their heads back to see the damage Xiao Qi did, only to find him on the ground. They froze in shock with their eyes and mouths wide open. What just happened? What is Xiaoqi doing on the floor? The surprise and confusion on everyone's faces couldn't even come close to how startled Xiaoqi felt. He could not believe he was knocked down by this one-star student. With red eyes, Xiaoqi stared at Yi Wei like a bloodthirsty beast hunting his prey as he shouted, "Yi Wei, I will kill you." Xiaoqi's hair was disheveled, and his jaw was bruised. He struggled to get up from the floor like a newborn deer. "I was careless. I am the strongest student in Junior 3, and he is just a one-star rubbish." Fuming in shame and anger, Xiaoqi was deep in denial. He refused to think about what just happened and instead gave himself an excuse. "He humiliated me with a sucker punch in front of everyone." The thought rapidly grew in Xiaoqi's head as he completely lost his cool. He roared with rage, then dashed at Yi Wei. Xiaoqi needed to prove to everyone, and himself, that he was the best in class. Yi Wei just calmly stood still and curled his lips into a smile. He was more entertained than threatened by the person in front of him who looked like an angry clown. Though Yi Wei was irritated by Xiaoqi's attitude, he wanted to get even and teach the corrupt class prefect a lesson about respect. He slowly clenched his fist. In the past, Xiaoqi has abused his power to bully others, and it had gotten way of control. This time he tagged along with Du Mingze to trash my room. If I don't stop him, what's next? And who will be the victim? The more Yi Wei thought about it, the angrier he got. "Xiaoqi, are you out of your mind?" While Xiaoqi was dashing towards Yi Wei, 3 well-dressed teenagers entered the classroom. These Junior 3 students were from martial families. 2 of them were 4-star students, and the last one was a 3-star student. They saw the mess as they stepped into the classroom, and the moment they identified who the brawlers were, they shouted at Xiaoqi simultaneously. "Xiaoqi, who do you think you are? You have no idea who are you messing with." The 3 teenagers were fully aware of Yi Wei's relationship with Master Yi. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 54, Punishment. Chapter 54, Punishment. The 3 teenagers' screams startled Xiaoqi, and before he knew it, the 3 ran in front of Yi Wei, shielding him from Xiaoqi. The trio nodded at Yi Wei, signaling that they were friends, not foes. They then turned to stare at Xiaoqi and coldly shouted, "Don't worry, we won't let Xiaoqi touch a hair on your head." But these 3 were talented individuals, and they were in Junior 3 only because of their sloppiness and that they were too lazy to train. Although they weren't the top students of the class, their family backgrounds made their classmates respect them. They were close to Xiaoqi and often hung out together. The 3 martial family teenagers on their own were a little social group. There was an aura of snobbiness around them. It's not that they were bad people, but they just didn't think they would gain anything by associating with ordinary students, nor did they see a point hanging out with Yi Wei before now because of his horrible red sentient. Seeing that those 3 were protecting Yi Wei, the class was again confused. They could not figure out what happened to cause the 3 teenagers to not side with their friend, but instead defend Yi Wei. But for the trio, it was clear. Unlike the others in Junior 3, they received the information regarding the family showdown very shortly after it happened. As a matter of fact, they were just discussing how to befriend Master Yi's new legacy apprentice. Now that Xiaoqi served this opportunity on a silver platter to them, there was no way the trio would let this chance slip by. "What? You 3 are going to fight me too?" Xiaoqi's bloodshot eyes were fixed on the trio who stood in front of Yi Wei and sternly shouted, "If you 3 do not already know, Yi Wei has offended Du Mingze, from the Du family. You don't want them after you." After Xiaoqi's statement, the trio showed no sign of standing down. Not aware there were bigger things in play, Xiaoqi was clouded by frustration, wondering why they would help Yi Wei. These guys are from martial families, but none of them are half as well established as the Du family. What the hell has gotten into them? The Du family? Ha ha. The trio looked at each other, then contemptuously sneered at Xiaoqi's naivety and lack of exposure. To them, the Du family were the losers who got humiliated by Master Yi during a failed plot against the Yes, and after which they were forced to pay 1,000,000 silver in compensation as an apology. "Xiaoqi, don't try to threaten us with Du Mingze's name. Even if he personally came here, we would still stand our ground. We won't let anyone touch a hair on Yi Wei's head." They were acting as guardian-like as they could. Seeing the scene, Yi Wei shook his head reluctantly. He was aware what the trio's real intentions were. Although Yi Wei was slightly put off by the intentions of this unnecessary attempt of intervention, he didn't say anything, as one should never decline help. "You guys. You will regret this." Xiaoqi clenched his fists as he coldly stared at the trio, then fixed his eyes on Yi Wei as he made his threatening speech. Protected by 3 determined bodyguards, Xiaoqi could not do anything to Yi Wei but intimidate him. Skipping school 3 days in a row, starting fights in the classroom, and harming a student's body. These are flagrant violations of school rules. When the tutors get here, I will see how you three can protect this idiot. Xiaoqi grunted and said as he rubbed his stomach, it was still hurting from their exchange of blows. After looking around at the messy classroom, Xiaoqi limped back to his seat, sat down, and hoped the class tutor would arrive soon. Yi Wei. Are you hurt? The trio had better things to worry about. They ignored Xiaoqi's threat and continued fawning over Master Yi's legacy apprentice. They knew nobody, not even the principal, would do anything to the runmaster or his associates. I am fine. Thanks for the help. Yue shook his head to signal he was fine, and politely expressed his gratitude, although he knew they were doing it for potential personal gain. Seeing that Yue did not talk more, the trio was afraid they were intruding on his personal space, therefore they bowed then quietly went to their seats. Hey, I am fine. I'm strong enough now. I don't start fights, but I am not afraid to confront unfairness. Yue could see his best friend was still trembling, so he patted Chao Ning's shoulder and spoke in a comforting manner. Chao Ning was by no means untalented. He was a 3-star student, and his civilian family upbringing made him an honest boy, but also a timid one. This did not escape the Marshall family boys as they looked at each other. It seemed that if they wanted to be close to Yue, they might have to befriend Chao Ning too. Yeah. Chao Ning nodded then replied. He was calmed by Yue's trustworthy aura, and he could sense there was something different about his best friend. It wasn't snobbiness from showing off his potential to become a runmaster or Miss Ziyan's high regards. It was a deeper temperament, a transformation. Time passed, and the sky darkened. Junior 3's classroom was almost full. The messmate earlier remained, and Xiaoqi pressured his classmates not to touch a thing so he could present it as an evidence of Yue's alleged crimes. The class will be a witness to you skipping school and starting a fight. This mess will be the proof of your violent acts. You can get severely punished for violating either of these rules, and I will see if you can keep calm when our tutor comes. Xiaoqi's face was ashen while as he clenched his fist tight. He spoke to the class while staring at Yue, who was sitting relaxed. The class was casually looking at Yue as they spoke about what happened in the classroom earlier. They too were curious about how their tutor was going to handle this outlaw. There had been a lot of strange events happening today in Junior 3's classroom. First, it was Yue actually standing up against Xiaoqi and knocking him to the ground. Secondly, the Marshall family boys sided with Yue instead of their usual ally. The class knew way too little to make sense out of these episodes. They anticipated an explanation for when the tutor confronted all the participants of the fight that happened earlier. Usually, the tutor would arrive in the classroom before the scheduled meeting starts to catch up with the students. However, it was not before an hour past the scheduled time before the sweaty tutor showed up panting. He was wearing the standard-issue black robe and looked suspiciously concerned about something. This was the moment the class has been waiting for. As the chubby tutor entered, 30 pairs of eyes immediately set on him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 55, Gifted. Chapter 55, Gifted. Ha! Before the tutor's eyes was a messy, hardly recognizable classroom. It was obvious a fight took place not long ago. He noticed that he was the focus of the whole class' eyes. He slightly frowned, letting the class know he was unpleased. The tutor is going to lose it. Oh god, Xiaoqi is going to make it sound way worse than it really was. Yue is in deep trouble. The students thought while looking at their tutor's ashen face, but they were all too timid to speak up. Ha! Nobody can help you this time, Yue. Xiaoqi was glad to see the tutor's angry face, thinking Yue's punishment would be exceptionally heavy. Seeing that the tutor was going to ask who was responsible for the mess, Xiaoqi adjusted his shirt and rehearsed the allegations in his head. He was ready to report Yue's crimes in detail, that may not be completely accurate. Xiaoqi was impatiently waiting, but the tutor did not ask anything about the mess. The class tutor's eyes stayed on the broken tables and chairs for merely a second before he shifted his attention to Yue. The chubby tutor respectfully looked at Yue and approvingly nodded. He did not like the state of the room and he did not know Yue was responsible for it. But he knew he was looking at Master Yi's legacy apprentice and could not wait to show respect. The reason why he was late to the class meeting was that he was held up in another meeting, a meeting with the administrators of South Star Academy. There he learned that Yue had been recruited by the renowned runmaster, Master Yi. Tutor. Xiaoqi was tired of waiting for the tutor to ask the question, so he enthusiastically stood up while coldly staring at Yue. Not only did Yue defiantly skip school for 3 days in a row, but he attacked me from my blind spot with a sucker punch in this very room. He broke the school rules. Please serve justice. The whole class is my alibi. With his twisted sense of right and wrong, Xiaoqi presented his claims. His stomach was still hurting, but his mind felt eased. He was sure the tutor would avenge him swiftly and forcefully. The tutor of Junior 3 was known to be bad-tempered. In the past, even when Xiaoqi and the martial boys broke a less serious school rule, this man would still punish them as if they committed serious offenses. He did this to make an example of them and to make sure they didn't do it again. Skipping school? And he attacked you? The tutor confusingly looked at Xiaoqi, his eyebrows curled up as he frowned. Then he madly replied to Xiaoqi with a few questions. Xiaoqi, you are the strongest student in this class, the one and only 5-star student. And Yi Wei? Who doesn't know that he is a 1-star student? He attacked you? You have let me down. You insult me with your lies. Don't you have better things to spend your time on, other than lying? The tutor's scolding echoed in the classroom and it startled Xiaoqi and the rest of the class. They were very confused why the tutor would take Yi Wei's side before further investigation. They all knew that Yi Wei skipped school for 3 days. This favoritism was very much uncalled for. Xiaoqi couldn't believe the strict class tutor favored Yi Wei. He paused his pursuit. But even if he couldn't or didn't attack me, he still skipped school for 3 whole days. If you don't believe me, you can ask the substitute teacher. Xiaoqi grinded his teeth after he spoke as he was not comfortable being the victim of unfair treatment. The day was getting weirder and weirder for everyone. They just didn't understand why everyone seemed to be favoring Yi Wei. Xiaoqi's mind was full of resentment and unwillingness. He couldn't let this go without making Yi Wei suffer. The evidence is right here. The proof of Yi Wei's offense was the classroom itself. Even if the tutor favored Yi Wei, there is no escape for this class-skipping rascal. The act of skipping school for 3 days is not always against the rules now, is it? The tutor calmly stared at Xiaoqi as his face darkened. He was annoyed by Xiaoqi. Yi Wei is Master Yi's one and only legacy apprentice, and even people as high up as the principal and the vice principal have to pay Master Yi respect. Xiaoqi, you little brat, why would I look for trouble on your behalf? As the tutor's mind wandered, the class was still completely lost while trying to understand the situation. It was a written rule that students at South Star Academy are not allowed to skip school, but Yi Wei skipped 3 days. Yi Wei had been bullied in the past, but that should not exclude him from being the subject of the school's discipline policies. Xiaoqi looked irritated and the rest of the class looked puzzled. Everyone, that is, but the 3 Martial family boys, they were secretly chuckling as they could guess why the tutor was behaving this way. Why would a junior class tutor dare punish Master Yi's apprentice? No tutors are in the position to do so. South Star Academy has strict rules against class skipping, but that only applies to students in junior, intermediate, and senior class. The school board has made a decision to reassign Yi Wei to the class of the gifted. The tutor briefly gave Xiaoqi a cold look, then turned to Yi Wei and said with a friendly tone, "Let's all congratulate Yi Wei." What? Yi Wei? Class of the gifted? The announcement bombarded Xiaoqi's mind like thunder. He felt dizzy and struggled to breathe normally. Yi Wei? Did I hear correctly? Since when is he qualified to be in that class? He is a talentless 1-star student. A student in the class of the gifted can show up to lectures whenever they please, and this is one of the privileges Yi Wei has earned. The tutor added. The Martial family boys were the first in the class to stand up, and they winked and bowed at Yi Wei. Brother Yi, congratulations. Gifted as you are, it was only the matter of time before you got reassigned. Yi Wei. Don't forget about us, although you won't be among us. The rest of the class started cheering. Congrats Yi Wei, you are our pride. Yi Wei's classmates were a bit confused as nobody knew the details yet, but the tutor's words were enough. There was no reason to doubt what he said regarding Yi Wei being reassigned. Nobody even cared about the pale and spaced out Xiaoqi at this point. Yi Wei. You really made it into the gifted class? Chao Ning's eyes were widened as he disbelievingly staring at Yi Wei like an owl. Yeah, I guess so. Yi Wei scratched his head and nodded. He realized now that the academy might have learned that he had become Master Yi's legacy apprentice. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 56, Dragon. Chapter 56, Dragon. After the class meeting, Yi Wei went back to his trashed room. He didn't unpack earlier, so now he just picked up his luggage and a few belongings, then followed the tutor to his new residence in the Crouching Dragon Hall under the dim moonlight. The grounds at Crouching Dragon Hall were filled with trees, and the winding green stone pavement was calm and peaceful. Now that Yi Wei had become a gifted class student, he had to say goodbye to his old room. All his classmates lived at either the Crouching Dragon Hall or Green Phoenix Hall depending on their gender. The academy was not going to be stingy when it came to treating Master Yi's only legacy apprentice. They arranged an elegant little house for Yi Wei. It was a house like Lin Ziyan's residence in Green Phoenix Hall. Only the top 3 students in the whole academy were assigned these elegant houses apart from Lin Ziyan and now Yi Wei. I always dreamed of having my own house here at South Star, but now not only am I moving into Crouching Dragon Hall, but I am also getting my own house. Fate is a mysterious thing. Yi Wei was looking at the luxuriously decorated interior while standing on a rare beast pelt as he exclaimed in awe. There are 36 students in my new class, and every one of them are astonishing cultivators. A few of them are even younger than I am, and some of them are warriors. I have to break through soon so I can compete with these people. I was at the bottom of Junior 3 for 3 years, and I do not wish to be the worst again, but I have to become an elite and earn my position properly. It will be hard to catch up to my class, but I will do it. Yi Wei rubbed his hand together as he tried to motivate himself. His eyes shone with determination. Though, I don't think I will learn anything from class right now. I shouldn't just tag along with the class and waste the tutor's time because I'm not on the same level. It wouldn't be fair to my new classmates, and it won't be fair to the teachers who would have to pay attention to me just because of my apprenticeship with Master Yi. I need to attain a 7-star level before attending class. I will benefit more from training than attending class for now. Yi Wei made the decision after pondering. He then marched up the engraved staircase into the training room on the 2nd floor. He swallowed a fiery sun quencher pill and started cultivating. Yi Wei's recent improvements didn't change the color of his sentient. He was still hopelessly slow at absorbing primal energy. If he were to train without any pills or outside help, he would not become a 5-star student in less than 3 years at the least. Quenchers were his only solution as of now, and he was using a lot of them too. Yi Wei just wanted to get to 7-star level as soon as he could. He actually had to thank the Du family, Zhou Wu and Dong Ho for the compensation money because with their financial support he did not have to worry about resources. With extreme effort, Yi Wei took pill after pill and trained non-stop for 7 days. During this week, he consumed all the fiery sun quenchers in his possession. This helped him gain 2 more layers of green web under his skin. When he accumulated 10 layers of this chi web under his skin, then Yi Wei would break through to become a 5-star student. These pills were really effective. I can't believe how much I have progressed in just a week. A breakthrough is almost in sight. Yi Wei slowly opened his eyes and stood up from his lotus position. He clenched his fist and flexed his arms so that he could see the green web under his skin more clearly. It's a shame that I don't have any more fiery sun quenchers. If I did, it wouldn't take me more than 1 month to become a 5-star student. If only they weren't that rare. Our family can afford them now but had to settle with lower quality pills because of availability. Yi Wei shook his head and sighed reluctantly, unpleased with having to fall back to a slower cultivating speed. I wonder how Ziyin is doing. After a few days of hard training, the elegant silhouette of Lin Ziyin appeared in his mind. Having lost track of time, Yi Wei looked out the window to discover the sun was setting. He stretched his body and went out for some fresh air. He decided to follow the shaded trail and head towards Green Phoenix Hall. As Yi Wei got closer to the female's hall of residence, he was joined by some familiar faces who were returning to the hall after a busy school day. They all were looking at him and talking about him quietly. Isn't that the boy who was chasing after Joeen? How many times did he get humiliated by her? Why is he coming back? A girl with braided hair asked her friends in a judgmental and disdainful tone. She was stopped by one of the girls from speaking further. Shoo! Have you not heard what everyone was saying? Heard about what? Do you live in a cave or something? Rumor has it that this boy has an outstanding soul sensibility and that he just became Master Yi's legacy apprentice. The leader of the group answered while admiringly staring at Yi Wei. What? How sure are you about that? The girl with braids asked again disbelievingly. She would have never associated Master Yi with Yi Wei before now. I am very certain. He now has his own house at Crouching Dragon Hall, just like that guy. Joeen is so lucky. If Joeen becomes his girlfriend, she will most likely receive special treatment too. Imagine if she got her own house at Green Phoenix. The girl with braids showed a hint of envy. After hearing that, the girls all had a sour look on their faces as they knew more regarding the situation. I heard Zhou Yun's father brought her to the Yi mansion for a wedding proposal and got rejected on the spot. The leader of the group had good sources. Wow, I guess a boy with potential like him would aim higher, not to mention all the times he has been humiliated by Joeen. Why is he heading to Green Phoenix Hall then? For Lin Ziyan, I guess. Her talents would be a good match for a future runmaster. While the group was speculating, a better-looking and therefore more confident girl decided to try her luck and took the initiative. She gently flicked her shoulder-length hair as she approached Yue. She waved at him and showed a charming smile. "You're Yue, right?" Yue's eyes locked on to the approaching girl. Her white silk dress complemented her body well, but it was lackluster compared to Lin Ziyan's natural elegance. He replied coldly, "Yeah, that's me, can I help you with anything?" The girl dismissed the cold reply and continued her pursuit with a shy smile. "A few of my friends and I would like to hang out with you, are you free?" She pointed at the group of pretty girls standing far behind her. They were all shyly looking in Yue's direction and giggling. "Sorry, I don't have time." Yue shook his head and directly replied. He walked past her without a second thought. Yue's reaction stupefied the group of girls. Who would have guessed that this red sentient boy had it in him? Jolene must really regret what she did to him now, thought. Just behind the girls around the corner stood a girl with ear-length hair. She was quietly watching Yue walking towards Lin Ziyan's house. 2 lines of tears slid down her rosy cheeks as the group of girls talked about how she had missed her chance. Jolene saw Yue on her way back from class, but she didn't even have the courage to say hello to him. She regretted her actions dearly, but regret would not help her by now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 57, Sealed. Chapter 57, Sealed. An elegant fragrance struck Yue as he entered Lin Ziyan's front yard. Curious to find out what it was, he walked towards the mini flower garden to the side where the smell came from. The source of the fragrance were purple tulips. They were surrounded by different exotic flowers. Yue remembered seeing the same purple tulips embroidered on Lin Ziyan's clothes and wondered what it represented. Yue took a deep breath and was refreshed by the sweet scent that reminded him of Ziyan and her elegance. He then turned around and looked up. The doors were shut, but Lin Ziyan did once say that he was welcome to visit any time. With that in mind, he walked up and gently knocked twice. "What's going on? Is she not home?" Yue was puzzled because it was way after the last class of the day had ended. All of a sudden a violent disturbance of qi was felt by Yue. He felt that it came from the second floor where her training room should be located. The wave hit him internally, and it disrupted both his qi and blood circulation. The rusty taste of blood was in his mouth suddenly. What was that? How come a qi wave of that magnitude came from Ziyan's house? She just became a warrior less than a month ago. This is not something that came from Lin Ziyan. These escalating violent qi waves feel more like the clash of qi in a battle. Afraid that Ziyan was under attack, Yue's face turned ashen. He worryingly rushed towards the front door and tried to open it. With a huge bang, the doors glowed. The runes inscribed onto the doors shone and repelled him. Yue was knocked off balance and forced to take a few steps back. These houses were secured by a runic system installed by the academy to stop unwanted persons from entering. Only authorized people could open the doors under normal circumstances. Just like Yue's house over at Crouching Dragon Hall, without the correct combination of runes nobody below the condensed prime warrior level could disarm the security system without the code. Yue started to panic. He could tell from the fearsome disturbance of qi that was growing rapidly that it could turn the house into rubble if it was not stopped. What should I do? Yue frowned. He could not afford to lose Ziyan. This was not the time to hesitate. Yue took a deep breath and stared at the doors. He remembered seeing Ziyan open this set of doors, and he tried to recall what exact she did on this very spot. He cleared his mind and followed his memory. Yue placed his fingers onto the runes on the door and flicked them. The doors made a clicking sound then opened up. Yes! Yue screamed with joy. He felt lucky that his peripheral vision was accurate enough and that he could remember the code under stress. He didn't waste a second as he ran inside the room without even closing the doors. It took merely a second for the 4-star student to dash up the stairs. The closer he got to the training room, the more suffocated he felt. When he arrived in front of the training room, tides of pressure waves pressed against him so strongly he could hardly breathe. His body and mind were overwhelmed by the fearsome energy surge. He channeled his qi to fight the outside pressure. Although a bit scared, Yue opened the training room doors without hesitation. Expecting to see a fight, Yue was shocked to see the massive qi surge coming from a gentle figure. There was only one person in the room apart from himself, and it was Lin Ziyan sitting in a lotus position. She was sitting quietly in the middle of a large carpet. How can she generate energy of this magnitude? Yue was first shocked by what was occurring in front of his eyes, and then his face flushed when he took a closer look. Lin Ziyan was wearing nothing but a thin silk gown. Damp with sweat, it was almost transparent. Yue was embarrassed and surprised to see this. He couldn't move nor could he take his eyes off her. Her flawless skin, her pale and delicate arms, the curves at her chest, the slender waistline, and the muscular but slim legs. Yue could see that her body was a product of years of hard training, and his eyes were drawn by every bit of it. He couldn't help himself, no young boy could either. Yue froze in confusion. He didn't know if he should leave the scene or not. It was clear that she was in some kind of trouble, but he was also sure that he walked in at a very private moment. While Yue was pondering, Lin Ziyan's moan caught his attention. She looked like she was in great pain, and her slightly loose hair was drenched. Drops of sweat were dripping from the ends onto her body. Aroused by these drops of sweat running down her skin, Yue's face turned completely red. As Yue was frozen by the sight, he considered how to apologize when Ziyan opened her eyes and learned that he had been looking at her barely dressed figure. Suddenly, an intense wave of energy came from Lin Ziyan's body and snapped him out of his daze. Followed by the explosion of qi, sequences of runes burst out of Lin Ziyan's body and started spinning around her. Millions of runes merged in a long chain and formed a purple vortex. The whirl of runes projected a violet runic pattern onto her. She didn't look human under the purple light. After taking a closer look at the whirl, Yue discovered that most of those runes contained massive amounts of energy, and were stronger than mist stance runes. It was a mystery to Yue how and where Lin Ziyan could store that many runes inside her body. This kind of energy would tear one's body apart if they were below the condensed prime warrior level. But then a couple of strange-looking runes caught Yue's eyes. Those are dimensional runes. They are only used for sealing. It struck Yue that Lin Ziyan was either a vessel, or her power was being sealed by a sealing stance for some reason. That she was actually much stronger than people believed her to be. The power surges coming through the seal were filtered and weakened. Yue could not imagine what would happen if the seal was to be broken. How strong would she be? It has long been apparent to Yue that Lin Ziyan's family background wasn't ordinary, but today was the first time he was scared and intimidated by it. It was becoming more obvious that she grew up around some very powerful people. Yue hadn't really known Lin Ziyan for that long, but he opened his heart to her a little bit without noticing. To be strong enough to match her and protect her, this had become his goal after Yue started to get to know the kind-hearted beauty. This was a wake-up call. Yue learned right now that he needed to multiply his efforts to reach his goals. I will not give up. Yue was determined, although he had no idea how much catching up he would need to do. The world did not stop revolving, it suddenly expanded and released an even stronger wave of energy akin to a mini tsunami. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 58, Sorry. Chapter 58, Sorry. The fearsome wave of energy came crashing into Yue, and he was knocked flying before he could react and defend himself, although the result would have been the same. He was shocked by the impact, and the next thing he knew, he was on the ground feeling like his organs were all twisted together. Yue quickly got up and swallowed a pill. He sat in a lotus position and adjusted his disturbed qi flow. What is happening? I don't understand. Yue was increasingly confused by Lin Ziyan, who was sitting still with closed eyes. Under great pain, Lin Ziyan's lovely facial features were all squeezed together. Yue had never seen Ziyan looking like this. He could not help but empathize with her as she was going through this agonizing experience. Just as Yue started breathing normally again, the whirl of runes contracted. They touched Lin Ziyan's skin and disappeared altogether, and the qi waves vanished instantaneously as well. While Yue was relieved, Lin Ziyan did not look like she was suffering any less. A small amount of blood leaked out of her mouth and slid down her pale chin. She then lost balance and fell over. Lin Ziyan's fall did not go unnoticed by Yue. He immediately stood up and ran over to hold her tightly as she fell. Lin Ziyan had no strength left in her body, and she struggled just to open her eyes. Her brain registered the familiar face, then she asked in a low whispering voice, Yue, why are you here? Am I dreaming? Ziyan was barely conscious and weakening as she spoke. Yue grabbed her arm and tried to feel her pulse. He realized it was weak, and it felt like it would stop at any second. What should I do now? While feeling Lin Ziyan's pulse, Yue noticed there was a fading marking on each of her wrists that resembled a runic seal. They were only one shade darker than her skin was and were hard to notice unless observed closely. Yue was trying to work out whether these marks had anything to do with what just happened to Lin Ziyan while he carried her to lay on the little bed to the side. Yue was close enough to smell the sweat on Lin Ziyan's drenched silk gown. It was sticking onto her body, and he couldn't help but trace the outline of her body with his eyes. From her perky breasts to her flat, smooth stomach and all the way down her toned legs, every inch of her skin was driving Yue crazy, but he had much more serious matter to deal with, and he knew it. He took out a meridian-nourishing jade moistener pill and fed it to Lin Ziyan. It was not a valuable concoction, but Yi Wei knew from his experience that this common pill was exactly what she needed at the moment. Water, Lin Ziyan mumbled. Having sweated for hours, she was extremely dehydrated. Yi Wei went downstairs and started a fire for the kettle, then returned to pour a glass of lukewarm water slowly down Lin Ziyan's throat. Afraid that Ziyan might catch a cold, Yi Wei channeled his qi around his arms to warm Lin Ziyan up and evaporate the sweat covering her gown. After a minute, her body was warm again and covered by a dry and therefore less revealing gown. After Yi Wei warmed Lin Ziyan up, he checked her breathing and her pulse. Luckily, she appeared to have stabilized but was still very weak. After Lin Ziyan had stabilized a little, Yi Wei could finally relax. He took a deep breath and sat down next to the bed. Yi Wei was just inches away from Lin Ziyan, but he felt distant. He knew nothing about her apart from her name and her brilliance. Although they were becoming close, the mysteries around her still remained. Where was her family? What was sealed inside her body? Why was she in Green Moon City? Yi Wei appreciated Lin Ziyan's cute face while she slept. Meanwhile, he asked himself these questions over and over again. He was trying to sketch a possible answer in his mind that would explain every question he had regarding her. He had a feeling that Lin Ziyan was going to leave Green Moon City one day to return home. And that the place Ziyan call home would be somehow related to the dynasty. Either way, I just need to get stronger. I am Master Yi's legacy apprentice. I won't be trapped in this little city forever. Self-motivating had become a habit of Yi Wei's whenever he felt challenged. For the next 20 hours, Lin Ziyan was going in and out of a comatose state while Yi Wei guarded her and fed her pills and water. Lin Ziyan was starting to move a little and showing signs of recovery. While Yi Wei was taking care of her with his best efforts, Lin Ziyan had the 2 longest dreams she had ever had. In the first one, she visited a magnificent hall where her parents and the rest of her family were present. Yi Wei was there with her too. Upon arriving at Green Moon City, Lin Ziyan was solely focused on her studies at South Star Academy. Although she was a popular girl with a lot of admirers, she always kept a distance with them and enjoyed her own company instead. That was before she got to know Yi Wei. Undoubtedly, Lin Ziyan held Yi Wei's talent in high regard. She was curious about how he acquired so much knowledge at such young age, and she greatly respected his resilience in the face of adversity. Maybe it was the fact that Yi Wei was 2 years younger than her that caused her to slowly let her guard down and welcomed him into her life like something akin to a little brother. Thus, that made Yi Wei one of the closest people she knew in this city. In her second dream, she was training and attempting to break the seals on her body when she diverted her qi to the wrong set of meridians. Not only did this accident cause her to fail, but her sentient was impacted by her own qi. She then used all her efforts to guide her qi back to the right path. Although the situation improved, she was completely exhausted and dehydrated, and at this time, Yi Wei entered her second dream. She then felt embarrassed because her clothes were completely transparent from sweat, but she was unable to do anything. That was a strange dream. Was the thought that woke Lin Ziyan up. She slowly opened her eyes, but the glaring sun made her narrow them again. Ziyan, are you awake? Yi Wei was ecstatic. He stood up enthusiastically and asked, how do you feel? Little Wei. Lin Ziyan was shocked. Then she realized that the second dream was her actual memory. She then looked down to see if she was decently dressed. She could see a blanket on top of her body, and judging by the texture her skin felt, she knew she was wearing nothing but a thin silk gown. Lin Ziyan blushed, and the temperature of her skin dramatically rose upon realizing Yi Wei saw her bare body. It was the first time since she was born that anyone saw her wearing this little. It caused a complicated feeling to arise when she knew she revealed that much in front of a boy. This was not the plan. Lin Ziyan wore the thin gown assuming she would be training alone and that it would provide better ventilation when her body temperature eventually rose due to the amount of qi involved in breaking the seals. Never would she have imagined that Yi Wei, or anyone, would come through the locked doors. Yi Wei knew what Lin Ziyan's facial expression meant, and he immediately tried to explain the situation and ease the tension. He didn't want to be labeled as a pervert after all. Ziyan, I didn't mean to intrude, but I felt a big disturbance of qi when I was waiting for you to answer the door. Judging by the magnitude of the pressure waves, it was not what I assumed you could create, which led me to believe that you were under attack. I thought you were in danger, so I just rushed in. I couldn't believe what I saw when I finally came in. While Lin Ziyan bought the explanation and was touched by how Yi Wei cared about her, she was not at all over the fact that a boy just saw her body. She was a great scholar, but nothing she learned taught her how to behave in such situation. Yi Wei too was stupefied because of the situation the two were in. He just hoped what he did would eventually be forgiven or forgotten. I am so sorry. Yi Wei said with his head facing down. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 59, Caretaking. Chapter 59, Caretaking. Looking Yue's guilty face, Lin Ziyan didn't know how to react. She grabbed her blanket tightly and sighed deeply. Should I really hold a grudge against Yue for this? His intentions were good, and if it wasn't for him looking after me, the injuries I sustained from this accident could have killed me. Feeling embarrassed and struggling to stay calm, Lin Ziyan's reasonings told her that she should let it go, but her emotions said not to. Yue. The blushing on Ziyan's face showed no signs of fading as she raised her head to look Yue in the eyes. She said, "What you saw does not leave this room, okay? My lips are sealed." Yue nodded heavily, seeing as Lin Ziyan was prepared to bury this incident and move on, but he felt inexplicably unsettled. If others learned about what happened today, you might actually get killed. Lin Ziyan warned him in a serious tone. Yue was puzzled why Ziyan would be so caught up with what happened, and he wondered if she found him untrustworthy. He would never say anything that would ruin her reputation no matter what. He looks pretty cute when he's confused. Although he does look childish, but he is quite a handsome boy, Lin Ziyan's mind wandered. What am I thinking? The rush of blood to her head didn't really help her regain her strength. She wanted to get up, but her dantian and her meridians in her limbs were still weak, so she gave up trying once she noticed how floppy her arms and legs were. Yue, can you make me some food? She resorted to asking for help instead. I will get right to it. Yue replied reflexively and ran downstairs to the kitchen. The Yes had servants, but they were taught to do these basic things themselves from a young age, which made him quite a good cook for someone with his family background. Shortly after he went down the stairs, Yue came back up holding a tray with a bowl of warm congee and some pills. While Yue was downstairs cooking, Ziyan tried to strengthen her body by filling herself with qi but failed miserably because of her dantian's injury. Ziyan, let me help you sit yourself up. The awkwardness remained, but she was incapable of taking care of herself for the time being. Yeah. Lin Ziyan shyly nodded. Yue put the tray on the nightstand and took her hand to help her up. He then held her in his left arm and fed her one spoonful at a time. Their bodily contact did not help lighten the atmosphere. Feeling Yue's warm palm on her back, his touch sent shivers down her spine. It was one thing knowing he saw and touched her body when she was barely conscious, but quite another to experience it fully awake. While she was aware that he was not strong enough to protect her, she had never felt more secure than right now, leaning on his chest and feeling his heartbeat. Right now Lin Ziyan was just a teenager caught in the moment, and she had no idea this memory would stay in her heart and revisit her more often than she could ever imagine. Yue was very careful when feeding her. He blew on each spoonful of food to make sure it wasn't too hot. While he was unquestionably doing a decent job at being attentive, he couldn't help but shift his attention to Ziyan's wonderful scent and her exposed body through the opening of the silk gown. It was Yue's first time being this close to a girl he liked, and he kept telling himself it was not appropriate to stare, but he just couldn't help himself. Aware of Yue's gaze, Lin Ziyan subtly tried to cover her chest with her arm, but it only opened up her gown even more. Her anxiety and embarrassment were becoming unbearable all of a sudden. Yue. She stared at him rebukingly. She knew this was unavoidable, being in the same room with a young boy while dressed like this, but she expected better from this boy. It was impossible for either one of them to remain calm while Yue was ashamed of his behavior. It was just too hard for him not to look at the girl of his dreams. In fact, the fondness was mutual, but Lin Ziyan had more on her mind. She knew her family background would make her relationships more complicated than she would have liked, and that her future was not really in her own hands. Although Yue had potential, Lin Ziyan was mindful of how difficult it was for an outsider to earn her family's approval and trust. A century-old superpower was not going to accept a nameless boy to continue their prideful bloodline. Lin Ziyan sighed resentfully. Sometimes she just wished she was born into an ordinary family. She wished she could live a simple life without being involved in family disputes and having to please other people's wishes. I will get away someday. The awkward silence seemed never-ending. After finishing her food quietly with Yue's aid, Ziyan felt somewhat energized and wanting to cover herself up a little more to ease the tension. Help me up. I would like to get changed. Her face was still completely red. Yeah. Yue nodded and helped her balance while she took small wobbly steps back to her room. Yue stepped out of the room, then shut the doors behind him. He took a deep breath and loosened his shoulders. Scenes from the training room incident kept replaying in his head. He deeply regretted his behavior, but on the other hand, he couldn't rid himself of his impure thoughts. Just being left alone was enough to make his mind wander. He couldn't stop visualizing how Lin Ziyan was getting changed behind the door. He shook his head and sat down to cultivate, hoping that would clear his mind. As he was beginning to focus, he was immediately distracted by a loud bang from inside the room. What now? Yi Wei was worried. He jumped up and knocked on her door quickly. Ziyan! What's happening? He screamed hysterically. I'm fine. Her tone of voice was hard, but it was also shaky and the volume was low. It sounded to Yi Wei that she was in pain. The seals on Lin Ziyan's body were too strong, and she literally used all of her qi and energy earlier trying to break one of them. Until her meridians and dantian recovered, she would not be able to store qi in her body. She was now as weak as a normal person. Yi Wei was not convinced, and he stood right outside the door listening closely for any movements. Seconds later, another banging noise came from the room followed by the sound of Lin Ziyan grunting. Ziyan! Yi Wei screamed anxiously. He did not get a reply, and therefore shouted again. Even then still not a sound came from the room. He started to panic. What just happened? He was too worried to stand still and wait around while Ziyan could be dying. He slammed the door open hoping it was not too late. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 60, Promise. Chapter 60, Promise. Yi Wei rushed in to discover Lin Ziyan lying on the ground. The left sleeve of her gown was dyed red by blood. He immediately ran forward to check her condition. There was a huge bruise on her forehead and a long cut on her arm that didn't look like it was going to stop bleeding anytime soon. Ziyan! Can you hear me? Yi Wei was completely distressed. He knelt down to feed her another jade moistener pill, after which he crushed a trauma pill into powder and applied it to her wound. I'm okay. Lin Ziyan drowsily opened her eyes. She panicked again when she realized she was still in the same revealing silk gown. She tried to turn away from Yi Wei and stand up but immediately lost her balance and slipped. Luckily Yi Wei caught her before she hurt herself more. The seals on her body were very unstable at the moment and were disrupting her body functions, or else she would have already recovered given that she was stronger than most humans. Yi Wei didn't understand why she was panicking and acting crazy. Stop moving, he said while frowning. After Ziyan was calmed down by Yi Wei's steady voice, he wrapped his right arm behind her neck and lifted her legs with his free hand, then slowly rested her body on the bed. Just as he let go of her body, her gown slid off. Lin Ziyan closed her eyes and shivered in embarrassment. She didn't even have the strength to cover her body with her hands. She had never felt this weak her entire life. She was scared, shy, and drowning in helplessness. The soft and smooth texture was telling Yi Wei that he should not let go, but he did not let his impulses get the better of him. Instead, he focused on Ziyan's tired face and how to help her recover. One day I will win her heart properly, and before then I should not allow myself to take advantage of situations like this. She is too gentle and nice, I can't degrade her any further. Lin Ziyan's eyes were tightly shut, so tight that her eyelashes were twitching. She just wanted to hide her nervousness and forget about the awkward situation she was in. Yi Wei reached for the blanket and gently laid it on top of Ziyan. He was actually relieved that she was now covered as he could finally think straight again. He filled his hand with qi and placed them on Lin Ziyan's forehead, and then started massaging the bruise. The bruise faded little by little with each of Yi Wei's strokes. Lin Ziyan slowly opened her eyes after understanding Yi Wei's intent. She actually started to relax and enjoy the little treat. Although they weren't talking, their body language showed that they both felt warm and blissful. Lin Ziyan was watching Yi Wei. It was simply impossible for him to break eye contact. Feeling that the tension was building, Yi Wei opted to start a conversation. So why did you move to Green Moon City on your own? Lin Ziyan heard the question but was hesitant to answer. She arranged her thoughts and said, sorry, I cannot go into details about that. Oh, Yi Wei felt slightly upset by Ziyan being so secretive. Ziyan could see from Yi Wei's facial expression that he was offended, and as she didn't want to come across as distrusting she explained, there is a large city thousands of miles away from here. It is hundreds of times bigger than Green Moon City. The martial families there are so strong it is actually hard to compare them to the forces here. My family is one of the most resourceful and influential families there. There are people in my family who could single-handedly erase Green Moon City off the map. Yi Wei's eyes widened. He had heard about the world beyond Green Moon City, and he was told there were unimaginable powers out there, but he never thought he would meet a person from one of those high places. That someone actually turned out to be Lin Ziyan. I am a direct descendant of my family. When I was born, somebody put numerous seals on my body. If I want to break through one level, I will have to spend extra effort on loosening or breaking the seals so I can access my qi. Lin Ziyin continued, however, I can use part of the sealed energy at random times, they are out of control. I have always wondered who put these seals on me and for what reason. It was an unexpected confession, and Yi Wei did not even understand half of what Lin Ziyin was saying. He did know that Lin Ziyin becoming a warrior under these circumstances was quite astonishing. Just focus on training. When you are stronger and able to defend yourself, I might tell you more. I did loosen a couple seals today and got some of my power back from that. I will be stronger than I am now once my body recovers. Lin Ziyin smiled to cover up her worries, the past 2 days hadn't treated her well. That's good to hear. Yi Wei nodded and replied. He then solemnly looked at Lin Ziyin and continued, Ziyin, next time you attempt to break those seals, let me know in advance. I will come to guard you. Unsure about Yi Wei's intention, Lin Ziyin started blushing again. Why? She asked shyly. Yi Wei's face turned red and started stammering, I'm just worried that you will get into an accident like this again. Lin Ziyin was not sure whether to accept his offer or not. She would have to be in thin clothes when she trains again. She did not want to go through this embarrassing situation all over again. Ziyin, I will get you another glass of water. The awkward silence was getting to Yi Wei's nerves. He thought she wanted to say no but couldn't say it to his face. He stood up and tried to escape downstairs. Just as he was leaving the room, Lin Ziyin stopped him. Yi Wei. What's the matter? He turned around in confusion, not knowing what to expect. Lin Ziyin looked toward Yi Wei with a soft gaze. Yi Wei, I meant it earlier. Nobody can know about what happened today, not a single detail. She didn't know whether to tell how she felt about him. I know. This will be our secret. Yi Wei was increasingly frustrated. He tried to stay calm, but it was just impossible. He stomped out through the doors right after he replied. Lin Ziyin could see Yi Wei was hurt, and her heart was hurting from feeling guilty for giving him so much information at once and pushing him away to an extent. Yi Wei suddenly stopped by the door on his way out. He did not turn around, but he spoke loud enough for Lin Ziyin to hear it. I know I am not good enough for you both in terms of my family background and cultivation. You are in another world than me. No. That's not what I mean. Lin Ziyin's eyes turned red, and her heart was aching. She couldn't find the right words to explain how she felt. But, Yi Wei took a deep breath and said with determination, my family is not very powerful, but we will work our way up. I am weak, but I will keep training as hard as I can. I will catch up with you one day and even overtake you. I just got to know you not long ago, but you've become the most important girl in my life. We are more like brother and sister now, but when I am strong enough I will ask you out properly and hopefully you'd eventually become my wife. Yi Wei stormed downstairs after giving the speech. Lin Ziyin was not expecting a confession, and her face was as red as a cherry tomato. The sweet taste lingered in her mouth while a line of tears ran down her face. Yi Wei, you are talented and hardworking, but you don't understand how my family works. I can't expose you to that kind of risk. I'm so sorry. Lin Ziyin sighed and wiped her tears dry. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 61, Blood Mist Valley. Chapter 61, Blood Mist Valley. After Yi Wei returned with a glass of water, the pair didn't say a word as they both preferred the silence. He stayed by the bedside to guard Lin Ziyin while she recovered. Although Ziyin was touched by his kindness, she treated Yi Wei coldly. Contrary to her heart, she didn't want him to get too close and get hurt. Time flew, and by the time Ziyin was almost in her best condition, 2 more days had passed. Her cultivation hit a new high as her body recovered. When Lin Ziyin was strong enough to get out of bed by herself, Yi Wei decided it was time for him to leave. Ziyin, I am off. While Yi Wei was walking away, Ziyin did not take her eyes off his back. She wanted to talk to him, but when she opened her lips nothing would come out. Why was I born into this family? Why can't I decide anything by myself? I just want to have a simple life. Yi Wei, I can't be with you, but I know you will do well for yourself. I hope I can see that day with my own eyes before I have to leave the city. Her heartache choked her as she cried quietly. Ziyin was not the only one feeling uneasy. Yi Wei was hurt, but he believed he had the capability to improve and didn't let the devastation stay in his system. Ignoring the attention he got from his fellow students on the path to the dorms, he ran back to his place while planning how to fulfill his dreams. His dreams about becoming a runmaster, about making his family thrive, and his dreams about Ziyin. He noticed that the sun was shining through the gap between a few large rain clouds as he looked up to the sky now and then, appreciating the spectacular scenery as his mind wandered. Yi Wei immediately started cultivating again once he arrived back at his house. While Yue was training behind closed doors, a few things happened inside and outside the academy. The news of his status spread to all the staff and student. The story of a one-star student becoming Master Yi's apprentice was an inspiring one, and the atmosphere at South Star Academy had never been this positive. Some of the students who were about to give up were reinvigorated, and the students who were already doing well were now doubling their efforts. Xiaoqi did not have the best time because it was a commonly known fact that he did not get along with Yue. So after the news broke, everyone started to alienate him. Some kids from martial families even started to pick fights with him, hoping Yue would hear about it. Xiaoqi's social life had never been this bad. He was very frustrated as he was not at all used to being on the receiving end of bullying or being left alone. With Du Mingzhe, when the teachers found out what he did to Yue's old room, they notified his family about his misconduct. When the Du family learned about it, they were petrified. They knew what it meant to be on the wrong side of Master Yi and the Yi family. The Du family took Du Mingzhe out of South Star Academy, and rumor had it that they physically punished him so hard that he had to rest in bed for weeks. While people expected Master Mu to speak to Master Yi to solve some of their disagreements, he never really stood up for the Du family, nor did he show himself in public after the duel. That was when Green Moon City realized that although both of them were run masters, Master Yi and Master Mu were on completely different levels. All this was told to Yue by Chao Ning. He remained close with Yue even after the move. He visited Yue a few times with gossip and supplies. This let Yue focus solely on his training. Though, because of this, Chao Ning's friendship with Yue was spotted by people. The martial families treated him as Yue's sidekick, a close associate. They would give Chao Ning pills and other gifts now and then, which improved his cultivation speed. I wonder what Master Yi is up to at the moment. Yue thought as he was taking a little break from training. A few days had passed since he returned from Lin Ziyan's. There was a knocking sound on the door, and Yue was surprised to see who came to his house. Ziyan. Yue blushed when he saw the face of the girl he had been thinking about the past few days. Hey, you look surprised. Am I not welcome here? Lin Ziyan was wearing a cheeky smile. It seemed like she had put the embarrassing incident behind her. Of course you are welcome. I was just expecting to see Chao Ning's silly face. Yue shook his head and broke into a smile. Lin Ziyan could see from his darkened eyes that he was tired. She was happy to be able to refresh him with great news. Little Wei, I have received information regarding welcome leaves. Really? Where? The news widened Yue's tired eyes, and he looked more energized than he had for days. Blood Mist Valley. Lin Ziyan felt Yue's enthusiasm and surprise and therefore answered immediately. Blood what? Yue frowned as the name did not ring any bells. It is to the north of Frozen Sun City, deep inside the Red Wolf Mountains. Lin Ziyan explained. About half a month ago, the Li family of Frozen Sun City sent their youngsters to train in the mountains, and when they went past Blood Mist Valley they found some welkin leaves trimmings. And what happened to them? Yue couldn't wait for Lin Ziyan to finish. The Li family sold them to an anonymous runmaster for 1.8 million silver. The transaction was kept on the down low, and that's all the information my source could find, unfortunately. Lin Ziyan frowned and said in a slightly regretful tone. Okay. Yue digested what he heard, then nodded. If he bought it for that price, I don't think he would resell it for a profit. Needless to say, the runemaster would be nowhere to be found anyway. I will go to Blood Mist Valley. Yue took a deep breath and said to Lin Ziyan. His determination was audible. Although Yue had no idea where it was, he was ready to go through the gates of hell for his cousin whom he owed his life to without a word of complaint. I have a beast carriage ready for us. Yue's hasty decision was all within Lin Ziyan's calculation. Proud of her prediction and entertained by Yue's hot-headedness, she chuckled. Ziyan. You can't go. Yue frowned. He did not want to rely on Ziyan when it came to family business. He was too prideful and felt that he owed her enough already. If I don't tag along, it will take you a very long time to locate Blood Mist Valley. Lin Ziyan smiled at Yue with a light blush. Just let me help you as kind of a repayment. Yue didn't understand she seemed so happy. A few days ago the tension between them was unbearable. He nodded and said, You're right, I appreciate your help. Let's get ready. Lin Ziyan said lightheartedly as she proceeded to help Yue pack, then led him out of the house. A horned elephant carriage was waiting outside, and they quickly boarded and headed off. Frozen Sun City was a city located to the west of Green Moon City. It was way larger and more populated than Yue's hometown. When the carriage drove past the busy streets of the big city, Yue was amused by the view and the people. They went off-road at the north end of the city into the wilderness and passed through the mountains. As they got closer to their destination, the red mist was thickening. The mist was constantly changing shape from one second to the next and it smelled a little like blood. We will be there soon. Lin Ziyan slowed the beast down before they were spotted by other travelers as she did not wish to draw too much attention. After arriving, they got off the carriage and walked towards Blood Mist Valley. Yue could hear chattering noises in front of him, and he quietly walked ahead of Lin Ziyan. He spotted a large group of tents on the flat ground far ahead. Why are all these people here? Lin Ziyan could see Yue was confused. Blood Mist Valley is a very strange place. According to legends, it was the training ground for a very strong group of cultivators. They left a lot of treasures in there and they made the mist with a stance to keep people out of this place. The stronger one is, the more one will be hurt by the red mist. It is life-threatening for cultivators above warrior level, and I've heard tales of condensed prime warriors getting paralyzed by the mist long time ago when they discovered the place. She told Yue as she was looking at an old sheepskin map in her hand. See the thick mist over there? It gets thinner every few days, sometimes weeks, and when it does we will enter, but we will have to watch for the signs. When the mist starts thickening again, we will get out. People have found great treasures in there, but not all of them found their way back out of the thick mist, Lin Ziyan said as the two walked towards the edge of the valley. There were more than 100 groups of people gathered close by where the thick mist was. The pair decided to wait near the others so they too could enter as soon as the mist dispersed. Although they tried to keep a low profile, the beauty of Lin Ziyan had the opposite effect. The cultivators couldn't help but talk about the elegant girl who had just arrived. How she was dressed like someone important, and how lucky Yue was to have her company. That's a lot of people. They look like they know the valley well, so they must be here for the treasures. Yue shared his concern with Lin Ziyan. We will have to act quickly and seize the chance before the herb is spotted by anyone else. I don't want to miss this chance to save cousin Zhong. He clenched his fist with determination and took a couple of deep breaths, then went back to observing the ever-changing mist. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 62, Talents from Ning City. Chapter 62, Talents from Ning City. Oh? A beast carriage? And there were only 2 of them? A routine scouting report raised a green-shirt youngster's suspicion. A skinny boy and a purple-haired girl, right? His surveillance was concealed by many others who were looking in the same direction. At the age of 15, Li Ziyan looked way more mature and elegant than most teenage girls, therefore it was not a surprise that she was drawing so much attention. But simply watching them did not provide enough information, so approached the couple. Hi. He greeted them while astounded by Li Ziyan's beauty after taking a closer look. Alarmed by the green-shirt youngster's diplomatic smile, Li Ziyan subconsciously took a small step back. Driven by the need to befriend and find out more about the couple who traveled in such a luxurious carriage, he enthusiastically lifted his hand towards Yue. My name is Zhou. What about you? He saw the indifference from Li Yanyan's posture and figured he could find out more from the innocent-looking Yue. I am Yue. He wondered if he should use a pseudonym but didn't see the need because it seemed that people here came from all across the country, and Yue was a pretty common name anyways. First time here? Zhou asked with a smile on his face after briefly looking them over. How did you know? I've been here before. During which, I had to camp for months. If I don't recognize you then you're probably a first-timer. Zhou chuckled then continued, I basically know this place like the back of my hand. Ah. That makes sense. Yue nodded. May I ask where you two are from? He could feel Yue's guard was down. Lin Ziyan discreetly nudged Yue and he finally realized what Zhou was trying to do. We are from far away, we're just passing through. Zhou was no fool, he didn't expect them to tell the whole truth so he just smiled and nodded. Blood Mist Valley is an interesting place. Students can basically walk in unaffected by the mist whereas warriors can't really enter unless the mist is thin. Not to mention condensed prime warriors who will most definitely be killed if they enter. With that in mind, students should still bring a warrior with them because there are some strange and dangerous creatures within the valley. He kept playing the friendly stranger. Judging by their age they are at most students, but why are they so calm? People usually freak out a little when I tell them about the valley. Zhou thought as he kept analyzing the couple. They seem rich in the end, so they probably came prepared. He was thinking about recruiting the two for his expedition team to increase their chances of salvaging something valuable. Zhou guessed correctly. Yue and Lin Ziyan talked about what they were going to do when they were in the carriage. There are 56 people in my group. 17 of them are warriors. Would you two be interested in joining us? We have been in the valley before, and we're familiar with the terrain. You two seem like nice people, and it would be mutually beneficial for both parties. He suggested with a smile on his face, and as he spoke he could feel that Lin Ziyan was not just a pretty face. Yue turned to Lin Ziyan for her opinion, but before he could open his mouth she answered Zhou Ho in a cold, calm tone, "We can go together, but if we find Welkin leaves they are ours, everything else you can keep." "Oh, that's what you two want? No worries. We will enter the valley together, and when you two find what you want you can leave, but staying together will increase our chances of getting out safe." Zhou Ho admired their bravery. Just a while back a group of 30 warriors were ambushed by a group of beasts and never made it out of the valley. The past of the Blood Mist Valley was literally painted in blood. There are around 10,000 people here at this campsite, some are alone while others prefer to be in groups. We are actually one of the stronger groups. Some of the others are pretty hopeless actually, like those guys over there. I don't even see the point of them trying. Zhou Ho pointed to a group of 7 aggressive-looking youngsters and chuckled, "I heard the strongest of them is only a 5-star student." Lin Ziyan's eyes followed Zhou Ho's finger to the group and a purple light flashed through her eyes. She was intrigued by the aura they were giving off. Yue too found the group intriguing. Judging by their confident appearance, they didn't look like 5-star students to him. "Stop staring at them, they are not worth our time," Zhou Ho said pridefully as he signaled the couple to follow him. "Little Wei, this is for you." Lin Ziyan discreetly handed Ji Wei an interspatial bag. He opened it and peeked inside. He discovered that there were 5 mystic scrolls within, and he couldn't help but be shocked. Each of the scrolls was worth a fortune and Lin Ziyan had just given him 5. Yue wanted to decline the gift, but Lin Ziyan held his hand down and signaled for him to be discreet. "These 2 are defensive scrolls." Lin Ziyan pointed inside the bag and whispered in Yue's ear, "You will activate a defensive mystic stance by tearing it. Only use them when you're in trouble. And the other 3 are offensive ones." The physical contact and her soft voice sent a shiver down his spine. "Remember their faces." Zhou Ho pointed at a group of teenagers in a distance. They were wearing blood-colored uniforms with a golden hem. He seemed intimidated just by the sight of them. They are all from the Golden Wood Academy in Frozen Sun City. Every one of them is a 7-star warrior or above. Their leader is the 9-star warrior, Luo Wuxue. He is the most talented student at his school, and he defeated a 10-star warrior with a low-level mist stance. He's quite a character. Yue followed Zhou Ho's glance, and he saw 3 youngsters dressed in red about 300 meters away from him. One of them was significantly paler than the other 2. He was wearing the same robe as the others, but his tall build set him apart. Luo Wuxue was sat down cultivating, but even still he stood out. He quietly cultivated, and while he did there was a screen of red chi surrounding him. "I can feel his energy from here. What kind of stance is that?" Yue was slightly scared from what he was seeing. Lin Ziyan though was calm and collected like usual. She didn't seem to care about these 3 while Zhou Ho was too afraid to keep his eyes on them. He turned away and briefly introduced some of the other campers around them. Shui Yao, the strongest youngster of the Shui family from Frozen Sun City. He is only 17 but he is already a 7-star warrior. Lu Chao, the strongest youngster in the Lu family, also from Frozen Sun City. Hong Sun. Now, he is a mysterious one. Nobody knows where he is from or how powerful he is. But 3 days ago he had a fight with a 6-star warrior over a disagreement, and he managed to kill his opponent with 1 palm strike. With that many people gathered in one place, conflicts were very common between groups and families. Every once in a while there were some condensed prime warriors at the camp sent by the group's leaders to protect the youngsters before they enter the Blood Mist Valley. These 4 are the most dangerous people here, that we know of at least. Months of being at the camp made Zhou Ho quite paranoid and cautious, but that's what kept him alive. Just avoid conflicts if you can, it's for the best. He then led Yue and Lin Ziyan to his group. Everyone was there. The 17 warriors along with the rest who were 9 or 10-star students. Although they were sitting together by the campfire, they weren't really talking because they were just temporarily put together for the expedition. "We don't know when the blood mist will thin out. It might be in a few hours or in a few days," Zhou Ho said reluctantly. After the talk with Zhou Ho, Yue and Lin Ziyan settled down and started training by the campfire while waiting for the mist to fade. A few campers near them started chatting. "I've heard a group of youngsters from Ning City just arrived." "Ning City? Maybe they are here for the inner regions. You're saying that they want to enter the Forbidden Sanctums? That would be interesting. I don't think anyone has ever made it there." "Well, maybe they did, but they didn't live to tell the tale." "I don't know, we'll see." Ning City was the biggest of the 36 cities on the outskirts of the dynasty's territory. This big city attracted talents from everywhere, and rumor had it that some returned prime warriors resided there. Why would they be here otherwise? I think they came prepared. At the other side of the campfire, Lin Ziyan was disturbed by what she heard, and she opened her eyes while frowning. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 63, Rune Barrier. Chapter 63, Rune Barrier. Lin Ziyan quickly calmed down and went back to training. A lavishly dressed teenage boy walked past Joho's camp, and he spotted the most astounding beauty he had ever encountered, a girl that made his heart skip a beat. He couldn't stop his feet from walking towards Lin Ziyan. He saw that Yi Wei sat right next to her, but he didn't think the plain-looking boy was associated with her. Hello, my name is Lu Chao. I am from the Lu family in Frozen Sun City. What would you like me to refer to you as? His snobbishness was over the top, and you could tell he was proud of himself from his posture all the way to the way he introduced himself. Being the boy with the most potential in his family, and also one of the top 3 teenagers in his city, did more harm than good to his personality. Joho was alarmed by Lu Chao's visit. Why is he here? He wasn't the only person who was not pleased with the sudden visit. Lin Ziyan wasn't impressed by Lu Chao's attitude and therefore didn't reply while Yi Wei just frowned. The tension was building up, and Joho came over to dismiss the unwanted visitor. Mr. Lu, it's good to see you. Did you need something from her? She is a member of our group, maybe I can help? You have no business here. Lu Chao did not respect Joho at all, as he knew he didn't have to. Can't you see I am trying to have a conversation with this lady? He pushed Joho to the side and continued speaking to Lin Ziyan. If you wish to enter the Blood Mist Valley, you might as well join us. I can guarantee your safety under our banner. He garnished his offer with a confident smile. Please leave me alone. Lin Ziyan was irritated, not charmed. Her tone of voice was as cold as ice. In frustration, Lu Chao frowned and grunted. He couldn't understand why she treated him like this. What do you mean, miss? He had not been declined his whole life. I would like you to go away. Do you understand? Lin Ziyan raised her long, slender eyebrows as the temperature around her seemed to have dropped suddenly. Don't insult me. Lu Chao looked furiously at Lin Ziyan. Yi Wei clenched his fists. He wouldn't sit back if Lu Chao decided to move any closer to Lin Ziyan, regardless of his cultivation deficit. A purple light flashed through Lin Ziyan's pupils. Lu Chao's head slightly dropped forward. His confidence was replaced by fear. He was spooked by what he saw in her eyes. His body froze, and his palms turned sweaty. My lady, I should not have disturbed you. I apologize for the intrusion. He pulled his shoulders back and stood up respectfully. He bowed to Lin Ziyan, then ran away clumsily. Yi Wei was shocked to see Lin Ziyan's influence outside Green Moon City. Joho and the rest of the group had many questions in their minds, and they started to wonder what kind of person had just joined their group. They all looked towards Lin Ziyan now and then, but they didn't dare talk to her. What was that? He's the golden child of the second biggest family in Frozen Sun City. How could a teenage girl scare him away? Now Yi Wei and Lin Ziyan were left in peace. They could finally focus on training in the quiet. The golden flash in Yi Wei's sentient was surging. It sensed danger within the red mists, and this gave him an unsettled feeling that something monstrously fearsome was concealed within the depths of this valley. He opened his eyes and looked at the mist. There was a voice in his head that told him he should not enter the Blood Mist Valley if he treasured his life. Yi Wei did treasure his life, but he just prioritized Yi Zhong's life above his own. Finding Welkin leaves to save cousin Zhong, that's my mission. A few hours later, the lingering red mist started vibrating and pulsing rhythmically. It sounded like a colossal monster was breathing. The red mist was quickly thinning, revealing the vegetation and rocks in the valley. The mist is fading. Get your asses up. The mist is fading. The noise level escalated quickly. It was logical that the campers were heated up, as if they missed this window of opportunity. They did not know when the next one would present itself. The campers stirred up chaos as they entered the valley, but their speed sorted them into distinguishable groups. At the front were the 7 Star Warriors, led by Luo Wuxue, Lu Chao, Hong Sun, and Shui Yao, as they flew and glided ahead with their primal energy feathered wings, which left swirls of red mist behind. And far behind them were the 6 and 5 Star Warriors, kicking up dust and entering the valley in a flash. The rest were whizzing through overgrown trees and rugged rocks towards the valley akin a swarm of ants. Let's not wait. Yi Wei and Lin Ziyan stopped hesitating and followed the large crowd. Yi Wei noticed through trees and rocks that the red mist was dispersing as he headed towards the bottom of Blood Mist Valley. It was too thin to cover the breathtaking sight that froze him in place. His eyes were wide open and set on an enormous sculpture. It was a statue of a crouching beast that was almost a kilometer tall. The delicately sculpted details of the beast made it feel alive. It was covered in scales from head to tail, and on its forehead were 3 long horns. This beast's mouth was open, and there were runes carved on the inside of its mouth, which was where the red mist originated from. Its sharp teeth looked bloodied from the reflecting redness around them. It was obvious who was entering Blood Mist Valley for the first time. The newbies were all stunned and stood still, scared witless by the statue, whereas the others were running straight towards the mouth of the beast. Only the experienced people dared to head right into it because they knew that was real entrance. The first-timers saw how everyone else was rushing in and eventually followed once they overcame their fear. Lin Ziyan quietly mumbled to herself, and there was a deep purple flash in her clear eyes. "This is a Sealnik spirit beast, are we it?" The statue reminded her about one of the old articles in her family's library. "Let's go," she said in a cautious tone. Lin Ziyan was worried, but she did not let that affect their mission because Yi Zhong's life was at stake. They followed the rest of the group into the statue's mouth after the little pause. Just as they entered, they were already facing an obstacle. There were around 40 tunnels in front of them, and the running crowd came to a stop. Everyone was worryingly wondering which path they should take while the braver and experienced quickly disappeared into different tunnels. Lu Chao noticed Lin Ziyan's presence from a distance, and he quickly picked and entered a tunnel before she saw him. Yi Wei's frustrated gaze was on the tunnels behind the thin mist. The tunnels all looked similar, therefore everyone gave up on analyzing them and just entered a random tunnel as they could not tell which was the safe path. As Lin Ziyan was struggling, wondering which way to go, the golden flash appeared in Yi Wei's sentient, Ziyan, the 7th tunnel from the right. Out of all the tunnels, he could feel the strongest runic disturbance from the 7th. "Everyone follow me!" Zhou shouted at his team, signaling them to enter one of the tunnels. He saw that Yi Wei and Lin Ziyan were far behind and wanted to pick their own path. After exchanging a regretful look, he decided to move on without the two. "If that's what they want." "Yeah." Lin Ziyan narrowed her eyes while looking at Yi Wei with a bit of doubt, but she trusted him, and he looked confident and determined, so they proceeded without further discussions. The tunnel was lit up by slightly red swirling runic patterns on both sides. Yi Wei and Lin Ziyan were not the only ones who picked this path. People were staring at the runes closely with greedy eyes. The swirls were arranged in a way that resembled the shape of a door. Further down the tunnel there were swirls that had been broken open, and there was a stone house behind each of the openings. It was not a strange scene for some. The experienced cultivators just ran through the tunnel, stopping now and then to see if they could forcefully break open the swirls. Everyone who managed to break them looked incredibly happy. They ran inside and searched for treasure. Rune barriers. Lin Ziyan's purple eyes looked a bit worried. She slightly frowned and mumbled because she had read about them before and knew how problematic they could be. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 64, Silver Moon. Chapter 64, Silver Moon. So that's how it works. The treasures are hidden in the stone houses. Yi Wei figured out while observing the people around him. He also realized these rune barriers were the source of the runic disturbance he felt. A fight broke out not far ahead of Yi Wei. The sound of mystic stances exploding echoed through the tunnel, and he could see bodies flying everywhere. "I will not show mercy to anyone who stands in my way." "Not here." A tall 6-star warrior activated a dark lightning stance and bolts of black electricity wrapped around his body. The sound of thunder accompanied each step this human thunderstorm took as he charged towards a few men guarding the front of a rune barrier. He reached them quickly, knocking quite a few of them out cold. Some of the lower star-level warriors and students around him were lucky enough to dodge the attack and ran away without looking back. They had lost their treasure to the tall warrior, but they were not going to lose their lives too. "Ziyan, can we only break these barriers by force?" A golden flash shone through his eyes as Yi Wei scanned the whirls of runes around him, and one of them in particular caught his attention. Like all mystic stances, rune barriers were composed of sequences of runes. This one was slightly different than the others. The patterns on it were spinning, and the energy seemed to be growing and spreading. Because it was located close to the entrance of the tunnel, many people had tried breaking it open, but it was still completely intact. The paths of this rune barrier were very complex, and upon touching it, Yi Wei's fingers were numbed by the enormous rebounding force. He stepped back and kept observing the barrier. The whirling patterns were making him dizzy, so he closed his eyes for a brief moment. Surprisingly, when his eyes closed, he could feel the energy flow more clearly, and he also felt the complex swirl's multiple pivots. Rune barriers are really just a simple form of runic seals. If you find the breakpoint of them, you don't need brute force to crack them. A trained runemasters, for example, would be able to find these breakpoints easily. However, ordinary cultivators like us will have to find the weak spots and break these barriers by force from these spots. Lin Ziyin answered while observing the spinning runes whirls around her. Don't waste your time looking for the breakpoint, though, just see if you can find smaller thus weaker barriers, and I will break them open. Did you forget I am a warrior? She added as she could see Yi Wei was caught up in looking at that one rune barrier. Yi Wei nodded and stood back up. After getting a good footing, he closed his eyes again and placed his hand close to the rune barrier that knocked him down. He attempted to locate its weak spots. It's a shame I am not a 7-star student yet. Yi Wei was a bit upset about having to rely on Lin Ziyin again. Just as he sighed, his senshin flashed with a golden light and sent a surge of primal energy to his hands. The energy then found its way to the pivot points Yi Wei earlier discovered and took over the rune's flow movement. The whirl started to spin faster, and the rune barrier began to shine. Seconds after, it cracked open with a bang. Lin Ziyin was looking away. I told you, you will have to use a stance to break the barrier. She heard the noise Yi Wei was making and turned around to see if he was hurt. But she froze in shock when she saw how the rune barrier was opened and a stone house was revealed behind the tunnel wall. He's just a 4-star student. What was that? Could this be his rune consonants? Lin Ziyin was not incorrect. Yi Wei's rune consonants allowed his chi to adhere onto his body and beyond that more easily than anyone at his level or even higher for that matter. Yi Wei pulled his hand back when he heard the bang. He relievingly exhaled and displayed a childish excitement on his smiling face. He never thought he would be able to open it that easily. Ziyin, let's go in. Yi Wei was a little forceful as he pulled Lin Ziyin into the stone house before she could react. Once they entered the stone house, the runes on the wall vibrated, and the barrier closed itself again. We don't have much time. Lin Ziyin could sense the energy of a few powerful warriors approaching, and if they were not quick while searching the house, a fight could break out when the warriors arrive. When Yi Wei opened another door to the stone house, a bright light blinded him. He narrowed his eyes and discovered the floor of the main room was tiled with extremely valuable cold marrow jade. This caused the temperature to be significantly lower inside the main room, and there was a thin mist of water vapor above the floor. Yi Wei and Lin Ziyin looked around them and found out that they were surrounded by shelves and closets full of big and small containers. Lin Ziyin opened bottle after bottle and poured the pills into her palm for further inspection. She noticed that all the bottles contained the same pill. These pills were all glossy, each of them was about the size of a cherry, and they had a refreshing fragrance. There were also a few patterns printed on them that vaguely resembled a silver moon. Are these silver moon pills? Lin Ziyin turned her head to look at all the bottles around her, and she abruptly took in a deep breath of cold air. She was completely dumbfounded by the sight. Regardless of cultivation, from students to renowned returned prime warriors, body strength is always the foundation to any type of training. That's why quencher pills were so sought after. I didn't think these exist anymore. Silver moon pills were around 5 times as effective as fiery sun quenchers, and its fabled formula was lost in time, therefore, the pills were thought to be extinct. While the rare fiery sun quenchers were known to be the best quencher pills available on the market, very few powerful families and martial artists were rumored to have access to the secret formulas for and stocks of other high-quality pills and potions that were reserved for personal and family use. Silver moon pills were one such pill. These silver moon pills can easily fetch 10,000 silver each at auction, and by Lin Ziyin's visual estimation there were a few hundred of these pills in the room. This room was worth more than a big 3 family's wealth that had been accumulated through generations. But their rarity cannot really be measured with money as they will ultimately be used for a greater cause than numbers and luxuries. Lin Ziyin was from a wealthy background and she didn't really care about money, but she couldn't ignore these pills. Yi Wei, I will guard the entrance. Meanwhile, you have to collect all these pills. Not knowing what they were, Yi Wei just stood there shivering in the cold. Okay. Yi Wei nodded, and took out the interspatial bag he had acquired earlier while starting to collecting the pills. There are 380 pills altogether. I'll split them up equally. Yi Wei smiled and handed the pills to Ziyin. Here is your 190 pills. Yi Wei was not sure what these pills were, but judging from Lin Ziyin's facial expression he could guess that they were valuable. If it's valuable I should share it with her. I wouldn't be here if she didn't lead the way. Little Wei, about the portion you just gave me. Do you know how much these pills are worth? Lin Ziyin spoke to Yi Wei's innocent smiling face. How much are they worth? What has that got to do with anything? Yi Wei shrugged and asked casually. If it wasn't for you, Ziyin, I wouldn't have become Master Yi's apprentice and my family would not even exist today. Whatever they are worth doesn't really matter. Okay then. Thank you very much. Lin Ziyin's lips curled into a smile, and although with her wealth she could get all the pills she wanted, she was still touched by Yi Wei's gesture and kind heart. After handing over the pills, Yi Wei started collecting the cold marrow jade on the floor. They were just floor tiles in this house, but they are worth quite a bit outside. A few banging noises came from the corridor, and the house was shaken. Someone was attacking the barrier from the outside, just as Lin Ziyin expected. If she wasn't there to block the entrance with a stance, they would have already entered the stone house. Yue and Lin Ziyin gave each other the same look. Both of them could feel that the intruders were strong, and they had to get ready for a fight. Bang! Bang! The stone house was shaken a couple more times, and Lin Ziyin's defensive stance was neutralized with a rumbling noise. Four silhouettes appeared behind the dusty entrance, and they slowly entered the room then scanned around. They could feel the cold and see the jade tiles. The jade was not just a luxurious decoration, this was a pill room. The temperature was lowered intentionally to keep the bottles of pills in peak condition. There was no pills in sight, all they could see was a boy and a girl. Their pupils dilated and their greedy glare intensified, all-eyed bloodshot eyes were now on Lin Ziyin and Yue. Give us the pills, and we will spare your lives. All four of them were wearing light blue robes and blocking the entrance like a blue wall. Seeing that all four of them were warriors, and knowing that Lin Ziyin's defensive stance would take more than one person to neutralize, they knew it would be a tough fight. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 65, Bulwark. Chapter 65, Bulwark. From the surprise of acquiring the valuable pills to facing the four warriors, Yue's countenance changed dramatically, and judging by the pressure he could sense, each of them were stronger than himself. Handing over the valuable pills was out of the question, and Yue did not reach for the pills in his interspatial bag, he was looking for the mystic scrolls. His small movements did not escape Lin Ziyin's eyes. She held Yue's hand in place and slightly shook her head. Lin Ziyin then turned to look at the four warriors, and a flash of purple appeared in her eyes which helped her read their cultivation level. She could tell their cultivation in one glance. The two of them in the middle were 5-star warriors, whereas the other two on each side were 4-star warriors. Without warning, the 4-star warriors quickly stepped forward and lifted their hands as strings of glittering light came out of their fingers. Give us the pills. In your dreams. Lin Ziyin grunted. Her will force and she rushed out of her body simultaneously towards her finger. Using this, she finished drawing a sequence of runes before the 4-star warriors could. You asked for this. Don't blame us if you die. The warriors shouted, and they flicked their fingers, releasing 2 dark, 3-inch rune daggers towards Yue and Lin Ziyin. They penetrated the cold air in the room and parted the thin mist above the floor into 3 sections while cracking the jade tiles. The daggers were homing in. They got close enough for Yue to feel how sharp the rune daggers' edges were. This was the moment Lin Ziyin was waiting for. She placed her hand on Yue's shoulder, then injected chi into the rune sequence. The stance activated and a cloud of light appeared around her. Shadow shift. The stance turned Yue and Lin Ziyin into shadows while leaving holograms of the two where they stood. With a burst of speed, they escaped the stone house before any of the 4 warriors noticed. The piercing rune daggers went through the holograms and landed on the wall behind them. That stance was not a shield, those are holograms. But they realized what happened too late and the 4 blue-robed warriors' smiles dissolved. Blinded by rage, they then started to hysterically scream while searching the house for Yue and Lin Ziyin. They had completely eliminated the possibility of them escaping the house as they thought the door was well guarded. They started arguing and blaming each other, and the shouting was shaking the house and echoed into the tunnel. None of them could get over the fact that a girl and a skinny boy got away from them so easily with their treasure. The resentment was maddening. Ziyin, what stance was that? Yue asked Ziyin as they blended into the crowd in the tunnel heading deeper into the blood mist catacombs. Mid-level spirit stance shadow shift, it's not anything fancy really. Would you like to learn it? When you're a 7-star student, I will teach you it. Lin Ziyin said laughingly at Yue's shocked face. He was still trying to figure out the mechanics of the shadow shift stance. Yeah. Yue nodded without the slightest hesitation. The stance was not a powerful one, but its practicality made it a valuable asset for whoever could master it. It was usable both offensively and defensively, and of course for escaping, as Ziyin just demonstrated. There are billions of stances, each one of them takes a lot of practice to master, and each one of them was invented for a special niche. A common cultivator could master around 40 stances during his whole life, therefore, it was wise to pick up something he saw a use for. Yeah, that would be nice, but I need to get to 7-star level quickly. Yue took a silver moon pill out of his bag, then put it into his mouth. The pill melted in his mouth and entered his body as a warm surge of energy found its way into his meridians, then traveled to his sentient. Lin Ziyin took a silver moon pill too. Although it's a common practice to sit down and cultivate after taking quencher pills to absorb the energy efficiently, they could also use their effects to move around quicker, thus increasing the chance of them finding what they needed in the tunnels. Yue's body was still taking in the pill's effects despite being on the move, which strengthening his physique. Yue absorbed only about 30% of the Silver Moon Pill's effect, and his Dantian and Sentient were rumbling more vigorously than when he took the fiery sun quencher. He was overjoyed, but he didn't show that on his face. I can become a 5-star student in a day with the help of these pills. Although I might not be able to use stances, I can still try to create my own and refine them to improve my sentient. The 3 meters wide tunnel was a mess. People were swarming in and out of the stone houses on the sides, and there were brawls everywhere. With such proximity, it was impossible not to know when others had found treasure, and it was unavoidable people would fight over them. Laws and rules don't really apply in places like Blood Mist Valley. Yue and Lin Ziyan, however, did not need to involve themselves in the madness. For ordinary people it was not an easy thing to crack the rune barriers. The couple worked out a system. Lin Ziyan was responsible for creating smokescreens with her stances and general security, while Yue would crack the barriers and take what was inside the stone houses. Within a few hours, Yue's interspatial pouch was filled with treasures and rare goods. They came across a wide variety of herbs, pills, medicines, and even found some chi crystals, but they couldn't find any welkin leaves. The tunnel went deep underground. The length of it meant it was impossible to search each and every stone houses, and bearing that in mind, Lin Ziyan was starting to think they should go deeper into the tunnel where the area might be less contested. Then they could take their time searching instead of having to worry about defending themselves all the time. But she was not the first nor the only person with such idea. A few hundred more experienced warriors were already further down the tunnel. Lin Ziyan and Yue found themselves in a pretty much empty section of the tunnel. A rune barrier vibrated, then Yue and Lin Ziyan came through the wall, finished searching another stone house. Nothing too special here either. The term special has since lost its meaning because the things they got their hands on were incredibly valuable, but just were not what they were here for. The trip would be pretty much meaningless unless they found what Master Yi told them they needed to get a hold of. We should head towards the end of the tunnel and see what's happening down there, and hope there is still something left for us. Lin Ziyan said slightly nervously as she realized they might have been too late. It was definitely a statue of a Sealnik spirit beast. Even a ton of welkin leaves cannot compare to the real treasure we could find here if this place is what I think it is. There was a ghostly purple fire in Lin Ziyan's eyes as her mind wandered. If Ning City sent people here, they would most likely be after those. It was getting hard for Yue to catch up as she was running quicker and quicker. About an hour passed, and the tunnel was starting to widen. The pair had been running at Yue's full speed this entire time. Their path was getting brighter, and they started to hear noises echoing in the tunnel which indicated they were reaching the end. They looked at each other while slowing down their pace, making sure their steps weren't heard. The tunnel led them to a spacious hall. It was at least a few times wider than the Yi family arena. All the tunnels actually led to the same place, like streams and rivers flowing into the sea. Lin Ziyan had a glance at the place and noticed there were at least 3,000 people who made it here. Luo Wuxue, Lu Chao, Hong Jun, and Shui Yao were right on the front lines. They stood in the middle of the hall right in front of a 100-meter-tall round rune shield that protected the temple from any external disturbance. The temple was not the only thing under the shiny shield. A lot of weapons, shields, and armors were suspended in midair, and a lot of these goods had a shine on them that indicated they weren't ordinary artifacts. The people in the hall were too focused on the shield, so Yue and Lin Ziyan snuck in unnoticed. They were discussing how to break through the rune shield. In their minds, they were clear that as long as the shield stood, they didn't have a chance to lay their hands on those treasures. Now it was the time to work together instead of killing each other. The strongest warriors on the scene, including Lu, Hong, and Shui, adjusted their positioning and started drawing runes in the air. Fire, ice, wind, chi swords, and spirit beasts crashed into the shield in a matter of seconds. They all focused their fire on where they estimated the weak spot to be. But the light shield bounced the attacks off instantaneously. The arranged attack created some ripples on the shield, but that was all. The rune shield was not damaged in the slightest. That's pretty far off. The purple light in Lin Ziyan's eyes intensified, and she sighed and shook her head. The effort was repeated by the group of elite warriors at the hall, but the situation remained the same. The only difference was now the warriors looked tired and drained. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 66, Prodigies. Chapter 66, Prodigies. Not only did the light shield keep them from reaching the treasures they could see levitating in the air, but it also blocked the pathways that led towards the depths of this blood mist labyrinth. Didn't somebody say that the Ning City folks are here with us? Where are they? What should we do now? This was the furthest anyone has been into the labyrinth in decades, and if someone did not disable the shield, then this would be the end of the expedition. People started to speculate and try to figure a way to push further into the mysterious depths of the blood mist labyrinth. Lin Ziyan scanned the hall, and she sensed quite a lot of outstanding individual, but she knew that none of them would be strong enough to break the enormous runic barrier, not even Luo Wuxue, who was the strongest. These attacks mean nothing. The only chance of breaking through is to have multiple people who know how to focus all their power onto the barrier's weak spot while striking it simultaneously. It would only take a few strong warriors to get the job done. Lin Ziyan was getting a little bit frustrated because she knew she couldn't break the shield on her own. She was under the suspicion that Yi Wei could actually open the rune barrier without breaking a sweat by fiddling with the breakpoint like he had on the earlier rune barriers. However, she was not going to let him draw any attention to himself, especially not here at the Blood Mist Valley. Whoever set this rune barrier up must be a very, very strong cultivator. Yi Wei was startled by the rune shield. As he observed the rune and energy flow of it, something became clear to him. When the creator of the shield set it up, he didn't make it hard to break. The complexity of this shield vastly exceeds the strength of it. Had he put more chi into the shield, it might actually take a prime to break through. This was an inspiring experience for Yi Wei. He had never seen a rune sequence this complex before. The shield taught him a thing or two about rune synergies and combinations, but he was still a bit confused as to why the creator did not build the defense system to its fullest potential. Just as Yi Wei was deep in his own world, an aqua-blue light intensified at the exit of one of the tunnels while a sharp noise of something breaking through the air at a high speed was getting louder. Seconds after, a blue flash shot out of the tunnel into the hall which then levitated above the thousands. It silenced the crowd as everyone was in awe and trying to figure out what the blue light was. Yi Wei was no exception. He lifted his head to see a fading blue light. As the light died down, a hovering ancient, ice-blue sword appeared in front of his eyes, and on the sword stood a teenager wearing a blue robe. He didn't look a day older than 16, and he was standing straight with his hands behind his back. His long hair came to rest as he stopped mid-air. This blue-robed teenager looked down calmly on the crowd below. That's Emoya from Ning City. Luo Mushue's pupils dilated, and his face twitched. He remembered this face. Why is he here? The treasures in the Blood Mist Valley shouldn't be that attractive to him. All of the 4 strongest group leaders shared the same thought. They were agitated by Emoya's presence. Emoya? Yi Wei turned to Lin Ziyan. He could guess that Emoya was a renowned person, but having lived in Green Moon City his whole life, he had no idea who this teenager was. Imu silenced the crowd of thousands without speaking a word. Back in his junior class at South Star Academy, all they talked about was what was happening in their local city. Emoya is one of the 4 strongest teenagers in Ning City. He is only 16 years old, but he's already a 10-star warrior. He is famous for beating another well-known 10-star warrior with a single sword strike in a duel, but 16 years old and as strong as my uncles. Yi Wei was astonished by how big the world was. He never imagined that talents like this existed. That sword under his feet, Yi Wei was curious about the hovering sword. Medium grade 3 stars mystic arm. Li Ziyan knew what Yi Wei was going to ask and answered calmly. What? Yi Wei eyes widened. Are you sure? He could not believe a teenager would carry such a valuable treasure around. Is he not afraid of getting attacked and mugged? He frowned and whispered in an envious tone. He was afraid that Emoya was going to hear him. With that sword, he can fight condensed prime warriors to a draw any time, and maybe even come out on top. People who are capable of mugging him don't really have a reason to. Unless, they feel like declaring war against the Mo family, who are one of the 4 biggest families in Ning City. Lin Ziyan replied. Don't be intimidated, little Wei, you're a talented boy. I believe that you will be able to catch up with them sooner or later. Lin Ziyan read Yi Wei's facial expressions like an open book. Ha ha ha. Emoya, do you enjoy showing off in front of a large group of trash? That's classy. A booming voice caught the attention of the crowd as they were admiring Emoya's godly aura. This loud voice echoed through the hall, and some of the weaker cultivators in the crowd turned as pale as a sheet and started bleeding from their ears. Yi Wei was affected too. The thundering laugh shook him inside and out. Lin Ziyan saw that and therefore placed her small hand on his shoulder to strengthen him with a surge of qi. This lifted the pressure off his body, and his face slowly regained color. I thought you just broke into the warrior ranks not long ago. Are you hiding from me? Yi Wei could see that Lin Ziyan was not affected by the qi-powered voice at all, while the stronger warriors who were trying to break the shield were struggling to even stand up straight. As the laugh died down, people started to look towards the tunnels where it came from. A golden flash shot out of the tunnel's exit where everyone was looking, as another overbearing presence entered the hall. While Emoya's presence was cold and elegant, this man's entrance was more violent. The crowd was already afraid of him before he showed his face. The golden light dimmed before everyone's eyes, and a muscular teenager with rugged hair revealed himself. He was levitating in the air and holding a golden spear. He arrogantly glanced around, and his gaze itself was like a spear that penetrated people's souls. Jin Yen. Luo Wuxue knew this gaze, and it caused him to shiver nervously as he tightened his grip. Drops of cold sweat dripped from his hand onto the ground. Being number one in Frozen Sun City caused Luo Wuxue to be very prideful, but standing in front of these two from Ning City he felt worthless. He was breathing heavily while shaking. First, it was the Seal Snake Beast statue. Now these two are here. I think that confirms it. This is probably the Frost King's tomb. Lin Ziyan mumbled. The Jins let you out of Searing Valley? And you were given burning gold. Looks like the geezers in your family have great expectations from you. Emolya's eyes stopped on the 10-meter-long spear, then at Jin Yen as he indifferently chuckled. You have Autumn's grace with you too. It looks like we were both sent on the same mission, huh? Jin Yen said in an unfriendly tone as he flexed his firm muscles and stared at the sword under Emolya's feet. Well, I feel kind of lucky that they sent you here. I can't imagine how much fun I would have, and how long it will take to break this rune shield if I have to work with these people. Emolya shrugged and replied sarcastically. Jin Yan's eyes followed Emolya's as they looked at the rune barrier. They had a concerned expression on their face as they felt the energy that it was emitting, and although they were pretty confident about breaking it, they weren't sure if they were ready to face whoever was powerful enough to set this shield up. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 67, Iron Talisman. Chapter 67, Iron Talisman. Let's cut the small talk, we need to break the runic barrier together. Jin Yen stared at the light shield, and his eyes lit up with enthusiasm as he thought about the item he was told to retrieve from the depths of Blood Mist Valley. He extended his arms and started swinging his spear in a circle, injecting a large amount of chi into burning gold, activating the stance within. The runes on the tip of the spear started to shine, and the bright light intensified, transforming into a 30-meter-long spectral spear. It then shot out towards the light shield. Like Emolya's Autumn's Grace, Jin Yan's burning gold was a 3-star medium-grade mystic arm. The stance he just activated was a peak-level mist stance, and for the students and warriors in the hall, seeing Jin Yan using a stance as powerful as their own patriarch stances was quite shocking. They admired the power, but at the same time were afraid of it. The golden spectral spear was giving off a pressure wave that radiated in all directions, and suddenly everyone felt like there was a rock pressing on their head, making it hard to breathe. The spectral spear gave off a screeching rumble as it broke through the air, even the roof was shaken and pieces of stones rained down. Is it my turn now? Emolya, who was still standing on his sword, said as he channeled chi without moving a muscle. The energy he emitted created a small whirlwind around him, causing his hair to flow with the wind as he transferred his chi down to his feet, thus activating the stance in the sword. Upon activation, Autumn's Grace shone with a bright green light and sequences of runes rushed out of the blade, forming an enormous cyan-colored spirit sword. The sword then tore through the air towards the shield with unstoppable momentum. People had mixed feelings about these two attempting to break the barrier. On the one hand, they wanted it broken so they could progress further into the labyrinth, but on the other they didn't want their leaders to look like idiots. It will be humiliating if just these two from Ning City could finish a job they had been working on for hours. Yi Wei's eyes were set on the two fearsome stances in the air like everyone else. The screeches from the spear and the sword were the only audible sound in the hall as people were quietly witnessing the stances rushing towards the massive rune barrier. The heat emitted by the stances warmed the air, creating a ripple effect. It was this moment when the light shield reacted as if it could sense a threat and lit up brighter. It didn't just get brighter, but the runes within started to come alive as they rotated around and strengthened the shield. Jin Yan's golden spirit spear landed first, and its tip crushed onto one small point close to the middle of the shield. Its force was so focused that it pierced a tiny hole into the seemingly unbreakable shield. The impact sent ripples across the shield, causing its strength to weaken. The shield stood as the spear faded. It was still unbroken, but now its shine was dimmer. Just as the spear disappeared, Emolya's stance struck on the same weak point Jin Yan's spirit spear just left on the barrier. Slowly but sure the sword pierced through the shield. Emolya seized the opportunity, and he calmly looked at the spirit sword and grunted. As his grunt echoed in the hall, the spirit sword shattered on his command. It turned into thousands of little swords that spun like a tornado as they expanded and ate the shield. It wasn't long before the shield lost its structural strength and shattered into pieces. People's eyes went wide when they saw how easy Emolya and Jin Yan broke the shield. But their appreciation was short-lived. After a few cheers, they shifted from looking at what's left of the shield to the treasures behind it. Most of the levitating treasures were held in the air by the shield's energy, and once the barrier broke, all the items started falling to the ground. All except 10 of them. These dazzling pieces were floating by their own energy. 7 of them glowed black, and 3 of them glowed green. Mystic arms. The crowd went wild. They were here for treasures, but they didn't imagine they would see medium-grade mystic arms. Crazed with greed, people were breathing heavily, staring at the mystic arms aggressively and seemingly ready to take others' lives for the treasures. Lin Ziyan was a bit calmer than the others. Her eyes were set on the leftmost medium-grade mystic arm, a purple-gold chiffon cloak. It had tiny runes flowing on each thread of the garment. While everyone else had their eyes on the 10 mystic arms in the air, Yue couldn't take his eyes off a rusty little iron talisman that fell to the ground. His sentience started to glow as it reacted to the sight of it. It filled his body with chi and will force. The iron talisman looked beat up and old, and it was just quietly laying on the floor. Nobody was paying the piece of junk any mind. What is this iron talisman? Yue widened his eyes in shock. He couldn't believe his body would react just by looking at this ordinary item. Supposedly, it was more attractive than the mystic arms to him. I have to have this. Yue mumbled while he clenched his fist. He couldn't quite explain the desire, but he was hopelessly drawn to that rusty trinket. There were a lot of powerful fighters in the hall, but most of them had their eyes set on the mystic arms. Almost nobody noticed what Yue saw. That means it was actually possible for him to acquire the item. Furthermore, he was even ready to use his mystic scrolls if that's what it took. The atmosphere in the hall became a little strange. Moments ago they were united by the same cause, wanting to break the shield together, but now that the treasures were within everyone's reach, they started to keep a distance from each other as they saw everyone as competition instead of comrades. Without Jin Yan and Emoya's presence, the crowd would have already turned into a brawl. People were afraid of the two from Ning City, thus, they waited for them to make the first move. Ha, you guys are pretty respectful. Emoya looked down to find the crowd was anticipating him and Jin Yan's action. What a shame. If these trash actually dared to go wild, I would have an excuse to crush some skulls. Jin Yan said indifferently. Although he was a bloodthirsty teenager who didn't really care about anyone in the hall, he restrained himself from unnecessary bloodshed. The crowd knew Emoya and Jin Yan could easily wipe them out, and as much as they wanted the treasure, they valued their lives more. That respect and fear might just have saved their lives. These 3 medium-grade mystic arms are off limits. But the rest, you guys can fight for them if you wish. Jin Yan chuckled and shouted to the crowd. Go! As Jin Yan's words echoed in the hall, the greed-crazed crowd ran towards the treasures, and their bloodshot eyes were set on the 7 low-grade mystic arms. Lin Ziyan's eyes darted to Yue. Little Wei, you must follow me, be no more than 100 meters away. I have to get that mystic arm, it cannot fall into anyone's hands but mine. She said calmly as she channeled her energy, and her will force rushed out of her sentient to her entire body. Her chi wrapped tightly around her skin, and she appeared to be covered by a layer of purple flame. Ziyan, don't worry about me, I have to do something here. Yue didn't want to burden Lin Ziyan, and she looked determined. Furthermore, the iron talisman was nowhere close to where Lin Ziyan was heading. Yue knew Lin Ziyan was hiding her true strength, but he couldn't imagine she would actually go and compete with Jin Yan and Emoya for a medium-grade mystic arms. Lin Ziyan was in a hurry, and although she cared about Yue like no other, she had to get to Jin Yan and Emoya before it was too late. Please take care of yourself. If you find yourself in any kind of danger, just use the scrolls. She knew if Yue were to use the scrolls, he would be relatively safe if he wasn't crazy enough to pick a fight with someone as strong as Emoya or Jin Yan. I understand. Just do what you have to. Yue answered and leaped towards the iron talisman. Lin Ziyan's body disappeared. She used the shadow shift stance to get herself close to the medium-grade mystic arms. A brawl broke out as Yue and Lin Ziyan headed separate ways. The hall was filled with the smell of blood. As Yue expected, the whole crowd was heading towards the 7 low-grade mystic arms, and only a few of them were actually running towards the less desired items on the ground. I've got this. Yue was relieved that there were no warriors on the way to contest him. He clenched his fist and transferred some chi to his feet to speed up. Although he had no idea what the rusty talisman was, anything that could excite his sentient would not be ordinary. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 68, Purple Chiffon. Chapter 68, Purple Chiffon. Yue looked around him, and there were 3 students heading in the same direction he was. Get out of the way. They said furiously in unison, aware that they were in no position to contest with the others for the mystic arms, so they settled for the idea of getting some ordinary items instead. As they approached, Yue threw 3 consecutive punches towards them in a flash. Although none of them connected, the students were forced to take a few steps back to dodge the fierce strikes. How dare you? You are just a student, and you're picking a fight with us 3? The 3-star students channeled their chi, which turned their skin green, and with their empowered green fists they stuck ruthlessly towards Yue. The fists simultaneously flew towards Yue's back, left shoulder, and right arm from behind him. He felt the approaching threat and bent his body forward to dodge the attacks as he launched himself forward towards the iron talisman. Yue just wanted the talisman, and he didn't want to fight, so he threw the punches just to buy himself some extra time. Yue's evasion did not surprise the 3 students, but the item that he launched himself towards did. They couldn't believe he was after a rusty piece of trash. They looked at each other and laughed. Just leave him then. The leader of the 3 shouted as they ran towards the single-edged sword lying not far from the iron talisman. What an idiot, you could have taken this weapon instead. He chuckled as he got his hand on the piece of well-forged rare metal. It was worth at least a few thousand silver. It's mine. Yue shouted as his hand was 3 inches from his target. He felt the cold iron on his fingertips, and he also felt something sharp approaching from behind. It was a familiar feeling. 3 sharp chi daggers tore through the air towards his hand at a fearsome speed, and luckily for Yue, he noticed them before it was too late. He swiftly pulled his hand backwards. Yue didn't lose his hand, but the daggers did graze it. He held his bleeding hand and looked towards where the attacks came from. It's you! Yue narrowed his eyes. He recognized those faces, the people from the first stone house we had entered, but he knew he was in for trouble when he saw the 4 warriors who were staring at him furiously. This time, Lin Ziyan was not by his side. He immediately reached for his interspatial bag. If they make another move, Yue would use a scroll without hesitation. You are 4 warriors, why aren't you guys after the mystic arms instead of bullying me? He knew how valuable the scrolls were, and although he would use them if the situation requires him to, he was still trying to talk himself out of this mess. Because we can. Now give us the pills you took from the stone house, then we will leave you be. The strongest one of them said with a greedy smile on his face. They considered fighting for the mystic arms, but as they were deciding if it was worth it to risk their lives fighting the stronger warriors, they spotted Yue. It's safer to get the pills off this weakling. They all had the same thought, and they were actually still angry that Yue and Lin Ziyan got away from them. Therefore, they opted for the less risky course of action. So I guess you aren't going to back off? Yue grabbed the iron talisman with his right hand and took a green scroll out of the bag with his left. A mist scroll. One of the warriors told the rest of the group as his eyes caught the green glow. His friend's eyes widened, and their smiles disappeared. How did he get a hold of this scroll? They were starting to be afraid. We can't deal with a mist stance, and if the scroll was given to him by his family, then we really can't deal with the consequences of hurting him if news of it got out of the valley. That girl from earlier was probably his bodyguard. Sorry. This is just a misunderstanding. We'll be on our way. They were smart enough not to start a fight with someone with a powerful background. After a brief apology, they turned away to see if they could find other treasures in the chaos. We can't go back empty-handed. Let's go. Phew. Yue was relieved. He was glad that the One Yu's mystic scroll protected him more efficiently than he expected. He then looked at the cold iron talisman and ground his teeth. I don't know what you can do, but you're mine. Just as he was about to inspect the item, he remembered that Lin Ziyan was still out there. He threw the talisman in his bag and started looking for her. Not willing to be involved in the crazy brawl, Yue retreated to the edge of the hall. Where are you? He was worried for Lin Ziyan as it looked like she was going for the medium-grade arms where Jin Yan and Moya were. I know she is very strong, but both Jin Yan and Moya are 10-star warriors armed with powerful weapons, whereas Ziyan is unarmed. He started to panic because he couldn't locate her in the chaos. As Yue was jumping and struggling to get a glimpse of what was happening at the front, Ziyan's shadow shift stance had already got her through the crowd to the front lines where Luo Wuxue, Lu Chao, Hong Sun, and Shui Yao were, but she was not planning to stop there. While those 4 were after the low-grade arms, she wanted more. In the air, Jin Yan and Moya were staring at each other, wondering if the other was going to back off. There are 3 mystic arms and 2 of us. How do we share them? Jin Yan clenched his fist and broke the silence. Finders keepers. Moya replied calmly. He was not intimidated by Jin Yan's flamboyance. Although these items were not what they came to Blood Mist Valley for, they were not going to just give them up. Exactly what I wanted to hear. Jin Yan chuckled and activated the stance in his spear, but this time, he held the spear close to his body, letting the runes from the mystic arm wrap around him. He and the spear merged together momentarily, and then he flew down towards the 3 medium-grade arms. Meanwhile, Moya on his sword flew swiftly in the same direction. The pressure wave from the 2 descending warriors was felt by everyone within a radius of 100 meters. All but 5 warriors were knocked back by the Ning City duo. Unsurprisingly, they were Lin Ziyan, Luo Wuxue, Lu Chao, Hong Sun, and Shui Yao. Lu Chao and Shui Yao were only 7-star warriors, and their faces went pale as they met the pressure wave. They channeled their chi to strengthen their bodies and raised their arms hoping to deflect some of the impact. Sadly, their defenses didn't do much as their feet were pushed deep into the ground. Hong Sun, on the other hand, used a stance just as the impact swept by. The sequence of runes formed a golden bell that shielded him, leaving him relatively unharmed. Only Lin Ziyan and Luo Wuxue could take the impact without too much effort. I am the best student in my school. And the strongest young man in my city. Looks like the world is much bigger than I thought it was, Luo Wuxue thought as his face turned pale. It was now far wider than it usually was. Despite the pressure, the chi on his feet kept him steady. Lu Wuxue turned to look at Lin Ziyan, and she was standing strong as if nothing happened. There was not a drop of sweat on her face, nor was there the slightest trace of panic. Her whole body was covered in a purple flame, and her eyes shone violet as well. I've been overestimating myself this whole time. He turned around and didn't even try to go for the less contested low-grade arms. I will challenge you too when I become stronger. Luo Wuxue was shamed by Jin Yan and Mo Ye's power. He swore to train harder and left the hall without looking back. I underestimated you, she whispered as she admired Luo Wuxue's judgment. It was a wise move to swallow his pride, as he could actually lose his life if he decided to compete with her, Jin Yan, and Mo Ye. While he turned away, Jin Yan and Mo Ye were already next to the mystic arms. Jin Yan picked up the compass on the right while Mo Ye took the feather fan in the middle. Once they each took an item, they simultaneously cast their attention onto the purple chiffon cloak. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 69, Deeper. Chapter 69, Deeper. Mo Ye and Jin Yan reached out for the cloak at the same time, but Mo Ye, being slightly stronger of the two, reached it before Jin Yan could. Mo Ye's lips curled into a smug smile, and as he was about to grab the cloak, a cheeky grin appeared on Jin Yan's face. Suddenly, a green scroll appeared in Jin Yan's hand. He tore the mystic scroll and released 1,000 runes long sequence in the air. The runes shone, spun, and transformed into a black mink. Its fur was shiny, and there was static electricity on its hair covering its body. This was nothing other than a terrifying lightning mink. Famed for its speed, the lightning mink was a powerful mist stance that even condensed prime warriors could not easily deal with due to the runic mink's agility. Just as Mo Ye's hand touched the purple chiffon cloak, the runic mink appeared in front of him and bit him hard with its razor-sharp teeth. The bite, together with being shocked by the mink, caused him to loosen his grip. But the mink didn't stop attacking. It quickly climbed up Mo Ye's sleeve and continued biting and scratching him as he took a step back, attempting to rid himself of the mink by shaking his body. Mo Ye's face turned ashen after shaking off the runic creature with great effort. He took a few steps away, making sure he was safe from the mink's relentless attacks, at least momentarily. Although the electric mink was from a scroll and weaker than its true form when used by a condensed prime warrior, the speedy strikes, even weakened, were not to be taken casually, not even for Mo Ye. You are not stingy at all. Are you? Mo Ye didn't expect Jin Yan to use a scroll that cost at least 100,000 silver. It's just a scroll. I'm getting a medium-grade mystic arm in return. I think it is definitely worth it. Jin Yan flicked his sleeves while laughed at Mo Ye and slowly reached for the purple gold cloak. Just as Jin Yan's fingers touched the cloak, he heard a sweet voice. This is my cloak. Then a slender hand appeared in front of him, and one of the delicate fingers from this hand curled and flicked forward onto the back of Jin Yan's hand. When Lin Ziyan's finger landed on Jin Yan's hand, he felt like his hand was struck by a bolt of lightning. His whole body shook, and he reflexly pulled his arm backwards. The prideful smile on his face instantly disappeared. He looked down at his trembling hand and shouted, "Who are you?" He couldn't believe someone other than Mo Ye was strong enough to contest for these medium-grade mystic arms. Jin Yan widened his eyes, then cautiously hid his numb hand behind his back while staring at Lin Ziyan. She was kneeling and folding the cloak up, then put it in her bag. He tried to hide the fact that he was surprised, but seeing the person was a small girl, he couldn't accept his defeat. All of this did not escape Mo Ye's eyes as he got rid of the mink. He saw how Jin Yan was stopped by a discreet finger flick, and he too was surprised to see the intrusion of this unknown person. His eyes were fixed on her as she stood up. Just as he was confused trying to guess her identity, Mo Ye made a brief moment of eye contact with Lin Ziyan. When he saw her purple eyes, his face twitched. He gasped and went through shock, euphoria, and fear within seconds. Without consulting Jin Yan, Mo Ye said, "Yeah, you can take this cloak." He took a deep breath and regained his cool. At this moment, Jin Yan's opinion didn't matter to him anymore. Bullshit. I broke the barrier with you, Emoya. Why are you on her side? She didn't even help us? Listen, girl. You better hand the cloak back before I lose my temper. Jin Yan said in a cold tone as he furiously stared at Lin Ziyan. He was clearly annoyed by Emoya's reaction. I worked together with Moya to break the shield and even used a medium-grade mystic scroll to get this cloak, and you're going to sneak up on me and take my treasure out of nowhere? Do you have a death wish? Jin Yan knew that Lin Ziyan was strong, but with his spear he was confident. He believed that he could take on anyone in this blood mist labyrinth. I'm not afraid of anyone. I've fought condensed prime warriors with this spear in my hand. I'm not going to let anyone disrespect me, especially not a girl. Lin Ziyan exposed Jin Yan's sensitive side. I would have broken the barrier myself, but you two just got to it first. Don't glorify yourself and make it sound like a harder task than it really was. Lin Ziyan said coldly. She frowned and turned around to stare at Jin Yan. The moment Lin Ziyan's purple eyes set on Jin Yan, he felt like he was being strangled. He wanted to speak, but words just would not come out. His lips went pale and were shaking in awe when he saw the hue of her pupils. You are, what Emoya said suddenly made sense to Jin Yan now that he could see Lin Ziyan's eyes for himself. Emoya. Emoya was right. You can have the cloak. Everyone saw how Lin Ziyan appeared out of nowhere and took on the infamous geniuses from Ning City. To take a medium-grade mystic arm off their hands by only using one finger, and then to have the advantage in a standoff with them. Are Emoya and Jin Yan afraid of her? People don't just give medium-grade mystic arms away. The spectators were shocked and started to wonder where this girl was the whole time while everyone had been trying to break the shield. And that if she was strong enough to take things off Jin Yan's hands, how had she managed to keep such a low profile before? Correct me if I am wrong, but you two are not here for these mystic arms? Lin Ziyan clicked her fingers to interrupt Jin Yan from possibly revealing her identity. Then she shifted her focus to two paths at the back of the hall behind where the shield used to be. After hearing what Lin Ziyan said, Jin Yan and Emoya went quiet. They looked at each other and narrowed their eyes. To Lin Ziyan their frowns were good enough answers. Medium-grade arms were valuable, but comparing to what the Ning City duo were after in this blood mist labyrinth, these items were nothing. Seeing Missouriya place his hand on the hilt of Autumn's Grace and Jin Yan tightening his grip on the spear, it became apparent to Lin Ziyan that their generosity only went as far as handing her the cloak. It was obvious that they did not want to share the real treasure they sought. The atmosphere became heavy, and all the cultivators who were close stopped fighting over the low-grade mystic arms and stepped away from Lin Ziyan, Emoya, and Jin Yan. They could sense that a colossal fight could break out any second and did not want to become collateral damage. As the crowd quieted down, Yue could finally see where Lin Ziyan was, and he was worried sick seeing the three of them in a standoff. Lin Ziyan could see Yue too. She looked at him, then rolled her eyes slowly towards the direction of the exit, signaling that he should leave this place. Then she turned back to Emoya and Jin Yan. Is this what you want? A fight? She asked with a beckoning smile on her face as the purple flame in her eyes burned brighter. Let's play catch instead. She calmly glared at Emoya and Jin Yan, then turned around and ran towards the rightmost path that led into the depths of the labyrinth. Her shadow shift stance brought her to the path's entrance in no time, and the only thing that stopped her from proceeding was yet another barrier. She gently exhaled and blew on her right hand, coating it with a layer of purple chi. The barrier softened at her touch, and she was walked right through it. Don't worry, little Wei, I will get you what you need. Just get out here safe and remember to use your scrolls if you're in danger. Just as she went through the barrier, it lit up and became rigid again, blocking the passage. Yue started to wonder what it was that drew Lin Ziyan, Emoya, and Jin Yan's interest. He was just here for the welkin leaves and did not expect he would be left alone by Lin Ziyan. Emoya released his tight grip and lowered his sword while he spoke to Jin Yan. Interesting, I think us two may have to work together for the time being. They both wanted to chase Lin Ziyan but couldn't match her speed. But I want to see if people from that family are strong as rumored. Jin Yan grunted and said pridefully. He followed Emoya towards the path to the right, and they walked through the barrier as effortlessly as Lin Ziyan had. As the three disappeared into the depths of the labyrinth, the cultivators in the hall started fighting again. The floor quickly became covered in blood, and if one were to fall to the ground, it would be the end for them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 70, Effigies. Chapter 70, Effigies. On the far edge of the hall, Yue was at a standstill worrying about Lin Ziyan's safety after she disappeared down the path that led into the deeper parts of the labyrinth. He could tell that Moya and Jin Yan could pose a threat to her if they decided to somehow work together against her. Yue could not stop thinking about it. Both of the Ning City warriors possessed a medium-grade mystic arm. He wanted to follow her down the path, but he thought about the difference he could actually make and who would be protecting who if he was to join Lin Ziyan in venturing deeper into the labyrinth. I've wasted too much time in the past. I will just burden her if I go in. Yi Wei again became bitter as his mind wandered. I have to become a 7-star student as soon as possible. Maybe there will be something in this labyrinth, pills, or some kind of medicine that could help me get there. Yi Wei mumbled to himself. When I can start creating and refining stances, I'm sure I will be able to catch up. He clenched his fist determinedly. Should I really follow Ziyan's advice and leave this place? She led me all the way here to Bloodmist Valley, and now she's heading even further in. She signaled me to leave, so I should trust her to find the Welkin leaves, right? But I can't always rely on her. I can't hide behind her back when she takes all the risks. The recent incidents with Lin Ziyan made Yi Wei think of her as more than a friend. He could not help but overthink everything about her in his mind. I will wait here. Kill him. Those are mine. Drop it or I will end you. During the next 2 hours, yells and screams echoed in the hall as the brawls continued until more and more fighters fell. The floor was now covered with bodies and blood as the noise eventually died down. After the chaos ended, the 7 low-grade mystic arms found their new, exhausted owners. With Luomu Shuigan and Lin Ziyan, Jin Yan, and Emoya deeper in the labyrinth, Lu Chao, Hong Sun, and Shui Yao were the strongest left in the hall. Therefore, they got the most treasure of all the survivors. The group led by Zhao Ho also got a nice cut of the treasure. Now that the hall had quieted down, the survivors finally had the time to look around. They started to think back and realized how brutal and barbaric they have been. So much so that some of them were actually scared of themselves as they didn't know such a bloodthirsty side of themselves existed. A lot of cultivators with great potential died that day. Most of the survivors were at least 5-star warriors or above, but it wasn't only the survivors' capabilities that kept them alive. In the dog-eat-dog world, luck was more important than strength. Clarity hit some of the survivors, and after experiencing the bloodbath firsthand, a lot of them were mentally traumatized. They chose to leave the labyrinth just for some peace and quiet. When all of the fighting was completely over, there was only around 1,000 people left in the hall. Yi Wei watched all the skirmishes at the edge of the hall. He did not enjoy seeing the bloodshed at all, but he was calm as he witnessed everything. I have to stay here. I am not going to leave this labyrinth until I get my hands on some Welkin leaves, or at least, I will wait here until Ziyan returns safely. The silence was brief as the people who stayed behind prepared for more bloodshed. They wanted more treasures, therefore they started talking about the paths at the front of the hall. They were under the impression that the path to the right would lead them to more treasures because that was the one Lin Ziyan, Emoya, and Jin Yan chose. People started gathering around the entrance of the rightmost path led by Lu, Hong, and Shui. The 3 unofficial leaders slowly walked towards the semi-transparent barrier that the 3 earlier easily went through. Hong Sun made the first move. He channeled his chi, causing his skin to turn bronze. His short hair stood up akin to a porcupine with steel spikes. He then signaled for Lu Chao and Shui Yao to take a step back. They had an unspoken agreement that Hong Sun should go first as he was the strongest of the 3 at the 8-star warrior level while the others were only at the 7-star level. He stomped the ground and with his foot as the center, a spherical, invisible force field spread outwards. Hong Sun threw his arm in the air and started drawing runes with his fingers. The runes then formed a golden chi bell around his fist as he threw a punch towards the barrier mercilessly. The presence of Hong Sun's punch drew everyone's attention, and even Yi Wei could feel the chi disturbance from the edge of the hall. Everyone watched Hong Sun, wondering what kind of treasure they would find behind the barrier. His fist connected onto the barrier and with a loud rumble, the barrier started oscillating and eventually it forced Hong Sun's strike backwards. Hong Sun's face was ashen as he was forced to take 3 steps back before he could stand steadily. Each of the steps left a shoe print on the solid ground. He then coughed, and a line of blood appeared in the corner of his mouth. He stared at the barrier with shock and confusion. Am I that much weaker than those 3? They entered effortlessly. He was not the only one discouraged. Everyone who saw the failed attempt was depressed as well. They were afraid that if the strongest couldn't get through, none of them would be able to, and that all the treasure behind the barrier would never be recovered. After a few deep breaths, Hong Sun's eyes turned to the path on the left, and he quietly walked towards it, seeing that they didn't really have a chance to get through the rightmost barrier. Lu Chao and Shui Yao both sighed and followed in his footsteps. I guess we will also have to settle for this path. This guy was not able to get through with that much power behind his punch? I guess Ziyan will be fine then, as it literally took her less than a second to get in. How strong must she be to accomplish that? Yi Wei thought as he walked out of his hiding place. He could see everyone were more or less calm now, so he felt safe enough to get closer. He wanted a closer look at the entrances so he could feel the disturbance of chi from each direction. The path on the left was a tunnel that was not blocked by anything. There was no barriers or doors. Lu, Hong, and Shui walked in with the rest of the survivors following them. I will just go in and take a look. I might be able to find some welcome leaves myself. Not willing to go to the rightmost path alone nor wanted to draw any attention onto himself, Yue followed the crowd onto the left path without attempting to break the barrier. This tunnel looked similar to the ones that led everyone into the hall, but this tunnel was longer, and there were no barriers or anything on the sides. It was just an ordinary tunnel. After a while, they reached the end of the tunnel. The people in front of the group could see a wide, open area covered with small sharp rocks. They seemed sharp enough to cut a person's feet if he or she were not careful. In the middle of the rocks stood 1,000 lifelike stone effigies. They all had a humanoid shape. Most of them were brown stones and around 40 of them were silver-white. 5 effigies were larger than the rest, and each of them stood 3 meters tall and shone with a golden hue. The effigies were all a bit different, most of them even had weapons in their hands. Some had swords, some had spears, and some of them had shields. Nobody dared to step into the field, not even Lu, Hong, and Shui. Everyone just stood at the end of the tunnel peeking. Hongsun grabbed a 5-star warrior who stood next to him and said, "Why don't you go in and take a look?" As he threw the warrior into the field out of the blue. The warrior was surprised, but he did not lose balance. He landed steadily on his feet, clearly not pleased with how he was treated, so he started swearing at Hongsun quietly. Pressured by Hongsun and others, he had no choice but to investigate the field. He unwillingly walked around the whole field carefully and nothing happened. Now relieved, he waved at the crowd and signaled that it was safe. People then started running into the field and inspecting the statues, hoping to find hidden treasure somewhere. I have a bad feeling about this. An image of a mountain flashed inside Yue's mind, and he started to panic while everyone else's guards were still down. He felt like he was being watched by something alive, something bloodthirsty, something that wanted him dead. He became cautious and started restlessly looking around himself, but nothing was wrong. Everyone was just as they were before, some looking for treasures, some of them were just appreciating how lively the effigies looked. Just as Yue thought he was having an unreasonable panic attack, a barrier appeared at the tunnel's exit, blocking the way out. Careful! Yue shouted to alert everyone and reached inside his bag. He held one of the mystic scrolls tight. The crowd then turned to see the tunnel was sealed by a barrier that looked like the one Lin Ziyan, Emoya, and Jin Yan opened earlier back in the hall. Who did this? I told you not to touch anything. What? How are we going to get out now? The crowd started panicking when they heard a rumbling sound. The brown effigies started moving and opening their stone eyes. Beams of red light shot out of their eyes, brightening the dim field. They started lifting their arms and waving them around. The effigies looked massive and clumsy, but they were unexpectedly fast, and their stone fists flew all over the place. The field suddenly filled with wind from the effigies' ferocious strikes. Dodge them! Behind you! People with better reflex were doing just fine dodging these attacks, but for the ones who were frozen in place with fear and the ones who were injured in the brawl earlier, the red lights from the effigies' eyes and the heavy impact of stone fists became their last memory. The 7-star warriors had it easy as their primal feather wings helped them effortlessly maneuvering between the fists. But it was a struggle to survive for the rest of the crowd. Fear spread on the field. The effigies did not feel nor did they care, they were programmed to kill and they would not stop. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 71, Impasse. Chapter 71, Impasse. Yue stood on the edge of the field close to the now sealed exit, and the 2 effigies next to him raised their arms simultaneously, throwing their fists towards him. Luckily he wasn't unprepared. He was already in the air before the fists came close to him. He was able to dodge one of them, but the second one connected in a flash despite his efforts. Ah! Yue's left hand was holding the scroll, but he didn't feel the need to tear it. He clenched his right fist and hardened his muscles. His skin glowed with a green tint as he channeled his chi. Although Yue was still a 4-star student, his strength and the amount of will force and chi he had was what you would find in a 6-star student. The cosmic energy, mist level falling star cultivation method, and all the pills were the reason he was becoming so exceptional. Let's try this, he thought as he threw his fist towards the brown stone fist coming his way. His strength was no match to the effigies, which caused his whole arm to become numb from the impact, but he was able to use the recoil to push himself away and dodge the rest of the non-stop assault. Yue was drenched in sweat just from this brief physical exchange. It's too dangerous. If I was any slower I would be meat paste by now. I didn't even have time to tear the scroll. He felt lucky that he got away, now that he was a safe distance from these two effigies. He knew how fast they were, and now that he had an idea of what to expect, he started to plan how to deal with them. They are not that strong. Their strength is comparable to a 7-star student at most. Furthermore, their attacks are unbelievably fast, but their movement in general is slow. It must be due to their weight. Yue analyzed the effigies' every move as he danced around dodging them. Many others started fighting the effigies close to them once they realized they looked scarier than they fought. Bolts of fire, ice, and chi weapons flew all over the field. Seeing how weak the effigies actually were, some of the warriors who ran in fear started to become themselves again. They stopped fleeing and fought instead. The effigies were easily stopped and knocked back by the warriors' stances. They are not that powerful. God, I was so scared. The crowd started to calm down as they gained control of the situation. They were weak in general, and the strength of the brown effigies varied from that of a 3-star student to a 10-star student. What made their attacks lethal was the weight behind them. As the crowd got used to the effigies' attack patterns, they became more relaxed, and saw the situation as an opportunity to train themselves. Everyone started attacking the brown stone beings instead of solely defending themselves a minute ago. Not only did they started attacking the effigies, some of the warriors actually succeeded in smashing them into pieces. Song Gue, driven by rage, was one of the first warriors to shatter an effigy with his bare hands. That is for my friend you killed. Filled with adrenaline and satisfaction of avenging his fallen comrade, he spat on the pile of rubble and shouted angrily. But he wasn't done. He wanted to break as many of these damned effigies as possible to ease his pain. Song Gue turned around to fight another effigy that was armed with a stone sword in each of its hands. As he set his eyes on the next target, a scarlet crystal broke out of the rubble pile and flew towards him like a speeding arrow. Song Gue could hear a screeching sound and felt an approaching force from behind. The crystal flew too fast for him to react. Ouch! What was that? Shocked by the pain in his spine, he screamed. Just as the scarlet crystal landed on his spine, it shattered and released a thick cloud of blood mist. The blood mist stuck onto Song Gue's back and kept growing until eventually it covered his whole body. The blood mist was sticky and it quickly sunk into his body through the pores on his skin. People stopped attacking the effigies when they saw the engulfing mist appearing from the remains. Once again, they didn't do more than defend themselves, as they were afraid to break any more effigies until they found out what effect the mist had on Song Gue. Kill! 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 He mumbled. When all of the blood mist was absorbed into Song Gue's body, he completely lost his consciousness and was overcome by bloodlust. His eyes became bloodshot and the veins all over his body bulged. He looked more like a wild beast than a person. With their primal feather wings, Hong Sun, Lu Chao, and Shui Yao launched themselves into the air and observed Song Gue's transformation from what they thought to be a safe distance. What do you two think? Hong Sun's thick black eyebrows furrowed as he witnessed the gruesome transformation of the kind-hearted warrior. From what I can tell, the scarlet crystal that made him a monster might be the mythical blood devourer crystal. What is that? Shui Yao asked. Neither her nor Lu Chao could remember that name. Blood devourers are a type of primal stone. The chi stored within them is purer and thicker than normal primal stones, and its quenching property is superior to most of the pills available nowadays. But there is a drawback. The primal energy from these stones is too strong. It will make the user aggressive and the weak-minded will be consumed by the bloodlust. That's where the crystal's name came from. The way Song Gue was screaming and twitching sent shivers down Shui Yao's spine. Can we help him? I don't know if there is a way to help him. It's all up to his will now if he can survive this. But that's not the point I'm trying to make. Effigies and blood devourer crystals, don't they ring any bells? You guys never heard the stories when you were kids? It suddenly all came together for Lu Chao and Shui Yao. Do you mean this labyrinth is related to the Glacial Emperor? Lu Chao widened his eyes and exclaimed. Are these effigies the immortal puppets? Shui Yao started to recall the details of the legend. She realized these were the stone guardians made by the Glacial Emperor to guard his tomb. That's what the duo from Ning City are here for? To explore the Glacial Emperor's tomb? If the legends are true, the brown ones are not what we should be worried about. Hong Sun continued, the silver puppets are far more dangerous, but we should be able to handle them if we all work together. They should be as strong as 5-star warriors, but the gold ones. I don't know how we can deal with them if they come. When they figured out what this labyrinth was, they temporarily put their differences aside so they could travel deeper into the labyrinth. The Glacial Emperor's treasure was unmeasurable. Get away from him. He's on his own now, we can't do anything about it. Hong Sun warned the crowd from above as some of Song Gue's friends were trying to get close and calm him down. Not sure how they should deal with the stone puppets, everyone went back to dodging and defending themselves. It was not hard for anyone to dodge at the start, but as more and more of the brown puppets became active, weaker cultivators found themselves surrounded by more than one puppet as fatigue overtook them. Yue was now surrounded by 3 brown puppets. It was getting more and more dangerous, and keeping a safe distance from them was starting to become a struggle. He heard a rumbling sound behind him, and 2 more puppets behind him activated as he quickly ran through the gap between them. He now found himself standing in front of Song Gue. He was in dire straits now, as he was blocked from all directions with nowhere to escape, and on top of it he was completely alone. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 72, Green Veil. Chapter 72, Green Veil. There was no way out. Every path of escape was blocked off by the stone puppets and Song Gue. I guess there is no other way. Yue was not pleased. Although he was given 5 scrolls in total, each of them were worth way more than he was comfortable spending. Using the scroll would not secure welcome leaves for his cousin, but desperate times call for desperate measures. With attacks approaching from every direction, he didn't have a choice. Therefore, he tore the green scroll. There was no way he could last long if he used a defensive scroll. Being able to take a few more hits would not have put him in a better situation. As the offensive misstance was released, the scroll that was worth more than 100,000 silver turned into just a useless scrap of silk. So this is what it feels like to be powerful? Yue felt refreshed to have complete control over so much energy. He was astonished and slowly started to understand why people would pay so much for these scrolls, so much that it hurt his heart. The runes written in demon blood came alive and floated in the air. They became a rune sequence and started to intertwine, assembling into a ring of flame that eventually settled on the ground. The ring of fire brightened and encircled Yue. Some of the people who were close to him could see the bright red light leaking from between the puppets. Although not his own power, Yue was in full control of the singeing ground stance, and it only took him a gaze to guide the flame towards the brown puppets. The flame created a mirage as it approached the puppets in a spinning motion as their fists closed in on Yue. With 5 loud rumbling noises, the force shattered them into rubble, and the heat energy set them aflame. However, the flame did not stop growing. It followed Yue's point of vision to 200 other brown puppets, reducing them to rubble. How can this be? Whose missed stance is that? The crowd was shocked by the ferocious attack, and their eyes followed the trail of fire to Yue's location. Did he just use a medium-grade scroll? While the crowd was still surprised and stunned by the powerful stance, they noticed a loud rumbling noise. As the flame died down, the silver and golden puppets opened their eyes, and beams of red light shone brightly from their eyes. Oh no! With a speed far superior to the brown puppets, the silver and golden ones immediately rushed towards the cultivators like a pack of rampaging bulls. I think the chi disturbance from the kids' misstance just woke them up. Hong Sun's face turned pale as the 3 strongest cultivators still had not worked out an answer for these stronger puppets. The puppets' fists fell from high up in the air, akin to a rain of meteors. Although the cultivators had been dodging and dancing through the brown puppets' attacks, the silver and golden ones' awakening was unexpected. They didn't anticipate the stronger puppets' swiftness to be so different than the brown ones. In a panic, more than 50 warriors lost their lives. Some to the crushing fists, while others were stomped to death either by horrified comrades or the puppets. Hong, Luo, and Xue knew that if the panic persisted, then all of the cultivators would fall sooner or later, and that would be the end of their expedition. Although they didn't have full knowledge about what the puppets could do, they couldn't wait any longer. This is it. It's now or never. Hong Sun took the initiative and glided down. Everybody listen. Be calm and stick together. Watch each other's backs if you want to live. In the end, the cultivators on the field were warriors with moderate experience, so they calmed down quickly and started defending themselves methodically in small groups after Hong, Luo, and Xue stepped up and led the retaliation. While the others were grouping up, Yue was not so lucky. He was in the corner on his own with Song Gue as people were distracted by the stronger puppets and therefore forgot about him. Too distracted by the new threat, nobody noticed that Yue was shot by all the blood devourer crystals from the puppets he shattered. Yue was soon surrounded by a layer of thick blood mist. The vapor wrapped tighter and tighter, and within seconds, he turned into a red cocoon. The surge of energy from one crystal was enough to make Song Gue, a warrior, lose his mind. Now Yue was in the same situation, but instead of being struck by one crystal, Yue was struck by 238 of them. Inside the cocoon, Yue's body started heating up. The pores on his skin expanded and made it easier for the concentrated blood mist to sink in. It wasn't long before the aggressive and pure energy was deep under his skin, inside his muscles, organs, and bones. The space in a 4-star student's Dantian and Sentient was very limited, and even a condensed Prime Warrior couldn't fully absorb the amount of energy currently rushing into Yue's body. Yue's body was enlarging, and if the cocoon didn't constrict it, it could have exploded already. Rage and violent intent brought by the crystal's energy was taking over Yue's consciousness. His memories of his father, mother, the Yi patriarch, cousin Zhong, and Lin Xinyan were flashing before him, then his cognition started to fade together with his conscience. Although in this state, Yue was aware of what he would become if he just gave up his sanity, so he bit lips in desperation. In the hope that doing so would stop himself from losing his mind, however, it was not very effective. Just as he was about to be overcome by rage, the image of the mystic mountain appeared in his sentient. It then started to absorb the energy of the crystals. Not only did the mystic mountain absorb the energy, but it also purified the surge of evil red energy into soothing yet intense primal energy. The rage he felt disappeared, and Yue's sentient and Dantian started to grow under the nourishment. Their sizes were now similar to cultivators at the warrior rank. His cultivation would increase rapidly if he could get out of the cocoon and take the time to train. This near-death experience would actually compensate for how slow his sentient usually absorbed primal energy from the surroundings. Although the energy was purified, the sheer amount of it was still a problem. Yue's body was not processing it quick enough, his skin was starting to crack, and his bones were grinding against each other. In this critical moment, the iron talisman in Yue's interspatial bag started vibrating. It started moving on of its own will and appeared outside of the bag. The talisman then broke through the cocoon and started spinning on top of Yue's head. The 81 grooves on the talisman started shining as it started spinning so quickly that the rust on it was thrown off. A black texture started to seep out of the grooves and expanded like a dark vortex. As it continually sped up, the vortex started to create a strong suction that extracted and then consumed the primal energy surging inside Yue's body. This caused the cocoon to quickly shrink and Yue's body to return to its normal size. The talisman worked a miracle, it only consumed the excessive energy, and the remaining energy started repairing his cracked skin and fractured bones. Yue could not believe the iron talisman would be so useful, even he did not know what it was for. After a few cracking sounds were heard, more and more green webs started appearing under his skin. 10 green webs under Yue's skin overlapped and formed a green screen which caused his body to glow mildly. He could tell his muscles were now as hard as solid wood and his bones were as strong as metal, which signified a breakthrough. Yue was now a 5-star student, but his Dantian and Sentient were stronger than what an ordinary 6-star student possessed, and his body did not stop storing the energy. The green screen under his skin grew thicker as the purified energy circulated throughout his body. The rest of the purified energy saturated his meridian, widening them. After absorbing even more of the purified energy, he became a 6-star student. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 73, Golden Puppets. Chapter 73, Golden Puppets. For any students, 5-star and 7-star breakthroughs are the most challenging. Whereas the breakthrough to the 6-star level is much simpler. When one's chi reserve reaches a certain level, their meridians will expand and widen. This is the definition of a 6-star student. Now, though neither of those are a big problem for Yue. He could not imagine that the iron talisman would help his cultivation, especially not this significantly. Yue now possessed the body strength of a 7-star student, and he could probably take on any 7-star student in a fight, as they usually don't know any powerful stances. Just one more breakthrough, then I can try learning mystic stances. Yue was ecstatic. Any stance, even just a low-level spirit stance, is more powerful than an ordinary physical attack. As the saying goes, you're not a cultivator until you've mastered your first mystic stance. After absorbing the rush of energy that was inside Yue's body, the iron talisman stopped spinning. It was now just floated quietly in front of him, and 12 out of the 81 grooves on it lit up with a silver glow. Stop its attack. If we don't work together, we will all die. As the energy within Yue stabilized, his head stopped humming. He could hear the shouting and rumbling through the thick red cocoon. Eager to try out his strength, he threw a punch and broke the cocoon open effortlessly. He walked out gracefully and retrieved the talisman floating in front of him. He could feel that the talisman was filled with primal energy. Realizing it saved his life by neutralizing the blood devourer crystal's energy and helped him break through, he started to wonder and narrowed his eyes. What are you? I am pretty sure you're not a mystic arm. Yue then looked up to evaluate the situation. All he could see was brown rubble on the ground and fallen fighters. There were only about 500 people left standing from the 1,000 who entered. There were a few hundred puppets that were shattered at this point, and half of them were destroyed by Hong Sun, Lu Chao, and Shui Yao. With broken puppets came rage-crazed fighters. The crowd didn't show any mercy to them after seeing Song Gui lose his mind and realizing they were not able to save the fighters who were affected by the crystals. In the end, it was their lives at stake, so they didn't try to help. With the sacrifice of the fallen, all the silver puppets were finally shattered. These golden puppets are on a different level. As Yi Wei was shaking the flakes of the blood mist cocoon off his clothes, Lu, Hong, and Shui led everyone else to attack the golden puppets. Despite the organized attack, the puppets showed no sign of slowing down. Their attacks were as strong as when they were just activated. From what Hong Sun could see, 4 of the golden puppets were as strong as a 7-star warrior, while the biggest and strongest one had the strength of an 8-star warrior. Even Hong Sun, strong as he was, couldn't deal with it alone. Lu, Shui, and him were handling the biggest one while they commanded the rest what they could. The survivors organized themselves into 4 groups of around 100 by Hong Sun's order. Each group kept 1 golden puppet under control. They couldn't really harm the puppets, but handling them with a big group was the only way to survive. They were just waiting for the 3 temporary leaders to finish the strongest puppet so they could combine their forces and deal with the rest. Let's not play the long game, we can't just tire it out. The crystals inside them can keep them running for days. We have to give it our all and finish them. Our bodies will never outlast theirs. Hong Sun said as he strengthened his body with the golden bell stance. His body was covered by a layer of golden chi and his empowered fist knocked the strongest puppet off balance. Nice! Lu Chao and Shui Yao could also feel that the prolonged fight has taken its toll on their bodies. They all came to the same conclusion, that they would not have any will force or chi left if the fight lasted much longer. Lu Chao grunted and quickly drew a rune sequence. It wrapped around his legs, forming his strongest stance, Tempest Kick. Behind the bright green light of the runes, a tornado was brewing. Then he unleashed his spinning kick mercilessly towards the golden puppet. Meanwhile, Shui Yao was also not holding back. She finished drawing the last rune of her sequence and activated the lotus sword dance. A green spectral lotus appeared and the 6 petals detached themselves from the flower, transforming into 6 swords that flew towards the puppet at different angles. Golden drill! Hong Sun shouted, then drew some runes around his body. The runes started spinning around him and the bell-shaped chi armor around him also started rotating and vibrating. With a humming sound, the golden bell tore through air and flew directly towards their common enemy. Although Hong Sun was the last person to attack, he was the strongest among the 3. His stance was not only the most powerful, it was also the quickest, therefore the golden drill was the first stance to hit the puppet. The golden drill shattered upon connecting with the puppet. The sharp debris of the drill carried on, attacking the puppet, chipping off little golden pieces of stone. Hundreds of cracks and cuts were forming on the puppet, but it felt no pain, nor was it worn down any. It continued waving its fists around and charging towards Hong Sun. Seeing that Hong Sun's stance left cracks on the puppet, Lu and Shui redirected their stances toward the weaker inch-deep cracks on the puppet's surface. The green tornado and the 6 spectral swords landed on the puppet's left shoulder and right arm respectively. While the impact of Lu Chao's kick not only expanded the cracks rapidly, but with the help of Shui Yao's swords they successfully stopped the puppet's attacks and also broke its arms off. Hong Sun could not relax just yet. Don't let your guards down. Although it's armless, the puppet was still charging towards him and approaching with a spinning kick. Now that the puppet's attack slowed down, Hong, Lu, and Shui took the chance to take a deep breath and regained a bit of energy. Energy they put towards their final strike. Hold on, guys. The strongest puppet is about to go down, we just have to keep these weaker ones under control for a bit longer. Encouraged by the sight of the armless puppet, the morale surged. Yi Wei couldn't really contribute at this point. He was just observing from the side and thinking about Yi Zhong. Compared to Green Moon City, these youngsters from Frozen Sun City are very strong. I think Cousin Zhong is talented enough. With my help he should be able to catch up with Hong Sun, maybe even Luo Wuxue. I need to go deeper into this labyrinth to find some welkin leaves. But we won't be able to search for the path ahead until we neutralize these statues. With that in mind, he jumped into one of the groups and tried to make himself useful. He was kind of glad that everything seemed to be under control, or else he might have to use yet another scroll to help defeat these puppets. After a brief moment of rest, Lu, Shui, and Hong used their best stances again, and this time they targeted the puppet's legs, which turned into rubble as the stances connected. The trio was exhausted, but their effort paid off. The puppet was now no longer a threat. Having used high-level spirit stance multiple times in such quick succession, Lu Chao and Shui Yao pretty much drained their will force and QI. Their faces were pale and their breathing was a bit heavy. It was not much better for Hong Sun. Although he was an 8-star warrior, he was mentally and physically worn out as he had to pay attention to the other 4 puppets and tell the groups of cultivators how to deal with the stone fists. He did this all while leading Lu and Shui to defeat the strongest puppet. Guys! Just hold on for a couple more minutes. Hong Sun shouted as he took a pill out of his bag. He used the pill then sat down to regain some qi and body strength. Lu Chao and Shui Yao too took their time to recuperate, hoping there would not be more casualties before they could eradicate the rest of the puppets. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 74, Last Resort. Chapter 74, Last Resort. Fight safe. We won't get any help before they've recovered. One of the stronger warriors stepped up and tried to motivate the exhausted groups, but his effort was pretty redundant as everyone could almost taste victory. As for Yue, his hand was never further than an inch away from his interspatial bag. If anything happened, the scrolls would be the thing he would rely on while the three who were capable of neutralizing the puppets were still recovering from exhaustion. Time passed slowly while the groups struggled to defend themselves against the puppets. But before long, Hong Sun opened his eye and stood up with an unstoppable momentum. His face was no longer pale. Lu Chao and Shui Yao also stood up shortly after Hong Sun did. Interpreting the trio's recovery as the end of the battle, the groups were starting to feel relieved. Yue took his hand away from his interspatial bag as Hong Sun approached. If they can beat the fastest, strongest, and biggest one of them, the rest should not be a problem. However, just as Lu Chao was channeling his qi, all of the golden puppets, including the limbless one on the ground, opened their mouths and started roaring. All 5 puppets widened their eyes and casted beams of red light into the air. They met in the air and the runes climbed up the small pillars of red light towards the center of the field. The runes on their bodies started moving in glowing red, forming the frame of an irregular 5-sided pyramid. The thousands of runes filling the space akin swarms of butterflies. Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound echoed throughout the space as the runes linked together. An intense wave of energy shortly followed, leaving the crowd in shock. Their relaxed faces turned ashen as they shivered. Even Hong, Lu, and Shui were afraid. This is definitely not good, they thought. The pressure they felt exceeded what they experienced when Jin Yen and Emoya channeled their mist stances to break the gigantic rune barrier. What is going on here? Yue could feel the energy from each of the puppets merging with one another. There was a synergistic reaction between the 5 sets of runes. Is there a way to stop this? I don't think this will end well for anyone if the energy keeps growing. As the crowd were shaking in fear, the golden puppet suddenly shattered and from the rubble 5 large blood devourer crystals rose. They quickly flew up, and each of them soaked up the runes on a red rune pillar to form 5 rune clusters. Then the ground started shaking and nobody could stand straight. People either fell or were on their hands and knees. As the earthquake intensified, the rubble on the field started rattling and levitating. The field was spacious, and there were no less than 100,000 pieces of sharp rubble on the field. This moment all of them flew into the air. It looked like a violent sandstorm from a distance. The rubble was drawn towards the rune clusters. 2 of them started taking the shape of arms and 2 others formed legs, while the last cluster was forming a head shape. After the limbs and head took shape, the rubble started filling the space between the stone limbs. By the time this 30 meters tall stone puppet came together, everyone were shaking. They were overwhelmed by fear. Not only did the larger structure appear sturdier than its previous smaller incarnations, it was clear to everyone that none of the cultivators present possesses power to defeat this stone giant, and their fear turned into despair. Jin Yen and Emoya were peak level 10-star warriors, which means they are about 10 times stronger than a 10-star who just broke through when the stone giant was the former kind of existence. Someone here has to have a medium-grade scroll, right? Inspiration struck Hong Sun as he remembered a boy used a mystic scroll to destroy more than 200 puppets in less than 10 seconds. Where is what's-his-face? Did he survive? Does he have any more scrolls? Hong Sun was panicked. He shouted as he ran through the crowd looking for Yue. Guys, find that kid. Hong Sun was not the only person who saw Yue dealing with the puppets, and it wasn't long until one of them spotted Yue. Here he is. One of the warriors signaled the others when he identified Yue, and everyone started running towards where he was. Let's go to him. Guys, he's there. Shouting continued as fear was in the air and the levitating stone giant slowly descended. With a loud rumble it landed, and, although the landing was gentle, the stone giant's feet left 2 deep potholes due to its weight. Its red beams of light shone from its eyes were now pointed in the cultivator's direction. Run! After a deafening roar, the stone giant started chasing after the crowd. Each step it took shook the ground, and the red projection on the crowd's back intensified as the stone giant got closer. It's not very often one sees hundreds of cultivators running for their lives. Although Yue was the only person who could see this scene from the side, he was not amused by it, but rather worried about letting everyone down. Please tell us you have another scroll. Was everyone's thought at that moment, but none of them had the time to ask Yue if he had another one as they were too busy running for their lives. There was no other way. No one present could fight this stone giant. Yue was now their last hope, their last resort. Lots of the people who were at the field, including Hong, Lu, and Shui, actually considered escaping when Jin Yan and Emoya showed up because of the threat they felt, but this stone puppet startled them on a completely different level. If worst came to worst, there would be no chance to negotiate or beg for mercy, and there was nowhere left to run. The stone giant showed no signs of stopping. It was striking its chest, creating a drumming sound while chasing the crowd. While everyone was running away from it, Yue had his head down and slowly walked towards what the others feared. "I can't promise anything. But I guess this is our only chance." Yue's shaking hand tightly grasped onto one of the offensive mystic scrolls. The closer the stone giant got, the harder it was for him to breathe. While the giant's pace remained the same, Yue's heart was beating faster and faster. 30 meters. 20 meters. 10 meters. Yue meant to tear the scroll way sooner, but it took time for him to gather his strength as he was in shock. He finally managed to tear it when the giant was only one step away from crushing him. The moment the scroll was torn, the demon blood runes flew out and the sequence rapidly transformed into a 10-meter-long hammer. A weapon that belonged to an old god. Although the gigantic phantom hammer gave off an intense chi disturbance, due to the runic link, Yue could move it around fluidly as if it was a weightless extension of his arm. Without a moment's hesitation, Yue loosened his shoulders and took a heavy step forward. After quickly establishing a steady point of balance, he grunted, then swung the phantom hammer with lightning-like speed towards the approaching stone giant. "He really has one. It's a missed stance," Hong Sun exclaimed. It was apparent that this kid was just a student, so what kind of powerful family would invest so much resources in a weakling like him? I bet even Jin Yan had to earn his scrolls by contributing to his family, and he had one of the most prestigious last names in Ning City. At first the crowd was surprised and somewhat jealous of how Yue was carrying more than 200,000 worth of scrolls with him. But after the initial amusement, they were just rooting for him. They were hoping that this rich kid could help them avoid their impending doom. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 75, Functions. Chapter 75, Functions. Medium-grade mystic scrolls are anything but common, and it was the stances within that made them known as a symbol of power. This reputation was the reason why everyone was almost smiling when they saw the missed stance summoned from Yue's scroll. They were more than certain that the phantom hammer would turn the stone giant back into rubble. However, Hong, Lu, and Shui were a bit more realistic. There was an optimistic shine in their eyes but also a frown. All three of them knew how powerful the puppet was, and an incomplete missed stance might not be enough to take down the combined power of 6 large blood devourer crystals. The 3 temporary leaders were doubtful, but they kept their cool and were ready to strike the giant together with Yue. Not that they were sure their joint attack would be sufficient, but they would have to try, because if they didn't, then nobody would get out of this field alive. Yue was under immense pressure as he was the focus of everyone's eyes, but he didn't let the stress get to him. He was in his own world and determined to give it his all. It was hard to miss such a large target, and a deafening bang sounded when the hammer landed right on the puppet's shoulder. The collision created a violent spray of sparks and a rippling pressure wave that shook the ground. The giant was forced to take a step back, and that was the moment when Yue seized the opportunity to aim the hammer at its head. Contrary to its clumsy appearance, the giant's reflexes were actually phenomenal. It quickly crossed its arms over its head to block Yue's strike. Seeing that the giant was defending itself efficiently against the missed stance, the crowd started to show worrying expressions as they watched the mighty hammer that was held in the air. A cracking sound caught the attention of the crowd. It was not from the point of impact but the sound of the ground breaking underneath the giant as his feet sank about a meter into the surface. Yue's face was completely red. He grunted and put all his strength behind the third strike that landed on the giant's head this time. Its legs completely sunk in the ground to its knees. After immobilizing the giant, Yue could feel that the phantom hammer was going to disappear soon as its energy was quickly running out. Thus, he took one last chance to hammer the puppet. This time, the hammer landed heavily on the puppet's shoulder. After the final hammer strike, the giant's waist was submerged below solid ground. Its right shoulder and arm were cracked and chipped from the repeated strikes. As the red light in the giant's eyes was dimming, the phantom hammer started to fade. Yes! He did it! The crowd cheered as the stone giant powered down. Hong, Lu, and Shui were relieved by the result, and their lips curled into relaxing smiles. Yue too was relaxed, and there was a childish smile on his face. Although he had to use 2 very valuable medium-grade scrolls, he was satisfied that he managed to save hundreds of lives. He was also happy that he would be able to search for a path that led deeper into the labyrinth. Welcomed by friendly smiles, Yue turned and walked towards the others, but as he took the fifth step, a sharp cracking noise came from behind him. What? The unexpected sound sent a shiver down his spine, and he immediately turned around to check on the stone giant. The crisp cracking sound echoed in the field and was heard by everyone. Suddenly everything went silent as everyone quickly looked towards the source of the sound. It caused their smiles to disappear. How come? Hong, Lu, and Shui motionlessly stared at the stone giant and their faces became ashened. The giant started moving again as its fists fiercely pounded the ground, cracking and breaking the surface. With every punch, the cracks spread and the ground around the giant turned into loose rubble in no time. The giant then roared and slammed his palms to the ground one last time, launching its gigantic body into the air. The red light in its eye relit, and this time, they looked like two massive fireballs. The giant's killing intent and presence had intensified considerably. But that was a medium-grade mystic scroll. How else can we stop it if a mist stance failed the job? How can this be? Does anyone here have other ways to deal with this stone giant? No. I don't want to die. The stone giant landed on the ground, and no hopeful faces could be found on the field. Some were crying and while others were screaming as it approached. I can't just die here. Yi Wei bit his lips in a panic. That was all I had. What else can I do? Just as Yi Wei was coming to the conclusion that there was nothing at all he could do, the silhouette of his cousin appeared in his mind. It's true I don't have answers at this moment, but cousin Zhong fought till he dropped to save my life and I shall do the same. Yi Wei's fighting spirit was relit, and his tired eyes were brightened. Yi Wei took out his interspatial bag and began searching. There were chi stones, herbs, pills, and some rare metals in the bag, but all of the items he found in the stone houses with Lin Ziyan were useless. The most valuable things in his bag would be the sliver moon pills and then the scrolls he was given. Taking the pills won't help in such an urgent situation. There were 1 offensive and 2 defensive scrolls remaining, but they had proven to be insufficient. No, not this. Yi Wei's bloodshot eyes looked hysterical as the stone giant was closing in, but after going through his whole interspatial bag, he could not find anything that would help him. The giant's fist was in front of him now, and he had no time. Screw it. Yi Wei grit his teeth. He was ready to take out all 3 remaining scrolls. Ouch, that burns. Just as he pulled the scrolls out, his hand came in contact with something hot. It's the iron talisman? Yi Wei took the talisman out together with the scrolls. The last time he laid his hands on the talisman it was as cold as ice, but now it left a mild burn mark on his skin. He was confused, but there was no time for him to think about it. Watch out! As Yi Wei was distracted by the burn, the stone fist was only a meter away from him. Everyone gasped as it did not look like he had enough time to dodge. A second ago he was wondering why the talisman was so hot, and the next second all he knew was that an enormous stone fist was in front of him. At this critical time, he made a split decision to tear the offensive scroll. Hundreds of glittering runes appeared, and the temperature around him dropped. The runes then turned into small icicles, and the icicles merged together forming a sword. It was the low-level mist stance, Black Icicle Sword. As Yi Wei was ready to strike the giant with the icicle sword, the talisman in his hand heated up and started vibrating, causing it to slip out of his hand. Immediately the talisman flew above the stone giant and created a black vortex. Having absorbed the energy of over 200 puppets, 12 of the 81 grooves were lit up. Now more and more of those grooves were lighting up as it absorbed energy from the stone giant. The talisman is absorbing the giant's power? It's draining the giant. Yi Wei's eyes widened. He could hardly believe how slow the giant's punch had suddenly become due to the talisman. It took no effort for him to jump to the side and dodge the attack. Observing the talisman's mysterious abilities, Yi Wei was just as confused as he was happy to stop these puppets. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 76, All Blood Cocoon. Chapter 76, All Blood Cocoon. Judging from the stone giant's original power, even if Yi Wei were to tear another medium-grade scroll and activate the mist stance within, it would not really be effective, but now he saw a chance with the iron talisman's aid. Black Ice Sword, cut! It was a golden opportunity, and Yi Wei naturally took the chance. He screamed and mercilessly drove the ancient ice-cold sword into the puppet's neck. Although Yi Wei was the owner of the iron talisman, he didn't really know why or how it could crush the puppet, but everyone who was looking from the behind thought he did. They assumed the talisman was a powerful item given to him by his mysterious family. While Yi Wei was driving the black ice sword toward the puppet's neck, everyone watched the highly anticipated strike. The hundreds of warriors and also Yi Wei could not take their eyes off the sword. How this sword struck would determine everyone's destiny. Boom! Under the watchful eyes, the chillingly sharp ancient blade cut across the stone giant's neck. Its head rolled off from its neck immediately. Black Ice Sword, cut it. Cut. Yue had no other thought in his head, he just wanted to get in as many strikes as he could before the sword disappeared. He used every last bit of strength in his body to repeatedly strike the giant. The puppet was almost invulnerable, but under the iron talisman's suppression, it was no different than ordinary stone. How could ordinary stone withstand a mist stance? The sword kept striking down. Within the frame of a few breaths, Yue took full advantage of the situation and used the Black Ice Sword to attack the puppet multiple times. When the sword finally disappeared, the stone giant was completely demolished. He was turned into countless pieces of gravel. Just as the monster crumbled, the 5 blood devourer crystals that powered the giant no longer had a host, and they shot towards Yue. These 5 crystals were superior to the 238 blood devourer crystals from before. The chi and the violent intent were also stronger. No! Yue's face changed massively. Subconsciously he wanted to dodge the crystals, but their speed was just too fast. In the blink of an eye they had already landed on Yue's body. 5 crystals violently exploded when they touched Yue's skin and dispersed into a screen of thick blood mist. Just as it was about to wrap around Yue, the iron talisman flew 3 inches above Yue's head. At this moment, the dense blood mist had already become a 3 meters tall human-shaped blood cocoon. Everything happened in mere seconds, so quick that nobody could even react. What's going on? We have to save him. A couple of warriors realized what happened and hurried to Yue's side. They anxiously looked at the 3 meters tall human-shaped cocoon. Yue has saved their lives, and to beat this stone puppet he used a total of 3 medium-grade mystic scrolls. This favor was as big as MT Tai. Although they were here at Blood Mist Valley for treasures, Yue had saved them and a lot of people were grateful. That's why, even when the passage that led deeper into the labyrinth had appeared on the ground where the golden puppets were located after the stone giant has shattered, they were still guarding the giant human-shaped blood cocoon with faces full of concern. Hong Sun frowned while looking at the blood cocoon. Aware of how dangerous the blood devourer crystals were, he scanned the crowd and asked in a calm tone, "Is there a solution?" Even one blood devourer crystal contained enough energy and rage to strip a warrior's conscience and drive the victim insane, and now Yue had the energy of 5 large, superior-grade blood devourer crystal consuming him, a mere student. Students were not as strong-willed as warriors. As warriors already had the experience of defeating their inner demons at least once, and because of this their minds were much stronger. For cultivators, breaking through star levels meant just a minor breakthroughs, and to achieve those, one only needs to strengthen their sentient body, which is relatively easy. But if one wants to advance to the next rank, from student to warrior, for example, one must experience a major breakthrough, during which the cultivator will have to face their inner demons. From student to warrior, warrior to condensed prime warrior to returned prime warrior, during all these stages a cultivator will have to face and conquer his personal fears, otherwise, he will remain a 10-star student or 10-star warrior forever. Someone never strong enough to deal with their inner demons. He is just a student, so his will is weaker than warriors. These blood devourer crystals are stronger than the ones that powered the weaker puppets. I'm afraid. So what should we do? Are you saying that we should just watch? Zhou was so anxious that his forehead was covered in sweat. When he saw that Yue was with Lin Ziyan, he already had the idea that they had powerful people behind them, but he would have never guessed that they would have given him as many as 3 medium-grade scrolls. There is no way we can save him. Lu Chao gazed upon the blood cocoon that contained Yue, then looked at the passage that led deeper into the labyrinth, and a sense of greed flashed through his eyes. But he was also worried. The stone creatures here were very strong, and deeper in the labyrinth there was bound to be something even more dangerous lurking. If he were alone, he wouldn't dare enter. Now what? Do we just wait? Lu Chao asked with fake concern. He said, trying to convince everyone that he cared about Yue. Keep waiting? There were a lot of people in the crowd who started to look down with uncertainty in their eyes. They had lived through many dangerous moments, and had many near-death experiences, and as such they weren't sure if it was worth their time when they could be exploring the labyrinth instead. I, Hong Shui, owe him my life. No matter the outcome, I have to know if he lives or dies. Hong Sun straightened his face and stared at Lu Chao. Me too. And me. In the end, there were a lot of people who truly appreciated Yue's effort and were genuinely concerned about his well-being. Count me in too. Zhou was an opportunist, but an honorable man. His life was saved by Yue, and if he were to leave Yue behind for his own personal gain, he would be no different to an animal that has no concept of honor. No matter what, he had to know Yue's fate. Among these warriors, many of them knew how to be respectful and honorable. If they were not, their comrades would abandon them without hesitation. However, some of them, like Lu Chao, wanted to go deeper into the labyrinth, but as nobody was going to take the lead, they were too scared to make a move. Everyone started to sit down and cultivate. Time passed slowly as they waited. After 5 hours had passed uneventfully, Lu Chao and some of the others started getting restless and annoyed. They could not repress their greed. It was not easy getting this far. Do we really need to waste our time and wait for one person? Lu Chao rose up and asked. That youngster saved my life, and I will remember his kindness for the rest of my life, but we can't just sit here and wait. I, Lu Chao, will share half of the treasures I find here in this labyrinth with this boy in the cocoon. This I swear. Lu Chao sounded convincing. If he lives. He finished in his head. We have been through many challenges that could have easily cost us our lives to get to where we are now. My family is currently going through a crisis, and I have to get more treasure from this trip to help them through this tough time. Lu Chao said as he excused himself and headed towards the passage. Is it really necessary to wait and see if the boy lives or dies? Lu Chao scornfully looked at the blood cocoon. In his eyes, there was no way this student could overcome the rage intent of 5 superior-grade blood devourer crystals, and therefore no point in waiting. Other warriors eventually stood up as well. My mother is very ill. I am an only child, and if I don't obtain any treasures and sell them to pay for my mother's treatment, then I won't be able to face my ancestors. My father is ill. My fiancé is waiting for me. My child. Followed by Lu Chao's fake speech, people who cared more about the treasures hidden ahead eventually stood up one by one and gave all sorts of excuses to ease their conscience. If you all don't want to stay, then leave. Nobody is stopping you. Save your stupid excuses for people who care. Hong Sun said while opening his eyes and staring at Lu Chao and the cowards behind him. The warriors who were patiently waiting also opened their eyes and spitefully stared at the ungrateful. Ha, ha. Lu Chao, today I finally get to see your true colors. Shui Yao laughed sarcastically. To have you known as one of the 4 strongest youngsters of Frozen Sun City is a disgrace. Put. I don't care what you lot think of me. I have no regrets, and I am definitely not ungrateful. Lu Chao felt shameful as his greed was exposed. He could feel the spiteful stares as he walked away. Led by Lu Chao, half of the warriors left to explore the depths of the labyrinth. What is happening inside the cocoon? Hong Sun, Shui Yao, and the cultivators who stayed couldn't take their eyes off it. They continued to wait patiently. How Yi Wei made it out of the last cocoon gave them hope that he would get out of this one safely too. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 77, 7-star. Chapter 77, 7-star. Inside the blood cocoon, the iron talisman was flying around Yi Wei's body whilst giving off a red glow. This time, Yi Wei was very much conscious despite the rage of the souls sacrificed to make the crystals that were rushing through his body, as the mystic mountain was suppressing the aggressive energy of the crystals inside Yi Wei's sentient. The rage intent and aggressive energy were once again purified, nourishing and strengthening Yi Wei's sentient instead of harming it. Yi Wei opened his eyes thinking, there is good and evil within everyone. It's so hard to judge if a person really cares about you unless you see how they deal with a situation like this. The people outside could not see Yi Wei, but Yi Wei could hear their conversations clearly. The fact that some of the warriors left while the others willingly stayed showed Yi Wei what being honorable truly meant. My sentient is almost as strong as a warrior's now, and now that I have enough pills I think I can try to break through to 7-star level. However, this is not the time. My Dantian has not fully expanded yet. I should make it as large as I can before I attempt to break through. Yi Wei clenched his fist as he thought this. Although the Yi family is not considered big, they did teach their kids common sense. Yi Wei was taught a great deal about training since a young age. The 7-star student breakthrough is the most important for a student. I have to do it properly. Rushing it will do me more harm than good. Yi Wei's radiant eyes shone brightly. The body will evolve when one becomes a 5-star student, and the green screen of Qi will help improve one's speed, strength, and defense multiple times compared to a 4-star student. And when I become a 7-star student, my Dantian will evolve. Based on the Dantian size during the breakthrough, 7-star students' Dantian can potentially hold many times the Qi as a 6-star student can. That's why 6-star students should establish a good foundation and strengthen their Dantian as hard as possible. While breaking through to the 6-star level, my Dantian was widened. When I become a 7-star student, its space will multiply. I need to take advantage of my time now, as the more I expand it, the greater the effects will be when I break through. A frightening amount of Qi is needed to expand it, and the better the pills are, the larger my Dantian will get. It seems that the Qi inside each superior grade blood devourer crystal is purer and stronger than the Qi within a silver moon pill, and it's only a tiny bit weaker than cosmic energy. Although the talisman absorbed the majority of the chi from the blood devourer crystals, the remaining energy should be sufficient for my needs. I've never heard of these strange red crystals. I don't think they are something I can buy anywhere. If they were for sale, I imagine they would cost far more than a silver moon pill. The feeling I get after refining these crystals is as if I had taken quite a few high-quality pills. Yue thought all this as he controlled the energy from the blood devourer crystals. He diverted all of it from around his body into his dantian to expand it as much as possible. The iron talisman had now returned to its original position, 3 inches above Yue's head, after flying around his body absorbing most of the energy. While Yue was focused on cultivating, the talisman had been replenishing its energy. Now 80 out of the 81 grooves on the talisman were shining silver, and the last groove was half filled. The people who sat around the blood cocoon did not know that Yue was currently cultivating, and 5 more hours passed without anyone noticing anything odd about the cocoon. After hours of channeling the energy into his dantian, Yue vigorously opened his eyes. It's at its limit. Yue's face showed joy and his eyes were shining. After cultivating for so long, he finally fully expanded his dantian as much as was physically possible. Yue also knew that once he became a 7-star student, his will force would evolve as well. His sentience should then be as large as a warrior's, and his dantian would be able to store as much as a 9-star student could. When he successfully breaks through and reaches the 7-star level, his body strength wouldn't be necessary for combat. He would be as strong as a 9-star student due to his sentient and dantian. His body strength would be the only thing lacking. Strength is strength, but against mystic stances it can only do so much. Now is the time to break through. Yue thought excitedly in his heart. He was looking forward to this for a long time now. Once he becomes a 7-star student, he can verify if he is able to use mystic stances. Even if he can't use them, he could still attempt to create and refine stances. For now, Yue's sentient was still red, but so what? If he could use mystic stances, he can easily refine stances with his phenomenal soul sensibility. With all the cosmic energy he would acquire, he could then easily upgrade his sentient quickly. After Yue slowly exhaled and calmed down from his excitement, struggled to move his arm inside the tight cocoon, but he managed to take a silver moon pill out of his bag and swallowed it, thus started attempting a breakthrough. The silver moon pill melted as it entered Yue's mouth and the dense chi within the pill was released immediately. It rushed into his system, and he was overwhelmed by a refreshing feeling as if he had dived into a cool river on a midsummer's day. His muscles were shaking, and his bones emitted a cracking sound. His organs were vibrating and it felt like every cell of his body was cheering and celebrating. Yue narrowed his eyes and let himself dwell in this comfortable feeling. These silver moon pills are definitely better and more valuable than fiery sun quenchers, and their effects are astounding. The chi within them is so clean, and there are no impurity in the energy at all. Feeling the intense, refreshing primal energy in his body, Yue's lips curled upward, forming an excited smile. The transformation has begun. Yue thought as he took a deep breath and could feel the changes in his body. He closed his eyes and held his breath as he started to focus on breaking through. Yue's cultivation was at the limit of a 6-star student's. His sentient and his body strength were strong enough now, and with the help of the silver moon pills, breaking through was not a difficult task at all. Bang! Boom! Boom! As the silver moon pills' effect spread throughout Yue's body, his strength slowly started to improve. The green energy layer under his skin thickened, and his sentient too was gradually expanding. However, his dantian transformed at an even faster speed. The quiet dantian was filled with dense primal energy, and it was vibrating at a mysterious frequency. With this vibration, Yue's dantian was expanding at a pace. In a matter of moment, Yue's dantian was twice as big as it was before he had been trapped in the cocoon. To expand one's dantian takes an alarming amount of primal energy, and in a matter of seconds, Yue had swallowed 3 whole silver moon pills. Yue's sentient was red, so it absorbs chi at a very slow rate. If it wasn't supported by pills or external energy, just from normal training, Yue would not be able to gather enough chi without 2 to 3 years' time. Luckily, Yue had enough pills on him. A total of 189 silver moon pills, and that was way more than enough for his 7-star breakthrough. Feeling the pill's effect fading, Yue took one silver moon pill after another as if they were candy. Time passed slowly while Yue took pill after pill. Under this enormous influx of chi, Yue's dantian kept expanding. 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times. When Yue's dantian has enlarged 5 times its original size, his expansion speed started to slow down. For more hours passed until his dantian was finally 7 times as big as its original size, and when his growth stopped, he was a 7-star student. 7 times. Yue's dantian expanded 7 times its original size. Now his dantian was multiple times larger than an ordinary 7-star student's. It is even comparable to a 9-star student's dantian. Before attempting his breakthrough, Yue used the energy from the crystals to expand his dantian to its maximum size. After using them, he had a good foundation to build on, which is what let his dantian grow so much more than an ordinary 6-star students usually would. Suffice it to say, it's impossible to widen one's dantian to its limit without an unimaginable amount of energy. PFF. Yue, who sat in a lotus position in the cocoon, opened his eyes and slowly exhaled. Immediately after, he clenched his fist and felt the vast energy in his body. His face showed a happy smile. My cultivation is just a 7-star student, but when it comes to my sentient size and my dantian, I am as good as an ordinary 9-star student. Stances. I can finally try to use mystic stances. Yue's eyes were glittering. He had been waiting for this day for too long, far too long. I still don't believe that I can't use mystic stances. Yue thought about how he failed Mastery Rune Consonant Test. About how he scored 0, which meant that he could never use stances, and he bit his lips. The happiness in his heart and the excitement from his breakthrough was replaced by nervousness. No matter the result, I will overcome my fate. Yue kept biting his lip as his eyes shone with determination. He was ready to try and use a mystic stance. The White Tiger's Assault is a low-level mist stance, Triple Plunder Sword is a high-level spirit stance, and Windrift Steps is also a high-level spirit stance. With my current cultivation, I would not have enough will force or chi to use any of these high-level stances. The stance I refined with Ziyin, though, Triple Tidal Palm, is a mid-level spirit stance. I can try that instead. Yue thought, and started to picture the way Triple Tidal Palm was formed in the rune sequence that was used. At the 7-star student level, the will force in Yue's sentient and the chi in his dantian could only support a low-level spirit stance. There was hope, but Yue was not sure if he could successfully perform the mid-level spirit stance, Triple Tidal Palm. Mid-level spirit stance, Triple Tidal Palm. Inside the 3 meters tall cocoon, Yue stood up and held his breath so he could focus better. He slowly raised his finger as strands of will force were forming on it. At the same time, she rushed out of his dantian. With will force as a quill and chi as ink, Yue started drawing mystic runes. In the air, rune after rune was drawn by Yue, stroke after stroke. While drawing the runes, Yue was startled. He widened his eyes and stared at the runes. They were disappearing before he could even finish drawing them. I'm too careless. Yue slapped his forehead and shook his head while smiling embarrassingly. Yue had underestimated how difficult it was to perform a mystic stance. Understanding how the runes are drawn and where they should be in the sequence is not enough. To successfully complete a mystic stance, one has to draw the runes quickly and perfectly coordinate their chi flow. Only when both criteria were met will one see success. It takes a lot of time to train if one wants to master a stance, because determination and will are limited. Therefore, no cultivator would be obsessed with how many mystic stances they learned, but instead they would spend their time on perfecting the few they knew. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 78, Jade Crystal Wall. Chapter 78, Jade Crystal Wall. It has been 15 hours since the boy was trapped in the cocoon. I wonder what is happening to him in there. Everyone looked worryingly at the 3 meters tall blood cocoon, then at the passage that led deeper into the labyrinth. Their eyes showed a bit of resentment and anxiousness. Luckily, Yue's life signs had not disappeared, and there was still a chi disturbance coming from the cocoon. Guys, you have recovered pretty well. You might as well head down the passageway. I will guard the cocoon, and everyone else can go search for more treasures. We can't let those greedy B***stards take everything. His sight then quickly returned to the cocoon. In his eyes, they were honorable for waiting so long. Hong Sun has a point. The treasures in this labyrinth are limited, and we can't let those loathsome people get everything. Shui Yao said angrily, her beautiful eyes scanned across everyone present as she stood up. The passage was right in front of them. It was quite a feat that everyone could stay seated and guard the cocoon for 15 hours just because of honor, despite the depth of the labyrinth tempting them. The group of cultivators opened their eyes simultaneously as they heard what Hong Sun said, and they glanced at each other to see if anyone else had the same hesitant look in their eyes. Of course, they wanted to leave, but their savior's fate was still uncertain. If they were to leave now, their conscience would surely haunt them. Bang, dot. Just as everyone was pondering and wondering if they should leave, a deafening noise came from the blood cocoon as it started rattling vigorously. Boom! 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 The same banging noise could be heard from the cocoon. Crack! With a loud cracking sound, fissures started to appear on its surface, and they quickly grow and covered the whole cocoon. Just as everyone was staring at the cocoon, it cracked open, and they heard a sharp voice. Thanks everyone for guarding me this long. A handsome boy with a childish face slowly walked out with the iron talisman that suppressed the stone giant hanging on his waist. The boy survived the rage intent of the blood devourer crystals? And he tamed the energy within them? Seeing that Yi Wei had not lost his mind and that his presence was stronger than before, everyone was shocked and filled with joy. Yi Wei was fine. They could finally continue the expedition with a clear conscience. Where is this boy from? He has so many tricks up his sleeves. 3 medium-grade scrolls, and a talisman that could suppress the stone giant. People's eyes stopped on Yi Wei's belt where the talisman was hung, looked at it with admiration while praising its power. Just the 3 medium-grade scrolls would cost 500,000 silvers, and the talisman that suppressed the stone giant has got to be worth more than that. He is just a student, yet he is carrying more than 1 million silver worth of goods on him. This thought lingered in everyone's minds. They were under the impression that Yi Wei had more valuable and powerful items in his possession as well. Seeing that everyone was drooling over his talisman, Yi Wei felt slightly uneasy. He knew the talisman was a rare find, and it had unmeasurable value. Even though he was young, he knew that one should not put something valuable on display. Before Yi Wei stepped out of the cocoon, he tried to put the talisman in his bag, but it just kept flying back out, so there was no other way. With no other solutions, Yi Wei decided to hang the talisman on his belt. Although he did not feel safe, all the people outside the cocoon saw the talisman in action and knew he was not one to be messed with. Also, the ones that didn't see it defeat the stone giant would not really pay it any attention, so Yi Wei was relatively safe contrary to his fears. Hong Sun glared at Yi Wei to check if he really was feeling well. Afterwards, he turned to the crowd and reported, "He is okay. We can relax now and enter the passage." "Yeah." Shui Yao nodded. "Let's go. We can't let the treasures of this labyrinth fall into the hands of Lu Chao and his greedy followers." Everyone was excited to get up and start moving. They had been waiting for this moment for 15 hours. "Let's go." The hundreds of cultivators entered the passage behind Hong Sun and Shui Yao. Yi Wei was also following the crowd closely, feeling very touched and grateful. He could still not quite believe these people wasted their time in the labyrinth guarding him when they could have been hunting for treasures. Yi Wei was a cautious person, but he couldn't help but taking a liking to the people who waited behind for him. He couldn't fathom that strangers could be so honorable. "I don't regret helping you guys at all. If I had the same choice again, I would fight for everyone." Yi Wei had been teased since he was a young boy because of his red sentient, but he learned to trust people who gave him gratitude. This passage, the moment they entered the passage, they were shocked. This passage was nothing like the 2 passages they had gone through before. The first passage was a narrow tunnel with rune barriers and stone houses on each side. The second passage had nothing on its side walls, and it was no wider than 15 meters. This passage, however, was over 300 meters wide, and its walls were made of crystal. They were cool to the touch and glittered in the darkness. The surface was so smooth they could see their reflections. "There are no signs of any fights here, we should be safe. Lu Chao and the rest entered this passage 15 hours ago, so we have to speed up if we want to catch up with them." Hong Sun frowned as he could not see an end to the crystal passageway, so he signaled for everyone to speed up. "We have to hurry. This passage is very long, I can't even see the end of it. Let's hurry." Everyone nodded and started running at full speed as they empowered their body with chi and stances. "Ha!" Seeing everyone accelerating, Yi Wei, who was watching from behind, started smiling reluctantly. Everyone was a warrior while Yi Wei was only a student, and on top of that Yi Wei had not learned any mystic stances. Despite having his sentient and dantian the size of a 9-star student, he could not even closely match the warrior's speed by a long stretch. Just as Yi Wei was getting discouraged, one of the flashes ahead turned back towards him. He saw a blur and smelled an appealing fragrance. "Hey little boy, do you want me to carry you?" Shui Yao's charming face wore a mischievous smile, looking kindly at Yi Wei. "Ha!" Yi Wei was distracted by her refreshing scent, and after a second, he raised his head to see a youthful, slender figure. "And no. No thanks. I can just run at my own pace." Yi Wei answered with a blush on his face. "Ha ha ha. Little boy, are you scared of me? I am not a monster, I don't bite." Shui Yao was amused by how shy Yi Wei was, and she couldn't help herself from laughing flirtatiously. Shui Yao was a beautiful girl on top of being one of the 4 strongest youngsters Frozen Sun City had ever seen. Both of these made her a popular person with countless admirers. It was rare for her to meet someone so shy and modest, and she couldn't help herself not to play with him. You're a girl, and I'm a boy. It's not really appropriate for you to carry me." Lin Ziyan's face suddenly appeared in Yi Wei's mind as he spoke. "What are you thinking about?" Shui Yao tried to contain herself but couldn't stop laughing over Yi Wei's overreaction. She quickly drew a sequence of runes in the air and it turned into a stance in no time. "Is that Shadow Breeze?" The spirit stance? Yi Wei was surprised. You know your stances. Shui Yao was impressed by Yi Wei's knowledge. A powerful breeze formed behind Yi Wei and Shui Yao. Suddenly, Yi Wei felt ashamed that he had misunderstood Shui Yao, but it was kind of expected because he didn't have much experience talking with girls, especially ones as pretty as Shui Yao. Follow me, if we are too slow, we won't get anything. You've used 500,000 silvers worth of scrolls. If you leave here empty-handed it will be unfortunate. Shui Yao smiled as splashes of green light from the stance shone on her face. The breeze materialized, and turned into 2 clouds. The breeze carried Shui Yao and Yi Wei, causing them to catch up with the rest of the group at an incredible speed. We are going so fast. With the cold breeze on his face, Yi Wei's clothes were blown around and flapped in the air. He felt exhilaration riding the chi clouds. I have to learn a speed-enhancing stance like this, or maybe one like the shadow shift stance. Yi Wei was lagging behind in speed compared to others, and he clenched his fists as his will to learn stances grew even stronger. Zoom! 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 Shui Yao was indeed powerful. Although she was carrying the both of them, they caught up with Hong Sun and the rest of the warriors in minutes. Everyone used stances to boost their speed, but despite the fact that they were running as fast as they could, the end of the crystal passage could not be seen at all. They had been on the move for more than an hour, which with the warriors' speed-enhancing stances meant they had already covered over 40 kilometers. The magnificence and sheer size of the labyrinth made them wonder how and why it was built. The creators certainly had something tremendous in mind while building such a complex structure with so many security measures and attention to detail. Everyone ground their teeth and ran in the hopes that they could catch up with that greedy bunch of ungrateful people. It wasn't long before they finally saw light at the end of the passageway. At the end of the crystal passage was a jade crystal wall covered with countless runes. It looked hazy from a distance and gave the cultivators the feeling that they were in a crystal empire. In front of the tall crystal wall stood Lu Chao and the people who had left the field earlier. They looked annoyed and unpleased due to the wall blocking their path. Although Lu Chao and his followers arrived at the end of the passage before Yi Wei's group caught up, they still couldn't find a way through after more than 10 hours of struggling. Through the transparent jade crystal wall everyone could clearly see levitating mystic scrolls, jade scripts, pills, and mystic arms. The treasures were so close but yet so far. Lu Chao and his men were desperate. They have been staring at this fortune guarded by the wall for more than half a day. Their souls felt entranced, their eyes were bloodshot, and their aggressive faces spoke for themselves. Oh, I remember you guys. Why are you all standing around? Were you waiting for us? Somebody who was standing behind Hong Sun was amused by the swift karma and couldn't help but mock them. A jade crystal wall? Hong Sun glanced at Lu Chao with disdain and quickly shifted his focus to the wall behind him. When he saw what was on the other side of the wall, his pupils dilated. Shui Yao let go of Yi Wei's wrist and slowly walked towards the wall. Her playful face froze in shock as she saw what was behind the wall. What's that? Everyone else who just arrived also started to notice what was behind the jade crystal wall. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 79, Crazed Scramble. Chapter 79, Crazed Scramble. Another rune barrier? Yi Wei said as he stood next to Shui Yao. He was also looking at the jade crystal wall, though his focus was not on the treasures, but on the runes that flowed within the wall. Yi Wei's soul sensibility was now as strong as a runemaster's after his remarkable dream a while ago, but upon reaching the 7-star student stage it had improved even further. It only took him one glance to identify the wall as an advanced rune barrier. The runes that flowed slowly within the jade crystal wall were projected into Yi Wei's eyes. Feeling fascinated, he just stood there as he observed and quickly learned the various changes and energy movements of this barrier. It was larger and 100 times more complicated than the ones located in the other tunnels, and although Yi Wei's soul sensibility had slightly matured, it was still impossible to make sense of the flow patterns within the barrier in such a short time. The boy is still alive? As Yi Wei stepped forward to get a better view of the barrier, Lu Chao and his followers' eyes were stuck on the boy they were too greedy to care about. They found it hard to believe that he had survived. Lu Chao unconsciously clenched his fists, and although his life was saved by Yi Wei, he didn't feel thankful at all. He was aware of how aggressive the chi in a blood devourer crystal was, not to mention Yi Wei was only a student who had never faced his vicious inner demons before. Even warriors couldn't defend their minds against such a powerful energy contained within the crystals. How is this possible? Even if this boy had a way to deal with the mental pressure that the blood devourer crystals imposed, how can a student's body process the immense surge of dense primal energy? A perplexed look flashed across Lu Chao's face. There was a glint of shock and disbelief in his eyes and also a trace of fear. He is just a mere student, and he not only used 3 medium-grade scrolls, but also had a way to deal with that aggressive chi. Neither medium-grade scroll or chi-suppressing items were commonly found in a student's possession. It was apparent that this kid was no commoner. Lu Chao, where are you hiding the treasures you found? I believe you promised to give half to this boy? Shui Yao stood next to Yue, and her cold gaze landed on Lu Chao as she inquired. Treasures? Lu Chao's face immediately straightened as he stared at the dazzling variety of treasures behind the jade crystal wall, and his eyes started twitching. He had been standing in front of the jade wall for more than 10 hours now. He had tried everything he could think of, used every stance he knew of, but failed to get through the barrier. All he could do now was stare at his treasures. It was not hard to imagine how frustrated he was. He was already feeling reckless, and now that Shui Yao mentioned treasure, Lu Chao felt so angry he could almost spit fire. The treasures are right here in front of you, feel free to help yourself to them. Lu Chao knew Shui Yao was trying to spite him, and he coldly stared at her as he pointed to the jade crystal wall. Lu Chao and hundreds of warriors had tried and failed. Looking at the stern-faced Lu Chao, both Hong Sun and Shui Yao were concerned. He had half a day, but he could not get through the wall? Not only were they concerned about breaking through the barrier, but they were also tempted by the treasures behind it. Is there no way to get through? Everyone started looking to Hong Sun, the 8-star warrior, who was the strongest among them. The fact that Lu Chao could not break the barrier open was not the end of the world. Breaking the jade crystal wall? Hong Sun was not confident, but at this time he could only give it everything he had. Everyone was focused on Hong Sun and nobody was paying attention to Yue, who was standing still like a statue. Nobody would have ever imagined that he was actually analyzing the changes in the flow of these runes that none of them understood. Mystic stance, golden bell. Hong Sun aggressively took a step forward as a loud scream came out of his throat. Runes came from his fingers, and an immense bell appeared. Break! Hong Sun's fist ferociously smashed towards the jade crystal wall, and the golden bell on his fist started spinning rapidly. Rays of golden light reflected from the wall as the bell's sharp edges got closer and closer, looking like a dazzling drill from the distance. Boom! The tremendous golden bell violently crashed into the barrier. The drill started spinning on the smooth surface, creating a rippling pressure wave, and this caused the flowing runes on the wall to accelerate. Shortly after contact, an enormous recoil struck the golden bell. Crack, dot. A million fractures spread across the golden bell, and the next moment with a thunderous sound it shattered. Hong Sun's face turned ashen white, and he took 7 steps backwards as blood slowly flowed down the corner of his mouth. Failure! Hong Sun failed to break the jade crystal wall. A few hundred warriors together had been stopped by the barrier, and the strongest Hong Sun failed as well. Who can break through this jade crystal wall? The tunnel behind them was blocked, and in front of them was an impenetrable jade crystal wall blocking their path and the treasures. No! This is unfair, too unfair. Will we die here? Break! Break! Break for me! Seeing that Hong Sun had been knocked back, a lot of the warriors became hopeless. They growled and charged towards the jade crystal wall, punching it in desperation. I stepped into Blood Mist Valley and experienced this many dangers only to obtain a low-grade mystic arm. Now I am trapped and will probably die here. Hong Sun stared at the barrier as he wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth. A self-deprecating smile was present on his modest face. Shui Yao, who stood next to Yue, shook her head disappointedly. She needed to start thinking about alternative solutions. While everyone was afraid, not knowing what else they could do, the runes were starting to make sense to Yue. He twisted and cracked his stiff neck, then his lips slightly curled up, forming a confident smile while staring at the jade crystal wall. He slowly walked up to it. Little bro? Shui Yao, who stood next to Yue, could see that he had started walking towards the wall, and she was confused. She grabbed his wrist to stop him, and there was a sense of worry in her clear eyes. Hong Sun is an 8-star warrior, and even he got injured by this jade crystal wall. You shouldn't try, just let others figure it out. Shui Yao was afraid Yue would get hurt. But there is no other choice. We're stuck here anyway, and if I don't at least give it a try, I will never forgive myself for not contributing. Maybe I can break the jade crystal wall? Yue turned his head to look at the caring Shui Yao. He blinked and smiled as he spoke. You think so? Shui Yao said as she looked at Yue's confident smile. She was startled. This mysterious boy who stood in front of her was shrouded in secrets, and she couldn't figure him out. She then thought about how Yue had used 3 medium-grade scrolls, and how this ordinary-looking but powerful talisman had suppressed even the best-quality blood devourer crystals, so she decided to let him try and let go of his wrist. Look quickly. That boy is walking towards the jade crystal wall. It's that boy again. Is he going to make a move? He is 14 at most, but there are so many secrets hidden on him. Maybe he really can break the jade crystal wall. someone from the crowd said as everyone's eyes focused on Yue. Their depressed mood was lifted and now they were nervous and excited, waiting to see what happened. While everyone was spectating, Yue walked up to the wall and slowly extended his hand, gently placing it on the barrier. Yue did not use any chi, and therefore when he placed his hand on the barrier there was no recoil. Yue slowly exhaled, and his eyebrows twitched slightly as strands of will force leaked out of his palm and rushed into the jade crystal barrier in front of him. Yue used his own will force to move the runes in the jade crystal wall. Buzz! 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 Controlled by Yue's will force, the flow of runes inside the wall was slightly altered. There were more than 10,000 runes flowing within, and with the strength of Yue's will force, he could not make any big alterations. Yue's hand rested on the wall with his eyes closed. Just like that, he stood still. It looked like he was not doing anything, but in reality Yue was doing everything he could, forcing his will force to change the flow of the runes. Will force was draining at a fearful speed, and Yue's face was slowly turning white. Drops of sweat appeared on his forehead and the glittering drops ran down his face. Open! After an hour, Yue's closed eyes violently opened. He opened his mouth and grunted. Boom! With Yue's grunt, the huge jade crystal wall suddenly shook violently. At this moment everyone's eyes went wide with shock as if they saw something unbelievable. While everyone was shocked, the jade crystal wall slowly opened to the left and right side. There was nothing but empty space between them and the superb collection of treasures. Hum! 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 Everyone stared at the large amount of treasures that were as numerous as stars in the sky, and their eyes suddenly became bloodshot. Their breathing became heavy, and the way they looked at the mountain of treasures was how a perverted old man looks at a naked woman, lustfully, greedily, crazed. Looking at the treasures in front of him, Lu Chao's eyes became blood red, he was shaking from ecstasy. Hong Sun and Shui Yao both inhaled the cold air as their eyes became fiery. Yue, who opened the jade crystal wall, spotted something strange while looking at the mountain of treasures. He was confused and puzzled. Unlike others, there was no greed or crazed expression on his face. How can this be? Yue could not believe that his runemaster's level of soul sensibility was telling him that this collection of treasures was actually a hologram, but these holograms were too realistic. Even Hong Sun, Shui Yao, and Lu Chao did not notice. Take M. Go, take everything. After a brief moment of silence, everyone became crazy. Being in front of this much treasure, even the most humble person wouldn't be able to control their greed. The scene became chaotic in a matter of seconds. People started fighting each other before they even went through the jade crystal wall. TSSS. TSS. Careful. In the chaos there were at least 3 to 4 swords that shot chi towards Yue. Seeing this, Shui Yao and Hong Sun's faces straightened. They arrived in front on Yue almost at the same time, guarding him. Now that the wall was opened, nobody could control themselves, and nobody could take control, not even Shui Yao or Hong Sun. Everyone was just running around fighting. They didn't even care who the other people were. Unless it was an existence like Jin Yan or Emoya who had the power to crush everyone at once, nobody else could keep the crazy crowd's attention, let alone try to keep them under control. Everything is mine. All mine. Nobody move. In the chaos, Lu Chao used his strength to get himself to the front. Nobody knew when, but suddenly there were scrolls in his hands. They were low-grade scrolls, and there was a total of 5. Rip! There was a grim smile on Lu Chao's face, and without hesitation he directly tore one of the scrolls. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 80, Mirages. Chapter 80, Mirages. The moment the scroll was torn, hundreds of runes rained down, and the light it generated was blinding. The stance summoned a spectral bull in front of everyone. This bull was 10 meters tall, and its green skin had a metallic texture. It was surrounded by furious flames that came off it like stars shooting in the sky. An immense and fearsome pressure spread as the bull appeared. Forbidden spirit stance, Starry Bull. These treasures are all mine. Don't you dare move an inch. There was a bloodthirsty smile on Lu Chao's grim face. His crazed eyes stared at the swarm of warriors. Kill! With Lu Chao's scream, the enormous bull howled and warmed up his muscular legs, then charged mercilessly at the crowd. Roar! The starry bull rushed out, crashing into the crowd. It sent 15 warriors who stood at the front directly into the air. The starry bull's fearsome power immediately shattered their bones to pieces, and some of the warriors even had their organs torn apart. Lu Chao, I will haunt you! Sorrowful cries echoed throughout the passageway. The 15 warriors who took the impact were all on the floor, and their bodies were paralyzed and shaking. Everyone could hear their horrifying cries as pieces of their organs were spit up as they coughed and tried to clear their airways. It was obvious they didn't have long to live. With one charge, the Starry Bull took more than 10 lives. Seeing this bloody scene, everyone was stunned and started shivering with fear. They widened their eyes, and their pupils dilated as if someone emptied a bucket of icy cold water over their heads. A cold sweat ran down their backs, and within moments they were drenched in sweat. Moments ago these 15 warriors were lively and collided with the rest of the crowd, but now they were lying on the ground lifelessly. This bone-chilling scene woke everyone up from their crazed state. Retreat! Retreat, retreat! There was horror in everyone's eyes while they watched the rampaging Starry Bull. They turned around and retreated together. Nobody dared to take one step forward. Lu Chao. Have you lost your bloody mind? The crowd backed off 20 meters to make sure they were not in the range of the Starry Bull. They stared angrily at the bloodthirsty Lu Chao, who was standing behind the bull. Forbidden Spirit Stance. Hong Sun and Shui Yao, who were guarding Yi Wei, glared at the Starry Bull cautiously. Nobody expected Lu Chao would have this kind of scrolls on him. While everyone had been putting their lives on the line to fight the stone giants, Lu Chao did not make a move. Who would have thought he was hiding this kind of trump card? Now that he had a chance to get his hands on the treasures, he finally showed his true colors. Although Lu Chao was controlling a forbidden-level spirit stance, he was looking at Yi Wei with fear in his eyes. He was ready to use all the other scrolls if Yi Wei joined the fight. According to his plan, if he could stop Yi Wei, he would have a chance to get all these treasures. He could then use some of the weapons in this mountain of treasures to fight the crowd. Lu Chao, do you not plan on sharing? Hong Sun's face went black. His cold glare penetrated the semi-transparent bowl and landed on Lu Chao. Lu Chao, there are a lot of treasures here, can you take them all? You will choke on them. Shui Yao's pretty face was ice cold, and her slender hands were clenched. She started to channel her chi and was ready for a fight. When they fought the stone puppets, Lu Chao was hiding in the back, and now he turned against everyone when there were rare treasures to be obtained. He even dared to use a mystic scroll and kill 15 warriors. This kind of selfish, uncaring behavior enraged the crowd. Everyone was fired up. Idiot! Yi Wei shouted in his mind. His face was also ashen, as he never thought the friendly man who had welcomed him could be so vicious. All these scrolls, mystic arms, pills, rare metals, and herbs are all mirages, and you were stupid enough to enrage everyone and even kill for what's not real. I would like to see how you get yourself out of this mess. Well, Lu Chao, even if you can collect all the treasures here, do you think you can get out of this labyrinth? Hong Sun angrily shouted with a voice as clear as a church bell while he stared straight at Lu Chao. Lu Chao, you should think twice before making any more stupid decisions. Are you really this selfish? Even Jin Yen and Emoya, strong as they are, had the courtesy to leave 7 mystic arms for us to contest over. Who do you think you are? Everyone's cold gaze was pointed at Lu Chao through the fading Starry Bull. I, Lu Chao, do whatever I want, and you have no grounds to boss me around. If you think you can stop me, then step forward. If you don't have the guts to actually do something about it, shut up. Lu Chao held the 4 shiny scrolls tight and sneered at the crowd as he shouted disdainfully. You! Everyone angrily pointed their fingers at Lu Chao as their bodies shivered in anger, but although they were extremely crossed, nobody dared to move an inch. Medium-grade scrolls contained mist stances, that was a known fact. There was a medium-grade scroll in Lu Chao's hand, and the 15 bodies on the floor was a horrifying example of how they might end up if they decided to fight Lu Chao. Even though they were angry, nobody wanted to end up losing their lives so horribly. The treasures were alluring, but they won't be able to enjoy any wealth or power if they were dead. Although everyone was aware that the forbidden stance Lu Chao was in control of could only kill 30 of them at most before its power faded, and that if they were to attack together, they would be able to take him down, nobody was willing to take that risk. Especially when Lu Chao had 4 more scrolls in his hand. You! Shui Yao's knuckles were cracking from her fury. Feeling furious and driven by her impulses, she started drawing a rune sequence in the air. She was ready to attack, and despite the odds being stacked up against her. Right as Shui Yao was about to launch herself towards Lu Chao, Yi Wei raised his arm and blocked her way. If he likes the treasure so much, we should just let him take all he wants. Yi Wei casually glared at Lu Chao with a sarcastic smile on his face. Ha! Shui Yao held her step, and she looked at Yi Wei confused. Yi Wei had used 3 medium-grade scrolls in total just to defeat the puppets. How could he be so calm? Isn't he mad about possibilities of returning empty-handed? If Lu Chao gets a hold of the treasure, he will become even stronger and harder to deal with. Just leave him be. Just because you can see something doesn't mean that it exists. Yi Wei whispered to Shui Yao, who just looked even more confused after his explanation. Doesn't exist? Shui Yao's clear eyes widened as she pointed at the levitating treasures and looked back at the indifferent Yi Wei. She hesitated and then stepped back to where Yue stood. Ha! That's what I'm talking about. Lu Chao said, dwelling in complacency. He stared at the crowd and turned around to look at the mountain of treasures that waited for him. He licked his lips and couldn't take his greedy eyes off what was his. It's mine. It's all mine. Ha ha ha. Lu Chao laughed in his mind. He knew nobody here would be a threat if he was to use the scrolls he had been hiding from everyone's sight this whole time. When Lu Chao obtained these treasures, his strength would increase tenfold. He would be safe inside the labyrinth. When he stepped back into the outside world, he would be in even safer hands, his granddad. A condensed prime warrior, who went by the name Lu Zhongtian, was waiting for him to return. Lu Zhongtian was a 4-star condensed prime warrior, and being protected by granddad, even Jin Yan and Moya would not be able to stop Lu Chao. Lu Chao felt no fear as he enthusiastically looked a mystic arm close to himself. With a proud smile on his face, he reached out for the levitating axe. The moment he extended his arm, his proud smile disappeared and the fire in his eyes vanished, only to be replaced by shock. How can this be? Lu Chao was startled by how his hand went right through the axe. He felt humiliated and screamed in disbelief. A mirage. The mystic arm was a mirage? No. No way, no way. Lu Chao had wasted the Starry Bull scroll he treasured for years. He had offended and terrorized everyone, including Hong Sun and Shui Yao, who were his friends. Never did he imagine that everything was a mirage. He could not accept this ending, and he would not accept it. Lu Chao started acting even crazier. He leaped around and tried to snatch all the scrolls, pills, and weapons in the air, only to find out that they were all fakes. Mirages, they are all mirages. Everyone was at first shocked, and moments after, gloating smiles appeared on their faces. Words could not describe the joy in their hearts. If the treasures were real and they fell into Lu Chao's hands, the consequences would be disastrous. In the end, Lu Chao got nothing but humiliation. Even Hong Sun, who had an extremely dry sense of humor, was wearing a sneer on his otherwise serious face. He enjoyed himself while watching Lu Chao's frantic behavior. Little bro, how did you know that they were not real? Shui Yao widened her adorable puppy eyes and asked Yue in a surprised tone. She really couldn't tell that the treasures were mirages before Lu Chao tried to grab them. They looked too realistic. Her gorgeous eyes stared at Yue, and she started to replay the scenes when Yue defeated the stone giant. How he survived the blood cocoon without a scratch. She was getting increasingly curious about Yue's background and wanted explanations. About that, I will tell you later. We should get our hands on the real treasure for now. It is right in front of us. Yue smiled, and as he said that, there was a golden flash in his eyes. He then looked beyond Lu Chao onto the 4 crystal pillars at the back of the chamber. Follow me, and keep your eyes on Lu Chao's scrolls. Yue could not be bothered to explain everything at once as he whispered to Shui Yao and Hong Sun while leading them towards the back of the chamber. The real treasure? Hong Sun, Shui Yao's eyes brightened. They looked at each other and then turned their focus onto the 4 pillars Yue was talking about. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 81, Interspatial Runes. Chapter 81, Interspatial Runes. Everyone saw Yue was leading Hong Sun and Shui Yao over to the 4 enormous crystal pillars, so they followed. Nobody was paying attention to Lu Chao as he was still shocked and glued to the floor. Although everyone hated Lu Chao, nobody wanted to pick a fight with him now because he still had 4 scrolls in his hand. Yue quietly stood before the 4 massive pillars. He raised his head and frowned as he inspected the crystal pillar. Shui Yao and Hong Sun were acting like his bodyguards, standing close to him on his left and right respectively. With a lot of unanswered questions regarding the treasures, everyone else stood a bit further away and looked curiously at the 3. What's with these crystal pillars? Are they booby-trapped? While the cultivators were confused and theorizing, Yue slowly extended his arm in from of the crystal pillar and placed his hand on it. After a murmur, he took his hand back and walked up to another pillar to repeat the process. After inspecting all 4 crystal pillars, Yue gently took a deep breath and nodded thoughtfully as he turned towards the crowd. These are spatial runes repository that contain treasures hidden in each of the pillars. The treasure you saw were a projection of what is inside these spatial runes. The person who set this up made it so the treasures stored the runes were projected into the chamber. Considering everyone's strength, you should be able to break the pillar at the front easily. Then he pointed to the 2 pillars further in the back and said, these 2 pillars will be a bit harder to break, but Hong Sun and Shui Yao should be able to handle them. As for the last pillar, Yue paused and sincerely looked over the crowd. The 4th one here is tougher than the jade crystal wall, it cannot be opened by force. You guys can break these 3 pillars open and then share whatever treasures are inside of the interspatial runes. As for the last pillar, I will deal with it. If I am lucky enough to break it open, I will take everything that's inside. Any opinions? Yue said in a modest tone. Yue could feel the 4 sources causing a great chi disturbance even before entering the chamber. After having inspected the pillars where the energy was coming from, he could tell that it was because of 4 interspatial runes and the vast amount of treasures stored within them. The 4th pillar, the one at the back, feels like a high-grade interspatial rune, but Yue's words shook them, and everyone suddenly was surprised. Their eyes lit up, and they stepped forward a few steps for a closer look. There are what in the pillars? Spatial rune repositories were very rare. Only runemasters, who had mastered the complex interspatial rune system, were capable of inscribing these magical symbols. It was said in legends that the highest-grade interspatial runes could even hold a whole city. Yue used 3 medium-grade scrolls to get the cultivators out of a deadly situation, and now he had opened the jade crystal wall that was impenetrable to everyone else. Without him, all the cultivators wouldn't even know where the real treasures were hidden. If it weren't for Yue, there wouldn't be treasures to share or lives to live. Asking for a quarter of the treasures seemed reasonable to everyone. I do not want any more bloodshed. Ever since I stepped into this labyrinth, all I've seen was fighting and conflicts. So many lives were lost for stupid and selfish reasons. I only have one requirement. No matter what is stored in those repositories, you guys cannot fight each other for them. Instead, you are to distribute them according to your cultivation levels. It's not exactly fair, but it is as close as it gets. Everyone looked at each other and realized it was the fear of death that made them kill each other. If you agree, then swear to the cosmos, make a heavenly oath not to fight each other. Only after we'll teach you how to crack open these pillars. Yue exhaled gently and requested with a friendly smile on his face. Hearing Yue's touching speech, everyone was looking down, thinking back to how excessively aggressive and ruthless they have been. The fire was no longer in their eyes, instead, it was replaced by a gentle solemnness. Yue was the only person here who knew the repositories existed. He could have very well waited until everyone left the chamber and then took all the treasure for himself, but he decided against it. The cultivators recognized his generosity. They could not imagine what kind of family he was from, and how well he was brought up. A few of the warriors raised their heads and made an effort to memorize Yue's face and swore to themselves that if the opportunities arises to repay him in the future, they would do so no matter the cost. I swear on the heavens. I also swear on the heavens. After a brief moment of silence, everyone raised their heads and looked at Yue with the utmost respect. Soon all the cultivators followed. If they were to break the oath, then the wrath of the heavens, the will of the cosmos, would strike down and render them asunder. Throughout the history of time, there wasn't one soul that challenged this powerful oath to the heavens and survived. Seeing that everyone made a vow, Yue felt relieved. After all, there really were a great many treasures stored within these 4 repositories. After having used up all 3 offensive scrolls he was given, he was not confident in surviving if another brawl were to break out. Treasures in the 3 lower-ranked repositories were to be shared between a few hundred, and Yue had 1 repository all for himself. He was very satisfied with the arrangement. Greed was not a respectable trait in Yue's eyes, and he wouldn't be greedy. If he were to act greedy, who knew what the other cultivators would do? After telling others where the pillar's weak spots were, Yue walked over to the pillar at the back. Hong Sun and Shuya watched Yue's silhouette. Their eyes were bright, and they were amused by how Yue, this 14-year-old, had handled the situation even better and fairer than they, themselves, could have. Let's break the first pillar. Hong Sun led everyone to the first crystal pillar. They had all made a heavenly oath and therefore were very relaxed as they knew no one would dare break it. The crowd started to work on the first pillar, while at the back of the chamber Yue placed his hands on the 4th pillar. He closed his eyes, and his eyebrows twitched slightly as strands of willforce leaked into the pillar from his sentient. His willforce interacted with the runes flowing inside the pillar. At this moment, nobody was looking at Lu Chao. He was no longer seen as a threat to anybody because they were bound by a heavenly oath. They would now have to act as a group and defend each other. Even if Lu Chao had 10 scrolls, he would never be able to take down a few hundred warriors by himself. Damn it! Damn it! Why did it turn out like this? Why are they all mirages? Surrounded and guarded by a few 5- and 6-star warriors, Lu Chao's eyes were bloodshot. He ground his teeth and growled, hatefully glaring at the crowd. It's all because of him. Lu Chao's hateful eyes darted to the other side of the chamber, landing on Yue. If it weren't for Yue, these guys would never have united, they would still fear me. If everyone were not bound by the oath, it wouldn't be difficult for Lu Chao to take at least one of the repositories. He might not even have had to use all 4 of his scrolls due to the fear in the hearts of everyone present. However, the tables had turned, and now Lu Chao had to be alert. The group of warriors could turn against him and eradicate him if he showed any signs of resistance. I will never forgive you, never. Lu Chao's bloodthirsty eyes stared at nothing but Yue. If a gaze could kill, Yue would have died 1,000 times. Bang! Boom! Bang! Led by Hong Sun and Shui Yao, the few hundred warriors relentlessly attacked the crystal pillar. Every single one of them used their best stances in the hopes it would get the job done. Chi swords, flames, ice, spectral beasts, and all different kinds of stances focused onto the first pillar, and under the immense wave of attacks, a small crack finally appeared. Good. The cultivators started to smile enthusiastically when they saw the crack and doubled their efforts. As for Yue, he was still standing quietly in front of the fourth pillar. He was frowning from time to time, and smiling occasionally when he understood more and more about the runic lock on the fourth pillar. Yue being able to break the rune barriers on the tunnel and the jade crystal wall was no accident. He had been relying on his soul sensibility without understanding how it really worked. The rune barrier on this pillar was even more complex than the one in the jade crystal wall, and his slow progress was the result of its complexity. An hour had passed without anyone noticing, then suddenly a deafening noise echoed throughout the chamber. The first pillar was finally cracked open by brute force. A flash of bright light blinded everyone in the chamber as strands of runes leaked out of the crack on the pillar, a rune repository. Everyone's eyes focused on the interspatial runes as they regained vision. They were breathing heavily as their treasures were now within reach. The repository shrank on Hong Sun's touch, and he grabbed a hold of it tight, throwing it in his interspatial bag. Keep up the good work. To the second pillar. Hong Sun shouted while looking at everyone. We will share them when we have broken all 3 pillars open. Let's not get distracted. Okay. Ha ha ha. That sounds reasonable. Keep it up, guys. Everyone was feeling lighthearted. They weren't worried that Hong Sun was going to cheat them at all. Everyone was smiling brightly as they approached the second pillar. Is that a storage rune? Lu Chao saw the rune in Hong Sun's hand from the other side of the chamber as jealousy was eating him up. He was on the edge of losing his sanity. He clenched his fist and punched the crystal floor violently to release his anger. His venomous stare roamed around. They got the repository. So what? I doubt they can actually open them. Lu Chao clenched his scrolls tight as he planned his comeback. After 2 more hours, the second pillar broke open, and the group got their hands on the second repository. After hours of using stances, everyone was exhausted. They all took some pills and rested briefly before they moved on to the third pillar. The third pillar was tougher than the second one. Even though Hong Sun and Shui Yao led the cultivators to attack the weak spots, it still took them almost 5 hours to crack the pillar. Finally! Hong Sun shouted as he grabbed the third runic repository. Everyone was so eager to see what was in the runes they forgot how tired they were. Not yet. Just as Hong Sun was going to try to open the runic repositories, Shui Yao stepped forward and stopped him. She then pointed to Yue, who was still standing in front of the fourth pillar. Wait for him. Shui Yao scanned the eager crowd and said. These 3 pillars. They were harder to crack the deeper into the chamber we moved. Obviously, the one furthest back must be the hardest of them all to crack. If that boy fails to open the fourth pillar, we shall share what we've acquired with him. Shui Yao said with a determined tone. Yes, I agree. Hong Sun nodded and looked at everyone. I don't think anyone here objects, right? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 82, Rewards. Chapter 82, Rewards. That's fine with me. If that boy can't open the fourth pillar, he can get a share of the treasures from our 3 repositories. He has contributed way more than any of us here. Hell, I would be fine if he gets a larger share than myself. My life was saved by this boy. He generously used 3 scrolls altogether, 3 medium-grade scrolls to save us. He can take more off my share if you guys are stingy. Everyone expressed their views as they looked at Yue only to see how pale his face had become after hours of effort. His forehead was shiny with sweat, and it was apparent that Yue was tired. It was obvious that cracking the fourth pillar was no easy task. Nobody disagreed. Everyone was more than happy to share their treasure, although some of the cultivators weren't as vocal. They all knew the reason they were able to come this far. The runic repositories were now in their possession, and with the oath in place, there was no way that anyone would betray the rest of the group. Because they were in no hurry, everyone sat back down to cultivate, recovering their chi and will force while they waited for Yue. After an hour, everyone could see that Yue was completely exhausted from the way he was standing and trembling. A few of them stood up ready to catch him when he fell. If there is no way, you should give up. Little brother, just forget about it. You've tried your best, we can see it, and you know it. We will give you double from our treasure. Please don't hurt yourself. People were walking up to Yi Wei to show their concern. They couldn't take their eyes off his shaky body. Open. People were about to help Yi Wei down and force him to rest, but he suddenly opened his eyes and howled. Crack, crack, crack. As Yi Wei's howl echoed in the chamber, the fourth crystal pillar vibrated vigorously. Suddenly a small crack appeared on it. Through the crack on the pillar, Yi Wei could see something shiny. He slowly exhaled with a mild smile on his face. He then put his trembling hand through the crack and grabbed the runic repository. Sorry, I've made you guys wait again. Yi Wei's face was ashen as he looked at everyone's caring expression and apologized sincerely. Let's split them, Hong Sun announced. He and everyone else was happy that Yi Wei managed to crack the fourth pillar open. They were relieved that he was okay. Nobody cared if that meant they would have a larger share. Woohoo! Let's share the treasures. This trip was worth the risk and the wait. With everyone's eyes on him, Hong Sun grunted and channeled his chi. One by one he opened all 3 runic repositories, and all of a sudden the small runes expanded rapidly and opened up. They shone blindingly across the whole chamber, pieces of treasures appeared before them, and after a brief look, he estimated there were at least 100 pieces of treasures in each repository. That included manuscripts on different stances, cultivating formulas, mystic scrolls that glowed black, valuable metals, and rare pills. The impressive collection of treasures shocked everyone deeply. They couldn't speak or move their eyes away from the massive pile of treasure. Just when Hong Sun was about to start dividing up the treasures, Lu Chao slowly walked towards the other cultivators. I will take my share. I don't want much, just 1 piece. Lu Chao's greedy eyes moved towards the sparkling treasures. Count you in? Why? Hong Sun, Shui Yao, and the rest started chuckling as if they just heard the most ridiculous joke. Lu Chao, what is your skin made of? It's so thick I almost find it impressive. You should consider yourself lucky that we did not kill you. Why on earth would you expect to share? Back off. Or we will attack. How dare you even think about getting anything? How have you contributed? By trying to kill us? Take your hands off the treasures, otherwise. Lu Chao's eyes were completely red because of the few hundred pieces of treasure right in front of him. The temptation was driving him crazy, he just wanted something, even if it was just 1 item. When Yi Wei opened this chamber, Lu Chao tore a scroll. It was not a medium-grade scroll, but the stance within was a rare forbidden stance worth a ridiculous amount. Having used a mystic scroll, he was determined to get something back for what he invested. If he ended up not even getting 1 item, he wouldn't be able to live with himself. I know you guys took an oath, but I, Lu Chao, would like to see if you really have the balls to fight me. I have 4 scrolls here, I can kill at least 50 of you. If nothing else, I can at least say I tried to obtain some treasure. Whoever I attack will surely die. Lu Chao's face was twisted, and his crazy red eyes swept across the chamber. He wanted a part of the treasure so much he was ready to die trying. Hearing what Lu Chao said, everyone's face darkened. They stared at him and the 4 scrolls in his hand. Even if they work together to bring him down, casualties are unavoidable. Shameless. Shui Yao was furious. Her face was pale with anger, and she wanted nothing more than to turn Lu Chao into dust. Well, I think it's better to have one less thing to worry about. I'd rather have him keep quiet instead of constantly threatening us. Even if he does get a share, someone would probably kill him on the way out, and we can just take it back then. Someone in the crowd sighed and said loudly in a reluctant tone. Just as they were about to give Lu Chao an item under the pressure, Yi Wei slowly stepped forward. You think you're worthy? Yi Wei looked straight into Lu Chao's eyes as he spoke in a cold tone. Everyone paused and looked at Yi Wei. Hong Sun also looked at Yi Wei, and he shook his head, signaling him to stand down. If Lu Chao wanted something, he could have it. There were plenty of treasures to go around, and even if everyone took an item, there would still be plenty more. Just 1 item was not a heavy price to pay if that meant everyone would be able to leave safely. They could find another chance to get rid of Lu Chao in the future and avenge the innocent lives he took. Little bro, just leave it be. No matter what he obtains today, his reputation is ruined regardless. I will personally make his life hell in Frozen Sun City from now on. Shui Yao added, her cold glare never leaving Lu Chao. Yi Wei slightly frowned. He shook his head determinedly. He did not believe Lu Chao would use the 4 scrolls. He's just trying to bluff himself into getting some treasure. He doesn't have the guts to put his life at stake. He is a coward. You have 4 low-grade scrolls. I would like to see you kill someone while I'm here. Yue swiftly took out his green glowing scrolls from his bag. I can always test these two medium-grade scrolls. They are both defensive scrolls. It will be interesting to see if my scroll can nullify yours. Yue stared right into Lu Chao's eyes and said loudly. Defensive medium-grade scrolls? 2 of them. As Lu Chao looked at the 2 green scrolls in Yue's hand, his face turned ashen and his pupils dilated. Are you crazy? 2 medium-grade scrolls. They are worth at least 300,000 silver. I just wanted one item, an item that's far less valuable than what you will spend fighting me, What's your problem? Why would you waste your medium-grade scrolls like this? We're not even talking about your share of treasure. Can't you just mind your own business? Lu Chao's eyes twitched as he angrily tried to confront Yue. His voice broke, and his eyes widened as he stared at Yue. Seeing that Yue had 2 more medium-grade scrolls in his possession, everyone gasped. This kid. How rich is he? Counting the 3 medium-grade scrolls he used while fighting the stone puppets, Yue had shown 5 medium-grade scrolls to the cultivators in total. They were under the impression that he had more in his bag as well, and that was why he was using them like they were worth nothing. Where is this boy from? Isn't he too privileged? He's just a mere student, but he can use 5 scrolls so casually? That's 5 medium-grade scrolls. 5 medium-grade scrolls that shocked everyone present. Back in Green Moon City, even a warrior from the prominent families like the Dews could not use 5 scrolls like Yue had. In all of Green Moon City, apart from Master Yi, the city lord, and the principal of South Star Academy, nobody would be able to use 5 scrolls like this without second thoughts. Something that would be considered priceless treasures by some martial families was now being used so casually by this student. There was no way they could keep their cool. Why? Me and you, we've had no disagreements and a decent relationship. Why are you now picking on me? Lu Chao felt intimidated by Yue. I don't like the way you do things. Yue shrugged and said casually, you are going to put your life at stake for a share of the treasure, right? Why don't you just tear your scrolls? Come on, don't waste everyone's time. These are just medium-grade scrolls, only worth a few 100,000 silver. I could care less. Yue casually looked at the scrolls in his hand and spoke indifferently. Yue and Lin Ziyan had got their hands on a lot of valuable items, including the silver moon pills and the repository he just acquired. With that in mind, these 2 medium-grade scrolls really were dispensable for him. You don't like how I do things? Just because of that you are going to use 2 medium-grade scrolls? Lu Chao's jaws dropped. His mind went blank as he stared at Yue. I refuse to believe you really will use them just to fight me. Lu Chao looked even more aggressive than before. He didn't want to just back down. You can try. Try and see. I will lose my scrolls, yes, but do you really dare fight me? If you do, your life ends here. Yue's beckoning glare was set on Lu Chao as he spit out threatening words. With 2 medium-grade scrolls for safety, the warriors around Lu Chao started to channel their chi and slowly walked towards where he stood. If Yue did use these medium-grade scrolls, then suffice to say Lu Chao did not stand a chance. Okay, you got me. Lu Chao aggressively stared back at Yue. He put his scrolls back into his bag. He stomped the ground and with a speed-boosting stance he turned into a flash that disappeared into the passage at the back of the chamber. Gamble with his life? Lu Chao was just bluffing. He was banking on everyone getting scared if he tried to stand his ground, but he never expected Yue would be generous enough to use 2 medium-grade scrolls to call his bluff. Now there was no point to stay here any longer. There was no way he would stay and watch them split the treasures. Lu Chao wouldn't be able to deal with the envy and jealousy. Although he was crazy, he knew when to let it go. He was sure he would be able to find more items in the passageway ahead, even deeper into the labyrinth. You guys are safe now. Split the treasures. Yue put the scrolls back into his bag when he could no longer feel Lu Chao's chi. Nobody really knew, but Yue was actually just bluffing too. Like Lu Chao, he wouldn't really waste his scrolls to fight one person. There were no signs of welkin leaves in the pile of treasures. There were 8 trimmings of other rare herbs, but none of them matched Master Yi's description. The 4th pillar was the toughest one to break, and the repository was made with a much more advanced interspatial runes. I wonder what kind of treasures it holds. While Hong Sun and Shui Yao started distributing the treasure, Yue looked at the repository in his hand and thought, I hope there are welkin leaves. Yue clenched his fist tightly. Ever since he had entered Blood Mist Valley, he obtained a lot of things and had vastly improved his cultivation level exponentially. Although he was happy for everything he had achieved, none of this was what he came here for. I came here because it was the only hope to wake Cousin Zhong up. As the others slowly were given their share, Yue sat down in a lotus position and sent Wolforce to his hands to open the repository. Medium-grade Mystic Arm. Medium-grade Scrolls. Yue could feel the chi disturbance clearly the moment he put his hand in the alternative dimension, and he quickly identified the items within. 3 medium-grade Mystic Arms. 36 medium-grade Scrolls. Yue was shocked. It seemed like there were more treasures in his repository than the other 3 combined. Hongsun, Shuiyao, and the rest were sharing a few hundred pieces from all 3 repositories, but there were no signs of medium-grade Mystic Arms, nor was there medium-grade Scrolls. There were no mist stances, and no mist formula manuscripts, but all of these things were present in Yue's repository. Its relative dimension was much more spacious than all of the other 3 put together. Let's do a recount: 3 medium-grade Mystic Arms, 36 medium-grade Scrolls, 300 low-grade Mystic Arms, 1,200 low-grade Scrolls, 300 spirit formulas, more than 3,000 kinds of pills, and 18 kinds of herbs, and it is there. There are more than 5,000 items here. Yue whispered. His heart was beating rapidly, and his face was flustered. His hand that held the repository was shaking from excitement. Cousin Zhong. I've finally found it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 83, Secret Realm. Chapter 83, Secret Realm. Yue could not estimate the value of his treasures. There were now more items in his repository than in some city lords' vaults. With this many resources, the Yi family will easily become the strongest family in Green Moon City. Apart from the City Lord, Master Yi, and South Star Academy, nobody would be able to challenge their position. Even if the other 2 Runemaster of Green Moon City wanted to make a move on the Yi family, they would have to join force to do so. Most importantly, there was Welkin leaves in the repository with which Yi Zhong could be woken up. Due to this, Yue could not help but to be extremely emotional. If Yue didn't have astounding self-control, he would have screamed out of excitement. You should never put your wealth on display. Yue understood that very well. The amount of treasures in this repository was shockingly enormous, and if anyone was to learn of it before a large secure vault had been built, then the Yi family would be in a crisis. Although everyone took an oath, words can spread, and that's why Yue would not let anybody know just how much treasure was in the repository he took. As Yue looked around, he saw Hongsun and Shuiyao still distributing the goods. Sharing hundreds of treasures between hundreds of people was an extremely troublesome task. First, they had to estimate how much was each piece worth. Then they had to rank every person in the group based on cultivation level and strength. The stronger one was, the more valuable treasure one could acquire, was the principle they went by, and it was very difficult to be completely fair and just. This made Hongsun and Shuiyao's job very hard. There were 2 passageways that led into the depths of this labyrinth. Ziyan, Jinyan, and Emoya went through the other one. If I am correct, these 2 passageways should ultimately lead to the same place. Jinyan and Emoya were really strong by the looks of it. I wonder if Ziyan will be fine following them. Yue clenched his fist, worrying for Lin Ziyan's safety. My cultivation advanced to the 7-star level now, but compared to Jinyan and Emoya, I am still weak. Most likely I will not be able to help Ziyan, and I will probably only be a burden if I get involved. However, with all the treasure, even if I have to face them, I should be able to hold my own. Yue thought about what he could do with the 36 medium-grade scrolls, and his lips curled up into a confident smile. I'm sure they will distribute the items fairly. It is a tedious and time-consuming task. I can't just sit here and wait. I have to find Ziyan and make sure she is safe. Yue glanced at the busy crowd and slowly stood up. Everyone, take your time and please share the treasures fairly. I can't stay because there is something I must do deeper in the labyrinth. Yue waved at them and said, Sure, little bro. Stay safe. Take care of yourself. Hongsun, Shuiyao, and the other cultivators nodded at Yue, bidding farewell. Although Yue was just a student, nobody was really worried about him. Not taking into account the repository he just got, everyone knew he had medium-grade scrolls with him, and therefore nobody could do much harm to him. Lu Chao had also gone deeper into the labyrinth, but after the standoff earlier it became apparent that he was not a threat to Yue. Farewell. Yue nodded back and waved again. He then turned around and followed the crystal passageway that continued at the back of the chamber. The crystal passageway seemed endless. The large jade crystal wall was only a gate through which the wide tunnel continued onward. Run! Although Yue's cultivation was at just the 7-star student level, his sentient was as large as a warrior's and his dantian was as spacious as a 9-star student's. While running, Yue transferred everything in the repository into his interspatial bag, and the spatial runes slowly disappeared after it had been emptied. Although, when compared to a warrior with speed-boosted stances, Yue's normal speed was still considered slow, but at his full speed he wouldn't be looked down upon by any warrior. After 4 hours of running, 9 dots of purple light appeared on the edge of the vanishing point in the passageway. As Yue got closer, he discovered that they were 9 huge amethyst pillars that were engraved with mystic runes. Amethyst pillars? Yue came to a stop and took a look at the massive purple crystal pillars. He couldn't feel any runic repositories within pillars, and the chi disturbance that spatial runes usually gave off was absent. Surrounded by the 9 pillars of purple light stood an ancient octangular bluestone platform. Carved into its surface was a sequence of complicated runes which formed the part of a bigger mysterious pattern. These runes are incredibly complex. Yue mumbled as his eyes scanned the amethyst pillars. He couldn't take his eyes off the runes. I don't understand any of them. Yue's soul sensitivity was stronger than ordinary runemaster's, and his sentient was spiritually linked to the mystic mount. Every time he saw unfamiliar runes, his sentient provided him with related knowledge and helped him understand its energy flow, but this time, there was nothing. Yue understood nothing about these runes. He couldn't help but wonder, who is the creator of this labyrinth? He has to be unimaginably powerful. This is strange. Where did Lu Chao go? Yue scanned the area and saw no signs of anyone. He frowned in confusion. Yue was sure Lu Chao entered this very path, and now that he had reached the end of the passageway there was nowhere to hide. Could it be? A thought came to Yue's mind, causing his eyes to widen, and he cast them onto the bluestone platform. Can these runes on this bluestone platform be the legendary dimensional runes? If so, these pillars together with the platform could be a teleportation device. Yue was utterly shocked by the idea. Dimensional runes are something only Grand Runemasters are able to create and manipulate. Even Master Yi, the most powerful man in Green Moon City, was only a 10-star Runemaster. Grand Runemasters are a rare group of Runemasters, very few would dare to ever offend them, even noblemen would have to bow their heads to them. This is outrageous. It must be a runic teleportation array. The person who built this is at the very least a returned Prime Warrior, possibly even a God's Prime Warrior. Yue's eyes couldn't blink, and his mouth went dry. It was hard for him to imagine someone with this kind of power, and that now he was standing in a place left behind by such a person. Yue was familiar with the concept of teleportation. Everyone who lived in the Zhou dynasty knew of it. It had been almost a millennium since the Zhou dynasty was established. During this period of time, the governing body dedicated vast sums of money and human resources to build a runic teleportation array in every major city within the sovereignty's borders. Cities like Green Moon City and Frozen Sun City were just minor cities. They were nothing in comparison to Major Ning City, and at its heart there was a teleport array that was directly linked to the imperial capital. Because of such a system, the forces of the dynasty were able to be dispatched to anywhere within the borders quickly and effectively, and that is the main reason why demons and wild beasts had been purged and kept out of the dynasty's borders, and also how they kept the peace. Yue was pretty certain he was looking at such a device, hidden in the depths of the Blood Mist Labyrinth. As such, it was no surprise that he was deeply shocked. It's easy to verify, I can just try it. Yue couldn't believe he was looking at something so extraordinary. He couldn't feel any evil aura around the device, therefore, he was wondering if he should leap into the unknown. Could this really be a teleport? But it takes so much money and manpower to build just one. If it truly is, I assume this labyrinth is a private facility because it's not on any official map. How could someone build this without everyone knowing about it? But if this is not a teleport array, then where could Lu Chao be? With suspicion, Yue started to move his feet, and the moment he placed his foot onto the bluestone platform, something unusual happened. Warp! Warp! The 9 amethyst pillars and the platform shone a deep purple hue. The complex runes started to oscillate, and the runic pattern started to spin rapidly. When the spinning pattern reached its maximum speed, it became blurry and a large octangular pillar of light appeared on the platform. Yue was standing in the middle of the platform as he felt a little dizzy. Suddenly, he lost his vision, and he couldn't see or sense anything as he was consumed by endless darkness. He was swallowed by nothingness, by this tiny yet large portion of the space-time continuum. After that, he felt as if his body turned weightless, lighter than a feather. He felt as if he was still, but somehow, at the same time, traveling an infinite distance at an astonishing speed. Yue couldn't feel time nor could he sense his own body. The next thing he knew, he was conscious again, and when he opened his eyes, he was on top of a small piece of dry land in the middle of a swamp. The water in the swamp was black and bubbling, and there was a lingering, sickening odor. Yue looked up to try and figure out where he was, but he saw that the swamp was completely surrounded by mountains. He could see that within the mountains grew many strange-looking trees, and he could hear the occasional shrill chirping sound coming from the woods enveloping him. The place he found himself in was very strange, as if it was another world, or more accurately, a secret realm. A thought came to Yue's mind, causing his eyes to widen, and he cast them onto the bluestone platform. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 84, Scrolls. Chapter 84, Scrolls. Although there was a lingering odor in the air, the breeze brought over clouds of white mist. A mist filled with refreshing primal energy. This contrast confused Yue, and he really couldn't tell whether or not he disliked this strange environment. As Yue was cautiously scanning his surroundings, something growing on top of a jet-black rock caught his attention: black cloud-shaped leaves with a green stem. He said to himself as he saw its black leaves gently flowing in the breeze. There is no mistake, this herb is a black billow. Yue's eyes widened, and there was an undisguised excitement on his face. This is an exquisite quenching herb, and it's a key ingredient of the fiery sun quencher pills. Yue raised his head and looked further. He saw that there were more black billows growing in the swamp. Yue had never imagined he would be lucky enough to see such a rarity in plain sight out in the world, but it seemed this was the case in this realm. He scanned around and spotted 8 black billows. Who knew how many more there were shrouded by the mist? High-grade herbs are everywhere. What kind of place is this? Yue exclaimed. He did not hesitate to run around and put all the herbs he saw in his bag. What is this stone monument? As Yue collected the last black billow he saw, a stone that was hidden behind some thick bush sparked his interest. Half of the stone was buried under black mud. 3 rusty weapons were scattered around it: a black stick, an ancient sword, and a long scarlet blade. Mystic arms. Yue's eyes brightened. Although these weapons appeared beaten up and rusty, they were shining with an unmistakable green glow, a glow that represented their value. Medium-grade mystic arms could be bought, but their price reflected their rarity, not how much the material was actually worth. They often fetched prices over millions of silver at auctions. Yue was overjoyed. He literally just got himself 3 medium-grade arms from the repository, and now he was looking at 3 more. His body was trembling from excitement. Yue took a few quick steps towards the weapons, but just as he was about to pull the black stick out of the mud, he noticed there was a little hole next to it and became wary. Someone was here before me? Yue's face paled. He quickly put his hand into his bag and took out a scroll. While the hole was small, it did not look natural. It was entirely possible that it was left after another small mystic arm was dug up. You have great awareness. Not far away on a bushy tree, Lu Chao watched Yue's every move between the thick branches. He resembled a python stalking its prey, waiting for the right moment to deliver the fatal strike. Ha, you have a few medium-grade scrolls with you, so what? I don't think student scum like you can defend yourself against me now that I have these 2-star medium-grade mystic arms in hand. He thought as he glanced at the 3-inch dagger in his palm with a bloodthirsty sneer on his face. All medium-grade mystic arms contain mist stances, and they are further graded into a 10-star ranking system according to how strong the stances in them were. Although Lu Chao's mystic arm was just at the 2-star grade, the threat imposed by a mist stance was not something a normal student could deal with. Not long ago, when he was digging up the mystic arms next to the stone monument, he felt someone approaching and thought it was an army of cultivators arriving, so he quickly hid somewhere safe and inconspicuous while taking out his dagger. Clenching the medium-grade mystic arm tightly, Lu Chao was more confident than he ever had been before. He knew very well that Yue had 2 medium-grade scrolls in his possession, but he was no longer scared. I don't care about your mystic scrolls when I have something better, There were 4 repositories in total, and 3 of them were shared between Hong Sun, Shui Yao, and those warriors, and this boy took a whole one for himself. Thinking about the large amount of treasures that were possibly in the repository, Lu Chao licked his dry lips while he narrowed his greedy eyes at Yue. Hong Sun and the rest did not follow him. Fate is on my side. Lu Chao chuckled wickedly. Under the impression that Yue might not be alone, he was hesitant to attack immediately. If a few hundred warriors were to fight him together, even having 10 mystic arms with him wouldn't make a difference. You know I'm here, and you think you have time to defend yourself and collect mystic arms? Lu Chao laughed and said as Yue grabbed the end of the black stick. He took a heavy step on the branch and launched himself towards Yue. Primal wings appeared on his back as he dived down ferociously like a falcon. Ha, you can't bear to wait any longer? Yue intentionally exposed his back to Lu Chao, but never actually let his guard down. While one of his hands was on the black stick, his other hand held the low-grade scroll. He could sense an approaching presence, but he remained calm. Now is the time. There was no way Lu Chao could hide when Yue had such impeccable soul sensitivity, and Yue knew exactly how far Lu Chao's reach was and where he was attacking from. The ambush bore no element of surprise for Yue, and because of that, he was able to remain calm. When Lu Chao was just a few meters away, he heard the sound of fabric tearing. Buzz. This scroll was not one of the ones that were given to him by Lin Ziyan, it was a low-grade offensive scroll he found in the repository. The scroll held the forbidden high-level spirit stance, triple sword sky splitter. Forbidden spirit stance. Lu Chao saw the three chi swords as they penetrated the air at a fearsome velocity. He channeled his chi to his wings and flew backwards, away from the course of Yue's chi swords. Whiz! One of the chi swords grazed Lu Chao's cheek, leaving a gash on his otherwise flawless skin. Lu Chao's plan was to approach undetected and finish Yue before he could react. He could not believe that not only did his plan fail, but that he was so close to being gravely injured by a counter-attack to his head. Forbidden high-level spirit stances posed a threat to even 10-star warriors. The 7-star warrior, Lu Chao, had no way to defend himself against it, especially when he did not even expect Yue to react at all. Damn it! Lu Chao narrowly dodged the attack. His face turned ashen, feeling cheated as he thought Yue only had defensive scrolls on him. Ha, dodge this! Yue looked at the Lu Chao's clumsy figure, knowing that Lu Chao barely got away from the first wave of chi swords. Yue channeled his chi to speed up the swords and then swung them towards Lu Chao again. Zoom! The chi swords accelerated, and despite Lu Chao's efforts, he only dodged 2 of the 3 swords. The last one flew straight to his face. Lu Chao's pupil dilated as he looked at the approaching chi sword. The veins on his face bulged as he filled his body with chi. He managed to move his head just an inch to the left a second before the sword connected. I will kill you. The sharp edge of the sword left a shockingly long wound on Lu Chao's neck. Blood was gushing out as he was overwhelmed by pain. His facial expression turned from surprise to hateful. He stared at Yue with the intention to kill him, and then aggressively injected his chi into the dagger in his hand. Die! Lu Chao's chi activated the stance within his 2-star medium-grade mystic arm. The 3-inch dagger immediately shone bright, and a small hurricane of chi started brewing around it. The chi dagger flew towards Yue in a flash. They were quick, hardly visible, and wrapped with dangerous chi. They flew very low over the ground, so low that all the grass, mud, and rubble under its path were flung up into the air. The 3-inch dagger was advancing on Yue like a bloodthirsty predator. This was bad for Yue. He expected Lu Chao's ambush, but he did not anticipate that he would have a medium-grade mystic arm. His pupils dilated as he figured out why. The shape of this dagger matches the hole by the stone monument. Cut. Yue redirected the 3 chi swords to Lu Chao's dagger, and at the same time, he took another scroll out of his bag. Bang! Bang! The chi sword was rendered into loose strands of energy and vanished before it could get close to the dagger as it was dissipated by the hurricane of chi around it. Unmoved by the chi sword, the dagger kept approaching Yue with unstoppable momentum. Just a spirit stance, there is no way you can guard my mist stance with that sh*t. Say goodbye to your pathetic life. Behind the hurricane, Lu Chao was recklessly laughing. He could already see Yue's head falling from his body, sliced by his vicious attack. Forbidden high-level spirit stance, Cyan Windguard. Yue slowly exhaled as he refocused his mind back to a calm state and tore one of his scrolls. It's just a medium-grade mystic arm, I have plenty of scrolls to deal with it, no need to panic. Zoom. Zoom. More than 100 glittering runes appeared and spread out, forming a screen which then transformed into a curved green wind wall in front of Yue. Bang! Moments after the wind wall appeared, it was struck by the dagger together with the chi hurricane, mud, and rubble. The wind wall shook vigorously as every point of impact rippled. It was starting to show signs of fracturing. Scrolls? Ha, I would like to see how many scrolls you have. Lu Chao was levitating and watching Yue from midair with an evil grin on his face. Crack! Crack! Under the pressure of the chi hurricane, the green wind wall was started to crack and bend. A spider web-like fracture started to appear and grow on Yue's defensive stance. Scrolls? I have plenty of them. Standing behind the wind wall, Yue put his hand into his bag and calmly took out another scroll. After a loud bang, the wind wall shattered, but at the same moment, Yue tore the second scroll, releasing another forbidden spirit stance. A chi screen with a metallic glow appeared where the wind wall just dissipated. Low-grade scrolls were much cheaper than medium-grade ones as they were pretty much mass-produced. The supply of low-grade scrolls never ran low. If a person had enough money, he would never run out of them, and because of that, Yue was more than willing to use those scrolls. He would much rather spend more time using them before actually deciding to use a medium-grade scroll, as the latter were rare to come by. Boom! The dagger and the chi hurricane broke through Yue's defense again and again. Yue took a few steps back and tore one scroll after another, activating shield after shield in front of him. Although the dagger was breaking the shields consistently, it was also weakened by a fraction every time it broke through a defensive stance. The missed stance was impressive, but it just couldn't connect to Yue because he was protected by so many defensive stances. By this time Yue had torn the 8th scroll calmly, the chi hurricane around the dagger died down, and Lu Chao was completely shocked. How many scrolls do you have? Lu Chao could feel and see how the dagger was getting weaker and weaker as he shouted at Yue. Yue had already torn 8 scrolls, and he was calm as usual. One of his hands was in his bag ready to take out another scroll if needed. You want to know how many scrolls I have? Just keep wasting your chi on activating the stance in your dagger. I am as curious about how long your dantian will last if you keep pumping chi into your cute little toy. Yue said while staring at Lu Chao with a cold glare. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 85, Primate. Chapter 85, Primate. Yue was still young. He didn't have the aggression nor the will to kill a person, but Lu Chao had provoked him again and again, challenging his values over and over. Yue had finally run out of patience. This time he was angry. He was thinking about killing Lu Chao and putting an end to all the troubles created by this greedy, loathsome 7-star warrior. Lu Chao started to doubt himself as the smile on Yue's face grew bigger. He had almost drained his dantian from activating the stance just now, and he knew that he wouldn't be able to use it again. This missed stance was his first and last attack he could use against Yue, who didn't seem to be worried about running out of scrolls anytime soon. Lu Chao would definitely be defeated if the situation did not change. Hey kid, this misunderstanding between us is stupid. I will give up those 3 mystic arms, so what do you say, truce? Lu Chao rolled his eyes while pointing at the weapons next to the stone monument as he made the dagger fly back to his hand. Yue glanced at Lu Chao's eyes, and he could see fear and trickery in them. Yeah, I can stop, but you have to drop that mystic arm of yours on the ground before you leave. Don't push your luck, kid. You are just a student. I am a 7-star warrior. My family, the Lus, are one of the 4 biggest families in Frozen Sun City. We even have a condensed prime warrior waiting outside the labyrinth right now for me as we speak. You will regret not respecting your seniors. I am willing to give up 3 medium-grade mystic arms. What the hell are you thinking? Can't you just appreciate a good offer when you see it? Lu Chao glanced at the mystic arms by the stone monument, his aggression could be seen in his bloodshot eyes. Looks like you really don't have much chi left in your dantian after activating that stance. Do you think I don't know you're just trying to buy time? Yue looked at Lu Chao calmly and took a step towards him while taking out another scroll. This was not a defensive low-grade scroll, it was a scroll that contained an offensive forbidden high-level spirit stance. The world will be a better place without a manipulative, selfish person like you. Yue tore the scroll as he spoke. Zoom. Immediately, hundreds of ice cicadas rushed out of the torn scroll. The temperature dropped sharply as the swarm flapped their wings, stirring up waves of icy whirlwind. Kill. Yue's mind was made up, so he directed all the cicadas to where Lu Chao stood. Forbidden high-level spirit stance, ice cicada dance. It was literally a chilling sight. Lu Chao's face drained of color, and the blood around his wound started to crystallize. His joints felt stiff along with his eyebrows and hair starting to freeze before the cicadas were even close to him. You forced me to do this. If I am going to die, you are coming with me. Lu Chao clenched his fist. There was a hint of madness on his angry face as he squeezed the last bit of chi out of his dantian, then he launched himself towards the black rod behind Yue. Lu Chao did not attempt to dodge the cicadas, instead, he dove straight into the swarm. Yue was suspicious about Lu Chao's intentions, therefore he took a defensive scroll out of his bag just in case things went south. If he comes even remotely close to me, I will use this scroll and will be safe behind a shield. However, Lu Chao did not try to attack as Yue expected, but instead, went towards the mystic arm next to the stone monument. An ice cicada exploded on Lu Chao's body and shards of frozen chi penetrated his skin. The intense impact made Lu Chao vomit blood. Yue slightly frowned in confusion. Because of Lu Chao's actions, he clenched his scroll tightly while gazing upon Lu Chao. You have no chi left. What are you going to do with the rod? You want to kill me, I will not make it easy for you. We can be buddies in hell. Lu Chao placed both his hands on the black rod and wrapped them around it tightly. Then he pulled it out with all of his strength. The moment the rod was pulled out, a jet of black flame shot out from the hole in the mud, torching the grass and trees around it. Crack! Crack! The ice cicadas that were flying towards Lu Chao melted and evaporated when they flew close to the black flame. It seemed Lu Chao knew the black flame would be there to save him, and for some reason, he threw the black rod towards Yue right after he pulled it out. At the same time, Lu Chao tore a scroll and was carried out of the area engulfed by the black flame by the air current his scroll created. Ha ha ha. Enjoy dancing in the fire. Every piece of clothing on Lu Chao's body was soaked in sweat, but it was quickly dried by the heat around him. If he was any slower, he would have been torched. Roar! Before Lu Chao could finish his sentence, a deafening roar sounded from within the black fire. Behind the burning ruins, a 10-meter-tall giant silverback ape that was covered in thick black hair emerged. Strands of black flame were circling around the ape, but the heat did not seem to bother it in the slightest. From a distance, the ape looked almost demonic, like it was climbing out of hellfire. Admiral-level beast, Ragefire Ape. Yue stared at the spectral beast that was walking out of the black flame as he started to worry for his life. His shaking hand clenched tightly onto the scroll. Admiral-level beast's strength are comparable to condensed prime warriors. Boy, this ape is no weaker than a 2-star condensed prime warrior. Even with your medium-grade scrolls, you won't be able to handle his powerful strikes. You won't be able to get away from him even if you had wings. Lu Chao was stepping on the air current mid-air while looking down on Yue and laughing hysterically. Lu Chao learned it the hard way. Out of the 4 mystic arms that were buried next to the stone monument, the dagger was the weakest. But even so, it took Lu Chao 2 low-grade scrolls and a long struggle before he finally beat the spectral beast that was guarding the dagger. The 3-inch dagger was a 2-star medium-grade mystic arm, while the black rod was 3-star medium-grade. Lu Chao felt that the scarlet blade and the meter-long ancient sword were even more powerful, possibly at the 3-star level or above. He was not ready to fight their guardian beasts yet. 3-star medium-grade mystic arms are a different kind of rarity. Jin Yan and Emoya were born with a silver spoon in their mouths. Both of them were the strongest youngsters in their families, and even they had to earn their 3-star medium-grade mystic arms from the family vault by passing a series of tough tests. The 3 medium-grade mystic arms Yue acquired from the repository were only 1-star level weapons, rare but not comparable to these 4. Although Lu Chao got out of its way as quick as he could, he was still struck by the Ragefire Ape's chi. Now that he was a safe distance away, he rubbed his stomach as he looked forward to seeing Yue suffer and eventually die from the raging beast. I wonder how many medium-grade scrolls he has left. Let's hope he dies right after finishing off the beast. That way I will be able to take the treasures he has acquired and the black rod. Lu Chao licked his lips, anticipating the moment when he could jump in and become the sole benefactor. This Ragefire Ape weighed more than a ton, and with each step it took the ground trembled. The stone giant's presence was nothing comparing to this ape's. I don't think the low-grade scrolls would do anything to block him. Do I really have to use my medium-grade scrolls? Yue was feeling the pressure and the overwhelming heat, causing his sweaty face to look concerned. Lin Ziyan gave 2 defensive medium-grade scrolls to Yue. Together with the 36 scrolls he got from the repository, he had 38. Yue was positive they were sufficient to defeat the ape, but he would still like to preserve as much resources as he could before meeting back up with Lin Ziyan. Yue did not have enough chi to use any mystic arms in his possession yet, otherwise he'd be more relaxed right now. Without mystic arms in his arsenal, the scrolls were his only option regardless of how much he wanted to preserve them. Looking at the ape and the mesmerizing flame around it, Yue ground his teeth and put the low-grade scroll back into his bag. He then took out another scroll, one that glowed green. Lu Chao, do you really think this ape can save your life? Yue fearlessly glared at Lu Chao, who was levitating behind the Ragefire Ape. He was determined and ready to tear the scroll at any moment. Just when Yue opened the scroll, the iron talisman hung on his belt started vibrating. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 86, Frozen in Time. Chapter 86, Frozen in Time. Tides of black flame were rushing out of the rod, heating up everything around and distorting the air. In just a moment Yue was completely swallowed by the fire wave. Are you actually hesitant to use medium-grade scroll this time, Yue? Do you want to get yourself killed? Lu Chao asked as he watched the flame consume his enemy while laughing with disdain. I assumed this kid would at least use 1 scroll and hopefully die together with the ape. Will I really have to deal with it myself? The thought crossed Lu Chao's mind as he realized how powerful and terrifying the black flames were. Not to mention Yue was merely a student. Even 10-star warriors, like Jin Yan and Emoya, wouldn't be able to defeat it. The Ragefire Ape did not obey his commands, so if Yue fell now, Lu Chao would be the next target of the black flames. Suddenly, the flames around Yue started to slowly vanish. There he stood in the center of the charred earth, completely intact and staring coldly at Lu Chao. Unharmed? How is that possible? I didn't see him using any of his medium-grade scrolls at all. An incredulous look passed over his face. It wasn't possible for Yue to survive this conflagration of black flames. However, what he saw was that not a single hair on his head was burnt. The moment the black flames surrounded Yue, he felt a tremendous amount of qi coming from the iron talisman. The power that came from it enveloped him in a giant cocoon made of dark and light rays of qi, protecting him thoroughly from the engulfing flames. The black silken cocoon completely blocked Yue from the fire, and to his surprise, he didn't even feel the heat of the flame that was only a few inches away. This iron talisman definitely contains an astonishing amount of energy. He thought, bewildered. As he looked back at the raging black flame, he felt a mighty force surging from the talisman. It didn't just suppress the energy from the stone puppets, but it is also repelling the Ragefire Ape's black flames. Yue studied the iron talisman cautiously. It looked very ordinary, and nothing in its appearance stood out, unlike the beauty and shine of mystic arms. However, if it were just a decorative talisman, it could never hinder the giant's or the ape's monstrous power. What is this talisman after all? Yue thought as he stared at the talisman in front of him. His eyes were glittering with curiosity. Hon! Hon! The Ragefire Ape's muffled voice came from the other side of the cocoon. He clenched his fist and pounded his chest, threatening and challenging everyone around. His eyes burned with an intense black flame as he trod towards Yue, bringing along a sweltering heat wave. Yue's whole body tightened. His hand firmly grasped the medium-grade scroll, looking for the opportunity to defend himself. He was calling on his soul sensitivity to try and anticipate the Ragefire Ape's attack. There would be no hesitation from him when using the scroll if the ape came any closer. A buzzing noise sounded as the huge wave of black flame rushed towards the silken cocoon. This time, the iron talisman that was circling Yue's body started to shake. Its movement became erratic as it continuously flew up and down. All 81 grooves on the iron talisman were shining brightly. After engulfing the energy from the blood devourer crystals on the field, 80 grooves were completely filled, and the last groove was half full. Now that the talisman absorbed the qi within the black flame, the 81st groove was about to be filled up. Judging by the speed the talisman was absorbing the flame's energy, the iron talisman would be fully charged within 3 breaths. The talisman can actually absorb the ape's power too? That's absurd. Yue could feel the talisman's power increasing exponentially as it consumed the ape's energy. Hon! The Ragefire Ape roared as he leaped out from the black flames. His bloodshot eyes were gazing aggressively at Yue, who was terrified by the enormous figure advancing upon him, looking as big as a mountain. Humph! Yue took a step back with his eyes fixed on the ape. While he was watching the ape's raised arm coming in his direction, his grip tightened around the medium-grade scroll. There was no trace of fear on his face. Just a second before Ape's fist landed, Yue narrowed his eyes and tore the medium-grade scroll. Mist Stance, scarlet gold-plated armor. Hundreds of glowing golden grains emerged from the torn scroll, which covered his body in a golden layer of armor from head to toe in mere seconds. The armor was glowing from afar, showing off its dazzling luster. The ape's fists drove through the black silken cocoon formed by the iron talisman, crushing vigorously onto the golden armor. It created a deafening noise and bursts of thousands of bright sparks. The violent shock wave from the strike headed directly at Yue and also impacted everything within a 10 meters radius, helping to suppress the flames. The shockwave suppressed the sea of black flames. It expelled every bit of fire, creating a large dead zone with the ape and Yue in the center. Too strong to resist. Yue grunted as the sweet taste of blood filled his mouth. A strand of eye-catching red appeared on the corner of his lips. The golden armor is intact, but he still can hurt me. Yue looked at the Ragefire Ape's black eyes. I cannot resist the shockwave and the heat any longer. Yue didn't think the ape could be so terrifyingly strong. The medium-grade scroll I just used contained a defensive mist stance, and even that could not take a mere physical hit from the ape. The mystic arm he's guarding must be something incredible. The figure of the Ragefire Ape filled the space, blocking the sky from Yue's sight. He growled, and the next moment he raised his gigantic fiery black fist again, ready to smash it onto Yue's body. Falling from above, the ape's fist had the outrageous momentum of a meteorite. You are just the ghost of a real beast. I have more medium-grade scrolls with me. It's only a matter of time before you will be on your knees. Yue wiped the blood from his mouth as a flash of determination appeared in his eyes. He walked forward and injected his qi into the scarlet armor. With his arms crossed above his head, he continued to defend himself against the rain of the ape's fists. Although the Ragefire Ape's punches did hurt Yue, it was in no sense a heavy injury. In hopes that the armor could take a few more hits, Yue was in no hurry to use another medium-grade scroll. With every punch, the spectral ape was draining the very energy he was made of. Yue only had to defend himself, and soon the ape would run out of energy and dissipate. Bang! Suddenly, one of the ape's punches landed on Yue's arm. The tremendous force behind the punch caused Yue to sink deep into the ground. The earth Yue stood on started cracking in a spider web motion, fractured around him in a way spreading all over the ground. He is too strong. Yue's mouth was full of blood again. His scarlet golden armor had finally broken, and small chinks appeared here and there. The Ragefire ape was certainly a terrifying beast. Although it was only a ghost created by runes, its strength could match a condensed prime warrior. The scroll Yue used was only giving him fractions of a low-level mist stance. It was actually pretty lucky he could neutralize multiple punches with just one scroll. If the Ragefire ape were to throw another punch, the armor would surely shatter. How many medium-grade scrolls do I need to use before this ape runs out of energy? Yue had his hand in his bag again, ready to pull out another one. Hon! The ape growled, then swung his fists towards Yue once more. He was a spectral beast that did not understand the concept of pain and exhaustion. He won't stop until the energy runs out, it seems. Yue stared at the fists flying in his direction. His heart ached as he unrolled yet another scroll to open. Just before he had a chance to tear it, the iron talisman came to life, bursting forth a blinding silver light around his body. All 81 grooves of the talisman were filled as it swallowed down the last spark of black flame. As the burst of silver light expanded, everything the light shone onto froze in place, including the ape's fists that were now hanging mid-air. An invisible force field with the talisman in its center suddenly covered a 100-meter-wide hemisphere. This enveloped both Yue and the ape, and even the black flames that were still weakly flickering in the distance. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 87, Woods. Chapter 87, Woods. What's going on? Yue's body only froze for a brief moment, but it would be a moment that he would never forget. When the iron talisman shone the silver light and created a force field, Yue felt as if he was stuck in a sea of quicksand. Even simple actions like wiggling his fingers became an impossible task. He looked at the levitating talisman, and a picture was slowly coming together. The silver light created by the iron talisman had a mysterious way to cover the area around it in an invisible force field. Yue looked shocked. There was no doubt now how precious this simple iron amulet was. The spectral ape, which was as strong as a condensed prime warrior, was immobilized by the force field. Just from this one could tell how valuable this piece of metal was. Shortly after the force field was created by the talisman, Yue realized he could now slowly move his hands and legs even though the ape remained completely motionless. Phew! Yue's excitement subsided, and he then switched his focus to the Ragefire ape in front of him. What happened? Lu Chao was shocked by the scene. Even though the whole time he was a bit far away to be able to see everything in detail, he knew what had caused this force field. Yue's talisman was able to handle the black flame and it can hold the ape still? Legends say that there are few people who could survive the rage of a Ragefire ape, and those who meet one perish. Lu Chao remembered what he had been told as he glanced at the old bones scattered around the stone monument. He felt disappointed and upset for not having the same sort of the defensive medium-grade scroll that Yue used previously to block Lu Chao's dagger before fighting the ape. He definitely could use something like that right now to protect his body from the heat of the flames, and then he could retrieve the mystic arms. There is no way to find out how long this force field is going to last. I have to finish off this ape while I can. Yue put the defensive scroll back into his bag and took out an offensive medium-grade scroll. The strength of the Ragefire ape could be compared to the condensed prime warrior, and even a forbidden spirit stance from these low-grade scrolls wouldn't leave a scratch on him. Without hesitation, Yue unrolled the offensive scroll, and with a sound of tearing fabric, the scroll was ripped. Zoom! Several hundred fluorescent runes appeared above the sea of black flames, shining like stars in the dark night sky. Instantly, they transformed into a turquoise spectral bow. Low-level mist stance, Aerostorm. Yue could feel the raw power of the stance inscribed in the scroll by its master. Even though the power was not his own, he was still able to control it. Kill! Yue said while staring coldly at the spectral Ragefire ape. The moment he thought about attacking the beast, the turquoise bow's bowstring vibrated violently. Whoosh! 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 Round after round, hundreds of arrows flew in the black ape's direction like a shower of rain pouring down over him. They easily penetrated the spectral beast, leaving a ton of black holes where the arrows went through. In the end, this ape in front of Yue was only a ghost summoned to protect these weapons. Its defensive abilities were lackluster compared to the real thing. Suppressed by the talisman, the Ragefire ape was still not able to move an inch. It was not able to defend itself against this missed stance. Moments after the arrows connected to the target, the semi-transparent body started to rapidly fade. As the ape started to fade, the black flame also began to disappear. Both the ape and the flame were made from chi, and the moment Yue broke the stance, the beast and the fire were destined to disperse. 3-star medium-grade mystic arm. After the black flame disappeared, Yue slowly walked towards the black rod Lu Chao threw at him. He extended his arm and grabbed the rod. Holding the black rod, Yue's eyes widened. There was undisguised shock and excitement on his childish face. Of course, Yue knew that the rod was a mystic arm, but he could never imagine that it was actually a 3-star medium-grade mystic arm. He had already gotten medium-grade mystic arms earlier from the repository, but they were just 1-star mystic arms. They were nothing compared to the black rod. A 3-star medium-grade mystic arm was worth more than 3 1-star medium-grade arms combined, and its power too was more than the 3 lesser quality medium-grade arms put together. There was an immense sense of excitement in Yue's heart. He was very much aware of the value of what he was holding. 1-star medium-grade mystic arms stored simple low-level mist stances, while 3-star medium-grade mystic arms stored advanced low-level mist stances. Some of the better quality 3-star medium-grade mystic arms could even store peak low-level mist stances. Simple level mist stances are a whole level less powerful than advanced level mist stances. This 3-star medium-grade mystic arm in Yue's hand was unmistakably a high-quality mystic arm, and the stance within, Ragefire Ape, was a peak low-level mist stance. Mystic arms can be activated as long as the user's chi lasts, unlike mystic scrolls which are one-time use. No wonder why the Ragefire Ape was so strong. Yue finally understood why the scroll he tore could hardly withstand the ape's fists. Lu Chao, this date will be engraved on your tomb. I will not let you go. Yue realized Lu Chao threw the rod at him so the ape would fight him. He was angered by Lu's cowardly actions. Yue's face was turning pale as he was walking on the last of the fading flame towards where Lu Chao was. Seeing that Yue defeated the black ape, Lu Chao was both shocked and angry. He didn't expect Yue to have so many trump cards up his sleeves. Looking at Yue slowly collecting the 3 mystic arms and putting them in his bag, Lu Chao's heart was quickly overflowing with jealous. Lu Chao stood on a blue stone, observing the mesmerizing fading flames from a distance. The fresh wound on his face made him look that much more aggressive. You must have sustained some injuries. I refuse to believe you are completely fine after all those crushing blows from the ape, and everything else I have used against you. Lu Chao could not stop thinking about how Yue was bleeding out of his mouth. He desperately wanted revenge. Lu Chao stepped heavily on the bluestone and launched himself towards the stone monument. His target was the 2 remaining mystic arms buried in the ground. What? You want more? Do you have a death wish? The fire of anger in Yue's eyes was now burning brighter than the fading black flames, seeing that Lu Chao was aggressively leaping in his direction. Yue couldn't help himself from taking action. In the end, Lu Chao was a 7-star warrior. He was stronger than Yue in every possible way, and if Lu Chao wanted to escape, Yue would need to use another scroll to catch up. But greed was one of Lu Chao's dominant traits. If I run now, this kid will have 2 more mystic arms in his pockets. Hasn't he taken enough from me already? Lu Chao's mind was filled with envy. If there were a chance to deny Yue from getting his hands on more treasures, he would not miss it. Lu Chao and Yue were on the course to collide with each other. When the distance between Yue and Lu Chao had reduced to merely 10 meters, the black flame completely vanished. Lu Chao channeled all his chi into the 3-inch dagger he clenched firmly onto. It once again created a chi hurricane which Lu Chao directed towards Yue. He was trying to keep Yue busy as he went for the mystic arms. Do you think I will give you a second chance? Yue asked as he tore a medium-grade scroll. Because Lu Chao was a 7-star warrior despite him wasting quite a bit of chi fighting Yue, he took the chance to recover his strength while Yue was fighting the Ragefire Ape. With that bit of chi he recovered, he activated the stance within his dagger again. Mist stance, green breeze blade. There was a cold glint in Yue's eyes as he attacked the approaching Lu Chao. The fearsome mist stance dug a groove into the ground while flying low and closing in on its target. The wind blade smashed onto the 3-inch dagger, knocking it off its course, then continued to fly at Lu Chao. It's within arm's reach. Lu Chao fought as he extended his arm towards the scarlet blade. When his fingertips touched the rough cold hilt of the weapon, the wind blade of Yue's got uncomfortably close. Damn it! Lu Chao pulled back and activated a defensive spirit stance for protection. It would be useless to lay his arm onto the weapon if he only had one hand to hold it with. Yue caught Lu Chao in an awkward position, and because of this Lu Chao lost his balance while trying to dodge the wind blade. Yue seized the chance and after a grunt flung the wind blade back towards Lu Chao's body. It only took a split second for Yue to change the blade's direction, and moments after, it connected with Lu Chao's torso. The defensive spirit stance immediately shattered, and Lu Chao was sent flying while spitting blood out of his mouth. Yue's wind blade did not land on a weak spot of Lu Chao's body, though if it had, there was no doubt Lu Chao would be in pieces now. Looking at the heavily injured Lu Chao, Yue was still hesitant while walking towards the weakened foe. Lu Chao was exactly the kind of person who would play dead and strike with a sucker punch when his opponent least expected. Please forgive me. Let me live. If you don't kill me, I will give you everything valuable I have on me. And I am the strongest youngster of my family. You can probably fetch 100,000, no more like 200,000 silver if you return me to them safely. Lu Chao saw that Yue was unrolling a scroll, so he crawled backwards as he murmured and begged for mercy. If you kill me, my family will find you and avenge my death. You really think I will let you live? Yue said in a cold voice. If he were not cautious while he was dealing with Lu Chao, he would have died because of Lu Chao's vicious schemes. Even if killing was the very last thing Yue would do, when dealing with scumbags like Lu Chao it's better to be safe than sorry. In some situations to end someone's life is the only way to survive. Die. Lu Chao widened his bloodshot eyes. His facial expression was twisted as he squeezed the last of his strength and threw hundreds of black, poisonous needles at Yue. Yue was prepared for a dirty trick all along, and when he saw the slightest arm movement from Lu Chao he had already leaped to the side and therefore dodged the needles. Using the window of opportunity while Yue was dodging, Lu Chao stood up and threw himself into the woods next to the swamp. Damn! Just as Yue was about to activate a scroll to catch Lu Chao, the loud cry of a beast echoed throughout the woods, shaking every leaf in sight. Yue's face went pale, and he dismissed the idea of pursuing him. What kind of beast could have a fearsome presence like this? Soon after the beast's roar, a chilling scream was heard from behind the trees. It was unmistakably Lu Chao's voice. The scream quickly died down, and it was followed by the sound of bones cracking and a beast ripping flesh. Yue gasped in fear. I think Lu Chao walked into a wild beast's territory. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 88-81. Chapter 88-81. As Lu Chao's screams died down, the wild beast's presence eventually faded. It was a mystery to Yue as to why it didn't leave the woods to attack him. He was grateful it didn't, but he was still curious. Moments after, everything returned to its previous calm state. Apart from the sound of leaves rattling in the breeze, there were no detectable movements of any sort. It was only now that Yue finally let his guard down and looked a bit more relaxed, his grip on the scroll slightly loosened. Although the wild beast did not show itself from its presence, Yue could tell it was no ordinary beast. Therefore not only was he relatively relaxed, he was also cautious, glancing off and towards the woods. Did something happen to the talisman? It feels like a more powerful artifact than it was just moments before. Now it's giving off slightly more energy. Yue held the iron talisman in his hand and could feel the energy flow within while he looked at the mystic arms buried next to the stone monument. The black rod is a 3-star medium-grade mystic arm. The aura it gives off is impressive, but the scarlet blade and the meter-long ancient sword give off even stronger energy. They could be 4 or even 5-star mystic arms. If I can make the talisman release a force field again, I might have a shot at obtaining all of the mystic arms. Yue mumbled to himself. Throughout the history of Green Moon City there were only few 3-star medium-grade mystic arms seen by the public in auction houses, but of course, there were families that were hiding mystic arms and scrolls in their vaults for emergencies. For example, the Yi family. Due to its age and heritage they had a 3-star medium-grade mystic arm that was passed down from one patriarch to the next. Knowing that most of the citizens had not seen any medium-grade arms above 3 stars, Yue was startled by the fact that he was standing in front of 2 of them. These grooves, Yue placed the talisman in the middle of his palm and carefully inspected it. He gently touched the grooves and slowly ran his finger along all 81 of them. So this talisman can absorb energy from the blood devourer crystals and the chi in the spectral black flames. These grooves seem to shine a little brighter every time the talisman absorbs energy, and when it is released it generates a force field. All 81 grooves were lit when that happens if I remember correctly, Yue theorized while he stroked the talisman. I'm going to try something, Yue said while staring at the 81 grooves. He grunted quietly as he channeled chi from his hand into the talisman. Zoom. The talisman shone with a ghostly glow and suddenly Yue's chi was completely absorbed into the mysterious device. Meanwhile, the grooves started to light up with a brilliant silver glow. The first groove was filled up, so was the second. I knew it. Yue widened his eyes as the silver light excited him. Take everything I have. He channeled more chi to his finger as he stroked the talisman. As Yue's chi rushed into the talisman, more and more of the grooves were lit up. After a while, when Yui's dantian was nearly empty, 11 out of 81 were shining silver. I guess all 81 grooves need to be filled before I can activate the force field again. That is a lot of chi. I emptied my dantian and only 1/8 of the grooves were filled. Yue stared at the dark grooves and thought. Wait, if it's chi this talisman wants, I might have a solution. Yue felt inspired. He took out his interspatial bag and dug through it. After a while, pieces of chi stones rolled onto the ground. Yue and Lin Ziyan had acquired many treasures, including a hefty sum of chi stones. The primal energy within chi stones was pure and dense, therefore, they were not suitable for cultivational use, but they are crucial for the production of mystic arms and pills. Yue assumed if his talisman could be fueled by the energy of the black flame and blood devourer crystals, then it was entirely possible that chi stones would be able to fill the grooves. As expected, when the chi stones came out of his bag, the talisman started to react. It rattled and flew out of Yue's hand to where the stones were. Whoosh! The iron talisman circled above the stones and emitted strands of black light, creating a vortex that started absorbing the primal energy inside the chi stones. Crack! The chi stones started shattering and turning into dust as the energy within them was drained. The energy formed a silver stream and was quickly absorbed by the dark vortex. While absorbing the energy, the grooves started to gleam, and the gleam eventually grew into a blinding silver light. 12, 13, 25, 81. When all the stones turned to dust, all 81 grooves on the talisman lit up. The amulet once again glowed brightly. That was more than 100,000 silver worth of chi stones. There was recognizable sadness in Yue's eyes. His original plan was to present these stones to the patriarch. Moments after the grooves were filled, the talisman's bright glow dimmed, and the rust patches on it cleared up slightly, but its chi presence grew stronger. What the hell? Yue grabbed the talisman to feel the energy within it. He could sense that energy from the stones transformed into the presence he felt when the force field was deployed. But why did it get dimmer? Yue pondered. It feels more powerful than before. I think filling the grooves charges it up and that it will get stronger after every time it's fully charged. The next force field should be more powerful. I think. It was the second time the talisman was fully charged after fallen into Yue's possession, and now it looked less beaten up than when he found it behind the rune barrier. I did waste a lot of chi stones, but I guess it's worth it. Yue was excited to have discovered some of the talisman's secrets. His childish face made him look like a kid who just found a new toy. So if I want to make it more powerful, I will have to feed it chi and any kind of energy I find. There was no switch on the talisman, but Yue could feel a spiritual link to it, and therefore, he assumed he could activate the force field that way. Now I have to get myself the scarlet blade and the ancient sword. Yue glared at the mystic arms buried in the ground. With the talisman in his hand, he slowly walked towards the stone monument. I will take the sword out first. Yue carefully wrapped his hand around the hilt, and after a low grunt, he pulled the sword out with all his strength. Boom! Immediately when it was pulled out, the stance within activated. Yue could see 100 meters long silver light flying towards him with the momentum of a flooding river. The energy shook the whole swamp. The stream of silvery energy transformed into 7 spectral swords which formed a circular array. The wheel of swords gave off a blinding aura like the midday sun. The sword wheel spun and flew towards Yue, leaving a charred trail and a fissure in its path, a path that was heading towards him at a fearsome speed. Forbidden low-level mist stance, flaring sword wheel. Staring at the sword wheel, Yue's pupils dilated. He knew he was staring at a life-threatening stance, and as such he activated the talisman without any hesitation. Strictly speaking, forbidden low-level mist stances were threatening even to 7-star condensed prime warriors, not to mention medium-grade mystic scrolls. Yue was not even sure if the talisman could stop the sword wheel. Zoom! The talisman reacted to Yue's inner voice, and a mysterious silver light burst forth, creating a 100 meters wide force field that covered part of the swamp. As the force field emerged, Yue felt his body sink. It was as if a mountain fell on his shoulders along with his blood, which froze and stopped flowing. The force field's pressure was much greater than the last time. Although Yue was only immobilized by the force for a brief moment, the tremendous force still impacted him enough for a line of blood to flow out of his mouth. Yue, being the talisman's owner, soon became immune to the force field's energy. The moment Yue was free to move again, he took a scroll out of his bag and unrolled it, just in case the force field could not suppress the sword wheel on its own. If the sword wheel could break free, he would immediately tear the scroll. Holding tightly onto the scroll, Yue raised his head to look at the sword wheel. Not only did the wheel stop spinning, but the flickering light around it also froze in the air. Even forbidden low-level mist stances are no match for the force field? Yue was relieved to see this scene, but just as he loosened his shoulders, the sword wheel started to rattle. Its presence was greatly dampened, but it seemed to be slowly building momentum again. I should have known. Hold it. Yue did not take his eyes off the sword wheel that was rattling and trying to rush towards him. He wasted no more time and tore the scroll. Swoosh! Hundreds of runes burst forth, forming a thick black vine. It flew towards and wrapped around the rattling sword wheel. As the vine tightened its hold on the sword wheel, Yue tore yet another scroll. Low-level mist stance, Howling Wolf. With a burst of light, a 3 meters tall spectral silver wolf appeared in the sky. It opened its mouth and exposed sharp metallic teeth, then let out a long, deafening howl while a silver ball of energy grew on its tongue. Tzzzzz. The wolf spat out the ball of energy, expelling air out of its path. The ball left behind a vacuum trail as it made its way to the sword wheel. Constricted by the force field and the black vine, the sword wheel was held still in the air. It was not a surprise that the silver ball of energy found its target. After the first energy ball landed, the silver wolf kept spitting more of them out, and one by one they crashed onto the sword wheel. After 18 balls landed, the spectral wolf faded. The sword wheel also started to disintegrate into 7 swords which scattered over the ground. Yue exhaled with relief. His heart was in his throat, but slowly he calmed down. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 89, Abyss. Chapter 89, Abyss. Held by both the force field and the black vine python, the sword wheel was finally defeated after being struck by the howling wolf stance over 18 times. The flaring sword wheel was not controlled by anyone but still packed immense power. If someone was holding that ancient sword, I know I wouldn't be able to suppress it this easily. Forbidden low-level mist stances are just ridiculously strong. Before the force field fades, I should deal with the Scarlet Blade. Yue quickly leaped back to the stone monument and pulled the mystic arm out of the mud. Peak low-level mist stance, Blood River Blade. This is much weaker than the sword. As soon as the lengthy blood-colored chi blade appeared, created by the mystic arm, it was frozen in place by the force field. Right when Yue thought he had everything under control, he felt an approaching presence from the woods. It seemed the wild beast was curious, apparently drawn forth to the swamp by the chi disturbance. A loud roar sounded out, deafening like thunder. The whole swamp shook, the ground rattled, and a fearsome presence greater than a condensed prime warrior was approaching. Yue felt like he was in trouble. Up till now, Master Yi was the strongest cultivator Yue had ever met. In normal cultivation terms, Master Yi was a 10-star condensed prime warrior, but the presence hidden behind the trees was much greater than what he felt in the Yes family arena. *T. Yue's face turned pale and drops of sweat started pouring down his forehead. He could feel that a pair of cold eyes was focusing on him. Yue held his breath and kept still. He was afraid that if he moved, the beast would feel like his territory was being challenged. After a few moments of complete quietness, Yue could feel that the beast was no longer looking at him, and the fearsome presence quickly backed off like a falling tide. A cold breeze sent a shiver down Yue's spine. Phew. After making sure the beast was far away, Yue finally felt safe enough to breathe again. He kept staring at the woods, afraid that the beast might return. Yue could not believe his luck if the beast were to pursue him. No scrolls or items could save his life, but he still needed to deliver all the treasures back home and save his cousin's life, so he did not want to just die here. This is not a safe place to stay. Yue turned his head back to the blood-colored chi blade. I don't have any time to waste. He then tore yet another medium-grade scroll. Zoom! Hundreds of runes burst forth. The sequences intertwined in the air and transformed into a purple spear. Yue quickly drove the spectral weapon towards the red chi stripe created by the Scarlet Blade. Pop! The purple spear penetrated and shredded the blood-colored chi blade. It only took seconds before both the spectral spear and the blade disappeared. Calmness once again was restored in the swamp as the talisman fell to the ground. Yue grabbed the talisman and then went forth to collect the mystic arms. 4-star medium grade. There was an undisguised smile on Yue's face. He held the Scarlet Blade and was extremely euphoric as he recognized the incredible energy that flowed within it. If I give this to Grandpa, he would be able to fight a 7-star, maybe even an 8-star condensed prime warrior, although he is just a 3-star condensed prime warrior himself. The Yi family was Yue's root. He couldn't help but imagine how these weapons could benefit his family back home. Back when the Du family was trying to plot against them, if the Du patriarch didn't have those medium-grade scrolls with him, then the Yi patriarch would have been able to fight the whole Du camp alone with his powerful 3-star medium-grade bracelet. This ancient sword, Yue put the Scarlet Blade into his bag, and then he turned his attention to the sword. He was certain the sword's will stance that he fought was a forbidden low-level mist stance, which meant the sword was a 5-star medium-grade mystic arm. 5-star medium grade. Yue's eyes glittered with joy as he placed his hand on the sword, its blade engraved with star constellations. It was a forbidden stance, therefore, it must take a lot of chi to activate this sword. Even Grandpa might have trouble using it. Yue mumbled to himself as he put the sword inside his bag. It shouldn't matter much if anyone learned that the Yi family had acquired 3 4-star medium-grade mystic arms, but this 5-star one should not see the sun just yet. I think even the city lord himself might be envious of such a valuable treasure. After putting the 2 mystic arms in his bag, Yue smiled satisfyingly. He had never possessed so many valuable things in his life. This trip to Bloodmist Valley had so far been a lot more rewarding than he expected. Not only did he acquire what he came here for, but he also got his hands on what could make the Yi family great again. I have to find Ziyan as soon as possible. Yue cautiously looked at the woods again, haunted by the fear he just experienced. He bent his knees and launched himself towards the other side of the swamp. For a 7-star student who has the chi capacity of a 9-star student, walking on water was not such a hard task. Occupied by the sword wheel, Yue did not notice that the stone monument actually rattled when he pulled out the mystic arms and that the backside of the stone tablet was starting to glow. Now that he was close to the edge of the swamp, the tablet was covered in runes. Zoom! The stone tablet was now rattling more and more, and the runes on it came alive. Brum! A loud rumble caused Yue to turn his head, curious to find out the source of this deafening noise. Yue scanned the swamp behind him and saw a shining object. What is that stone tablet doing? The rattling intensified and the whole realm shook as the stone tablet flew up into the air. The sky darkened, and the land quaked. The mountains were shaking so much it looked as if they were trembling in fear. This can't be good, Yue's heart dropped. His heart was beating so fast he could see his chest moving. Boom! Boom! The swamp suddenly sank into a crack. The black water evaporated and created an unpleasant smell in the air. The land split into 2 parts before Yue's eyes. The swamp disappeared into a 20-kilometer-long abyss that reached to the heavens and extended deep down into the center of the realm. Roar! A shrill scream, followed by the sound of rattling metal chains, reached Yue's ears from the depths of the abyss. It was the sound of the chained demons fighting for their freedom. The scream and the rattling grew stronger as if the monsters were reaching up to the surface. The louder the sound got, the paler Yue's face turned. Tzzzzzzzz. A mist of black smoke started oozing out of the cracked earth, and Yue could see the silhouettes of a large demon horde. The fearsome presence overwhelmed Yue and sent a shiver down his spine. He shook and fell to the ground after taking a few steps back, and despite his best efforts, he was having trouble breathing normally and moving his body. What is this? Just as Yue thought the demons were going to escape the abyss, an explosion of bright runic light erupted from the stone tablet. Millions of runes materialized and formed a pillar of golden energy. The runes then started to react with each other and released an astounding wave of energy. The pillar shone down into the abyss, brightened up the darkness and disintegrated the black smoke. After a series of loud cries, the demons quieted down and the abyss returned to its previous calmness. Yue's eyes widened, and he stared at the stone tablet. He could not feel any strength in his body, he was just sitting on the ground gasping for air. What the hell is this? The shivering didn't stop, although the demons' cries did. But after the brief moment of peace, Yue sensed a greater evil presence within the depths of the abyss. An even thicker screen of black mist exploded out of the huge rift in the ground. This presence was more than 100 times stronger than the others. Boom! Boom! Within the black mist, a red glow shone through. A 3-headed serpent appeared in the mist, and parts of its kilometers-long body came out of the black shroud, revealing its blood-red scales. The serpent then squeezed a loud cry out of its elongated lungs, shattering the bright runic pillar, emerging out of the black mist. Its mouth was wide open as it flew towards the stone tablet, trying to swallow the artifact. The serpent's cry shook the entire realm. Yue was already far, far away, but the impact struck him hard. He could taste rust in his mouth, and the next thing he knew, he was vomiting blood. Zoom! Zoom! Dot! The stone tablet rattled violently as if it was trying to match the serpent's intensity, and more runes burst forth. Numerous runic energy pillars burnt through the black smoke and then landed on the serpent's muscular body, where they left a few large holes. Struck by the stone tablet's counterstrike, the serpent rolled around in pain, but it was not giving up. Instead, it flew up viciously as a dark ball of energy grew inside its mouth. The dark energy sphere was glowing red and filled with electricity. After a while, when the ball of energy was fully charged, the serpent spat it out towards the stone tablet. Its colossal momentum had the power to shatter the earth. As the dark sphere was about to connect with the stone tablet, the realm's natural primal energy resonated within the tablet, and strands of billion rune sequences burst out of the tablet in every direction. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 90, Glacial Temple. Chapter 90, Glacial Temple. The blue and green lights of the stone monument melted together as the runes fused. These billions of light strands formed the outline of a magnificent temple-like structure in midair right above the abyss. The stone monument disappeared into a flash of blinding light and became the cornerstone of the temple. Seconds after it was in place, the temple started to materialize. Immediately after the temple appeared, its supreme presence was felt throughout the realm, from the edge of the skies to the very depths of the abyss. An array of runes grew and burst forth from the temple's peak. It shone down a thick blue pillar of light. The pillar bored a hole through the sea of thick black smoke and landed directly on the serpent's head. Hit by a force greater than the weight of a mountain, the serpent was dragged back down to the bottom of the abyss before it could even cry or struggle free. Zoom! Zoom! Floating on top of the abyss, the temple emitted a majestic aura. Its energy quickly patched and repaired the rift in the ground. The abyss that so suddenly appeared and split the ground turned into a narrow gap and eventually disappeared. Just seconds later, there was no trace that the abyss had ever been there. The beast in the woods, the abyss that suddenly appeared, and the levitating temple which swiftly closed the abyss, suppressing the serpent and demons inside, all happened too quickly one after another. Yue's mind was numb. It was as if he had been stuck by a sledgehammer so many times that now he could feel nothing. Phew! Yue exhaled slowly and raised his head to look at the grand temple. His face displayed utter fascination. He couldn't even imagine what kind of technique was used to build this majestic runic structure. Zoom! Zoom! While Yue was still in shock, the sky suddenly distorted and a surge of mysterious energy penetrated the dimension. This caused a wormhole to appear as Hong Sun, Shui Yao, and a few hundred warriors fell from the sky. Bang! Boom! All of them looked very confused as they clumsily fell to the ground one by one. While everyone was screaming and sobbing in pain, Hong Sun and Shui Yao were able to summon 2 pairs of primal wings on their backs, stabilizing their bodies just after few flaps. Little bro! Boy! Hong Sun and Shui Yao were happy to see Yue. They wondered why he looked so sluggish at a closer glance. Ha! Yue was not really responsive. Even though Hong Sun and Shui Yao flew closer to greet him, his eyes were still set on the sky. They followed Yue's sight to see what he was looking at. Their eyes widened as they saw the floating temple. Neither of them could contain their excitement and shock. This is this the legendary Glacial Temple? So this labyrinth is left behind by that man. Hong Sun and Shui Yao looked at each other and shared a surprised glance. What temple? Yue knew that he just heard an important name, but he knew nothing about it. Yue, curious to find out what the 2 words meant, he looked confusedly at Hong Sun and Shui Yao as it was apparent that they knew something about this place. That is. What a magnificent temple! Oh God! Where the hell are we? Amused by the sight, the warriors began to stand up. There is no mistake. We are at the Glacial Emperor's tomb. Hong Sun clenched his fist as he stared at the temple with fiery eyes. Definitely. There was a slight redness on Shui Yao's face, her heart beating faster. She was nodding excitedly. Glacial Temple? Emperor's tomb? Yue slightly frowned and with a questioning gaze he asked Shui Yao, who seemed to be overly excited. Shui Yao's eyes lingered on the temple. After making an effort to turn her head, she finally switched her attention elsewhere. Little boy, you are here for the Glacial Emperor's tomb, right? She asked with a gentle smile on her face. Who is the Glacial EMP? Frustrated and feeling like secrets had been kept from him, Yue frowned again. But as he was about to ask a question, a loud angry voice from a distance was heard in his ears. Lin Ziyan, give me that condensing primal pill. Jin Yan was pointing his golden spear right at Lin Ziyan. His bloodshot eyes were staring at the levitating, purple-haired girl. Lin Ziyan, you are going too far. There are 10 condensing primal pills and you want to take them all? Emoya shouted as he stood on his sword. His long hair was gracefully flowing in the wind, and his cold gaze pierced Lin Ziyan. Her eyes flashed purple, as always when she was angry or mad, but her face showed indifference while staring Emoya and Jin Yan down. Lin Ziyan did not speak a word, she just put the pills into her bag, answering with action instead. I only want 3 pills, Lin Ziyan. Don't push me any further because I will fight you. Seeing that she had put the pills away, Jin Yan's face darkened. With anger glowing in his eyes, he was ready to thrust his spear through her. 3. Emoya looked at Lin Ziyan from a distance. He indifferently held up 3 fingers. A swirl of powerful chi started to form around him, energizing the air. His robe was flowing in the windless sky. He was definitely a fearful enemy any cultivator would be scared of. It's Jin Yen, Imoya, and the girl from that family. The shouting caught everyone's attention. They turned their eyes from the temple to the three strongest warriors present, looking at them with great respect. Condensing primal pill? How lucky are they to have found such a rarity? Homsen glanced at the trio, his face slightly changing color while his eyes shone with undisguised envy. People from that family really can't be measured by a normal scale. She is not even at the same cultivation level as her opponents, and still she was able to make them dance on her palm, getting everything she wants? With just one of the pills, surely one of their family members could easily break through to the level of condensed prime warrior. No wonder Jin Yen and Imoya are so angry. Shui Yao heard that condensing primal pills were mentioned in their conversation, and desire was apparent on her pretty face. The barrier between a warrior and a condensed prime warrior was incredibly vast. In the history of cultivation there were countless 10-star warriors who were stopped by this wall and died without ever becoming condensed prime warriors. When 10-star warriors attempt to break through, they would have to fight their own evil desires. The ones who couldn't defeat their inner demons during the process would never progress any further. In Green Moon City, for example, resided several thousand 10-star warriors. However, there were only a handful of condensed prime warriors. This gap clearly reflected the difficulty of breaking through the warrior realm. On the other hand, it was a completely different story for someone in the possession of a condensing primal pill. Taking just one pill grants a warrior at least a 90% probability to fight off their demons and advance to the condensed prime level. Both Jin Yen and Imoya were peak 10-star warriors. They were qualified and physically prepared to attempt a breakthrough. The only thing holding them back was that they were uncertain about how they would deal with their inner demons. Therefore, Jin Yan's and Imoya's desire for a condensing primal pills could easily be imagined. After being teleported to this realm, Jin Yan and Imoya were extremely thrilled to have found these pills, and thinking that breaking through was now a certainty, they started to imagine all the possibilities their future would hold. All that just to have their dreams come crashing down because of some girl who happened to be faster than they had thought. There was no way Jin Yen and Imoya would let Lin Ziyan take all the pills. If it was any other treasure, maybe they could let it go because they were born with golden chopsticks in their mouths, but for these pills, they would fight Lin Ziyan even if they had to face the consequences of angering that family. Both of them were determined to use all it took to obtain the pills. There are 10 pills in total. What do you say to Jin Yen taking 3? I can take 3, and you can have 4. I really do respect your family, please don't force us to fight you. Like Jin Yen said, there is nothing more valuable to us than these pills. Imoya politely said to her, but his tone of voice was harsh in contrast. These are the first condensing primal pills I've ever gotten. Why should I share them with you? I got my hands on them before either of you did. Lin Ziyan arched her brow in surprise as she spoke, keeping her beautiful voice clear, steady, and emotionless. One pill is more than enough for you to reach condensed prime level. Both of you are just being greedy. One condensing primal pill might not be enough to guarantee a breakthrough. Jin Yen grunted. I have been a 10-star warrior for more than a year, and Imoya couldn't be more correct. There is nothing I want more than these pills. And I, Jin Yen, get what I want. Jin Yen held his golden spear even tighter while floating in the air. Jin Yen thirsted for blood. He stared coldly at Lin Ziyan and said with a prideful tone, even if you are from that family, I can see that your cultivation level is close to ours. That means if nothing else you are just their distant relative. You should behave and learn to respect others. It's 10 condensing primal pills we are talking about. I am sure I can use them for something else, instead of just giving them away. Lin Ziyan shook her head and glanced towards the ground. Her eyes shone with joy and confusion when she spotted Yi Wei. She didn't expect him to get this far. In the future, both herself and Yi Wei will have to face the 10-star warrior breakthrough, and that was why she was not willing to give in. Just giving them away. Is it so? Now I feel offended. A shadow of bitterness flickered over Imoya's handsome face. He slowly stretched out his fingers and quickly drew hundreds of runes forming a unique pattern. Imoya's silvery chi flowed through the pattern, linking all the runes together and forming a 3-meter-long green spectral sword that pointed right at Lin Ziyan's heart. Humph! Jin Yen grunted, and he stomped his foot while waving his golden spear around as he sped towards Lin Ziyan. Jin Yen! You will have to go through me. Suddenly, Yi Wei tore one of the medium-grade scrolls he had left. Runes written in the blood of demons poured out of it, creating a pair of translucent wings on Yi Wei's back. Yi Wei's wings shook gently, causing him to travel so quick that he became a flash of light and reappeared between Jin Yen and Lin Ziyan. Even though Lin Ziyan had extraordinary strength, it was still a challenge for her to deal with 2 10-star warriors all by herself. She could only bank on using her shadow shift stance to buy herself some time and avoid serious injury. Seeing that Lin Ziyan was in a bit of trouble, Yi Wei couldn't just stand there and watch. It shouldn't be a problem for him to entertain Jin Yen for a while, or even defeat him, with as many medium-grade scrolls as he had. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 91, Close Combat. Chapter 91, Close Combat. Ha! Jin Yen frowned as he watched Yue fly towards him, wondering why a student would dare challenge himself. Piss off! Jin Yen glared at Yue with a disdainful gaze. Without the slightest concern for Yue's feelings, he spat out the insult. He stomped his foot in Yue's direction, and the moment his foot went down, an invisible force wave spread in the sky. The rippling wave gathered and shot towards Yue. Jin Yan's chi distorted the air around him, and his overbearing presence made Yue feel and look tiny. Yue. Lin Ziyan was distracted while confronting Imoya, and concern was evident on her face. She didn't expect to run into Yue here, and never would she expect Yue to stand up against Jin Yen to protect her. She did give Yue a few medium-grade scrolls, but she did not expect him to use them this way, nor did she think he stood a chance against Jin Yen. Lin Ziyan, I strongly advise you to focus on your opponent, especially when that opponent is me. Just when Lin Ziyan was ready to launch herself to Yue's side, Imoya made a move. In just a flash he appeared in her path. He flung his chi sword at her with a flick of his wrist. The green chi sword tore through the air and approached Lin Ziyan, leaving a shrilling whistle behind it. It was right in front of her in mere seconds. Lin Ziyan's face changed, and sparks of purple flame appeared on her fingertips as she lifted her hand. The fire soon turned into a sequence of runes as her finger danced in the air. Imoya was, in the end, a 10-star warrior at his peak, and Lin Ziyan could not take the threat he imposed lightly. After placing runes and sparks of fire in the air, each of them grew into a little flying serpent. Feeling the pressure on him, Imoya wiggled his finger, tried to rid the chi serpents by striking them with his chi sword. Lin Ziyan was not trying to fight Imoya, she just wished to distract him so she could be by Yue's side, but Imoya answered each of these attempts to escape with a devastating sword strike blocking her path. Ziyan, don't worry about me. I will be fine. Yue said while he calmly stared at Jin Yen, who clearly did not understand his confidence. Jin Yen then chuckled as he spun his spear over his head, sending a sharp, invisible force wave at Yue. Yue sped up dramatically as the translucent wings on his back flapped forcefully. His agile movements made it easy to dodge Jin Yan's powerful strike, but knowing that it was only the beginning of the fight, Yue reached into his bag and took out a low-level scroll. Ha ha ha! Jin Yan laughed insolently when he saw the black glow in Yue's hand. You are hilarious. Please don't hit me with that low-grade trash. I am very ticklish. Scrolls or arms, just take them out now, you are gonna need a lot more to stay alive. I will show you what it means to be truly powerful without all these pathetic items. Jin Yen roared, and all of a sudden his body was wrapped in a golden light and flickering runes. Without moving a muscle, a stance was forming in front of him. It was a 3-meter-tall spirit bear with golden fur which appeared. It raised its muscular arm, and the next thing Yue saw was a gigantic paw rushing at his face. Forbidden high-level spirit stance, golden bear. Down on the ground, Hong Sun and Shui Yao were staring at the spirit bear. Every single warrior who fought alongside Yue was becoming wary. Normally, users of forbidden stances would be struck by a recoil force, but Jin Yen just casually used a forbidden spirit stance as if he did not care about the after effects. The power of forbidden stances varies, and the recoil force would also vary accordingly. If a fighter was strong enough or his or her sentient was exceptional, the recoil force won't have as much effect on them as it would on normal cultivators. Jin Yen was a 10-star warrior, and actually one of the strongest 10-star warrior ever. With the 3-star medium-grade mystic arm in hand, he could even take on a condensed prime warrior. His body and sentient were tough enough for him to pretty much ignore the recoil. Hey! Watch out! That kid won't make it. He saved our lives. Guys, do something. Jin Yen, you shameless excuse of a cultivator. You're a peak 10-star warrior, and you're actually using a forbidden stance against a mere student? You bloodthirsty bastard. Help him. Everyone was on Yue's side. The oath they made meant they had to help each other, but they knew Yue had saved their lives, and even if they didn't make a vow they would still have helped him here and now just out of appreciation to what he did for them. Jin Yen might be one of the strongest people in the labyrinth, but he was also alone. With the treasures they acquired, it was entirely possible for them to defeat Jin Yen. Screw his mother. With the sound of cursing and swearing, hundreds of warriors fired their stances in the air towards Jin Yen. The ones who were 7 stars and above spread their primal wings and flew next to Yue to fight by his side. Mid-level spirit stance, Hailstorm Sword. Mid-level spirit stance, Rolling Stone Punch. High-level spirit stance, Firewolf Strike. The sky was filled with runes. Hundreds of spectral weapons and beasts came crushing towards the golden bear. Bang! Boom! None of these stances would have left a scratch on Jin Yan, but the sheer amount of them were making it impossible for the golden bear stance to gain an advantage. It only took moments before the golden bear crumbled into blinding runic lights. Staring at the stances flying towards him, Jin Yan could not be rash. Surprise was evident on his face as he flew backwards and deflected stance after stance that rushed towards him. He couldn't understand why he was suddenly the common enemy of this many warriors. Little bro, are you okay? Hong Sun went in front of Yi Wei and patted his shoulders, then he turned back around to Jin Yan. There was a determined glow in both Yi Wei's and Hong Sun's eyes. Thank you so much. Yi Wei exclaimed gratefully. If Hong Sun and the others didn't step in, he wouldn't even have the time to talk while fighting Jin Yan. Ha ha ha. Little bro, did you forget we made an oath? We can't just stand back and watch even if we feel lazy. Hong Sun said jokingly. Jin Yan's face darkened as he pointed his spear at Yi Wei and the warriors, then said, all of you, piss off. Consider yourselves warned. From this moment I will not hold back. Although he was facing this many warriors, he didn't seem to be scared. The warriors down on the ground rose up. He's a 10-star warrior, right? I've never used a scroll before, and I really want to try it, to be honest. Now is as good a time as any. This low-grade arm, I just got it back in the chamber and I don't really know what stance is in it. I want to try my new stuff too. Confidence comes with numbers, and armed with scrolls and weapons, the warriors were not as scared as they were when they first met Jin Yan at the rune barrier. They were actually prepared to fight if Jin Yan wanted to do anything to Yi Wei. Jin Yan stared at the warrior who flew between him and Yi Wei, then turned his focus to the warriors on the ground. They are all holding mystic arms or scrolls. Undoubtedly Jin Yan was one of the strongest cultivators here. He could easily take on 10 warriors by himself on a typical day, but when there were hundreds of armed warriors in front of him, he could not just ignore them. Unless he was a condensed prime warrior, and even then he would need a miracle to defeat this large armed group of warriors and come out unharmed. Every single one of these warriors were armed with some kind of powerful item, and furthermore, they were bonded together by the heavenly oath. If he wanted to fight one of them, he needed to be prepared to fight all of them. Facing so many people, even Jin Yan, confident and powerful as he was, knew better than to take this group of warriors lightly. Lin Ziyan leaped backwards and stared at the warriors who were shielding Yi Wei, then glanced towards the rest of the group. All these weaklings are from different powers and families, why would all of them help Yi Wei as if he was one of their own people? Even I wouldn't want to fight someone like Jin Yan. What happened after I separated with these guys? I guess I'm glad they found these weapons and scrolls and somehow are now fond of Lil Wei. Jin Yan shouldn't be dumb enough to make a move now. She was relieved as she could see Yi Wei was in safe hands. While Lin Ziyan was distracted by Yi Wei, Emoya spotted this moment of opportunity. He wiggled his fingers and flung his chi sword at Lin Ziyan's blind spot when she was looking away. I told you I do not want to fight, but I guess there are no other ways to shut you up. Lin Ziyan leaped into the air, and her dress flowing in the wind made her look like a mythical goddess descending from the heavens. Her eyes were burning with a purple flame while her hands formed many complex hand seals. Lin Ziyan was suddenly surrounded by a blinding purple light, and her presence exploded. Just when the green chi sword was inches away from her body, she lifted up 2 fingers, then they clamped onto each side of the sharp chi sword. Her slender fingers were packed with power, and with a crisp cracking sound, the enormous green sword shattered like glass. Lin Ziyan then quickly wrapped her purple chi around the shattered pieces and flung them right back at Emoya. It took less than a second for Lin Ziyan to react to Emoya's strike. The chi sword was sent back to him before he even registered what had just happened. In a panic, Emoya pulled his sword in front of his chest to defend himself. Flashes of purple landed on the sword, and a burst of violent force exploded at the point of impact. The enormous recoil force knocked Emoya back. He flew backwards like a kite without a string. He couldn't stabilize his balance until he was 50 meters behind where he got hit. What strength! Emoya looked down at his bleeding hand. He had never been this concerned all his life. He raised his head to look at Lin Ziyan, and this was the moment of his life he would later recall as the first time I tasted genuine fear. Lin Ziyan was way stronger than he expected. Emoya did not pursue her. It was clear that even with his 3-star medium-grade sword, there was no point to carry on their fighting, as Lin Ziyan possessed power that cannot be compared to any fighting techniques he was taught. Emoya flew back to Jin Yan's side, and Lin Ziyan retreated to Yi Wei's side. Yi Wei, Lin Ziyan, and the warriors were on one side with Jin Yan and Emoya on another. The atmosphere became heavy as nobody said anything. What should we do now? Jin Yan looked at Yi Wei cautiously as he consulted Emoya in a whisper. Emoya can't do anything to Lin Ziyan, and I got myself stuck. I can't fight all of them on my own. Jin Yen was extremely frustrated as he did not want to give the pills to Lin Ziyan. Lin Ziyan, I can't just let you have the pills like this. Let's hear a deal from your side, let's be civil and we can negotiate like adults. Emoya looked up and said with a slight stutter. He was not used to asking for favors at all. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 92, Enter the Temple. Chapter 92, Enter the Temple. If we can't fight her, we will have to talk it out. Jin Yen shared a look with Emoya, ground his teeth as he was getting mentally ready to compromise. Lin Ziyan was more selfish than she was considerate, but being a warrior herself, she could relate to their frustration. There are only 10 pills. I have these seals on my body, and it will be harder for me to break through to the condensed prime warrior level than everyone else. I will need around 5 pills for myself to be safe, and I need to save some for Yue. Ziyan, if we really want to, we can just fight them. I don't think they can take all of us. Yue thought as he could see that Lin Ziyan was frustrated. He briefly looked at Jin Yen and Emoya, finders keepers. That has always been the rule in these kinds of situations. Why do they think they can just ask for the pills when Ziyan was the one who got her hands on them first? Thinking about the 30-odd scrolls in his bag and how he was backed up by hundreds of strong cultivators, Yue was actually feeling pretty confident. Emoya, Jin Yen, both of you know how rare these pills are. You couldn't buy them even if you had the money for them. I need them as much as you two do, but I can give 1 pill away. Lin Ziyan laid 1 pill on her palm and said calmly. 1 pill? Jin Yan's face darkened. It was obvious that Lin Ziyan was trying to turn Emoya against him, therefore, he shook his head and made a counteroffer that involved an even number. 4 pills at least. Name your price. Emoya also saw through Lin Ziyan's cheeky plan. He frowned and said, yeah, 4 pills. That's the bottom line. Only 1. I have a use for the rest of them. Lin Ziyan determinedly shook her head. There was no way she would let Emoya and Jin Yen take 4 pills from her. No? How about 2 then? Emoya and Jin Yen were desperate, and they were too stressed to hide it. 1 pill and I will trade it for no less than 800,000 silver, or something of the same value. Final offer. If you don't want it, all the better. Lin Ziyan sounded determined. 800, what? Why don't you go rob the city lord? Jin Yan's face darkened further, and his eyes twitched as he spoke. Even I can't come up with that much money. Emoya frowned. He was deep in thought and didn't talk. If I were her, I wouldn't give the pills up easily either. If Jin Yen and I were in a better position, then fine, but now they really do have the advantage. There is no real reason for her to give us any pills. As ridiculous as her offer sounds, I think this is actually decent. Emoya acquired a lot of treasures from this labyrinth, so much so that it would make up for the price Lin Ziyan proposed. No? Fine then. Lin Ziyan said and put the pill back inside her bag. Wait. 800,000 correct? I will take your offer. Emoya stepped forward and threw his interspatial bag to Lin Ziyan. This is everything I have with me. I've acquired quite a bit since I stepped in this labyrinth. I'm sure this is worth 800,000 silver if not more. Emoya. What are you doing? Jin Yan's eyes widened, and he stared at Emoya's silhouette. He was furious and surprised. Until this moment, Emoya and him were on the same side. If I fail my condensing breakthrough, then I will need to train for 2 or even 3 years to regain my chi. Only after that could I attempt a breakthrough again. I am not a gambling man, use your common sense, Jin Yen. Outside of this labyrinth, even if you have 800,000 silver, you won't be able to get yourself half of this pill. And that's if you're lucky enough to find a seller. If you're not taking the offer, you can't blame anyone who does. Emoya said calmly. It was true that Jin Yen has become a person he could trust, but in the end, they were not that close. They only fought alongside each other because they didn't stand a chance against Lin Ziyan on their own. Sure, here's your pill. Lin Ziyan caught the bag and after sensing its contents and confirming their value, she threw one of the 10 pills to Emoya. Farewell. Emoya carefully put away the pill and immediately headed back. Good. Excellent. Jin Yen stared at Emoya until he eventually disappeared into the woods. He ground his teeth so hard the grinding noise was audible from where the many warriors stood. The bulging veins on his head didn't fade for quite a while after Emoya was out of sight. After many deep breaths, he looked at Lin Ziyan and said, fine then, I will pay you the same amount. Give me a pill. Jin Yen ground his teeth as he spoke. He looked like he was going to bite someone. No. I told both of you, I will only give away one pill. Lin Ziyan rejected Jin Yan's request. She had already planned to save 5 for her personal use and 4 for Yue. There was no room for negotiations. Emoya and Jin Yan as a duo were threatening, but on his own against hundreds of armed warriors, Jin Yan was nothing. HMPFT. Jin Yan grunted reluctantly. He then turned and quickly flew towards the Glacial Temple. Seeing that Emoya and Jin Yan left, Lin Ziyan looked at Yue with a friendly glance and smiled. Let's go. I want to see the Glacial Temple. She dragged Yue using the shadow shift stance. There is no doubt, the most valuable thing in this labyrinth is hidden here. And if the rumors are true, the Emperor also left something else here before he passed. Go! Let's go together. Hongsun, Shui Yao, and the warriors were motivated by the possibility of inheriting the Glacial Emperor's legacy. They could hardly contain themselves. Everyone flew towards the Glacial Temple. Damn it! Damn it! Lin Ziyan, Emoya, and that annoying student brat. I will remember this. Just wait. I will make sure you all pay. Jin Yan suppressed his rage. If I inherit the Glacial Emperor's legacy, none of you will leave here alive. Looking at the grand structure that was mysteriously floating in the air, Jin Yan stood on his spear and injected chi into it, making the 3-star mystic arm levitate. The spear turned into a flash of golden light and brought Jin Yan to the green and blue runic cloud platform outside the temple's gate before anyone could even see the temple's entrance. Ha, you guys want the Glacial Emperor's legacy? That is a bit of a reach for you. Emoya was watching on a mountaintop as the cultivators flew up to the temple. This Jin Yan is an idiot. He doesn't get it. Does he really think it is a good idea to compete with them? It would take a condensed prime warrior to take them out. Now that I have this pill, I can surely break through right here. When I become a condensed prime warrior, I will join you in the temple and then I will kill everyone and take everything. Emoya closed his eyes as he sat down in a lotus position. He swallowed the condensing primal pill. He then started cultivating and building up his chi to attempt a breakthrough. Eventually, everyone arrived on the cloud platform. It looks even bigger when you're up close. The temple was over 2 kilometers tall and decorated with countless precious stones and metals. Beside the platform was 20 stone pillars. Each pillar was so thick that 20 people couldn't wrap their arms around it. They were like giants' legs. In front of this temple, the group of cultivators looked like a small group of ants. Behind the pillars were thousands of beast fossils. The largest was more than 50 meters tall, and all of these fossilized bones were engraved with runes. They were glittering like wild jade and even still emitted a fierce aura that pressured the nearby cultivators even though these beasts were long dead. Why did the master of this temple place these fossils here? Thinking back to the stone giant and the puppets, everyone started to shiver. They held their breath, afraid that any movement might wake these beasts up. These fossils were on both sides of the entrance, arranged like they were guardians of the temple gate. Following the line of bones to the far side of the platform was the 300-meter-tall tightly shut gate. The gate's dark metallic shine was dispersing a cold presence. The tranquility and quietness did not make any of the warriors feel relaxed. They were all feeling very tense at the moment. They felt as if they were standing in front of Heaven's Gate while they wondered what they should do next. The Glacial Emperor was very much a mythical figure. His name was often heard from bards and storytellers, but nobody was really sure whether to take these stories of his unrivaled powers seriously or not. As the stories went, the Glacial Emperor was a master of mystic runes. He single-handedly created the Glacier rune set and invented most of the popular ice-related stances. There were tales about how he traveled to the ends of the world and acquired the essence of ice. There were also rumors about how he could turn his body into solid ice at will. Now, seeing this grand structure right before their eyes, it was clear to everyone that the Glacial Emperor did indeed exist, and he might have been even stronger than they had heard, judging by this labyrinth and the treasures he left behind. It was a surprise to many when he disappeared off the face of the planet. Nobody knew where he went, and as the centuries passed, every once in a while one of the Emperor's stances would appear, and whoever obtained the Ice King's legacy would become a legend themselves. All the warriors were now standing in front of the gate, staring at it and wondering how they were to get to the other side. Everyone there understood that if they could learn even one stance from the Glacial Emperor's collection, they could become someone. But at the same time, they were aware the Glacial Emperor did not intend for just anyone to inherit his legacy, and the traps and tests inside this temple might just end their lives. Just when nobody quite knew what to do, Lin Ziyan stepped forward. Her light steps made her seem more relaxed than she was, and the clueless crowd could not take their eyes off her. Ziyan. Worried about Lin Ziyan, Yue held her wrist and pulled her back. He didn't know who the Glacial Emperor was, but he was sure everyone there had a valid reason to be so nervous. Relax, it's going to be fine. Lin Ziyan turned to Yue and ruffled his hair. I'll come with you. After a brief moment of hesitation, Yue stepped forward alongside her. Under everyone's attention, they walked the path made of green and blue clouds towards the gate. All of a sudden the fossils started to rattle and the path lit red from a blood-colored glow that came from these skeletons' eye sockets. Everyone gasped. These skeletons had a presence similar to, but stronger, than the stone puppets. Yue too was petrified, digging his hand into his bag and clenching onto a defensive scroll. But unexpectedly, the skeletons did not leave their positions and only then was he relieved. Lin Ziyan, on the other hand, was never worried. She walked right in front of the gate and placed her pale, slender hand on the cold metal. When Lin Ziyan's small hand touched the gate, a green and blue light burst forth, and before Yue could react, she was sucked into the temple by a mysterious force. The gate was still sealed shut, but there was no trace of Lin Ziyan in sight. Ziyan! Yue's pupils dilated. He ran to the gate without hesitation. Zoom! Zoom! An energy engulfed Yue's body as he touched the gate. His body was pulled right through the gate as if it was non-existent. They went in? The girl knows what she's doing, they will be fine. Startled by how Lin Ziyan and Yue vanished, everyone felt speechless. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 93, Understanding. Chapter 93, Understanding. Hong Sun was fascinated by the black glow of the gate. He pondered for a bit, then grunted, deciding to step forward. He slowly walked to the metal door and placed his hand exactly where Lin Ziyan placed hers. A green light rained down from above and enveloped Hong Sun. He then also went through the gate without any problems. Upon seeing this, the warriors entered the temple one after another, while some of the less trusting ones remained outside on the cloud-like platform. Get out of my way! Jin Yan shoved the people around him and rushed towards the gate after seeing so many people going through. When Yue opened his eyes again, he found himself inside a spacious hall. Am I inside? He could see 36 engraved pillars supporting the roof of the temple, and each of their diameters was over 100 meters. While the engravings on the pillars looked to be only decorative, there were arrays of glowing and flowing runes on the ceiling. Yue tried to focus on the pattern to figure out what they were, but it was giving him a headache. His eyes were dragged into the pattern and couldn't help but spin around. In the middle of these pillars was a levitating jade disc. It was half a kilometer tall and wide. Lin Ziyan, who was the first to enter the temple, stood in front of the jade disc pondering. It was glowing green and was as smooth as a mirror. Apart from its size and the fact that it was levitating, it actually looked rather normal. The warriors started to appear inside the hall, looking around curiously. While the hall was a grand and beautiful sight, they were cautious to not touch anything they didn't understand. When everyone was curious, confused, and in their own worlds, all the pillars suddenly illuminated. 36 beams of bright blue light crossed over the jade disc, revealing runes and writings on it. Everyone! Welcome to the Glacial Temple. Everyone's widened eyes were set on the mysterious jade disc when a low, hoarse voice sounded. Just as the voice was dying down, a blurry 100-meter-tall figure appeared in the air by the jade disc where the beams of light converged. This figure was like a phantom. Nobody could quite figure out what it was at first glance, as it looked like flower gazing in the mist. They didn't know if they were looking at the distorted, shapeless mist of an actual petal. The figure lowered its head and looked at the terrified crowd. "Wh-ish, who are you?" a few of the warriors asked with shaking voices. The figure was floating in the air like a ghost. From its posture and features, the crowd started to guess that it was the ghost of an old man, and not just any old man, judging from his presence which filled the hall. Yue slowly walked to Lin Ziyan's side as he cautiously looked at the large ghostly figure above. Lin Ziyan lifted her beautiful face looking at the figure. She tried to memorize all the Glacial Emperor's tales she had been told since she was a toddler, and now her amusement with him slightly changed that she knew she could easily lose her life to the protagonist of the stories she once fell asleep to. Ha ha ha. Who am I? I can hardly remember, to be honest. You know, time flies when you're dead. I haven't needed to use my name for a long time. The ghostly figure laughed with a bit of bitterness in his voice. Your Excellency. Are you, perhaps, the Glacial Emperor? Lin Ziyan's crisp, sweet voice echoed in the hall. Glacial Emperor? Haha, no. I am not him, but one of his servants. Oh, yeah. Pu Yuan, that was how he called me 300-something years ago, that's my name, Pu Yuan. He seemed happy to remember his name again. After a few chuckles, he calmly looked at the group of cultivators who stood under him. The Glacial Emperor's servant? Everyone was shocked. They were cultivators, and cultivators know when they are in the presence of powerful individuals. This old man's figure, his ghost to be more accurate, was the strongest chi disturbance they had ever felt, and he claimed to be a mere servant? They couldn't even imagine what kind of power his master had. The Glacial Emperor left his legacy here in the Glacial Temple, and he set it up so nobody above the condensed Prime Warrior level could enter. The aim is to have young talents enter this labyrinth in the hopes that one of the youths are worthy enough to inherit his wisdom and wealth. Pu Yuan rose his hoarse voice to make sure the message was clear. My spirit can be freed once I find someone worthy to inherit his legacy, therefore, I am pretty excited to see you lot actually, huh? The Glacial Emperor's legacy. Hearing what Pu Yuan said, everyone became emotional and ecstatic. If the Glacial Emperor's servant are this strong even after his death, what kind of powerful treasures and martial secrets could the Emperor himself have left behind? Lin Ziyan was trying to keep her cool while Jin Yan was shaking in euphoria. However, I am not just going to hand it over to you. All of you will be tested. My master's legacy is to be earned, not given. Pu Yuan's voice reflected his old age, but it was also apparent that he was in a good mood. Pay attention to this jade disc in front of you. Do you see the writings on its surface? It's one of the 12 chapters of 72 Interstellar Secrets. Back then the Emperor was obsessed with the writing on this very disc, and although it is not a complete chapter, he was able to create an incredible mystic stance from the sparks of inspiration he got from reading these cultivating formulas. And from there he developed his fighting style, an arsenal of powerful stances. This was how he undisputedly became the strongest cultivator of his era. I haven't been in the outside world for a while now, but I'd imagine all of you have heard stories about him. This has to be just the tip of the iceberg. Lin Ziyan was shocked by what she was looking at. All the stories she had heard did not justify the scale of even a fraction of what the Glacial Emperor left behind. Pu Yuan continued, if the Glacial Emperor wanted worldly power, the Zhou dynasty would have ended long ago. Everyone in the hall was a citizen of the Zhou dynasty. From history lessons and stories they had learned how many forces worked together, and how many armies had to fight to establish the dynasty's solid foundation. On one hand, they were shocked to hear that this legendary figure could have challenged the authority they had grown up respecting. On the other, they were convinced that just being in this labyrinth was an eye-opening experience. An experience that planted many new ideas and concepts about power, wealth, and runic stances. To everyone in the temple, who had been close to losing their lives while exploring the Blood Mist Labyrinth, the Emperor's power and craftiness were too great to be compared to anything or anyone they knew. Therefore, they were in awe of this artifact in front of them which gave him power great enough to challenge the supreme authority of their time. Whether or not you can inherit the Emperor's legacy is up to you now. Pu Yuan said calmly. You are looking at the test. If you can see what the Emperor saw between these lines and figure out just what kind of stance he acquired from this jade disc, you pass. To figure out what the Glacial Emperor did back in the days? After Pu Yuan revealed the subject of the test, everyone's burning hearts were swiftly frozen. To figure out some runic secrets, dreamed up by a person who was strong enough to challenge a whole nation, was definitely an impossible task. I know what you were thinking, but when the Emperor gained enlightenment on his stances from these texts, he was just a warrior. At first, he only learned a spirit stance from it, but this stance was refinable and after years of reinventing and perfecting, the stance became no weaker than a sky stance. Of course, I don't expect you to show me a sky stance. If you can show me you figured out the basic structure of the Emperor's stance he invented from reading this disc, I will let you through to the next round. Pu Yuan added as he squeezed out a gentle smile on his face in hopes that it would help to calm the crowd down. What? Sky stance. Pu Yuan's words shook the crowd, causing everyone's eyes to get even bigger. Sky stances were something only mentioned in legends. They were not mentioned even once in the history records of Zhou dynasty's 1,000 years reign. Legends about sky stances are like the stories about the three sages, conceptual and unproven. While some say they don't exist, some cultivators firmly believe the Holy Conservatory existed and that people who reach the mythical realm do in fact have a chance to learn sky stances. Go! What are you waiting for? Pu Yuan waved his arm and the green and blue light pillars shone down and became numerous runic seats. You will only be able to clearly see the text on this jade disc while sitting on these, and keep in mind you only have 3 days. If I am not satisfied with your results, I will send you out of this realm. After leaving this message, Pu Yuan disappeared into the light pillar on top of the jade disc. After a brief moment of silence, the crowd blew up. What? I don't see anything meaningful on this jade disc at all. I don't believe anything that Geezer said. Sky stances are something made up in stories, and in these stories, the stances are taught by sages in rainbow-colored robes. I have to admit, this Glacial Emperor character is very powerful, but really? A sky stance? Come on, what's next? We're all actually in a dream right now? Ziyan, do you believe him? Yue heard the crowd's speculation, but he needed help to digest all the information he had just been given. Yue was not a believer, but then he thought about the mystic mount presence in his sentient, and he started to realize that the stories he heard might actually be true. The sages, the mountain, at this point he felt like he was too open-minded to judge anything correctly. There is no harm in trying. If we can't get a sky stance out of this, then no harm, but if we get lucky, and all this is true, we might get a share of what the Glacial Emperor left behind. Lin Ziyan too didn't quite know what to believe. Her frown was slowly disappearing as she tried to calm Yue down and figured out herself that she should not be frustrated over a great chance to maybe strengthen herself. We only need to show him a part of what the disc says. The test might be easier than we all assume it to be. She added. Yeah, you're right. Yue smiled and walked to one of the seats. After long heated conversations, most of the cultivators decided to give it a try. But 3 days is too short of a time for someone to learn a stance out of nowhere. Realizing that there was so little time, they sat down as Pu Yuan instructed and started trying to decipher the disc in front of them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 94, Supernova. Chapter 94, Supernova. The vast majority of cultivators weren't able to easily comprehend stances from texts, and the ideas, in this particular chapter of the 72 Interstellar Secrets, were intricate enough to inspire the Glacial Emperor to create an evolvable stance that could be upgraded to the sky level. This complexity was the reason why a lot of these warriors were positive that such a stance did not exist. Having said that, comprehending stances was a much easier process than refining or creating a stance. However, for ordinary people understanding stances was still very difficult, but not for runemasters. For the people who specialized in runes it was obviously easier. Although Yue was not yet a runemaster, his soul sensitivity was very much comparable to one. With his knowledge and rune resonance on top of that, he could decipher things as well as a runemaster could. While everyone was seated, hopelessly struggling, Yue's soul sensitivity let him decipher at the speed of a trained runemaster. 72 Interstellar Secrets, Dark Sky Chapter. The moment Yue deciphered some of the text, a message from the Jade Disc resonated in his mind. The message exploded in his head, and numerous words and letters appeared before his eyes. This text was written in an extinct language, and Yue did not recognize the shapes, but somehow he was able to understand what the message meant. Above the heavens, the stars rotate. The magnificence of the galaxies nourish everything. The heavens can cover it but not contain it, the earth can contain it but not cover it. The universe can accommodate it but not refute it, knowing that everything has its place and limitation. Heaven and earth turn and rotate as everything returns to the universe. As Yue's mind was bombarded by ideas the ancient text bore, his face twitched. Despite this, he sat motionless on the seat, seemingly calm, but there was a vague look of shock on his childish face. Heaven and earth turn and rotate, everything returns to the universe. This means no matter how many times the stars reassembled themselves, the universe is constantly evolving while the suns and stars never really change. If Pu Yuan was indeed not lying about how these lines inspired a stance, I can totally see how that stance would become repeatedly refinable and could transform into a sky stance, or an even stronger stance. The concept was complex to the extreme. From the telepathic message he was able to glean some insight into the text, and bit by bit, Yue could slowly understand it. What does this name even mean? Supernova stance? By the looks of it, this stance's first incarnation is, as Pu Yuan said, a spirit stance. Judging by the chi flow described in the text, anyone below the condensed prime warrior level could make the best use of this stance, and it makes the user's body 3 times stronger than normal for an hour. The second evolution of this stance seems to be the mist level. The second stage works best on returned prime warriors. It causes the user's body to become 6 times stronger than normal, but it will only last half as long as the first evolution. The third evolution of the supernova stance is an earth stance that strengthens the user's body 9 times. It lasts for a good half hour, but God Prime warriors would not benefit from it. That's the end of the written examples, but it looks to me like this stance can get even stronger through training and refinement. The text continued, but for now, Yue was a bit too shocked to read anymore. Amplifying stances were rumored to only be available to the Zhou dynasty's royal family, but he was pretty sure he was reading the formula for one right now. Now a 7-star student, Yue finally could learn stances, and if he were able to master the supernova stance, then even just its first form would make him 3 times stronger. That was enough to challenge 10-star students. When he does eventually become a 10-star student, he would be able to challenge warriors using this stance. With triple power amplification, any cultivator would easily dominate others in their own cultivation level and maybe even beat people levels above within the hour of the stance's effect. Although the second and third evolution doesn't last as long, their 6 and 9 times of amplification only made the stance's next stages even more terrifying. This is an incomplete entry level of supernova stance. If I could somehow evolve it into a sky stance, Just thinking about the stance's possibilities, Yi-Wei's heartbeat quickened. It's a shame I can't explain what I've understood, or else I would surely share this powerful stance with my family. If this one of 12 chapters, then I can't imagine what kind of power the author of these volumes possessed. Never mind that for now, the first incarnation should work well before I become a God's prime warrior, which can take me decades to reach. For now, I should just worry about the task I've been given. From what I can see, this spirit stance is made up of 136 runes. If I can figure out how to draw these runes, performing this stance should not be too hard. It's only 136 runes, it seems easy enough. Yi-Wei was pretty confident in himself. When it came to almost everything he was modest, but when it came to runes, he was starting to be comfortable with the idea that he had quite good comprehension towards them. The first rune should be drawn like this. Okay, now the second. After pondering, Yi-Wei started to write the runes. That's number 81. In just moments, he depicted and memorized 81 runes every single twist and turn. Number 82 is a bit more complex. He could feel the difficulty ramping up as he hit the 81st rune in the sequence. Okay, this is it. Now number 83, Yi-Wei's speed significantly slowed down, and the flow he had when he started deciphering them was also diminishing. 108. After 6 hours of hard work, he reached that number from the time he figured out the 82nd rune. Yi-Wei was far from satisfied with his speed. When he was refining Triple Tidal Palm, White Tiger's Assault, Triple Plunder Sword, and Driftwind Steps, he only needed to see the stance once before memorizing all the runes used, but this time he had to actually learn a lot of the runes. After 6 hours he felt like he understood less than when he started. In fact, learning 108 amplification runes was a monumental feat to begin with. If any runemaster heard that Yi-Wei was not satisfied with his speed, they would be coughing blood in anger. Like spatial runes and dimensional runes, amplification runes are also specialized runes. Yi-Wei had yet to start learning about runes types with Master Yi. He had no way to know how hard deciphering text such as this one was to others, not to mention the type of runes he was dealing with were extremely tricky. The Mystic Mount's presence in Yi-Wei's sentient didn't just improve Yi-Wei's soul sensitivity, but his cognitive abilities were also enhanced without him knowing. He should be the last person to complain about a pace others could only dream of having. 28 more to go. Although Yi-Wei was talented, 6 hours of non-stop deciphering took its toll on his body. He felt a little dizzy, so he opened his eyes and took a few deep breaths before switching his attention back to last 28 complex runes. Ziyan, Jinyan, Hongsun, and Shuiyao are all talented individuals in their own right. I wonder how far they've reached. Sitting on the seat, Yi-Wei tilted his head and glanced at the others as he rubbed his temple to relieve the slight headache that was bothering him. These last runes are way more complex than all the runes before them. Yi-Wei thought. After a small break, Yi-Wei clenched his fist and became more determined. I've come this far, it's do or die now. Yi-Wei closed his eyes again, and the text in runes reappeared in his mind. The last straw indeed proved to be the hardest part. The complexity of the runes made deciphering quite time-consuming and exhausting. 18 hours flew past, and when Yi-Wei opened his eyes again, there was a subtle grin on his pale face. That's it. All 136 runes of the supernova stance's first evolution are now in my head. Yi-Wei didn't expect that solving the last 28 runes would take 3 times as long as solving the first 108. After understanding the supernova stance, Yi-Wei started to look into why the stance only lasted for an hour. He wanted to know why upgrading the stance would shorten its effects. Only 1 day has passed. What am I going to do with the 2 days remaining? Yi-Wei wondered as he looked around. Ziyan is still deciphering, and I honestly have no idea when she will finish. I don't want to waste 2 days doing nothing. I might as well try to refine the stance. Yi-Wei pondered with his hand rubbing his chin. Seeing that Ziyan was not done yet and how he had nobody to talk to, he turned back to the disc to read more about this interesting stance. When everyone else was still trying to finish deciphering the disc, Yi-Wei had already started to refine it. He enjoyed the process of refining stances more than deciphering them. He found the latter bland and boring, which was the exact opposite of what he thought of the refining process. Improving and perfecting were extremely satisfying and interesting for him. Zoom. As Yi-Wei was about to start refining, the jade disc shot out a beam of blue light that enveloped him completely. A human figure appeared at the other end of the beam. The figure was illuminated by a layer of 136 green runes covering its body. The supernova stance was a completely different kind of mystic stance, and therefore to perform them required a different technique. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 95, Results. Chapter 95, Results. In normal circumstances, cultivators charge their fingers with will force, and use that as a pen, their chi as ink to write runes in the air. After they finished writing the rune sequences, they would inject chi into it, activating the stance. But with amplification stances, it's slightly different. The canvas would be the user's body instead of the air. If I want to refine this stance, I need to know its weaknesses. Yue thought as he focused on the human figure in the beam of light. He, deep in a thought, was mesmerized by the 136 glowing green runes. The few hundred warriors sat on their seats in the spacious hall. They were all so focused on the task at hand that they did not feel 3 days' worth of time pass. Buzz. All the pillars in the hall illuminated once again. Beams of light crossed over the large jade disc, and Pu Yuan reappeared on top of the dazzling artifact. Time's up. Pu Yuan looked down on everyone as his thick, hoarse voice sounded in their ears, shaking and waking them up. What? That's all? Everyone opened their eyes. Some looked sad and disappointed, some felt insecure, and only very few of them looked confident. This supernova stance, out of the 136 runes, I've deciphered 12 in the 3 days. Thankfully Pu Yuan said we only needed to figure out the basics. I wonder if I did enough. I deciphered 15. What a shame. I only figured 18 runes out. The warriors who had deciphered less than 20 runes knew their chances were slim, and their eyes were a little teary after they heard that their time was up. I've only understood 4 runes, I have a feeling that isn't good enough. I don't expect myself to pass this test, these runes are just too complicated. I couldn't decipher even 1 rune. As for the people who couldn't decipher more than 10 runes, their heads were down but they were a bit less frustrated as they knew not passing the test was more or less a certainty. Surrounded by low-spirited warriors and not knowing how they were going to be assessed, Hong Sun and Shui Yao were also a little anxious. Both of them thought they did pretty well, but neither of them deciphered the whole stance. Ha ha ha. You guys think that was hard? It wasn't that bad. Jin Yan looked around him only to see that everyone seemed down and frustrated, which only fueled his confidence by miles. These untalented commoners are wearing their incompetence all over their faces. Pfft, what are you so proud of? Maybe we did not do as well as you, but it doesn't mean you're going to pass the test either. Have you figured out the whole stance? Thought not. So shut up. One of the more competitive warriors spoke up. Hong Sun didn't want to engage in a pointless argument, but he agreed with the point that the warrior was trying to make. Jin Yan is really mouthy, isn't he? None of these 136 runes were normal ones, and even runemasters might not be able to decipher the whole stance in 3 days. Even if he did decipher more runes than us, as Pu Yuan said, we only needed to figure out the basics to pass this test. I think he should still be on course to fail the final test. Ha! No, I haven't figured out the whole stance, but you are looking at a genius who deciphered 81 runes. If I fail then, none of you stand a chance. Jin Yan said proudly and loudly as he was sure that he was first. Jin Yan deciphered how many runes? All the cultivators gasped for air as they learned of Jin Yan's achievement. Although nobody really got along with Jin Yan due to his pride and arrogance, they couldn't deny his strength and talent when it came to cultivation, his fame and his ranking in a major city. Lin Ziyan was sitting next to Yue, and her sculpted eyebrows twitched. She opened her beautiful purple eyes, and there was a flash of disappointment present. Arg, I can't finish this stance in the end. Lin Ziyan quivered, disappointed in herself because she hated not achieving her goal. Unlike Jin Yan, Lin Ziyan preferred keeping a low profile, and even if she did pretty well herself, she was far from satisfied as she did not finish learning such a rare stance. It's a shame I couldn't understand all of it. I thought I would be able to get more out of this trip. Is little Wei still trying? Lin Ziyan could see Yue was still sitting peacefully by her side with his eyes closed. Little Wei's soul sensitivity is ridiculously strong. I still can't believe he achieved the best score possible in the tests Master Yi gave him. If there is anyone here who can figure out this stance, it is surely him. Lin Ziyan glared straight at Yue with a purple glitter in her eyes. While she was a competitive person, she wished Yue would be able to learn this exquisite technique. Jin Yan's eyes fell on Lin Ziyan. Not that he was ready to lose against anyone, but in his mind she was his only competition in this test, and it actually wouldn't surprise him if she won. Present your results. Pu Yuan looked around emotionlessly. Their emotions seemed to be fascinating for him. Pu Yuan then waved his arm to summon a runic light pillar. Zoom! A human figure appeared in the middle of the light beam, and on the figure's body there were 136 dimly lit runes. Place your palm on this figure, the runes that you've deciphered will light up on this figure's body. Pu Yuan pointed towards the light pillar and said, "Mister, how many runes have to light up for us to pass?" Everyone was staring at the runic figure. One of the cultivators sighed and looked up at Pu Yuan to ask the question everyone wanted an answer for. "If you pass, I will let you know." The tone of Pu Yuan's hoarse voice revealed his excitement and expectation. He subconsciously looked at Yi Wei, partially interested as he didn't expect a student to make it so far in this labyrinth, but mainly attracted by Yi Wei's mysterious aura. "I wonder there is anyone worthy in this group. 300 years of being alone was not as enjoyable as I told myself it would be." Pu Yuan looked out over the cultivators as he thought. His eyes turned watery as the sense of being abandoned overwhelmed him. "I will go first." Jin Yan could not wait to show off as he rushed towards the pillar of light. He carefully raised his hand, then placed his palm on the figure. Buzz. Buzz. Dot. As Jin Yan's palm touched the figure, a mysterious surge of energy entered his body and went into Ascent. Moments after, 81 of the runes on the figure's body lit up. Those were the 81 runes he had deciphered. 81? That's not bad. Next. Impressed by the result, Pu Yuan nodded, radiating satisfaction. 81 runes in 3 days? Give him enough time, and he can surely learn this stance. 3. Next. 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 One by one, all the warriors joined the queue and got their results. Jin Yan was leading by 81 while Hong Sun and Shui Yao made 72 and 75 runes light up respectively. By now, only Yi Wei and Lin Ziyan were the only two unassessed cultivators, and because they were both not too eager, they waited at the end of the line. Well, the 81st rune is a block. If you can decipher 81 runes in 3 days, then you have a chance to learn the whole stance. But for anyone who learned less, if you can't understand the chi flow in the 81st runes in this amount of time, I'm afraid you probably don't have minds bright enough to master this stance even if you try for your whole life. Pu Yuan said solemnly. Hearing Pu Yuan's words, Jin Yan's eyes flashed, but on the contrary, Hong Sun, Shui Yao, and the rest looked depressed by his words. Knowing that he needed to go up and get assessed soon, Yi Wei opened his eyes from trying to refine the stance. Seeing one after another scoring so low, Yi Wei was surprised. He didn't really find the process that difficult. He did find the later runes harder and more complicated, but he was able to use the earlier easier runes as a template to decipher the harder ones. Why is everyone doing so bad? We had 3 days. If Jin Yan knew what Yi Wei was thinking right now, he would probably be coughing blood. He gave his best efforts just to get stuck a bit more than halfway through. Pu Yuan smiled and spoke, considering the level of talent, you lot actually did pretty well. Back in the days when the Glacial Emperor was deciphering this stance, he figured out 108 runes in 3 days with his extraordinary talents in understanding cultivation and runes. It was half a year after that when he mastered the supernova stance. This mystic stance was the Emperor's foundation. He built his arsenal of stances from it, and if it wasn't for this stance he wouldn't have been half as strong as he was. Pu Yuan was not even looking at the cultivators at this point, he was feeling nostalgic, therefore he unconsciously closed his eyes. Oh, even the Emperor himself only deciphered 108 runes in 3 days. Jin Yan was feeling even more confident after hearing what Pu Yuan told everyone about the past. Like the 81st rune, rune 108 is also a block, and if you can understand the tricky chi flow in these 2 runes quickly, you will have a much greater chance of successfully learning this stance, Pu Yuan continued. Next. Pu Yuan's eyes fell on Lin Ziyan and Yi Wei and thought, it's that student kid. Oh wait, we only have 2 cultivators left? I don't really like the cocky boy who deciphered 81 runes, but I guess he is the best chance for my spirit to be set free. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 96, Second. Chapter 96, Second. The next best results were Hong Sun 72 and Shui Yao 75. As confirmed by Pu Yuan, the 81st rune was a key point. It did take me a day to get past it, but the fact that I did prove that I am on another level. If anyone should pass the test, it's definitely going to be me. Jin Yan pulled his shoulders back and stood tall. It was very hard for him to stay calm in this situation. I don't care what family you're from, my result speaks for itself. Jin Yan's gaze made it obvious his message was directed to Lin Ziyan. The reason why I can decipher 81 runes in 3 days is because I have the talent to become a rune master. My master told me in a year or 2 I should be able to take the rune master entry exam. The fact that Jin Yan had the talent to become a rune master was a secret between him and his mysterious master. Even the Jin family was kept in the dark this whole time. Little Wei, how do you think you did? Lin Ziyan whispered in Yi Wei's ears. Heh, not bad, but ladies first. Yue smiled confidently and shrugged. Okay. Lin Ziyan nodded and walked into the beam of light gracefully towards the figure. It's that girl. The cultivator's eyes started to gather on Lin Ziyan. Both her desirable strength and beauty caught quite a lot of attention earlier, and everyone was curious about how she did. Even Emoya couldn't keep this girl under control. I think she's actually stronger than Jinyan. I'd much rather this girl inherit the Glacial Emperor's legacy than Jinyan. Nobody really liked Jinyan, and seeing that no one else could match Jinyan's astonishing results, they all started to root for the girl with purple hair. Jinyan too couldn't take his eyes off Lin Ziyan. She was the only person in the hall who he felt threatened by. He didn't see Yue as anything more than an annoying student who got lucky in this treasure-filled labyrinth. Lin Ziyan remained calm, and she didn't lose her cool even though everyone was looking and talking about her. She took a few light steps and raised her slender arm as she arrived in front of the figure. Buzz. After a brief moment of silence, the runes on the figure started lighting up one by one at her touch. 108. Everyone was staring at the green lights on the figure feeling startled. 108 runes. That's ridiculous. That's way better than what Jinyan did. The news was hard to swallow, and after the initial shock, everyone turned their heads to Jinyan, whose face ashened. They thought what Jinyan displayed was pretty hard to match, but apparently not so if you were Lin Ziyan. Oh my god, 108? Back in the day, the Glacial Emperor did the same in 3 days. Could this girl be as talented as the Glacial Emperor was? The way each of the cultivators looked at Lin Ziyan was slightly different. There was envy, jealousy, fear, but there was a sense of reverence in everyone's eyes. They couldn't help but ask themselves, will I live to see the rise of a legend? How is this possible? Stunned with disbelief, Jinyan widened his eyes. He couldn't take them off the runic figure bathed in bright light. I have the talent to become a rune master, and I only deciphered 81 runes. Jinyan, out of all the cultivators in the hall, was one of the people who knew how the complexity of the runes in supernova stance only gets worse past the 81st rune. He struggled to believe that Lin Ziyan could decipher as many as 108 runes. Puyuan's gaze fell upon Lin Ziyan. He was excited at her talent that matched his late master's. His cloudy eyes cleared up and shone brightly. Not bad, not bad. You've passed the test. Puyuan announced full of praise. He didn't think that after just 300 years he would meet someone with so much potential. The assessment was not yet over, but Puyuan was too excited to contain himself. Jinyan took that as an insult because the remark Puyuan gave him was not as good. Next. Puyuan looked at Yue and said. Yue was the last in line. It's that boy's turn. As Puyuan's voice sounded, all eyes were set on Yue. All of the cultivators saw what Yue could do with runes, but they did not expect his result to exceed Lin Ziyan's 108 runes. Despite this, they certainly hoped he would do better than Jinyan. Yue slowly got up and calmly walked towards the testing dummy under everyone's attention. Pfft, what can a mere student do apart from making a fool of himself? Jinyan grunted coldly. Although Yue was able to fight him a while back, he had been relying on scrolls. You need real strength and talent to decipher these runes. Yue was the only student in this group of warriors, and in Jinyan's eyes, he was just a rich brat who was showing off his scrolls, not a person worthy to be considered as competition. While everyone was caught in their own desires and thoughts about the Glacial Emperor's legacy, Yue was already standing in front of the figure rolling up his sleeves. He slowly extended his arm and placed his hand on it. The second Yue placed his hand on the figure, a surge of energy rushed through his body into his sentient. Buzz! Buzz! An outburst of rich blue runic light emptied everyone's mind. Their eyes immediately narrowed, and although they were curious to see how Yue did, it was impossible for them to tell how many runes lit up while they were half blind. When everyone blinked hysterically and tried to clear their vision, a loud rumble sounded and echoed in the hall. The disturbance died down, and the blinding light shrunk, forming a halo on top of the figure's head. They are all lit up. The bright light finally weakened, and everyone could see clearly that every single one of the 136 runes on the figure's body was lit. All the cultivators' minds stopped, they couldn't think. After a few moments, they rubbed their eyes in disbelief and counted the runes again. There is no mistake. 136 runes? No. That's not possible. Something is not right. How can all of them be lit? Even a qualified runemaster could not be able to decipher this many special runes in just 3 days. He's just a student, how come he can do what even I failed to do? Jinyan widened his eyes while staring at the figure. Agitated by the blue light, his eyes were stuck on these runes while his face turned bright red and his veins started bulging. Everyone wondered if they were dreaming. Seeing the scene, Lin Ziyan's expressive eyes lit up. His soul sensitivity can match Runemaster's, and he has a supreme level of rune consonance in the end. Why did I even doubt him? Ha ha. One day you will stand on the top of the world. She looked at Yi Wei and gave him her best wishes. This boy has learned the supernova stance. Pu Yuan have met many powerful characters throughout his life and even after his life, but even he was moved. It only took him 3 days. Master, it's a shame you're not alive to see this boy. Kid, what's your nom? When he was about to ask Yi Wei, something caught his attention and caused him to narrow his eyes. Everyone followed Pu Yuan's eyes. They could see that Yi Wei's hand remained on the figure even though he had already shown he deciphered all 136 runes. Yi Wei's eyes were tightly shut, and his eyes twitched as he injected his will force into the figure. His energy was like a large hand inside it, twisting and adjusting the runic array within. The chi flow in the figure was being altered as Yi Wei swapped the runes around, and the halo on top of its head brightened again. This time, it was a turquoise hue, and the bright light kept intensifying until it eventually enveloped both Yi Wei and the figure. Another rumbling noise sounded, and the space above the figure darkened. Sparks of primal energy arranged themselves like star constellations, and a couple of those sparks whizzed through the air like shooting stars. The awe-inspiring micro-universe captured the cultivators' attention. They felt naked as they were confronted by the mysterious cosmos. What is that? Everyone raised their heads in shock. Yi Wei slowly opened his eyes and pulled his hand away from the figure. Finally, Yi Wei was satisfied by the constellations and the 2 halos now floating over the figure. Nobody could imagine that it only took Yi Wei 1 day to decipher the whole stance, and that during the 2nd and 3rd day he was actually refining the supernova stance. He had been stuck, but that was no longer the case after he was inspired by the residual chi and will force of the cultivators inside the figure. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 97, First Round Elimination. Chapter 97, First Round Elimination. In the evening of the 3rd day, with a little help from the other cultivators, Yi Wei was able to refine and transform the supernova stance into its evolved state. After Yi Wei's alteration, the number of runes in the figure reached 315. Yi Wei was able to add 179 runes to the supernova stance. The extra runes were recycled from the original 136, otherwise, it would have taken much longer for Yi Wei to figure out the 2nd evolution of the Glacial Emperor's pride and joy. After refining the stance, Yi Wei gained a great understanding of the runic system. He realized that if he wished to continue refining supernova stance, he would need to create new runes from scratch. Creating runes was conventionally only done by Grand Runemasters and was something Yi Wei or even Master Yi were not capable of doing yet. 315 runes. This is unmistakably the 2nd evolution of supernova stance. Pu Yuan's eyes widened, and he stared right at Yi Wei's childish face. Centuries ago the Glacial Emperor spent 3 days deciphering 108 runes, then hit a wall. He then took a break and spent time reading countless books and manuals before he could finish deciphering the supernova stance. After that, it took him 3 years of using the stance in combat and testing it before he gained enough understanding to refine the stance to its 2nd evolution. 3 days. It took him 3 days. Pu Yuan was struggling to find words to describe how he felt from the sea of expressions he had learned throughout centuries of his existence. Accompanied by a thundering noise, a wild pillar of light descended from the sky and enveloped Yi Wei. A massive influx of energy surged into Yi Wei's body through his pores, filling his body and rushing towards his dantian. His body shook from the heavenly energy he was receiving. Yi Wei felt a sacred presence from the other end of the white pillar of energy. Yi Wei looked up, and he was able to see a dazzling structure far up in the sky. Where does the cosmic energy really come from? He wondered. Restored by the cosmic energy, Yi Wei's skin became crystal clear as all his impure energy was expelled from his body. His muscles were strengthened and his skin became tougher while his bones became denser. He felt his soul being purified, which gave him a transcendent sensation. It was rumored that cosmic energy increased a cultivator's chance of defeating their inner demons when they cultivate and eventually hit their 10-star barrier. Yi Wei hurried and guided the energy into his meridians, purifying it and guiding it to his dantian. The cosmic energy was then diluted and stored as chi. Its purity was beyond compare with any other kind of energy. There were only a few students who were capable of refining stances in the history of cultivation, and Yi Wei was one of the youngest on that list. For a student, the after effects of being purified by cosmic energy was as much as taking hundreds of silver moon pills. The energy surge was seemingly never-ending, and it pushed Yi Wei's dantian and meridians to their limits. As his body strengthened and his sentient and dantian enlarged, the cosmic energy transformed Yi Wei into an 8-star student. But even the diluted energy was quickly stored inside his dantian. Energy from the heavens did not stop flooding into his body, and he was continuously becoming stronger even after the breakthrough. 9-star. Yi Wei could feel that he broke through again. But even after that, cosmic energy just kept pouring down. Not all the energy was taken in by Yi Wei, as he was not strong enough to absorb it efficiently. Some of it spread out onto Lin Ziyan, Hong Sun, and Shui Yao, who stood close by. This amount of cosmic energy is incredible. It can't be compared with the time when he refined the triple tidal palm with me. Lin Ziyan was shocked as her body was bombarded by the energy overflowing from Yi Wei. This stance was created and refined before little Wei was even born. How could he trigger the cosmic energy if that was the case? Lin Ziyan started to consider the possibilities but couldn't quite nail down what caused this phenomenon to occur. Could this be? At this moment, Yi Wei was absorbing the cosmic energy like a whale swallowing water. He continuously took in the energy and filtered it until it was pure enough to be stored in his body. Eventually, all his meridians were filled to the brim with qi, and his dantian was not able to take in any more, so instead his meridians widened to contain this vast surge of energy. The expansion of his meridians pushed his body to break through again. His body kept becoming stronger and stronger until finally, the surge started to slow down right before his body was on the verge of becoming a warrior. In the end, Yi Wei hadn't trained much after his recent breakthroughs, and he was too weak. He wasted too much of the cosmic energy to break through again. The immense energy shook Yi Wei's footing and knocked him down to the floor. He climbed back up and sat in the lotus position. He could feel his body was changed and that now he was very close to becoming a warrior. Surprisingly, he couldn't feel any side effects from breaking through so quickly. He didn't feel fatigued nor did he feel nauseous. Thinking back, Yi Wei remembered he could vaguely see a bit of movement towards the other end of the light pillar. What is on the other side? What is the source of this energy? He couldn't help but pause and question what he saw. But knowing that he had more important things to deal with, Yi Wei quickly dismissed his thought and continued focusing on consolidating what he just gained to avoid wasting the energy further. In the end, it was a rare occurrence for one to be purified by cosmic energy. If Yi Wei were to receive cosmic energy again, it would be very possible for him to break through to the warrior rank. He clenched his fist tightly. For him, learning the supernova stance purged his fear of not being able to use stances. Looks like I will be able to cultivate quicker than others now that I can use and refine stances. But to be able to refine a stance first, I will have to understand it fully, just like I did with the supernova stance. Seeing that Yi Wei was able to refine the stance and received cosmic energy, Pu Yuan laughed while saying, "The supernova stance is a very special stance. Not only is it evolvable, it's also customizable, so to speak. The evolved stages of this stance are different for each user, and strictly speaking, you are actually creating a new stance every time you refine it. Therefore, it is entirely possible that you will receive cosmic energy every time the stance is refined." Pu Yuan explained. I wonder if this boy's supernova stance will become as strong as Master's. Either way, I guess I can say that I did not waste 300 years now that I met this kid. Pu Yuan stared at Yi Wei as his eyes were heating up. He is definitely the most qualified person here to become Master's successor. I am glad someone this talented showed up after all these unworthy people came and failed. However, Pu Yuan exhaled slowly and calmed his excitement. He frowned as he remembered what was written on his master's will. Master said whoever deciphered 81 runes would be qualified to take the next test. Pu Yuan looked at Yi Wei, Lin Ziyan, and Jin Yan. But he frowned and felt uneasy. If he did not swear to follow his master's will, he would have directly chosen Yi Wei as the only candidate to inherit the Glacial Emperor's legacy. As stated from his will, whoever deciphers more than 81 runes of the supernova stance shall inherit everything, and in the case where there is more than one person who meets the requirement, a second test shall be held, Pu Yuan announced. What are your names? He pointed at the cultivators who qualified and asked. Jin Yan. Mr. Pu Yuan, my name is Lin Ziyan. I am Yi Wei. All three of them passed the test, but this Yi Wei is by far the best suited to become the temple's next master. Pu Yuan sighed. In his opinion, although Lin Ziyan and Jin Yan did pretty well on the test, they were not even close to Yi Wei's level. But I have to follow Master's will to the letter. The test is over. All three of you have passed. Pu Yuan waved his hand, and 3 pillars of blue light fell onto Yi Wei, Lin Ziyan, and Jin Yan. What, that's it? Only 3 of us passed? Hong Sun, Shui Yao, and the others felt deflated as they looked at the chosen 3, but on the other hand, they understood the distance between them and the trio was quite vast. The Glacial Emperor was a legend. Literally, everyone in the room wanted to inherit his legacy. This was a once-in-a-lifetime chance, and most of the cultivators were feeling pretty down because they had failed. Congrats! After a few sighs and sobs, Hong Sun and Shui Yao overcame the negative emotions. They were glad that at least there was still a chance that Jin Yen would be eliminated, so they walked up to Yue and Lin Ziyan and shook their hands. "Thank you so much," Yue answered smilingly. Just after Yue showed his gratitude, some of the warriors were starting to disappear. They were teleported out of the labyrinth by Pu Yuan. In mere moments, there were only about 30 warriors left in the temple. Shui Yao and Hong Sun were confused, so they looked at each other. Huh? Why haven't we been teleported out? Little ones. Pu Yuan's hoarse voice sounded. Eh? Hearing his voice, everyone raised their heads and looked towards him. Although the rest of you did not pass the test, suffice it to say, you guys are talented enough to have deciphered a respectable portion of the supernova stance. Pu Yuan smiled as he relayed the good news. Back in the day, Master had 8 close servants including myself. We are his disciples, and all 7 of my comrades made their names famous in different corners of the continent while I was left behind to guard this temple. I cannot let you inherit the Glacial Emperor's legacy, but to reward your efforts I would like you to meet his other disciples and see if you can learn something from my old friend's descendants. Pu Yuan waved his arm and 7 jade amulets appeared out of thin air as they quietly levitated above the warriors' heads. There is a runic teleport array inside each of these amulets. Activating them will transfer you to the owners of the other halves of these amulets. The legacy of the Emperor's disciples. The warriors looked at the amulets and the fire in their eyes was relit. Of course, it would be nice to inherit what the Emperor left for the world, but from what I can see the Emperor's servants are stronger than their titles sound. I can definitely learn something that will make me someone strong, but if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 98, Breakthrough. Chapter 98, Breakthrough. While everyone's eyes were set on the levitating amulets, there was a dimensional disturbance in the temple and a human figure appeared in the middle of the hall. The intruder wore a blue robe and carried an ancient sword behind his back. He exuded a lavish vibe, and he brought with him a great chi disturbance. As he appeared in the hall, everyone could feel his fearsome presence that quickened the warriors' heartbeats and made their bodies shiver. It was none but Emoya. The pressure he gave off now was a few times stronger than when he fought Lin Ziyan. Condensed Prime Warrior. Everyone was shocked by Emoya's unexpected appearance. They gasped for air, and their eyes were filled with respect. They all thought Emoya had left the labyrinth. Not only did they not expect to see Emoya, but they also couldn't believe that he had broken through to become a condensed Prime Warrior. Lin Ziyan frowned slightly. She knew for a fact that Emoya would soon break through with the help of the pill, but it was quite surprising that he did it in just 3 days. Emoya! Jin Yan's face changed when he looked at Emoya, whose presence was now a few times stronger than himself. This guy broke through and became a condensed Prime Warrior. Yi Wei's frown tightened. Before Emoya broke through he could stand fearlessly in front of Emoya while relying on his scrolls, but now, facing a condensed Prime Warrior who was carrying a 3-star medium-grade mystic arm, Yi Wei no longer stood a chance even with all the scrolls in his possession. In the end, the stances in his scrolls only contained low-level mist stances. Mister, would you be the Glacial Emperor or perhaps the guardian of this temple? I would like to know about the Emperor's legacy. Emoya stood up straight, ignoring everyone's stares and glares. He greeted Pu Yuan and asked politely. Emoya kind of regretted his decision. He felt like he had missed out on something as he could feel that everyone in the hall had grown a little stronger, especially Yue, Lin Ziyan, Hong Sun, and Shui Yao. Ha! That's direct. What a shame that Master said only cultivators below the condensed prime level could become a candidate to compete for what he left behind. Pu Yuan glared at Emoya and shook his head. The blood mist stance should have kept anyone above the condensed prime level out of the labyrinth. This kid must have advanced to the condensed prime level inside the premises. How about his 8 disciples? Did they leave something behind too? Correct me if I am wrong. Or 7, shall I say? Emoya's cunning eyes were set on Pu Yuan for a moment, and then he switched his focus to the 7 floating amulets. You are looking at them. Pu Yuan answered lightly. Thank you, mister. Emoya bowed to Pu Yuan. If I can't get what the Emperor left behind, I will at least be able to inherit his disciples' skills and treasures. Emoya threw his sleeve out and created an invisible chi cyclone that flew right towards the amulets. He wanted all 7 of them. Stop. A few of the cultivators shouted angrily, you didn't even take part in the test. I don't care how strong you are, you can't just shamelessly walk in and do whatever you want. Mister, these are not a part of what the Emperor left behind, right? Emoya stared at the warriors who stood between him and the amulets. Are there rules about fighting in this temple? He asked politely, then switched his attention to Lin Ziyan, Yue, and Jin Yan, who were shrouded in blue pillars of light. No, they are not, and no master did not make any rules about fighting, Puyuan gasped. Maybe I've said too much. He frowned and looked down at Emoya. This cheeky kid. No rules against fighting, huh? Emoya's lips curled to a wicked angle as he slowly walked towards Jinyan. I always thought highly of Burning Gold. Emoya stood right in front of Jinyan, asked with a smile on his face as he stared at the spear. Are you serious? Jinyan looked at Emoya with fear in his eyes while he clenched tightly onto the spear in his hand. Do you like your spear or life more? Emoya smiled cruelly again and asked in a playful tone. Emoya's action stunned everyone. They couldn't believe Emoya was after Jinyan's medium-grade mystic arm. Funny, I plan on keeping both. Jinyan's pupil dilated and he chuckled. Do you have the guts to do it, Emoya? Just because you're a condensed prime warrior doesn't mean you can just do whatever you want. Jinyan didn't think Emoya would actually fight him. The Jin family was as powerful as the Mo's. If Emoya started a fight, it really would trigger a war between the families that had good relationship for decades. Emoya would very possibly get punished by breaking the peace. Ha, if we were outside then no, you are your daddy's boy. He would do anything to kill me if he knew I did something to you, but you are aware where we are now, right? What is going to happen here will forever be a secret if I want it to be. Emoya couldn't stop laughing. Everyone could tell he thirsted for blood from his tone and how he glanced around. I obviously couldn't leave any witnesses behind. Emoya stared at Lin Ziyan, Yi Wei, and then at the rest of the warriors. His cold voice sounded again, so I'm afraid none of you can get out of here alive. If I don't get what the Emperor left behind, no one will. There are plenty other Mo's I can send here after I go home with all your treasures. As Emoya's voice echoed through the temple, everyone's faces became pale, and their bodies tightened. All eyes were looking at him cautiously. Ha! Emoya, stop being so reckless. I've passed the test to become the Emperor's successor. I don't think Puyuan will let you touch a hair on our heads. Jinyan's eyes twitched as he looked towards the spectral guardian. Nobody in the temple wanted to fight because they were no match for Emoya, not together and certainly not alone. Their last hope was that Puyuan would intervene. I'm afraid he's your problem, not mine. Puyuan shook his head and said coldly. After hearing what Puyuan's words, Jinyan's face darkened. Ha ha ha. That is some wishful thinking. Emoya laughed hysterically and said, Where is your dad now? Emoya raised his head and looked at Puyuan. With the sensitivity of a condensed prime warrior, he was the only one who noticed the absence of Puyuan's own chi, which made it safe for him to assume that this enormous spectral guardian could only act according to the Glacial Emperor's orders. This meant that if he didn't break any rules, there was absolutely nothing Puyuan could do to him. Puyuan sighed, showing deep resentment in his eyes. Then we will just have to rely on ourselves. Yue quickly took out his medium-grade scrolls and tried to come up with a countermeasure. Emoya, you have just broken through. I don't think you should be this cocky. Jinyan shouted, then pointed his spear at Emoya. Lin Ziyan's eyes turned bright purple, and her body flooded with power that was hidden in her blood. In mere moments, she became as powerful as a peak 10-star warrior. She then took a step forward to stand beside Yi Wei. Hong Sun, Shui Yao, and the other warriors stared at Emoya with determination in their eyes, then unwillingly stepped closer to Jinyan. They knew what they had to do to survive. Cess. The sound of a torn scroll and the glow of mystic arms filled the temple. It wasn't long before runes and stances were flying towards Emoya. Nobody held anything back, they wanted to finish the fight before anyone got hurt by Emoya. The stances created strong currents in the sealed hall. Robes were flowing in the air and hair became messy as the air inside the temple raged intensely. Get him! Jinyan grunted as his dense chi went from his dantian into his spear, thus activating the stance inside. Septet incinerating strikes. His spear shone brightly as the low-level mist stance burst forth. Jinyan thrust his spear forward and 7 golden chi spears closely followed, each aimed at the spots of Emoya's body. Purple Lotus Finger Strike. Lin Ziyan groaned and put all her strength into her right hand. Her purple hair flowed in the air as she approached Emoya. A violet runic flame appeared around her hand and turned into a lotus shape. The runic flower carried a fearsome presence. Lin Ziyan then flicked her finger, and the runic lotus became a flash, quickly flowing towards Emoya. Green Lotus Sword Dance. Golden Bell. Shuiyao and Hongsun used their best stances, and the petal blades and spinning runic bell followed Lin Ziyan's lotus path towards the newly broken through condensed prime warrior. Dark Moon Tiger Strike. Raging Bull Palm. Raining Swords. Over 30 warriors used their scrolls and arms in hopes that it would neutralize Emoya. Do you really think this child's play can stop me? Who do you think I am? Let me show you what I can do now. Emoya laughed hysterically. His vision was blocked by bright runic light, but he just looked at the stances with a disdainful gaze. His eyes twitched, then his body absorbed the surrounding primal energy. The roar of a dragon sounded in the temple as Emoya's sword was no longer on his back but in his hand. He did not need to move much to activate his stance. A mountain-like enormous green sword appeared in the air and crashed down towards the warriors. Bang! The green sword destroyed everything in its path. All the stances it touched turned to dust, and although there were more than 30 warriors, Emoya proved to be stronger than anyone imagined. Although Emoya had just broke through, his foundation was stronger than most warriors, so even without much training and learning how to handle his newfound power, he was able to take full advantage of it. With a 3-star medium-grade mystic arm in his hand, his sword strike was no weaker than a mid-level mist stance. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 99, Stars. Chapter 99, Stars. It didn't take long before most of the warrior stances were destroyed and turned into a small mist of scattered primal energy. Only Shui Yao's lotus swords, Hong Sun's golden bell, Jin Yan's spear, and Lin Ziyan's purple lotus were still intact to contend with the enormous green sword. What a joke! Emoya sneered disdainfully while looking at what was left of the coordinated attack as he laughed arrogantly behind his chi sword. Zoom! Zoom! Emoya grunted, and the chi sword started vibrating. Beams of green light burst out as their pressure waves spread to fill the hall. Bang! 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 First, the green ripples connected to Shui Yao's stance, and all of the petal swords shook then shattered with an intense cracking noise. Shortly after, Emoya's stance crashed onto the spinning bell and Jin Yan's spear simultaneously. Both shattered immediately upon contact. Only moments after, Emoya struck Lin Ziyan's stance, the only thing between the warriors and a violent death. If Lin Ziyan's lotus broke now, the chi sword would be on course to slice every cultivator in the temple. D***MN. Yue ground his teeth as he tore 2 medium-grade scrolls in a row, but the weakened, ordinary low-level mist stances did nothing to Emoya's fierce sword. Lin Ziyan's front teeth tightly clenched into her lip as she channeled more of her chi to sustain the purple lotus, which was showing signs of fracturing under the impact of Emoya's incredibly powerful strike. The force of Emoya's sword seemed never-ending. The pulsating pressure waves repeatedly impacted Lin Ziyan's lotus stance, and the recoil force was making her paler by the second as a thin trail of blood flowed down her mouth. Although Lin Ziyan's bloodline meant her chi was as dense and powerful as if she were a 10-star warrior, her 2-star warrior body had no way to keep up with Emoya's newfound power. In a prolonged fight, her body couldn't hold up to the body strength of a condensed prime warrior. Little Wei, run! Lin Ziyan used her voice transmission technique to warn Yue in the noisy hall. Yue shook his head. When everyone used their scrolls and arms, he already took out the iron talisman as his backup plan. It had been absorbing a lot of residual chi as all the stances were shattered by the might of Emoya's attack. Unfortunately, only 37 grooves on the talisman were currently lit up. It was not even halfway ready to be used again. Hang in there, it shouldn't take much longer. It was none of Emoya's concern that everyone wanted more time, that they wanted to live longer. They were only souls to be crushed in his eyes, and his chi sword kept crashing down mercilessly. Hey, kid! A hoarse voice echoed inside Yue's head. Mister, is that you? Can you help us? Yue raised his head to see Pu Yuan was winking at him in the blue light, so he replied. I am just a spectral guardian. Pu Yuan shook his head reluctantly at Yue and directly sent the message into Yue's mind. I can only act upon someone who has broken the rules my master laid down when he put the seal on my soul. However, Pu Yuan paused for a second. I can't do much to him, but you can. His calm voice sounded in Yue's mind again. Me? Yue looked back and frowned. Little man, I want you to remember the power you felt from the revolving cosmos. Pu Yuan's words echoed in Yue's head. Yue was puzzled. Huh? I only just deciphered the supernova stance, and I am just a 10-star student right now. Even if I managed to use it perfectly, it would be no stronger than a low-level mist stance. That's not going to do much to Emoya, While Yue was still confused by Pu Yuan's cryptic message, the illuminating figure moved. It turned into a flash and flew towards Yue so quick that it couldn't be seen by the human eye. Bang! Before Yue even noticed, the shining figure invaded his body. What is this feeling? All he felt was a dense surge of energy throughout his entire body. Yue lowered his head and looked at his clenched fists in disbelief. He could tell that the energy inside him was slowly evolving, and there was shock and excitement in his widened eyes. Crack! Crack! Lin Ziyan was exhausted. Her chi was quickly draining, and she could no longer hold her stance together. With a loud rumble, the purple flower was split into two by the green sword's sharp edge. Brum! As the purple lotus was torn, there was nothing now between the warriors and the sword but empty space, as the unstoppable crushing force approached them mercilessly. Lin Ziyan stood in front of everyone else to push her stance forwards towards Emoya, and now she would be the first to be hit by Autumn Grace's power because of her positioning. Emoya's chi sword brought with it a whirlwind, causing Lin Ziyan's robe to flutter and her hair to scatter in the breeze. She sighed as her life flashed before her eyes. Her parents, her family, her childhood. She could remember all the tiny details of her life. Of how her mother used to braid her hair. Yue also appeared in her mind. How the shy boy brainlessly entered her training room, how they held hands and took a walk towards the setting sun at South Star Academy. She was happy that he was one of the last things she thought about. Get behind me! I will not let him touch a hair on your head while I am still breathing. A familiar voice sounded in her ears as she gently turned her head to see that Yue's determined eyes were only a few inches away from hers. Yue grabbed Lin Yan's waist and dragged her behind him right before the sword was going to land on her head. Power of the cosmos. Primal energy condensed into nebula shapes around Yue's body, and the chi within him was arranging into constellation patterns as the surge of energy began to rotate and flow. His meridians continuously compressed, then expanded his chi, forming it into a raw explosive energy only found from the birth of stars. After merging with the figure, Yue's body was strengthened, and the power of his supernova stance overflowed as he threw his fist towards the large chi sword. Bang! The moment Yue's fist hit the sword, a thundering rumble filled the hall and two visible, conical waves of recoiling force exploded from the point of impact. Everyone raised their heads and turned from Lin Ziyan to the source of the explosion. They were shocked to see Yue's silhouette blocking what they thought would end their lives. The chi sword was over 30 meters long, yet Yue, with his average build, was standing under it, somehow holding it firmly. It seemed that the sharp edge was not able to cut through. How is this possible? Jin Yen couldn't quite figure out how a mere student could hold Emoya's sword in place. He knew he couldn't take on Emoya alone even before the breakthrough. This is, Hongsun, Shuiyu, and the rest of the warriors widened their eyes and looked at Yue with shock. None of them could understand how Yue overcame the cultivation deficit between them to go against this green sword everyone feared. Little Wei. Lin Ziyan was stunned. She noticed Yue was fighting without a scroll in his hand, which even if he did would take more than a medium-grade scroll to fight Emoya. What is this madness? Emoya frowned. He never thought Yue, the boy who he didn't even notice before today, could so easily make his first fight as a condensed prime warrior difficult. Crack! Crack! The green blade suddenly emitted a cracking sound seemingly caused by Yue's fist, as the cloud of chi around it thickened and formed a shape of nebula-like clouds. Under the pressure, the green sword started breaking, and from the middle of Yue's fist numerous fractures ran along the blade to the pommel and to the sword tip, then suddenly it shattered with a deafening sound. Seeing the chi sword shattered, Yue quickly rushed towards Emoya, leaving a blur in the air after disappearing. How is this possible? Emoya's laughing face froze with unconcealed shock. He thought Yue had used a scroll or a mystic arm to temporarily stop his stance, but was not so sure now. You deserve death. Yue reappeared in front of Emoya in a flash. You disgusting, treacherous waste of a human life. Yue said while coldly staring into Emoya's shocked eyes. You? Emoya stared at Yue in disbelief. Before he could finish his sentence, a blinding blue light in the shape of a fist appeared in front of him. He immediately lifted his sword to his chest with the reflex and speed of a condensed prime warrior. He attempted to defend himself against the fist's deadly momentum. Yue's fist left a trail in the air like a shooting star, and it created a bell-like sound as it landed on the sword. The fearsome force crashed right through Emoya, sending him flying like a stringless kite towards the jade disc. Bang! A rusty sweet taste filled Emoya's mouth as he realized it with his own blood. That is an incredibly powerful stance, Emoya thought while looking at Yue with incomprehensible surprise and horror. How can a student possess such power? Is this the power of supernova stance's amplifying effect? Yue looked down at his hands in shock. He could not believe how heavy his tiny fist hit. After Yue was granted the figure's energy from Pu Yuan, his strength could match a peak 10-star warrior, and with the supernova stance his strength tripled. With that kind of power, it was not a surprise that he could knock Emoya down even through his sword. I had the strength to strike down a condensed prime warrior from just the basic form of the supernova stance. Yue started to understand what Pu Yuan meant. So this is the power of the cosmos. Now let me try the second evolution of this stance. Yue narrowed his eyes and redistributed his will force to 315 different places around his body. He was enjoying the feeling of powerful energy slowly flowing through his veins. As Yue changed the runic array in his body, the constellation patterns rotated, expanded, and brightened, and 2 halos appeared over the top of his head, emitting a fierce pressure wave. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 100, Karma Tower. Chapter 100, Karma Tower. Boom! The moment the halos appeared, Yue's robe fluttered and a heart-stopping energy wave burst forth from his body. Impacted by his energy, the air around Yue rippled. Green and blue rings of pressure waves appeared and expanded outwards. He calmly stood at the center, seeming unfazed by the changes. From a distance, Yue looked like a godly figure. He looked as if there was no one in the world who could stop him. The temple was suddenly filled with a soul-shaking sense of terror. The aggressive chi was not directed to anyone specific, but still all the cultivators, including Jin Yan, who was a peak level 10-star warrior, began to shiver as their faces turned as pale as the moon. How can this kid be so powerful? Jin Yan mumbled as he looked at Yue with fear. The last time he had felt this kind of power was when his grandfather got mad and killed a group of thieves who tried to empty their family vault in the dark of the night. Jin Yan's grandfather was one of the 3 elders of the Jin family, a 6-star condensed prime warrior. I think I understand, Lin Ziyan mumbled while looking at the halos on Yue's head. She could sense the chi flow inside Yue, which caused her to raise her head and look at Pu Yuan, who was shrouded in a pillar of light. Pu Yuan knew Little Wei had refined the supernova stance, so he gave him the power of a warrior. With such amplification effect, it was not really a surprise that Little Wei was able to fight against Emoya. Lin Ziyan then thought about how Yue selflessly jumped in front of her, and the words he said still lingered in her heart. No, this is not possible. Emoya never imagined that the power of a 6-star condensed prime warrior would come out of a student's body. He panicked and quickly sketched the rune sequence in the air of his best stance, hoping to finish off Yue once and for all. Yue moved, and before Emoya could react, his fists already landed. With the force of the stars and suns, Yue's punches rained down on Emoya. Crack! Crack! A blood-chilling noise of shattering echoed in the temple. In mere seconds, over 300 punches broke every bone in Emoya's body and tore through his organs. Yue delivered another strike, and this time his punch landed on Emoya's dantian, shattering it. Emoya's body was shot out and heavily smacked against the jade disc. Silence descended on the hall when Yue pulled back his fist, which pinned Emoya against the disc, and his body slid down slowly, leaving a long trail of blood on the artifact's surface. Everyone in the hall was staring at Emoya, who was laying on the floor like a dead dog, and they all held their breath. None of them could believe just how strong Yue had become all of a sudden. What did he use now? Emoya was in need of immediate medical attention, without which he would surely die, but nobody in the temple sympathized with him. After all, if it wasn't for Yue, Emoya would have killed them all. Having been hit by attacks like that, Emoya cultivation was completely destroyed, and there was little chance that he could rebuild the strength of his body even if he did survive. You can let him die, but not in here. This is a sacred place, and there has already been enough bloodshed. Pu Yuan started ordering the cultivators to move Emoya's body out of the temple. He then turned to look at Yue. That was a close one. It was disrespectful to Master that this boy with the sword tried to kill others in here. Can we call it karma that he fell to Master's stance? Ha ha. Moments after the fight, Pu Yuan retrieved the illuminating figure from Yue, and the supernova stance's effect fell off while the cultivators were cleaning up the temple. After experiencing the amplifying effects, Yue gained a great understanding of the supernova stance, and he couldn't wait to train again. Once I become a warrior, I will be as strong as Cousin Zhang when I use this stance. As I stated earlier, you 3 have deciphered 81 runes or more. I will decide who is going to inherit Master's legacy after you've taken the second test. Pu Yuan pointed at Yue, Lin Ziyan, and Jin Yan. Lin Ziyan glanced at Yue. She was not really concerned with whether or not she would pass the test. Once she reached the condensed prime warrior level, her family had many formulas and stances ready for her. Although they might not be as powerful as what the emperor left behind, she would be able to choose a cultivating path that suited her the best with consultation from the elders of her family. On the other hand, Yue didn't have access to powerful cultivating paths, so this was a very good opportunity. The main reason Lin Ziyan wanted to continue with the test was to help Yue overcome the challenges and at the least be there to support him mentally. I'll see you on the other side. Pu Yuan waved his arm, causing all 3 participants of the second test to disappear from the temple hall. As for Yulat, he spoke while looking at Hongsun, Shuiyao, and the other warriors. I wish you the best of luck with the 7 disciples' legacy. Sadly, I cannot do much more at this point. Pu Yuan's voice echoed throughout the hall. He then glared at the amulets before his figure faded. What is this place? Yue, Lin Ziyan, and Jin Yan reappeared in a formless empty realm. They were surrounded by darkness and none of them could see a thing. Soul Prison. Pu Yuan answered as his figure appeared in the darkness and slowly walked towards the trio. The green and blue hue around him brightened the realm and starlight burst forth under his feet with every step he took. By the time Pu Yuan reached them, the dark realm was already lit by starlight. All three of them felt like they were floating in a miniature star system. Soul Prison? Yue, Lin Ziyan, and Jin Yan all frowned, staring at Pu Yuan, visibly confused. And there is where the next test will be held. Pu Yuan pointed at one of the bright stars far away. The twinkling stars in the void suddenly brightened up and there was an invisible force pulling them close to each other. The conglomerations merged together and formed an ancient tower right before the confused trio's eyes. The tower was 3 stories tall. Its facade was covered with glittering stars that were held together by billions of flowing runes. This is the Karma Tower. Pu Yuan gazed upon the starry tower from a distance as his voice sounded in the trio's heads. There are inner demons locked in this tower. There are 3 stories in total. Master sealed demons in each story whose power increases each time you advance higher and higher. Their levels are respectively low-level, mid-level, and high-level demons. How does one trap inner demons? Yue, Lin Ziyan, and Jin Yan were shocked to hear Pu Yuan's introduction, and they all stared at the tower with awe. It was a known fact that the minds of cultivators would be invaded by inner demons. More precisely, low-level inner demons when students break through to become warriors, mid-level inner demons when warriors break through to become condensed prime warriors, and lastly high-level inner demons when condensed prime warriors break through to become returned prime warriors. If a cultivator can't deal with their inner demons, they will never successfully overcome a major breakthrough. Inner demons are something one cannot touch or see. None of the 3 knew these elusive demons could be captured. In this world, nothing is impossible. If one is strong enough, one can achieve anything. Although Master did not exactly seal them there with his strength, but building this tower was not without its cost. Master had to sacrifice something he held dear, but I guess he thought the possibility to nurture the younger generation meant more to him. Pu Yuan said while gazing sadly past the trio, seemingly looking into the past. After a moment, he regained his senses and said, "You all know that if one falls to their inner demons during a major breakthrough, it will take more than 2 years for their bodies to recover?" Pu Yuan continued. "But if you're in the Karma Tower, the runic array will teleport you out if it can sense that your meridians are under extreme stress." "Wah!" Jin Yan gasped as Pu Yuan's words made him realize the value of this tower. His eyes burned intensely as he stared at it. He had been a peak 10-star warrior for more than 6 months now and his body was ready to break through, but his mind wasn't. He was afraid that he would be crushed by his inner demons. If that happened, Jin Yan wouldn't be a condensed prime warrior for at least 2 years. But inside this tower he could fight his demons without any fear of hurting his cultivation base if he failed. With this experience, it would make the actual breakthrough much easier. You too. Since you are both warriors and you have fought low-level inner demons in the past, you will be placed in the 2nd story. All I can tell you is that, the longer you last in the tower, the more likely I will pick you to be the successor. There is no downside to this, and this experience you gain will make your next major breakthrough easier. Pu Yuan looked the 2 warriors in the eye and said sincerely. As for him, he is just a student. His test will take place on the 1st story. Pu Yuan said while looking at Yue. So that's it. Do your best. Ah, and good luck. Pu Yuan smiled at all 3 of them and his eyes stopped on Yue's tiny body. He only used 3 days to evolve the supernova stance. I certainly hope his mind is as strong as it is smart. This boy might even be stronger than Master when he learns Master's secrets. Although Pu Yuan had high hopes for Yue and actually wanted him to be Glacial Emperor's successor, he would still follow the rules and let the test's result decide the inheritor. Little Wei, this will be a rough ride, but it will all be fine if you don't lose yourself. Lin Ziyan used the voice transmission technique to advise Yue. Yeah. Yue nodded and looked up. Time froze as their sights crossed. I hope you are ready. Pu Yuan smiled to the trio and waved his arm. 3 pillars of light covered them and they simultaneously teleported into the tower. Yue appeared on the 1st story of the tower as countless runes in the chamber came alive and flowed around him. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.